What a perfect timing to end the song. Hello, what's up? Welcome to your Sunday afternoon and mine. We're gonna start the stream standing because I am pretty stiff because I did actually have a pretty good gym session earlier today. Happy to have you here as always for the start of the stream. What's up? Hello, Nusky. Hello, sir. The first message in Twitch chat today coming from Dixt. I think that's the more or less correct way to pronounce the bunch of letters you decided to put together and call your nickname. Happy to see you. And the answer to your question is yes, today Daybreaker. At least for the first start of the stream. I'm going to talk about it in a moment to try to explain what's on my mind. There's two things I kind of want to test and combine, and both of those roads lead to Daybreaker. Hello, Sad King Billy, what's up? Happy to have you here for the start of the stream. Whether you are already active in chat or just enjoying existing in stream as well, I am very appreciative of you here right now. Hello, Kinjar. Hello. And once again, as always, or not as always, but since last week, continuing the trend of me having the stream on YouTube and Twitch. You probably heard me talk about it, so no big surprises there. But the actual chat you see on stream or like on the screen will be the Twitch chat. But I see all the chats, so feel free to write anywhere. Bro, can I ask you, like, how you can play Mist every day with same builds? Frenzied, first of all, I don't think you've seen a lot of my streams, because if you've been here for more than just a couple days, well, I've been streaming for 2 months, saying that I'm playing with the same builds is definitely very much off from what I've actually been doing. I've been playing a lot of very different things, just experimenting, you know, and trying out and seeing how different things work and what will happen if I try this or that. Most notably things like Grove Keeper, which was like 2.5 days of crazy fun. Then also we played a lot of Arclight Blasters and a bunch of other stuff as well. And of course, different challenges as well. Tomorrow is Monday. For Mondays, usually I try to do a challenge, not every week, but usually. And for tomorrow, I think I'm gonna role play a little bit. So we're gonna go full Guardian set or, you know, full Soldier set and see which weapons can succeed like that. So yeah. But if your question is how am I enjoying Mist, you're not alone. I've been asked that before from people who are not enjoying, and that's absolutely fine. Of course, if you don't like that type of content, do something else. Absolutely, you know, don't force yourself. It is fun for me. I'm getting enough fights to make it enjoyable, and also to have enough of variety of different types of opponents, different types of situations. Sometimes getting ratted, sometimes being rat, sometimes having a clean 1v1, sometimes there's 4 people on a chest and everyone wants to fight each other. There's a lot of variety of adventures that I've experienced over these last 2 months I've been streaming. So for me, not a problem. It's not really a question like how if your question was like how can you enjoy this? For me, not a problem. But I understand that for you it might not be. Or if you meant something else, then let me know. Actually, where is a bit of a music? Let's tune down the epic intro, but just put something enjoyable in the background. He only plays 4-1 curse because it's the best thing you can win. I have tried for a couple hours, not on stream, but in my Albion life, I have tried a couple hours of just going low tier curse, trying to get to see something, to find something to rat, but now that is not super fun for me. Like focusing just on ratting to me is probably the most boring way to play, no matter which content you are playing. Also, what's up, Nicole? What server you're playing, Tabib? I'm playing on EU because of ping. I left the Western server, not with too many hard feelings. It's not like I'm, you know, super like crying for the memories, but I did feel a little bit like it did feel like leaving, not only restarting something new, which is cool. It also did feel a bit like leaving, but I feel like if your focus is PvP, there's just no better argument. Ping is so important. It's just, I mean, you don't even have to think too much about it. If your focus is PvP success, I feel like ping is just too much of a difference maker to even consider other arguments. But I know people who do play still on their NA character with higher ping because of the friends and, you know, the account they built up. So, and of course the other way around as well. Some NA players also play on EU because of the social aspect. What CDR do you recommend for Spear? I have to up my recommendation. I would have said something like go go to about 10% or 10 to 15, but now lately I feel like it's almost the more CDR you have, the better. For the one-handed spear we're talking here, I feel like cooldown reduction is one of the key aspects in the current, like the way that the currently spear has to succeed because of cripple nerf specifically, and because of some other things being popular, like flame walkers, arclight blasters, that can simply just out-brawl you. A lot of assassin shoes builds, all of those. There's so many out-brawlers that cooldown reduction is becoming more and more valuable. So I would stack like almost all the cooldown reduction you have at this point. I would kind of put your passives on cooldown reduction, except for food. Like food is still kind of iffy. But I was even playing with Mist Color for a while and had fun like that, and it felt good. Or Torch is always probably the safest option to make sure your offhand is valuable in every situation also. We are missing some Snapperinho, and I think we're ready to go. So there's two things I want to combine today. Let's see actually if I missed something. I'm going to explain in a moment. Kinchar asked, what makes Daybreaker different than normal spear and how come it's better? It's better for 1v1 fights. It is simpler. You constantly have stacks because you don't lose them when you E. You have a built-in purge. Because of stacks, you are much better at brawling. And because you can always purge the enemy's defensives. But you are not as agile, you know? You are much... you're more like an immobile, tanky brawler. Which you still maintain some of the flexibility of the spear. But compared to the one-handed spear, which is more like a, you know, agile kind of dodging rogue type of player. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I hope you understand a little bit. Yeah, with spear you have to use your cooldowns. You have to use kiting a lot more, especially now. My discovery last week is that spear relies so much more on kiting than it used to, whereas Daybreaker is more balanced between the two playstyles, between potentially kiting but also being a strong brawler. And it's much simpler to play the Daybreaker. You don't have to worry about stacks at all. Your E will always do the same damage. You're not going to lose stacks. Only problem with big problem with Daybreaker comparing to spear is that if you're forced to E from far, it's very easy to miss, or that your enemy will react to it in some way. Which in one-handed spear, you don't have this. Thanks for following. Forever Rise. I'm missing a bit of overchargation. As you know, I've been more and more addicted to overcharging recently. And we're going to start with a pretty simple tier 7 build. So the two things I'm kind of interested in. First of all, I want to try assassin shoes. They kind of like when the change was made, I also made a big deal, and there's a video about it, about how assassin shoes are going to actually start shaping the meta a little bit, and they're going to become relevant now. And for some time, I felt like that was very much the case. Then for a while, I wasn't sure what happened and why people went away from them. But now, recently, it's been very, very clear that more and more players find builds to use assassin shoes in. Now, mostly this is Death Givers or dual swords, which are both weapons that, first of all, want to get on top of most enemies to brawl, and secondly, have enough mobility from other sources to still kind of be okay, yeah? The second thing I want to try today is Cripple. I know this is probably going to get me killed more times, and this is probably going to get us together into some fights which feel like, oh, man, this could have been won. Yeah, I'm not going to force myself to always be on Cripple, but I do want to try some more crippling today. Before we organize, you know, a proper send-off for Comrade Cripple and put it to rest in peace, Cripple, you know, 2020 to 2025 or whatever the tombstone will say. Before we do that together, I feel like I want to give Cripple a bit more of a chance. Now, on one-handed spear, I don't like it still. And probably on Daybreaker, I also won't like it in most matchups, but I'm gonna try it. So these things together mean that if I am in a situation where I do want to get close, I can always boots Cripple, yeah? And then I can use my E for some other purge or something else. So, let's see. Also, Cripple with Assassin Shoes. Unfortunately, the Cripple itself is not very strong, but it does at least make up for the lack of mobility that I am kind of putting on myself, yeah? Because I am handicapping my mobility a little bit with Assassin Shoes, yeah? Quite clearly, yeah? I can't just use Sprint when I need to. I'm gonna switch around spells. It's not set in stone that every fight I take should be with these spells. I'm skipping tier 4 group dungeon right now to get journal achievement. Oh, okay. I have not looked into journal achievements. When it came out, I don't know if do you have this perfectionism gene? Or not perfectionism, but it's completionism, yeah. Do you have that, Nicole? Because I thought I have it, and when in some games I felt like, oh, I really want to, you know, to feel like I've done it. I've done everything, but okay. The problem is I have to double overcharge, yeah? If you remember, I am a full overcharge addict. But now he's gonna think that I'm overcharging for him, but whatever. Whatever. Might have drank my potion a bit too late there. Never mind. Never mind. So, first random example of trying cripple with these shoes. Already big success. This is not a good matchup. Not one I would normally like to, you know, I will take it anyway. It's not terrible, but it's not a happy matchup by any means. So, we already have, on the board, Cripple still being... I mean, I used Cripple only once in that fight, and it was specifically... I mean, it was pretty much just to stay on top of him and keep fighting. But I did, since at least he has Caltrop, so at least I can kind of Cripple at any point and still get the buff, yeah? I think Guardian Boots are more brawly. Yeah, sure, but obviously not in a serious way, but yeah, you're right. So yeah, you said, Nicole, that yeah, you do have the completionist thing. Yeah, I thought I would have that when the journal came out, but then I don't know, I looked at some of the achievements and I felt like it was easier in my mind to put them on the back burner, you know, to do them next thing, you know, after a while. But now I realize more and more as they've added stuff how much, like, this is not just, okay, just ticking the box, yeah? This is actual proper grind, like to complete the journal to any meaningful level. The only thing I have that I really wanted the cat, and I got it. Now it doesn't show it anymore because they added new achievements here, but I got it. I got to 80% pretty quick in the exploration. Just had to play a bunch of roads with my friends, which I normally wouldn't do that much. That's the only thing that was kind of a challenge. I was a bit worried in this fight that I was drinking my potion too late, but ended up being okay. And by the way, did nothing trash actually? Oh, he's crossbow trashed, okay. By the way, you don't get second cat when you get to do it again. Well, yeah, but I mean, sure. I don't want two cats. Although then they could play with each other. But I have the cat, yeah? Just so we're clear, it's when you unlock it once, later if they add new requirements, see, I still have the cat, I can still use it. So they don't take it away, it just doesn't show in the journal anymore. Two cats would be cute though. I'm killing dogs for the journal. This is because we just talked. I don't remember where. Is it creatures? Yeah, creatures. Yeah, okay. I have to kill 150 dogs. I don't know why bats don't count. I mean, I've definitely killed some bats somewhere. It says randomized dungeon or expeditions. Okay. So there's like a specific place where you have to do it. Dix asked, would you advise to first max out Spear or Daybreaker if you could only max one? If you don't, if Silver, like if you're really new, I wouldn't suggest Daybreaker because you are gonna die all the time and you want to be able to die peacefully, you know, without worrying, in order to get better, to get into the habit of PvPing, stuff like that. And for that, one-handed Spear is better. But if you're not that worried about Silver and if you can only play one, I would probably suggest Daybreaker. It's all around, it's currently in a better state. It will give you more fights you can win and it's gonna be simpler for someone who hasn't played thousands of hours of both. I definitely think that you will have more success, more fights that you will just be successful at winning with Daybreaker. And that is, like, partly that has been true, like, always, probably, but partly it's also made bigger even by the fact that current, like, meta is more brawl heavy than it has been in Mists, and it used to be, I think. There's a lot more brawlers who use assassin shoes and just try to brawl, and if you don't give them a brawl, they just don't fight. There's more brawlers who use demon boots or royal boots, things like crossbows, like the guy we just fought. Like, this is a fairly good brawling build that he has as well. Arc-like blasters, brawls well, Flamewalker rolls well. A lot of curse staffs can potentially use royal boots to make up for mobility problems, and they still brawl well, yeah? Like, this is, I mean, it might seem obvious if you just started out, but it seems like, okay, yeah, those are just, like, random weapons that play the mist, you know? But it used to be more confined to mobility weapons, clearly. It used to be swords and weapons with really good mobility that dominated the mist meta. That's no longer the case. And because of that, I feel like Daybreaker also will handle a lot of those brawls at least somewhat better. For one-handed spear, out-kiting those weapons is a bit of a tricky thing. But I mean, you've seen me, and I've played Spear now also quite a bit on stream, and I'm enjoying it. It's really fun, and I've had a lot of success. But just forcing myself to kite a lot more was kind of the key to unlocking some success again. Yo, Vic, took your advice in and some from Discord now, slowly adjusting my view on PvP. Nice. I don't know in which way exactly, Limon. Adjusting your view in PvP. It greatly helps with the mental and learning how to overcome my mistakes. I am very happy to hear that. If you want to share in more detail, go ahead. In which way or what kind of... Because, and like, obviously, first of all, I'm just happy, you know, to hear about it. So if you share more, I will be also happy. But I'm also like, there might be something in... If you feel like you had some sort of small breakthrough or something about how you see the game changed and you now enjoy it more, you're more successful. If you're able to put that into words, that might also, you know, be helpful to other people who are starting out. Either they might be hearing you or like hearing me read out your message, or it might just, you know, it might register in my brain. So next time someone asks, I'll have an extra idea. So, and this goes for everyone. Yeah, if there's something you've learned, share it. This is a good stream to do that. You can share it here. You can join Discord and talk about it there. At the end of the day, a lot of the things that I hope to spread in the community are just like random things that I've experienced. Holy shit, what is this? Great nature with full healing spells. Is there any way I can... I mean, I probably won't kill him, right? But he won't kill me either. Now, the problem with Cripple is still, like, one big problem is cast range. Even with crossbow, you saw it, I think, I don't know if you noticed that fight against the crossbow I just had at the beginning of stream. I would have liked to use my cripple already earlier, but after Caltrops, he walks just far enough away. That's why it's nice with Assassin Shoes, yeah, the combo. But, and since I had to use Assassin Shoes to get close, they were on cooldown. So, like, also when he used boots, for example, you know, I couldn't cripple them because he's already a couple steps away. That's something that Cripple used to work better on one-handed spear, and Daybreaker commonly used the Duskweaver helmet to get full value of Cripple. But for the strategy I'm going for right now, I think I'm better off with a Stalker Hood or even Cultist, but let's start with Stalker. Sup, Bonsai? What's up, man? Too bad I chose Spear at 118 first. Too late to stop now. Yeah, it's not bad. Spear is good. It turns out, after me playing that now, and I realized how much more I have to kite, but if you do kite, Spear is not bad. It's still like a strong B-tier weapon, yeah? And it's not just there, you know, just to like, kind of make it feel good, you know? Like affirmative action. It's legit, like a legit B-tier option, which is pretty not bad. Interesting, this build. Very, very interesting. I don't know if I have what it takes, but we'll have to try. Definitely gonna be pretty difficult to catch him. Well, I kind of need to keep my E for his boots, but I'm not sure if without my E I can actually do much. I mean, okay, or I can keep my boots for his boots, because then I can always boots and cripple after he charges up. My brother started playing Albion again recently. He wanted to play Spear, so I made him watch your guides. Now he has his first 10 kills. Happy to hear that, Anamava, and thank you for spreading the Spear. And by the way, also thanks for following Samori and earlier Frank, if you're still here. Hopefully you are. Thanks for following. Happy to have you. Azot said, saw some cool dude played Bruiser, one-handed Spear and Corrupted in Discord server. Seems fun. Try it instead of similar building. Okay, goes. Oh, you saw? Yeah, that's kind of common, yeah. But I mean, we are all victims of that, yeah? It happens to me also. Like, if you see someone, especially like, okay, if it's on stream, it's a little bit different, yeah? Because, like, for example, if you see me do something like you've seen me play the Cloth Spear on stream, you kind of see the limitations. And if it does seem like I'm doing very well, yeah, it is actually probably not that bad of a build, yeah? It actually works. But especially on YouTube, it's very likely that you can get hyped up from a compilation of kills, you know, where you don't see the downsides as much, yeah? So, that is pretty relatable, but it's also pretty funny, yeah? You're devastated, holy shit, don't be devastated. So, your conclusion is that you just sucked with it, yeah? Or your conclusion is that the build was misrepresented as being stronger than it actually is? Limon said, for me, it's about balancing brawling and kiting and being more flexible, changing pot spells. Okay. So that's the thing that you feel that has helped you to just open yourself up to being more flexible in the moment. Actually, I thought I was gonna stand for a while, but I changed my mind. So we're going down. Also, I need to drink a bit of this sweet coffee. Oh, today after gym, I didn't feel like, usually it feels like, you know, energizing. It's like overcharging yourself for the day. Today I almost felt like falling asleep. I don't know why or how, but at the gym I felt like it wasn't like in a negative way. Yeah, it wasn't like feeling bad, but it was very. I felt like the physical exhaustion also somehow translated into a mental one somehow. I changed one-handed spear because it's more disposable compared to double-bladed. Or Daybreaker, I'm not sure which is DB, I guess Daybreaker, yeah. But it taught me more of the basics of kiting brawling, as the E has less utilities compared to... Okay, true, but you can use the E more often, which means that, you know, sometimes during the same fight, you will use your E twice just to create space and keep kiting, but then, you know, later in that fight that E will serve just purely damage, yeah. And you will actually have a lot of fights where you use your E 3, 4, 5 times, whereas Daybreaker is usually 1 to 2 times. Yeah? Usually fights are over by the second Daybreaker E. But okay, happy to hear that. Thanks for spreading the gospel. Amen, killer. Let's see. T-Blaze asked earlier, what build do you prefer for one-handed spear in open world? Assassin Jacket, Fiend Cowl, and Mana Boots? Yeah, I think Energetic Sprint is actually not terrible. Now, it's not my favorite thing to suggest. This is not the spells I want against him at all. But hey, we can try it out. He's tier 8, by the way. So, he's definitely... I don't expect to win that. Actually, I can change helmets. Okay. So, Assassin Jacket for sure. Fiend Cowl, it's not my favorite, but for open world it's okay. If you want to be aggressive and more of a, like, you are more the aggressor and ganky type, Fiend Cowl it makes sense in open world. Helmet of Valor still feels better to me, but if you're only looking to purge enemies' boots, Fiend Cowl will give you a bit of an advantage because, you know, the range, like, you can click it and it flies after your opponent as they are running away with their boots. So that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not something I would start with. I would probably use Refreshing Sprint at this point. I used to absolutely love Rejuvenating Sprint for the extra HP value, but I feel like Rejuvenating Sprint now, so any sort of leather shoes, are kind of important. I don't know where this comes from. Some kind of summer sneezing. So I would go for Refreshing Sprint. And then, of course, Storage for offhand. If you go higher than... if you go tier 7 or higher, bring an Undead Cape for open world. Or Smuggler's Cape if you are looking for just 1v1 fights in the mist or something. Oh. Kim Suro asked, how do I beat good Daybreakers with Fists of Avalon? They just eat through my E. Yeah, I think it's a matchup that gives a decent advantage to Daybreaker, yeah? Especially now that Fists, the Q mobility has been nerfed. I feel like Daybreaker is a bit better. And one thing that is, I wouldn't say it's scary, but one interesting way to approach that matchup from the Fists of Avalon is to be more brawly, right? To change to change to Snapper, change to Inferno, and just try to brawl them. I think if you are devastating, like one way I've often won those fights is by predicting my enemy's devastating combo and EEing through that as well. But I think you can, yeah, you won't win the fight, like, it won't just be a simple win, but I think you have a good chance, yeah? And if you're, like, if I'm close to a Fists of Avalon, they are like using their Qs, their devastating combo. Now, if I Inferno, I can't really Inferno until your E is on cooldown, right? As a Daybreaker. If I Inferno, now you try to go for your E. And of course, if I don't have global cooldown, there's a chance I will still dodge it and you will get fucked. Yeah, that's true. But from close range, it's not that simple to react to it. When you're standing on top of me, even though it takes the same amount of time, it's not that easy to react to it. Also because global cooldown, I'm constantly throwing Qs, yeah, as the Daybreaker. Other than that, I mean, it's not a matchup that is like so Daybreaker heavy that you can't play it normally. You can still try. And it's not that easy. The Daybreaker can very easily miss their E or waste it if you don't E right away. Maybe they will E and then you have an advantage. I think the Wildfire wants to be dismounted and then try his big interesting combo. I don't think it's enough damage to just, I mean, he will take like maybe 60% of my HP with everything together. I don't know. Special drops for special ops. What's up? Hello, cheese for rat. Yes, special drops still going on. Someone said last stream like it's the last day, but it's not. I saw on Twitch that it's the special drops still apply. They were supposed to be every second week. But for the whole week. Now he really wants to get dismounted. If I E to dismount him, he's a bit dangerous. I would like to have my E for his cleric robe. But also, of course, I don't really have to worry too much about the tier 6 either. So if he wants to if he wants to try, and he can definitely, like, it's possible for him to. Wildfire, one of the best weapons for this sort of very low IP strategy to kill higher IP opponents, so he can definitely kill me. Hey Vic, how can I optimize my build for Black Zone roaming duels? I use Spear, Torch, Ava Cape, Mage, Cowl, Merc Jacket, Soldier Boots, Beef Stew, and Gigapods. Thanks a lot. What's up, Nerishare? I do not like some parts of your build. So first of all, I don't like Mage Cowl. It's just extra damage. Sure, it's not terrible, you know, it's a simple button. I would very much prefer to have a Purge, Helmet of Valor, or Fiend Cowl if I was playing myself, because Purge gives you more versatility. And you can use it, like, even in the same fight, yeah? You can, maybe you're trying to be aggressive, but then it turns out the enemy has 5 friends, or you miss all your spells. You can use the Fiend Cowl to get away, you know? To remove their boots when they're chasing after you. You can use it a bit better to catch people, yeah? So it gives you more versatility, which, I mean, we talked about earlier, yeah, Fiend Cowl, a bit easier, yeah? So you can start with that, and Helmet of Valor also, I think, is more expensive usually in most servers, so Fiend Cowl probably better for a Purge if you're gonna go that way. Other than that, I mean, Mage Cowl is not a ruin, it's not like terrible for you, it's just not optimal in my experience to just have extra damage. But also, now, all helmets have a very good first spell. So, if you are often using your Mage Cowl on the shield, then don't worry, yeah? Then just keep it on shield and use it to turn it on Mage Cowl if you really feel like you need extra damage, or I'm not even sure what that situation would be like. Let's see, Avalonian Cape is, I feel like, just strictly worse than Smuggler's Cape. If you don't want to go Undead, because a lot of people play Undead in the open world if they're solo, in order to survive, because there's too many situations. When you get ganked, you run into a situation where you think you're fighting 1v2, but it ends up being a 1v8. Undead Cape will help you survive occasionally. If you don't like that idea, if you don't like the idea of having Undead Cape, just go Smuggler's Cape. The second healing potion you get for Smuggler's Cape, and then of course use healing potions with it as a default, yeah? You can have Geek Pots as a swap if you're willing to go that far to bring extra potions. But the extra healing potion from Smuggler's Cape is going to give you, in 90% of fights, it's going to give you more HP than the HP you, the HP advantage you get from proccing your Avalonian Cape in a fight. Unless we're talking about a very long fight. In all other fights, it's gonna be, the second healing potion is more valuable. Let's see, Mercenary Jacket. Mercenary Jacket is okay, yeah. It's not terrible, especially in open world where you do more PvE, and some people that you fight might not have a Purge, you know, like low AP players, but I'm not super excited about Mercenary Jacket, because on Spear, any sort of Spear, you don't have a way to reliably, you know, proc it. You don't have fast attacks, and you don't have like a Blade Cyclone like the swords do. Now, if you're hearing there thinking, but Vic, but Spear has a Forest of Spears, that can proc it. If you are using Forest of Spears in a PvP situation, you are already kind of, you know, handicapping yourself way too much. Like, that's not a good spell for proper PvP, unfortunately. Yeah, and the rest of it, I mean, Torch, very good. Beef Stew is okay. I would prefer Snapper if I was going, or Eel Stew actually. For open world, I would probably prefer Eel Stew because I would like to have more cooldowns, you know, to be a bit more flexible. But Beef Stew is not terrible. Yeah, it's okay. And yeah, as I said, like if you just have one potion, Gig Potion is also fine. It's just like Gig Potion in some matchups is okay in some situations, but sometimes, like if you fight another spear or you fight a battle axe or something, the Gig Potion will just give you less value. It's very, very unlikely that the enemies will actually do enough damage during your Gig Potion so that you would gain more HP from it as you would gain HP from just a good healing potion. Yeah, it's unlikely. It's possible, but it's unlikely. But there will be matchups where Gig Potion is good when there's a very burst heavy enemy. Also, what I wanted to add. Also, very, very, very super duper important if you play it like that. Nerishir. Last thing before we move on, and this for everyone, not to forget. I think most people who play a lot don't combine those two or are very careful about it. Your healing is less. You heal less when you're under Gig Pot also. Yeah, it's not just more damage, but you heal 100 HP, but it's gonna be less effective healing. Yeah, as it would be without Gig Pot. So if you Gig Pot while your Mercenary is going, or like Mercenary while your Gig Pot is going, you are ruining your day very much. That's a very big mistake. Yeah. So that's it. What does the title imply? Never mind, I saw the wrong title. What was the wrong title, Thundercracker? What did you see? The title implies that I am just YOLOing and trying to brawl today with Daybreaker. As you can see from my boot choice, I don't have anything to run away, pretty much. And I also kind of want to, I think next Thursday maybe. Anyway, someday next week, I think we're gonna have a mental funeral for Cripple. It is time to accept and move on, you know? I've been mourning and we've gone through the like different phases of, you know, mourning or grief or whatever it's called. It's like it's time. We are reaching acceptance, you know, denial, all of those things. Like, yeah, no, Cripple is some sort of copium. Like, no, Cripple is still okay. Denial. Oh no, they didn't do it. You know, they're gonna change it back to the old Cripple. We went through all of those different stages of grief, and I feel it's time to reach the acceptance stage soon together. I saw you have Siphoned Energy. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm still a Siphoned Energy addict. I did overcharge, and I'm gonna do more of it. In fact, enjoy this on your screen. Fuck yeah, that feels good. Cheese for Rat said, yo Victor, what's your opinion on specs on armored pieces? Everything in 100 different from just main 100. Don't do brawling, you missed. You'll spec up everything in armor 100. Whoa. I need to try to understand what you're trying to say. What's your opinion on specs on armored pieces? Everything in 100 different from just main 100. Yes, if you're wondering like whether it actually makes me stronger that I have all leather jackets at 100 and not just a jacket of tenacity, which I'm using right now, yes, very much so. It does give me like does it give me a full tier? Let's see. Let's think about it. These 3 jackets all give me 2 per 0.2 per 1 spec. So for 100, they will give me 20, right? So it's 20, 20, 20, and all these give 10. So 20, 20, 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So 5 times 10, 50 and 60. So it's 110 that I get extra, yeah? It says 347 mastery bonus. 110 of that comes from... Did I calculate correctly? Right? 20, 20... Like, we are counting just up to 100, not everything else, yeah? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jackets. So if I only had Jacket of Tenacity at 100, I would have 110 IP less in this item right now. Killer says, I'm a crippled nihilist. The moment I saw the patch note, I said GG. I think that's a part, that's like, that's also some sort of, you know, self-defense mechanism. So if we are equating this as a, like, we are mourning, like, yep, you already expect the worst. So if you had a more positive time ever since the cripple nerf, you know? Because you already expected the worst when the patch note came out, but I was not like you. I went through a decent amount of copium and everything else. He will remove my Inferno if I use it, unfortunately. He has demon boots also, which kind of sucks. But now he won't have an E. I was so close though. I was so close. Yo, this was an actual, you know, I had no choice. Normally, of course, I wouldn't mind kiting this a little bit. I had no real choice. I was so close. And I had to, I could have tried Infernoing earlier, but you saw, the moment I Inferno, he is gonna helmet. And my E on Daybreaker is not fast enough, yeah? On like some weapons, you can Inferno and then dodge their purge, you know, like daggers with a dash. Here, I was not able to. Let's see. That's decently awakened, not like crazy, but yeah, it's more awakened than I usually awaken my weapons. Damn, that was I was already believing. Unfortunately, he also had, like, he has everything for brawling as well, right? I mean, the weapon itself is decent, but he also has Facebreaker. He's using Blade Cyclone, yeah, so. Given that this was so close, I mean, that was pretty nice. That was really nice. Gives me more belief. And I was able to use Cripple. It's so unfortunate that the Cripple sucks, yeah? But I was still able to use Cripple whenever I want, because it's a sword, to create a bit of distance, to try to at least somewhat kite him a little bit, yeah? Good fight. Yeah. I mean, this was like I'm not using, like, this isn't a seriously probably gonna be a very good build, but it's still fun. But his weapon is also not good right now in Mists, yeah. So you can see that even with him being awakened at 6-3, it was just one hit away from dying, really. Let's go and do more of the same. Let's see. I'm just gonna see if I have some of the things already. Okay, I have shoes. Do I have a horse? Give me a horse. Okay, torch. Do I have a tier 7 Daybreaker? I do. Let's take the 6-1, it looks prettier. Tenacity jacket I'm gonna have to buy, and I think it makes sense to have a Stalker hood, yeah? I could also have Cultist Cowl. Actually, I mean, it doesn't matter for all the fights, it's gonna be exactly the same. It's just I'm not gonna be able to catch kiters with Cultist Cowl, but... Okay, we can take this. Since we are full brawling, this is gonna help me brawl, yeah, so whatever. Let's take Cultist for the moment. Maybe you can use Inferno and He, that way you still have decent value. Yeah, I could. But the thing is, the whole fight, like, from start to finish, the whole fight, I had 3 spear stacks, yeah? Even if, like, you are right, yeah, I could, you know, I could get some value if I Inferno, at least I block some of his E damage. But the moment I use Inferno, I don't just lose the Inferno and he loses his Purge, yeah? Both go on cooldown. If that was the only thing, fine, whatever, I can do it at any time, yeah? But I always lose stacks if I do that. And that's the sad thing, yeah? So whenever I use Inferno, I trigger his brain to purge, he removes my stacks, and I'm just gonna be weaker. I could also change my tenacity, like, if I had time to swap there, actually would probably change my tenacity as well. Let's take some healing potions. So yeah, so this fight, since I never triggered his purge, I was the whole fight on 3 stacks. Literally the whole fight, I think. Cabbage soup. And I'll get some, I'll get 1 gig pot, actually. Okay, let's get 2 just in case we take a fight right away. And Siphon Energy, ooh, how could I have forgotten some of that overcharged juice? get in my inventory, please. How did you solve the link problem? I just allowed all the links that link to Twitch to Twitch. So you can actually post clips. Save the cripple for his E buff. You can purge his damage increase as well. Are you sure? Oh, shit. I don't think so. I also the way I read it here, the way I thought it in my head, his he gets first move speed bonus and then damage buff, right? Or are you saying that if I remove the first, like if I remove his buff at the beginning of his E, then he won't even get the damage buff when the second part of his E starts? Is Merc Hood good for Daybreaker? It's okay, yeah. It's like it's very versatile, you know. It's gonna be decent in every situation, at least to some extent. It's not bad, and especially now that you can have every helmet preset on a very strong spell, the Energizing Shield. Yeah, absolutely. Go Merc Hood and then change to Merc Hood when you need an interrupt, essentially. You're not really gonna use Merc Hood too much for other things. I could actually go Merc Hood with this build as well, because I am limiting my mobility a lot with the way I'm playing. Wait, what? The spear was preset on Harpoon and something else. Okay, let's go try. Let's see if I can just out-brawl him or not. I don't think he's fighting though. Doesn't have enough of an advantage over me. It's tier 8 and I am tier 7, so he's probably not gonna take the fight. I don't know if he's trying to bait me or he doesn't want to fight. I did E, so since I E'd, I thought he's maybe gonna fight, but I guess not. I don't have the Dust Quiver here. He did also, interestingly, use his jacket there. I can't, like, with these boots, I have... The fight has to start, yeah? And then I can try to catch him later. Ooh, another brawler that I normally don't really want to brawl, and I would like to kite, but we can try it though. He has already Snapper, so this is not like full mobility Bloodletter. He might fight me. Normally I would just overcharge the moment I enter the mist, but right now I don't want to scare off the Bloodletter, because then there's zero chance he's fighting me, right? Why cripple Anomava? Just to try it out, you know? Because I feel like in my head I am ready to kind of rest in peace cripple, yeah? I'm ready to put it to sleep forever. And no, not forever, but until something changes. But before I make the decision in my head, and I've been talking about cripple being bad already also for a while, but before I kind of fully resign to the fact that cripple isn't that good at all, I kind of want to you know, give it one last hurrah and try a couple of cripple runs. So that's why cripple I don't think is the best. Does the guy live under a rock inside a cave in a forgotten idol killer? Are you asking about his build? That's why. Yeah, this build doesn't really work at tier 8 right now, yeah. You can't leverage your mobility into winning fights. His only chance is to maybe rat somebody, and that's it. But even for ratting, like, Bloodletter is not bad, but the Stalker Jacket part is... well, it's not necessary. If he's going full rat. But at the same time, he's using Rose Snapper, which is usually, on Bloodletter, Rose Snapper is usually a mark of a more experienced, better player. Because beginners, if they play Bloodletter, if they just look at clips of Bloodletter, you know, old clips of Stalker Jacket Bloodletter, they're not gonna change to Rose Snapper ever. I thought it could only purge move speed buff. It purges move speed buffs, but I mean it purges also the whole buff, right? So for example, if an axe is using Adrenaline W, right? This gives you move speed and damage and auto attack speed. If you purge that, you remove all of those things, yeah? Move speed is just one component, but you purge all of those things. That's why we have this discussion. But I'm not sure how exactly it works with the what's it called? The one-handed sword we just saw. Infinity Blade, yeah, that's it. Vic missed your message. Maybe copy and ask again. Let's see. What did I miss? Thank you for pointing out. Zamori said, thanks for the answer. Wait, the question was before. Okay, so Zamori said, I'm a complete beginner in this game. Only 3 days. Welcome, sir. Happy to have you. And doing only gathering in blue and yellow zones to get silver for gear. If you come from MMORPGs, that is the most reasonable and kind of logical start for a lot of people. Yeah, if you come from like League or Dota, I suggest you get involved in PvP right away. If you come from an MMORPG based on progress, enjoy gathering until you like, you know, and kind of expand into the rest of the game slowly. Only played Spike Gauntlets and Quarterstaff, but now I want to also go Black Zone, so on to get fame and also get into PvP. Okay, nice. What content would you suggest in terms of PvP, and which weapon is a solid choice? So Quarterstaff, the one you mentioned, one of those, Quarterstaff is actually in a good place for a solo. It's not like a meta super best 1v1 weapon, but it is very good for going open world alone, because you have good enough mobility to occasionally survive, to occasionally catch people. You're very good at PvE. You will clear mobs better than a lot of other weapons, and it's not super difficult. Yeah, Quarterstaff is it can be a bit tricky, but it's not super difficult. So I suggest sticking with Quarterstaff for now. And for 1v1 fights, it's not meta tier, but it's like strong B tier weapon. So if you do decide to try out mists or corrupted dungeons, which is where people often go if they want to specifically learn PvP. Yeah, if people like, and that's like a good decision. Yeah. If you just want to get better at PvP as a kind of newish player, usually mists and corrupted dungeons are the first places to think about, yeah? If we're talking about solo PvP, yeah? If you have friends, then go play depths with them. But if for solo PvP, those are the two places. You can play both mids and corrupteds as a non-lethal version first, and then go into lethal. Quarterstaff is decent for both of those. Even the inner focus W is better than cripple now. Well, yeah, there's one thing, Killer, that probably you're not counting, and my brain is also not used to, is that you can actually use cripple much more liberally now, you know? You don't have to wait for it to be a good cripple. You can just cripple randomly, just, you know, to get some extra damage on your opponent. I wonder if he's actually not gonna turn. Nah, he's not. I'm not even overcharged yet, yeah? Yeah, I would expect him to run away if I'm overcharged, but I'm not a spear, so I can't just E through his E like and fully counter him. He still has Invis. So yeah, so also against that Infinity Blade, I think I could have used my cripple more often than I did. It's likely. Which is like the only redeeming factor, yeah? They added some damage to cripple, and they made the cooldown a bit shorter, so essentially you can kind of use it like a regular damage spell. It's not a very good regular damage spell, but I mean, it does at least slow your enemy, right? And against the sword specifically, since I can pretty much do it almost whenever, yeah, if he's brawling, he will almost always have the move speed buff. The problem is I don't remove his stacks, but other than that, yeah. And yes, by the way, thanks, Dix, I very much appreciate you calling out that I missed a message or a question. And if you are someone who wrote something and I didn't notice it, feel free to repeat it, yeah? It's like the title says, all PP questions are welcome. It doesn't mean I'm always gonna catch every message in chat, but there isn't like... you can pretty much ask whatever the fuck you want. And if I don't want to answer, I will tell you, but there's not a lot of things. So it's likely just that there were a lot of other messages, or there was an intense fight. Damn, that would have been such a nice start also. He was, I think, literally 1 Q away, right? He was like 100 something HP. It would have been such a nice start also for this weird build. So yeah, so my problem is probably gonna be, yeah, I don't have the mobility to properly catch kiters, and I don't have the brawl ability to properly brawl. Like if I fight dual swords or death givers, I am not gonna be happy with this build, unfortunately. And I should be more willing to change, actually. I don't want to obsess the whole stream over specifically Assassin Shoes Cripple. So I might also just, you know, change to normal spells for a while, but we'll see. Okay, thanks. Then I will try a bit out if I'm able to knock somebody. I don't want to spam you, no. Yeah, you can. I mean, some street smarts for anyone. In any stream, you know? Shorter messages get better answers, yeah? And the joke by Mark Twain that, sorry I wrote such a long letter, I didn't have enough time, is true. It takes more effort to formulate your ideas in a more like a crisp matter or way. But yeah. What is good arena Daybreaker build? You're going solo, Kinjar? That's an interesting question, because I used to play a Daybreaker in arena like back in West. And it was... I don't know, it felt much stronger then because almost everyone was using nature healers during that time. It depends. If the enemy doesn't have a nature healer, Daybreaker in arena doesn't feel super strong, yeah? You will be better off with a Heron Spear, I feel like, yeah? But, especially against nature healers, you're really nice because you can E through many people and remove stacks from everyone. By the way, change your assassin shoes for in Abbey. I've said this many times. Even if you want to use assassin shoes, when you're clearing Abbeys, change them so that you actually can clear mobs and not be constantly at risk of dying. If you remember was it last stream or a couple streams ago, I killed a Tirade Death Givers like that, who had no chance of getting away when he was clearing mobs. But if I had to play arena right now on Daybreaker, I would see myself as a kind of a melee DPS tank, yeah? I don't have the kind of utility like usually tank builds have on Daybreaker, but I would play Soldier Armor on Daybreaker. I would play Soldier Armor, probably Facebreaker. Facebreaker, Soldier Armor. For Helmet, I actually don't even know. That's a good, interesting question. It depends. Like, it used to be that arenas are so full of fire staffs that having an extra interrupt for their artillery is just super valuable. So that's one option. If you feel that you're gonna be stuck on the enemy's healer because you are frontlining, then you can also just get something, you know, like the Hood of Tenacity against healing, which is very good for that sort of content, or get the Stalker Hood to do more damage, yeah. But I would go Soldier Armor right now and try to be tanky because of that, but also if I do successfully charge up my Soldier Armor and then go for Big E, then I'm actually a proper DPS. But I don't think this is like a meta build, yeah? Just so we're clear, Kinjar. It's not like... I'm not aware of what currently is like considered really try-hard level good in arenas, yeah? This is just if I was playing arena, which is actually, it's kind of fun, yeah? Just go and play arena solo. As long as you don't mind people being a bit toxic, like in team-based, just same as in League and Dota, you know? Your teammates are always gonna think that you are the worst piece of shit human that they've ever seen. And, I mean, if you're okay with that, being a little bit... and also, you're gonna look at your teammates and think like, oh man, I wouldn't have made that mistake, yeah? If you don't mind that team-based aspect, I think arena is actually a very fun... can be a very fun experience. Any other spear good for arena? I think Heron Spear is good. I don't think... Spirit Hunter doesn't seem good to me. Only if it's like... I kind of need a Cultist Skull for this matchup, or at least it would be really nice to have. What? Does he has Invis on his jacket? Oh, he took a lot of damage there. He let me do so much damage when he was in cat form. Okay. That was an unexpected donation at a decent time. Cultist Skull definitely much better for this matchup, but I didn't have time to... I mean, you saw it. I didn't have a chance to swap. So... Cat is difficult. Prowling is difficult to play. Very difficult to play right now. Not a very strong... We had the discussion last time. Someone said that Fire, who is a guy who played a lot of Prowling and a very experienced player, was saying that Prowling is absolutely trash tier, and we had a bit of a discussion to trust him or not. Whether you believe, like, that sort of statement or not, but regardless, Prowling is not in a great state. Yeah, like a lot of matchups. If you're playing Spear or Daybreaker, a lot of matchups you should be used to looking at their W, because it will often determine of how much you're kiting, how much you're brawling. Yeah, like to give you an example, like let's say you're fighting a bow. You know, if they have a cross shot, your whole point is just to get on top of them, yeah? If they have Ray of Light, you have to respect their brawl a little bit more. A lot of other things as well, like a sword is using Blade Cyclone. you have to be more careful and kite more, because if they get on top of you, they are more dangerous, yeah? They're using Splitting Slash, you can brawl more. With Prowling, probably, to be honest, like most shapeshifters, if he was using Polymorph, I need to be a bit more careful in brawling, yeah? It's a strong tool for him to do actual damage when he's on top of you. If he's on Tether, then I don't have to be afraid, you know? I can pretty much full brawl him if he's on Tether. And he was on Tether here, because it makes sense to be preset on Tether. But he was attacking, like he was trying, I think he was trying to use the fact that I'm not ready or something, I don't know. Anyway, like he also didn't swap his spell. And in Abbey, like if he was on Tether in the regular Mist, I can just full out brawl him, but he will probably get away because he can use mobs to tether away, yeah? In Abbey, he doesn't have that luxury, so tether here definitely kind of made this fight much more difficult for him. If he's on Polymorph, I have to be a bit careful with my spell usage. But the moment I hit my W and E when he was in Prowling form, I kind of knew that the fight is over, yeah? He took too much damage there. People playing F2B comps in Arena like it's Hellgates. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, those kinds of things, I have no idea. Like, if you're actually playing like a proper comp, yeah? Like, I'm guessing F2B means front to back, yeah? I don't know how it works. But I had a lot of success playing as a random solo in Arena with Heron Spear. Heron Spear, Soldier Armor, I think also, mostly. I had a lot of success. Like, I felt like I am actually doing more than 20%. I know everybody feels like, you know, they're the best player, but I did feel like a lot depended on me. Like, if I hit one big stun, especially if the enemy healer was involved in that, if I hit one big stun at the right moment, like, I felt like I am turning the tides of the battle, yeah? On Daybreaker, I don't have that sort of feeling. I feel like I'm just one of the guys, and who knows what my actual impact is in the fight. And yeah, I think Spirit Hunter is like, it's viable for Arena, but I think you need the whole comp to play around it. You can't go solo and play Spirit Hunter. Hello. Hello, Mr. El Chico. What happened to Cripple and the Spear? Still good to master. Spear is still very good to master, Ahmed. It is much stronger even than I expected. I realized this this week when I played a much more kite-heavy Spear, yeah? On one-handed Spear, you have to kite more than you used to be successful. Which means that cooldown reduction is better, for example. But it is definitely still, it's like B+ tier, you know? It's not like an actual meta weapon at the moment, but it is strong B+ tier contender. Very viable and, like, not just viable as in if you get amazingly good, like a niche option, but actually gives you good tools to be successful. But what happened to Cripple is Cripple got nerfed so much that Cripple is not really good. Today I'm gonna try to use a lot of Cripple, but not really that good. Raikuchi says, I've been playing Heron Spear on Arena and I've climbed almost direct ranks. Okay, yeah, I mean, it is. I am happy to hear that. Does he's on Frost Shot? Yeah, he is, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, at least he didn't proc my buff. Because I really need the buff for the chest in case there's a fight there. If you play with friends using goofy builds, you'll be matched against the pre-made. Yeah. There are stacks, like five stacks that are actually super tryhard, and that's awesome. Like, I like being tryhard in games, but usually like games need to have some sort of system to separate those tryhard stacks, you know, from people just having fun. Like in Dota League, you have this matchmaking based on rank. Yeah, I don't know if Arena does that enough. Maybe there is probably some sort of rank-based matchmaking, but it doesn't always feel that clear. Okay. This guy doesn't even have a passive in his boots. This guy's on Frost Shot. Let's try the Cripple tactic now and see what happens. He's on Invis as well. Oh, never mind. He ran away. Okay, then no Cripple strategy. I can just change to Harpoon in case one of them comes lurking again. It's actually 1 minute for the chest. I'm a bit early here. Should this Daybreaker build kite if you meet a stronger brawler? Yes, in reality, yes. I'm kind of want to push the limits and see what happens if I do brawl. Like you saw here, I didn't do much kiting. And this fight was like, it was one spell away, yeah? It was like 100 HP difference in the end. Or even less, I'm not sure. So that's an example where I actually did successfully brawl. Sword, which like, you would expect to be a bit of a better brawler. Infinity is just not very strong right now, unfortunately, so it's not the best. Like, not the best example. Like a Death Givers would give me 10 times more trouble than that Infinity Blade. Arena does that, but if a team has been waiting for 10 minutes, Arena stops caring. Yeah, I mean most matchmaking systems have have different considerations in their algorithm, but of course in League or Dota you have so many people playing that you will get a decent match anyway. But I think most systems have this kind of thing built in like that, Nico. Like if there's if the queue, like there's also a limitation on queue time. If the queue time is too high, then it's just gonna troll. It's gonna widen the kind of the gap that it allows. Hello, Aries Northwest. Let's see if we can find the bow quickly and then we go out. By the way, I sold most of, not most, but I put so many loot tabs on sale. You can see also, I think last stream I had like 850 million or something, and I was saying I'm way too lazy. Yeah, I think I have like 2 tabs, like a full loot here. More loot, yeah, this is still full, and to sell later is still full, and then of course all the awakened weapons as well. But if you discount the like if you forget about the awakened weapons, I have only 2 tabs left to to just take to the market. I sold put most of it on the market, not sold, put it there. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks it will actually sell, so I can get back to 1 billion, so people won't be asking like, "Oh, what happened to your silver? I thought you, what? I thought you were 1 mil. What did I do? Oh, I accidentally changed my jacket." Yes. Wisdom said, playing Pause and Nature Staff in 2v depths. There are only 2 comps that we can't ever win against. Carving Healer and Imp Healer. Any tips specific? Especially against Carving. You can't, wait. Okay, Pause. Yeah, Pause is, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Bear Pause. Like also people that have more try-harding 2v2 content. I've almost never seen them, play Bear Pause. So it doesn't... It never... I'm even surprised that you say that you can beat everyone else. Because I feel like it's maybe it's more your skill than your weapon, or maybe the bear paws are actually better than I give them credit for. Carving, I mean, it's difficult to play around it, but don't forget. I mean, you probably know this, yeah. You might be thinking about this already, but carving was always going to try to eat through both enemies, yeah. If it's a good carving, and that's a big thing. Like in my experience with duo mists, is that it's very helpful to try not to line up, or to make it as difficult as possible for carving to E through both players. Like if you know that their E is coming up, or you see that they have 3 stacks and they might be going for the big damage, because your healer is likely able to out heal the carving damage if it's just on one player, yeah. But if they constantly E both, your healer will struggle. That's my my experience or my lesson from duo mists, not from depths, yeah. That actually has helped me. And it's usually the job of the guy who is not on top of the carving, yeah? So if you're playing bear paws, you have to be close to him. You can't really... I mean, you can't stop doing damage to the enemy healer because you don't want carving to get damage, yeah? You have to do your thing. But your healer, the guy who is standing far, it would be nice if they can try to predict carving E and kind of, dodge it to the left and to the right a little bit, or make it more difficult for the carving to just have a easy direct line for both of you. That's my, that's the only thing I can say. Other than that, I mean, there's a reason why people play as carving plus healer for so long already in duo mists and now also in depths. It might also be that it's just better because on bear paws you don't have that sort of damage for 2 people, to hit 2 people unless they stand close. How's it going? What's up? Why you not OC'd? Okay. You are keeping me honest. This is the kind of energy I need in the stream. Thank you. Also happy to see you. Here we go. You wanna see me do it again? Okay, we are ready to go with double overcharge. And actually, let's change back to our cripple build. Also zoom out, obviously. And yeah, so yeah, if you're just joining today, I'm gonna also play some fights normally, but a lot of fights I'm gonna kind of handicap myself on purpose, because I want to first of all try Assassin Shoes out with Daybreaker again. It's been a while since I did that, and Assassin Shoes, the popularity is rising. I'm curious how well I can use that. And secondly, I kind of want to give a last chance to Cripple as well, before we send it off together into the abyss. Cripple is not really in a good place at all. but I do want to. I want to play it. Cultist is expensive. Yeah, can be. I mean, depending on what you're comparing it to, yeah. It is more expensive than the non-artifact ones for sure. Lizotti said, I was with you in Abbey, but had no luck with buffs. Okay. I really hope they they make some changes about it to reduce the RNG a little bit. I'm still waiting, like, I've already written a couple times to the guy who's doing, like, he's doing a very good job, like, communicating some of the developers' things to creators and vice versa. He said he's gonna ask developers, like, whether the fact that in Abbeys you don't get a stack for a chest anymore, not anymore, but still, even though in depths you do, whether that's intentional. So maybe that will be fixed, who knows? But the fact that red buff is just better, that's gonna remain. 5 green chests, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm hoping they will fix, because now it seems like, you know, they're aware of this issue because they made that for depths, that if you take a chest, if you get a chest from depths, instead of a buff, you still get a buff stack. But yeah, most of the time I'm still gonna use this, so it doesn't matter, but I mean, I had the Cultist Skull in the bank waiting, whatever, you know. I could use Duskweaver, then I would just the spell, like the situations when I change to the helmet special spell would just be completely different, yeah. Whether I use Duskweaver, Cultist. Earlier today I played with Stalker Hood, also a good option, yeah. I could also play Merc Hood very easily. A lot of helmets would fit very well into the Daybreaker anyway. It starts great, but carving auto attacks constantly pressure with stacks. That's the thing. That's why carving is so popular with healer. Like in 2v2 has been the most popular forever. The strongest healer duo in duo mists has always been. I mean, dual swords and claymore also kind of similarly awesome, but carving was very good for a long time. And the reason is because it does both. Yeah, like in some weapons, yeah, you want to have more burst, so you can actually burst down the enemy even when they have a healer. You want to be able to like do a bit of damage, and then do that big burst. Carving can kind of do that because triple stack E is going to do a lot of damage, plus cut the defensives, yeah? But also, carving, as all swords do, if they're constantly on top of you, the constant output of pressure and damage is just very, very high. So, it's like some weapons, you know, like maybe like Fists of Avalon, let's say, has a good burst, but you're not gonna, if the enemy survives that burst, now for a while you are very weak, yeah, you don't really have this constant pressure. Carving does a little bit of both, yeah. So yeah, so it's inevitable that carving with healer in duo is going to be one of the strongest. I started playing Quarterstaff and I really liked it. Yo, I was also, so yesterday in the afternoon I did a bit, like, I put stuff on market, as you can see from my silver. There's a lot of stuff still, you know, obviously to be sold. Another thing I did is I ate a bunch of books. I just equipped Quarterstaff and then some of the others as well here. You can see, this is like, okay, I had Quarterstaff at like 30 or something. So I'm also preparing to play some Quarterstaff in the near future. All the untradeable books that I constantly get from Abbeys, I put like quite many. Like I stood for like 20 minutes in a bank, just click the books and like use all, you know, then it's slower, but then you don't have to click it. And then it was like giving me specs in Quarterstaff. Also my cloth armor is now almost done as well. I still have a couple at 90 plus. I need to finish these 4. And then I will be done with cloth armor. And also that gave me good fame credits, because when you use books, since, you know, all my shoes, all my offhands, all my helmets, everything is 100. So I just equip random offhand, random shoes, and it's gonna, the books are also going to contribute to my fame credits for the future. Cheese for Rat asked, who knows, is high tier awakened weapons could be attuned by playing depths? Like it said, 6-4 needs to be in danger zone, and orange is kind of dangerous, but still. I don't know, actually. Does anyone know the answer to that? Can you awaken 6-4 in the depths? I haven't tried. Would really like to see your build for Quarterstaff. I feel like when I start Quarterstaff, I'm going to be pretty basic. Although the one thing that I'm kind of curious about, something I've seen used, I think they're gonna get nerfed next patch though, so maybe I won't have time. But something I've kind of seen used and I kind of want to try is this, using Mistwalker shoes with Quarterstaff. But I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work out, or if that's a full-on troll, or if that's actually a legit thing or not. But number one, I would probably just try like a pretty basic build, you know, just to get a better hang of the weapon. Are you going to play Quarterstaff? I like it. I have 120 specs. Yeah, it is one of the weapons on my short list of things to play next. Not today, I think. Probably we'll see though. If I get really tired of this, then maybe. Tomorrow I want to do the challenge that Mufanza suggested. That actually sounded... Oh, somebody's here. Oh, they left. Okay. I don't have a sprint. I am using the Assassin Shoes cripple right now, so... If it's an 8.4, I'm dead, you know. There's no getting out of here. But if it's something lower... Okay, time to eat the new food as well. So it's on my list. Yeah, tomorrow I want to do the Mufanza suggested challenge, which is trying different builds, like a kind of a role-playing set, you know, like for example full Guardian build, like Guardian shoes, Guardian armor, Guardian helmet, and not actually using the special abilities, of course. Otherwise, it doesn't make that much sense. Yeah. Then try like a full soldier build or a full hunter build, stuff like that. But after that, at some point next week, for sure, quarterstaff. I really want to. I feel like the queues of quarterstaffs are too weak. Interesting. When somebody redeemed for me to play quarterstaff, and I don't know, it kind of. Oh, you feel like quarterstaff itself? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Q spell. I feel like quarterstaff is like proper B tier weapon for solo, no? Well, I will be. We'll see. I will maybe be surprised when I play it. I feel like it's not exactly the same level as spear, because spear is pretty safe. If you want to, you can use your agility to constantly poke and then reset. Quarterstaff is a bit more limited than that. So if you make a mistake, if you miss an E, your enemy has a good defensive against your E or something, you might just be dead. Yeah, you don't have as much agility or mobility to reset. But other than that, I feel like it's a little bit similar, no? A little bit similar to spear, and at least how strong it seems to me. Like you can solve a lot of fights on quarterstaff pretty well. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if I play more of it, I will discover also what you're saying. You've probably played more. Thanks for following, by the way, Mr. Tunio and Lasendra. Welcome to your Sunday afternoon. I play Corrupted Dungeon and there's a lot of bows, and it's fun how they have more damage on Q than me, plus slow, plus range AoE. Yeah. It's bows are finally in not a terrible place. Although for Corrupteds they were always kind of okay, but now, yeah, might be very strong. But I feel like the quarterstaff build where you the plate armor quarterstaff build where you rely on the environmental hazards like the fire traps and stuff. I feel like that was one of the more popular ones, yeah, for Corrupteds. It's been recently a very popular one. Someone good is impossible to hit with quarterstaff E. Yeah, but you know, when I played against quarterstaff a couple of times last time, and both like I got hit by the E several times because I didn't expect the range, you know, because I thought I was clearly out of range, but apparently I wasn't. So it's not as black and white, but of course, if you have some sort of dash, like you have a 100 spear, if you have some very good defensive, then yeah, you're pretty safe against the E. So yeah, so maybe that's the limitation of the quarterstaff E. It's too predictable, and I mean, kind of like Daybreaker. Yeah, you can react to it, but Daybreaker also brings you a purge and a lot more utility and very good damage, whereas quarterstaff E is a bit weaker. So the reward for hitting the difficult spell is not as high. But you can fake, you can fake quarterstaff E. That's a big thing, Don't forget that. That gives you an extra ability to, you know, to hit it many times more than you would otherwise. Okay, let's go next mist, I guess. And you would like to find an Abbey. Yeah, you can actually... That's actually an interesting thing to consider, yeah. If you play more quarterstaff and you get used to faking it, you're gonna be able to dodge, like not dodge, but to bait out some abilities from your enemy. Unfortunately, oftentimes, you know, if that happens, like if I'm playing spear versus quarterstaff, the quarterstaff fakes, I E to the side. Now I can just walk away, right? So it's sometimes that the fake doesn't like, and I just wait for my E to be ready. But sometimes the fake will actually get the enemy to use their reflect, their mistwalker jacket, whatever, and then you can continue the fight with a bit of an advantage from that. Nutmeg asked earlier, could you please show your progress for one specific task in the journal? Okay, yeah, sure. There's one in exploration mist where you have to open 2,000 chests and you wonder. Yeah, I have it. I remember when I was trying to get the exploration to get the cat. Yeah, I did. Mist, you see, it's all completed. I don't. Where is it? 500, 2,000 chests. Yeah, definitely have it. Not even a question. I mean, the journal by now it's been out for a while now. Hey Vic, I'm just starting out with spears. Welcome to the club of spears, male moth. As a complete beginner, what build do you recommend for PvE? Open world dungeon with some PvP. For soloing open world, I suggest using assassin jacket, torch for offhand. If you're going tier 7 or higher, go undead cape. Otherwise, play without a cape. For helmet, doesn't matter too much because this spell is really strong right now. If you want, like, for the beginning, when you're doing more PvE, then take Guardian Helmet or Mage Cowl or something very basic. Yeah, Mage Cowl is just for PvE, it's not that good for PvP. Guardian Helmet is just one of the strongest and very basic defensive. And if you're running out of energy because you're killing a lot of mobs fast, then Energetic Sprint for open world, yeah? For PvE, like for 1v1 PvP, I still don't really like Energetic Sprint. But if you're doing more PvE, then it's fine. And if, like, Assassin Jacket is much better for solo roaming open world and handling some PvP situations, whether you are on the defensive or trying to attack someone and see what happens. However, if you are, like, if you're full focused on PvE and not really PvPing at all, then you can instead just use Mercenary Jacket, which is not good for spear for PvP, but it is decent for, obviously, because you can kill a bit higher, like a bit stronger mobs with the extra heal from Merc Jacket. Usually it works only once and then they're ready for it. Yeah, true. But then the second time you don't actually fake. But yeah, I understand. Like, you are right. There is no kind of guaranteed way, you know, to hit your E with a quarterstaff. Yeah, but it's just interesting part of like mind games. Yeah, the first time you fake it a couple of times, then next time you don't fake it, and you hope that sooner or later the enemy makes mistakes. The problem is that on something like a spear or more like meta weapons, if the start doesn't go your way, then you can often, you know, keep the distance, either reset completely or walk away. Quarterstaff doesn't have great mobility for that. Yeah, if you do have great mobility from cartwheel and stun run, then you don't have ability to actually win the fight. So I understand the kind of the trouble with quarterstaff. Yeah. Like on a one-handed spear, if I mess up the start, I have decent mobility to make the enemy come to me. Because if they don't, I can just, you know, wait for my next cooldown. Crazy, that must have taken so much time. The 2000 chests? I don't remember it being that crazy. I mean, as I said, the journal has been out for a while, so... And obviously, it wasn't focused on it, you know. It wasn't something like, okay, I was counting and thinking, I hope I finish this because I really want to get the cat. But I wasn't, like, focused on getting Abbey chest because you can't, there's nothing you can do, yeah? You can't speed this up other than just walking around getting, trying to find Abbeys, which I kind of do anyway. I hope we do find some fights here as well soon. Do you plan on adding more 7TV or BTTV emotes? Plan is a strong word. I am aware that exists, but it's not something I've thought about too much. Is there any downside to that, Nutmeg? Do you think it's something that I just spent half an hour figuring out how it's done? Just, you know, add it to the stream. I know it's free. You don't have to do anything special with it, and that's it. And it's just better, or is it? Or are there any downsides? Like, does it make it? I don't know. The stream require more bandwidth, or make it less accessible to some people? I don't know. Do you ever play chess? Yeah, I played chess today before stream, but bullet chess. Yeah, I don't play like actual chess for. I don't remember the last time I played like real chess, but just like what lightning or bullet or whatever you want to call it. Usually I play on Lee chess, so there it's called bullet. Yeah. Yes, I do, Rizine. In fact, today before stream I played a couple games of chess, and that made me realize that my brain is still a bit fatigued. Because I was not playing well. Like I was playing very slow, and you can't play that in bullet chess. So I felt that today's workout got me fatigued. But now I've had some coffee in me, with a bit of honey, by the way, in the coffee as well. So I am looking more, or feeling more ready. If the server actually breaks during like we had those DDoS days, if the server actually breaks during the stream, we'll hang out, talk about life, and then also play some chess maybe in the background. Yeah, who knows? I do kind of enjoy it still. Especially because the weakest, like, for me, the weakest part when I played, like, real chess, the thing I felt like was my biggest weakness, and I didn't want to put too much effort into learning, was the openings, and, you know, the opening theory, essentially. And if you don't know opening theory, like real chess, it's, yeah, it's not really fun, I think. Like, I would lose a lot of games, like over the board, yeah, like long games, I would definitely lose because you know, if you don't know an opening and the enemy can force you to play it, then it sucks. But in bullet chess, doesn't matter. In bullet chess, in fact, some opening theory can even be harmful for you, yeah? Some people will specifically, you know, make sure they are ready to counter that. Let's fight, sir. Let's fight, sir. I'm gonna try it with these stupid boots. I'm gonna try to just full brawl the guy and see what happens. I'm gonna boots Inferno right away, and if he purges it, then he purges it. At least I get some damage in. 1 minute time? Yes. Bullet chess, or what I said earlier, is 1 minute, yeah. He can walk away now, because I used all my, I used my cripple, he can just walk away. Yeah, he's gonna E away, and I think he's safe, but we'll see, maybe not. Actually, maybe not. Okay, that was way too easy. He didn't purge my Inferno, why not? Like, you see, this was also a bit of my lesson from the sword. I Infernoed right at the start in order to make sure that he's gonna purge it probably anyway. First of all, I can get some value from it, just like you said before also, which is a very good point, yeah? If I Inferno at the right moment, when he's just Eing and Wing me, I still get some value. But the biggest thing is that if he does purge it right away, I'm not sad because I'm not losing stacks, yeah? If I use Inferno later in the fight, he's gonna purge it together with 3 stacks and I'm gonna be sad. But this was very, very easy. Much easier than I thought. He did change boots, interestingly. I didn't see that, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I could also, once again, maybe should have switched to this, because then if he purges it, I'm not feeling sad at all. The helmet is fine either way. Against the Fire Staff, I feel like generally it's better to have the energy shield. It's going to give him more HP. But since he was using Q1, also Cultist would be decent. And I actually did cripple just for damage. This is a very new feeling to me. It feels weird, you know, like my brain is not computing this. Like, what do you mean you just use cripple? Like, I have very strong muscle memory to only cripple for damage at the very end, you know, when you're going for the execute, yeah? If you already won the fight, you do cripple at the very end just to do some damage. I use it. But here, I did it pretty early, just because I remembered, you know, it's not very long cooldown. Sure, it might end up meaning that he runs away, but I don't want to lose the fight and the brawl because of that. But, I mean, it ended up... I still have 2 potions, yeah? I didn't use even a single potion, so it ended up being a pretty simple fight. So I could have maybe kept my cripple, actually. What other games you love? Good question, but also difficult question. I've played a lot of different competitive games throughout time. I do enjoy difficult games where I can get better, where I feel that I suck, and then I'm feeling like I'm getting better and better. I played some FPS games. I did when I was growing up. I didn't play any FPS games. Like some people play Counter-Strike. I almost never played it with my friends. Very, very rarely. So I kind of, I don't know. I got into that much later, but I do still enjoy some FPS games, yeah. But I also played like Dota for a long time. But right now, pretty much Albion. I played some Delta Force recently. But for me, it's coming and going, yeah. It's just like something new. Something interesting for a while, but probably not for a long time. Like, I also like Siege, one of my favorite games. I haven't played it like that much, but still like 1,500 hours or something. So it is pretty much, but it's not like gamer much. Yeah, I played Siege, and Siege was amazing. I loved Siege, but it's just like all FPS games for me. I can't really, get invested into it too much because it's just the cheater problem is just ridiculous. Yeah. And in Albion, yeah, there are cheaters, but first of all, it's not that obvious. Secondly, they don't disrupt me as much. Okay, I die to radar users occasionally, yeah, like a double-bladed, it's whatever. But in an FPS game, it just ruins the whole experience for me. I'm gonna start playing at some point non-Albion on stream also, like 1 day a week or something like that. So we'll probably play not like multiplayer games, but something like a story game. Game that you can feel you're getting better. Sounds like Dark Souls. Yeah, Dark Souls. The thing is, I didn't like playing it alone, but it is something. I played Dark Souls 3 for like an hour. I killed the first boss, and then I thought, oh, okay, this is an awesome game. But for some reason, I never got back to it. You know, I know it's a relatable experience for many people. Like your Steam is full of games that were actually kind of cool, but then for some reason you didn't play them. But I think Dark Souls is on the list of things because with the stream it's definitely going to be much more fun. One reason why I like multiplayer games is the feeling of playing with others. I don't know if this is like a more common thing. Probably is, yeah. But Dark Souls that doesn't give that, yeah. If you're playing alone. Do I do my? Okay, let's do my cripple strategy here and see what happens. I mean, if he wasn't like tier 6, it would not be... Okay, now he is tier 7. Don't really want to waste my cape for this, to be honest. If I continue the same way, I'm gonna have to cape, which kind of sucks. Understandable games like, yeah, Dark Souls can sometimes feel lonely. Exactly, Limon. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. That's probably why I didn't continue it as well, yeah. The kind of... And you know, there's some single-player games that don't feel lonely. Like, one of my favorite single-player games is Mass Effect, like, trilogy. I don't know. I don't know why. The story, the world, everything is just so amazing for me. That doesn't give me the lonely feeling. So it's not just that whether I'm playing alone or multiplayer. But yeah, Dark Souls definitely feels lonelier than, for example, Mass Effect. Okay. We will kill you. If he still wants to, we can go kill him. Oh, he's on the good... I mean, he's on the damage queue now. Or maybe he was already before. I need to boots on top of him. Oh, and of course another one on par with Mass Effect is Outer Wilds. I don't want to discuss that game because anyone who hasn't played it. It's a game where talking about it at all is like a small spoiler already, in my opinion. So I don't want to have a discussion about Outer Wilds, but if you haven't played it, I envy you for still being able to experience that. Yeah, I kind of forget it, but if I list like the single player games that I've played, like the best of the best of the best, it's probably like Mass Effect and Outer Wilds is probably under. It was great. Yeah, Outer Wilds, it's not even a game. It's like a... I don't even know. As I said, I don't want to have discussion. Yeah, it's like a spiritual experience. It's like if someone makes like if you want to make an argument that video games are like a medium for art or for creativity or for like, I don't know, defining the human experience or whatever, like you want to go deep with that and to say it's not just clicking things for dopamine, which obviously many gaming nights are just clicking things for dopamine, that's fine also. But if you want to make the argument that video games are like a higher form of art or whatever, I think Outer Wilds is one of the best games to include in that argument. Yeah. You have 1k more HP than that guy. Why would he take the fight? Because he's risking so much less than I am. And like it's a very good, like, it's one of the weapons, like one-handed fire, wildfire, dual swords. Those are good weapons specifically for the strategy that he's using. He's going in with a cheap low IP set, but he's actually pretty strong. And he can definitely, like, when he's being attacked, when I'm the one being aggressive, he can definitely, like, he has a chance to kill me, yeah? In this fight specifically, yeah, okay, if I was playing, like, for real, I have to change my boots and my W, yeah? But I kind of want to play Assassin Shoot Cripple today a bit more. So, you know, I'm experimenting. What happens if I Assassin Shoot Cripple against this fire stuff, yeah? But if you play this for real, I just change my sprint. I change to either Deflecting Spin or Impaler, and it should be a pretty easy fight. I might need to use my potion, though, unfortunately, but hey. And the reason I don't want to use my potion is because it also will put my cape on cooldown, yeah? And if there's an actual fight right now, if like a 6.3 rolls up and I want to fight him, I really need the cape. If you want a short game with amazing story, I highly recommend In Most. Let me take a note. Notes of games. It's actually I have actually on my phone some notes already of things to check out. So I put this on Notepad, but actually, you know, I will put it on my phone later. So who knows? You know, when people suggest stuff, it doesn't usually make me feel like, okay, let's take this fight properly. Okay, let's do this. Impaler is fine, and the what's it called? Deflect is also fine. You can see what happens with real spells now, yeah? I still have 2 potions. He will have 1 poison. The moment I have my E, I just run into him because he cannot firewall the... Like, I can E against his firewall, and then it's a question of what HP he will have when he cleric robes, you know? Okay, now he actually doesn't have firewall, so... Now I can just remove his cleric easily. So this is what happens when I... with real spells, you know? Luckily, I didn't have to use potions there. Nobody else rolled up. But I was curious to see what happens if I do my Assassin Shoes cripple tactic. Definitely not as good. And yeah, he was tier 6 overcharged. I'm tier 7 overcharged, right? I don't know what the specs are looking like. You can see the IP difference is pretty big. So... But if you want a low IP weapon, one-handed fire is not bad. If you want a weapon specifically to play low IP, you will die a lot, like in this situation. But he will die 8 times like this. But then one time he's going to get attacked by someone who's going to make a mistake, and he's going to get a kill against someone whose items cost like 10 or 20 times more, yeah? Essentially. So it kind of can make it worth it, yeah? That's at least the logic. But he has to be in a defensive position, so, you know, he needs to be the one being attacked. Like, he will never run into me and be aggressive onto me. Yeah? Those shoes only have 20 seconds CD on sprint? No, they... oh, the sprint? No, the sprint is the same cooldown as all the other shoes. All the shoes are the same cooldown. You will see that Refreshing Sprint shows a bit of a higher cooldown on the spell, because Refreshing Sprint, when you're activated, it lowers the cooldown of everything else, including itself, yeah? So the end result is that actually it has the same cooldown as all the other sprints, but it shows a bit higher because, you know, to offset the fact that it lowers its own cooldown as well. But this is a very low cooldown, the dash on Assassin Shoes. This was buffed a couple patches ago, this spell. It does damage, and it's a pretty good range dash with on a low cooldown. But obviously, you can only use it on a target, so you can only use it to get close to something. Either to get close to your enemy, or maybe get away if you're targeting a mob. Can the one-handed spear E through Firewall? No, it cannot. Which is why Firewall is very annoying, because you can very easily get your E cancelled. If you E and at the same time they Firewall, your E gets cancelled, you know, and it goes on cooldown and it's wasted. But it's a lower cooldown, but yeah. This is because Daybreaker E gives you CC immunity. Like this will also, like, if I E through my enemy's Fists of Avalon, as they're, you know, they're jumping on me, so they would knock me up. If I E at that moment, I don't get knocked up. You can even, I think you've even seen a fight like, definitely on videos I have some fights. I don't know if I've had that fight on stream yet. Fight like that, but against Polymorph, that's such a satisfying thing, to outplay your enemy Shapeshifter, especially Prowling, by E-ing their Polymorph. Because you can also use this, you know, they Polymorph you, there's a bit of a delay, you can E at the right moment and avoid getting Polymorphed, because that's also considered CC. Fucking Fire Staff. Yes, Magnus. Fucking shocking. Do you think Reflect would work well against him? Against the Fire Staff? Yeah, Reflect would be fine as well. I mean, Reflect relies on him making mistakes. If this was like if I was fighting a one-handed fire that is like 6-3, you know, or a considerably higher tier, I would expect them to be much more aggressive, and I would be more willing to use Deflecting Spin to try to take the fight more carefully from far. But here, for me being the aggressive one, you saw the sheer damage of Impalers is just like, I'm not worried too much about him hitting me. Sure, okay, he hits his full charge D. I have Inferno, I have my helmet shield, it's whatever. But if he was like playing a 6-3 light armor fire staff, I would be much more worried about his damage, and I would be much more willing to change to deflect. Man, I don't like this against Death Givers. I am going to give him my items, aren't I? Also in the camp. Okay, let's see if we can get him out of the camp. Definitely not a happy matchup if I do want to specifically stick to Assassin Shoes and Cripple. Because the Death Givers might not even need to ever use their boots, yeah? Like, other than getting close to me, but in this case... Oh, come on, where did he go? Did he? I think he finished the camp and left. There was a... In case you didn't see, there was a Death Givers here. Soldier Armor Death Givers. I didn't see the rest of the build, but I saw Soldier Armor Death Givers. I think it was 7.1 or 7.0. Did you also play Spear in Dark Souls 3? I didn't see that question before. No, I actually haven't, but I'm thinking, like, one of the games I'm thinking of streaming as a variety day. It's like, we'll see, maybe next week. I mean, soon, yeah? I also don't want to... Is that the Death Gears? It sounded like Death Gears. Oh, it's 6-3 overcharged. With Soldier Armor. Well, let's try. Ah, shit. 15 seconds. Let's try. I really want to try, but it's going to... My spells are very bad for this, unfortunately. Does he have a Purge? Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Do I Inferno this? I think I Inferno this, yeah. He's on dash. So he's going to 100% use his dash to dodge. Well, at least he cannot dodge my cripple, right? That's something. What? What happened to my E? Okay, now I'm just fucked. I don't know what happened to my E, honestly. What happened to my E? Okay, well. Yeah, but misclick is one thing, but also... Okay, I guess it worked. I guess I just misclicked it close to myself. But I feel like it didn't even go off. Maybe he was behind me, maybe that's why he didn't get hit. So maybe it was just a short-range misclick. Unfortunate. Not a very serious build. Even with... like, you can see, like, from his perspective, how easy. Like, normally, he pays for this, yeah? Normally, this is very good matchup for me. I even can change this, you know. He pays for doing what he did, you know, like slowly queuing up on mobs, choosing to play Q2. He pays for this because I'm gonna do damage to him as he's getting close and he has to get close. Here, zero fucks given because he can always just boots and get on top of me. Unfortunately. Yeah, I should change to proper spells. Let's do the same, but I'm gonna be more willing to actually play it the correct way. Until you know, not obsessing. Like against Death Givers, this is just insta ruin, unfortunately. But you know, that's why we're here, to learn this type of thing together. So yeah. So normally when he as he's walking towards me, you know, impalers. You've seen this many times. I can take advantage of my impalers and I can let's go for another cultist cult. And it's like, it's not so easy that he gets 2 stacks and he just boots it and it's a free damage, like free E damage for him. But him, I don't know if he always does this or he recognized the situation correctly. But in any case, in this, like you saw, he's using his boots and I can do nothing, yeah? I cannot use my boots to get away. Anyway. It's definitely one of those don't try this at home moments, but I'm not ready. Before we give Cripple a proper funeral, let's do a bit of this. Does actually make me want to play some proper Daybreaker. I was thinking another thing for today. I was thinking is to go back for higher tiers, to start 6-3 and then probably even go higher, because I've kind of been craving that mineral also. You know, that's an addictive thing to try. So I feel like a couple more fights where I'm just limiting myself and, you know, torturing myself for no reason, and then after that it's probably time to play proper Daybreaker for a while. We'll see though. I always struggle against Death Givers as a spear player. Well, if you've been here last couple of days, Kinjar, you would have seen a lot of like good fights, spear versus Death Givers. And on one-handed spear, you have to kite them. You 100% have to kite them. Honestly, on Daybreaker also. Like, this is not a serious thing. Yeah, this is just for me to test this out a little bit. It's not really a serious thing. I need to have sprint to maintain the spacing. You know, because here he has full control of the spacing. Yeah. You saw, he got 2 stacks from mobs. Okay, he wants to get close, he gets close, yeah? Unfortunately, that doesn't mean the fight is over. If I didn't, like, misclick my E there, the fight is not... It's not, like, lost just because I don't have boots. But it should be pretty difficult either way. I tried the changes you mentioned to my build and instantly got 2 kills. Cultist Skull, Assassin Jacket, and Smuggler Cape with heal pots. It is now. Thanks. Oh, nice. That was quick. That was really quick, Nerishir. I like that. This is a success story of... how long was it? Like less than an hour or an hour? Something like that. Nice. Yeah, Assassin Jacket is very good for Spear generally. Even if you play Mists, it's very good. But it is even better in open world because... it gives you 2 very distinct options. You can still use Inferno for 1v1 fights if you believe you are in a 1v1 fight. But in open world, the Invis is invaluable. Absolutely amazing to have that option. To kite out if you have to fight several players. To go Invis between fights. To heal your HP. There's so many usages for it. And also there's a lot of mercenary jackets, you know. So you can actually... if you don't have a purge, which one-handed spear doesn't have a built-in purge. You have an answer to that. Okay, one more try with this, with assassin boots, I mean, and then... Although, to be honest, I'm already feeling now to maybe go... Maybe, you know what, I will have... Actually, let's do this. I will have proper preset spells, but I'm gonna change to cripple if I see an opportunity to use it. To give it at least somewhat of a chance. I think that's better. I wonder if... You see, this is... It is kind of... I don't know if this can be done on purpose. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna kill the mob and then I'll do it, actually. You saw what just happened, yeah? I just cancelled my E somehow. I've never done this on purpose in a fight. But I'm curious. Let's see when my E gets ready. Like, there is something. There is some sort of... room. Okay, let's do proper Deathgiver's fight. TST rate overcharge. I haven't overcharged yet, but we can change this even. Both are fine against Deathgivers. Fighting in camp is a big disadvantage though. Oh, never mind. He's on Q1. Then fighting in camp is okay. He cannot purge me, but I can purge his jacket. He's gonna have boots before me, so he can also just fully reset now. But he doesn't have Q mobility, so he's kind of limited. And he's on throwing blades. Okay, now he might actually be dead. Unless he gets a lot of value from his strong blades, he might actually be dead. Okay. Pretty easy there because I create because he used boots to get close. He maybe, I don't know, I overcharged, so he kind of he should have understood that I'm trying to take the fight. He gave me a big advantage by using his boots just to get close. Which, you know, some Deathgivers will do that in order to use the fact that they have already stacked up, you know, like the guy before. That makes sense. But this guy kind of if he wants to play like that, I would suggest that he changes to Assassin Shoes. But here what happened is he ran... You saw, he used his boots to get close. I did damage. I hit my W and Q as he was getting close. Then I could E away, and now he was kind of sitting there okay, what now, yeah? Because now I have boots and he doesn't. So he gave me a big advantage from the start for kind of no reason. But he probably expected that I don't want to fight or something. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, Abby. I want the Abby. Yeah, playing Daybreaker the proper way definitely instantly feels better. But I mean, you can't decide it on one fight, but... Damn, I wish Cripple was more of a thing. I love the Cripple, the fact that you get rewarded. It's exactly what I love about Albion, yeah? I've said this many times, why I also like playing even Cloth Armor on Spear. The high risk, high reward is addictive. I want to be punished for my mistakes, and I want to be able to punish my enemies for their mistakes easier, yeah? I don't want this fight that everyone survives 50 times because everyone is playing plate armor, super mobility items or weapons, yeah? I don't like it as much. That's also why you don't see me playing that much high IP, and that's one of the reasons why. But anyway, This was kind of like... Cripple was always kind of also epitome of that playstyle, yeah? It's high risk, high reward. Because it's so easy with Cripple to... Like it used to be, yeah? It was easy to just end up in a fight where you essentially don't have a W, yeah? Like if you're fighting a sword, sure, you can always cripple. But if you're fighting someone, you can only cripple their boots. And they never use their boots, you're fighting without a W. And they haven't made a useful W. Whereas, if you do get one big cripple, the fight... I mean, I wouldn't say the fight is instantly won, but it was such a big advantage. So I love that feeling. I love this high risk, high reward for both sides. That means also that the enemy, like when you're fighting against... used to fight against cripple, also it had to be a consideration, yeah? It had to be a thing to constantly think about. Like, am I gonna give my enemy a cripple? Are they gonna cripple my boots? Do I actually want to bait out their cripple early? It was important. What does he have? Sleep on soldier boots. Is he full running or not? I expected him to fight, but I mean, I have red buff, he doesn't, so I think that's why he's not fighting. I should have changed to reflect against that, probably. I'm gonna drink potions just to not give him a free kill here. His boots kind of be ready similar to my time, I think. A little bit after my boots, probably. That sucks. By the way, remember we talked about CC immunity. That was risk. That was a big risk from both of us. Yeah, I mean, obviously his risk actually ended up making him dead, but also for me to go close to him there, that was a big risk as well. I don't know if you noticed that, but he went invisible for a moment. That was him using his cap. But since I used my E at that time, I'm CC immune. Well, just what we talked about earlier, you know, that it in sometimes the CC immunity from Daybreaker is critical against things like what's it called? Against polymorphs, for example, and here against sleep also it works. Yeah, that was well played, but also it was really risky. Like, I was risking a lot there. But the thing is, the reason I went next to him was because I want to finish the fight before his E is ready. I don't know how long it was. It was maybe just a couple seconds. If I wait for his E, he's gonna boots on top of me, and it's gonna be very difficult, yeah? Essentially, what, in my mind, what happens if I don't do this, if I don't go for the risk, what happens is his E is gonna be ready soon. He's gonna charge up his soldier boots. He's gonna run towards me with crazy soldier boot speed. And now the question is, can I purge it? Yes, he's running towards me. I E through him. If I miss, and because he has big speed, he can easily, you know, dodge it if he predicts it, or even sometimes reaction. If he dodges my E, I'm just dead. Yeah. So it's like I already saw what's gonna happen in this fight if I don't take this risk, and I like this risk more. And it ended up working out, but it was so close. Yeah, if he hits that sleep, I think I might just be dead. I don't know. I don't know if he has silence there, but it's gonna be very close. By the way, did I say thank you for following, Kinjar? If I didn't, then thank you for following. But if I did, then double thank you. Happy to have you. Two Deathgiver's fights feel so different for real. It's like different weapons. Yeah, but I mean, both the Daybreaker as well as one-handed spear, but Deathgivers are also a weapon that gives you a lot of flexibility. Now, some Deathgivers builds, yeah, like the one-shot cloth armor thing, you're not gonna change a lot, you know, you're gonna play the same way. But overall, the weapon itself, Deathgivers, has a lot of flexibility, you know? So the reason that you can see like Daybreaker versus Deathgivers or Spear versus Daybreakers, you can look at 5 fights and they all seem very different. It's because it's not just one weapon. Both weapons are very, very, very flexible in how they can approach the fight. And for Deathgivers, it usually means that choosing between your Q and W. And for Spear / Daybreaker, your playstyle will then depend on what kind of W and Q they have. Yeah, definitely feels good to be on Impaler again. Man, what have they done to you? Look how they butchered my boy, my dear Cripple. So yeah, as I was saying before, I really like Cripple because the high risk, high reward feeling, yeah. It doesn't instantly win you a fight, but it was so satisfying. And it gave your enemy, if you're fighting a spear, it gave a very clear like battle plan. You know, to just avoid getting crippled or play around cripple, yeah? Or either avoid getting crippled or bait out cripple early, so I don't have to worry about it later. Now it's much more simplistic. But whatever. The rice pilaf. Good name, good name. I love a good pilaf. The country where I'm from, pilaf is definitely reasonably popular. So the rice pilaf asked earlier in YouTube chat. I'm looking for a weapon tree that's good for solo and has some options for group play for PvP. Do you have any suggestions? Well, any solo weapon, you will find something in that tree, I think, that is also good for group play. The limitation is that some weapon trees don't have like a good solo option, maybe. Like, for example, maces. Maces are not good at solo at all right now. But everything else, just take any weapon that you like solo, and I'm sure we will find something that's useful. I don't know about quarterstaffs. That was the first thing I thought to mind. Like, quarterstaff is okay solo, but I don't know if this... Like, these are specific for group play, yeah? Like, yeah, you probably quarterstaff is kind of a limitation, yeah. You can't just play quarterstaff and know that you're gonna have a good option for a group. It depends on the group comp, but quarterstaffs are not, like, super popular, I think, for a group. But it's... But most weapons, yeah, just like tell me what you like, Rice Pilaf, or what you would like to play solo, and I'm sure we'll find usually something also that will work for your group. Spears is a good choice. Swords is a good choice. Gloves are okay, not the best for solo, but okay. I guess like yeah, spears and swords kind of stand out. What else is very very valuable in a group content, but also has like a strong solo option? Fire staffs, yeah, fire staffs. Are going to be valuable in a small group as well, just for damage. Crossbows, okay. There are some very good crossbows for solo, light crossbow and arclight blasters. And like crossbow is not terrible. It's not amazing for group, but it's also not terrible. It's decent. Yeah. Is light crossbow good for solo? Yeah. T snuts. Yes, it is. Light crossbow is very good for solo. Yeah. It is especially good for lower IP. But now with the addition of not the addition, but with the buffs to royal boots and demon boots, even at higher IP, light crossbow can work. But the problem is, yeah, against a lot of real meta weapons, you are going to be out-mobilitied. So you're going to rely, more than some other weapons, on light crossbow, you have to rely on your skill to bait in your enemy. And you're going to do that by losing HP, you know? So if you are lower HP, you can, some, like, best crossbow players, light crossbow players, even lose HP against mobs on purpose to start the fight from 50% and then win the fight anyway by using their defensives correctly. It's difficult, because baiting is one of the more difficult skills in all of Albion to learn, because it takes the most experience. You need to exactly understand different builds and how much damage and how risky you are, like what's the risk you're in. But it's something like crossbow teaches you. And for low IP, right crossbow is very very strong as well. It's just it's just more difficult. The reason light crossbow isn't dominating mists, I think, number one, it's just much more difficult to play. It's mechanically one of it's actually, you can't just press your spells. It's much more difficult to constantly count your passive, use your spells correctly, and you have to hit your Qs and Ws all the time. Is double-bladed still good? Double-bladed is not good for majority of playstyles. It only works if you're going super high IP, and your whole idea is to try to never die on your 8.3 set, and to try to get free kills, like as a rat, or like you find someone in an unfortunate situation. For actual PvP, where both people agree to fight, double-bladed is very, very bad. And for anything other than like very high IP, even like 6-3, like going for like 4-4-6-3, double-bladed sucks. Because, I mean, you might see like one of the clips also on the channel, you can see a tier 7 Daybreaker. One of the, I think it's... Anyway, if you watch the featured or popular clips under my channel, you will see the fight of tier 7 Daybreaker with overcharge against 8-3 double-bladed. And I mean, the fact that that can happen is... He has the kind of boots that I can always remove. But I need to be a bit careful. I need to dodge his root and or stun next time. Next time I use my boots. I have red buff, he doesn't. He's also like a tier and a half lower, yeah, so... Because of my IP difference, if I get close enough, I think I win this, but who knows. Let's see if he wants to come after me. I'm just gonna lose the stacks and then turn back into him. He's risking much, no, not much less, but he's risking like a bit less as well. Now he can boots for free, unfortunately. So I kind of need to keep him interested. I'm not gonna drink healing potions. I'm not expecting a giga big burst either, so if he doesn't boots now, I think I'm catching him. Come on, stop it, stop it, stop it. Yeah, he's bootsing now. Okay, so he can just go get away. Unfortunate. Maybe I could have swapped to Harpoon as well there. If he was on regular boots, I go after him there, yeah? I will eventually catch up, but on Royal Boots, and this is a good example, like this sort of build, like a year ago, was not viable. Like the build he's playing, it was very, very niche. But Royal Boots included a lot more interesting builds into PvP. Like without Royal Boots, he would be like a sitting duck kind of in a lot of situations. And the other one is Demon Boots, which gives this sort of includes more people into, or more builds into PvP. He might be going for a red buff and then trying to come and fight me again. We'll see though. You almost killed double bladed, he was 8-3 and you 6-1 and still it was close. I mean, I actually legit killed the double 8-3 double bladed. The clip I was referring to, that's not almost, that's an actual kill. I had tier 7 Daybreaker overcharged and tier 8 jacket. I don't remember which way, anyway, doesn't matter. Leather jacket, yeah? And the 8.3 double bladed died to me. But I mean, part of that is also obviously, no, I have a bit more experience with that matchup, and also Daybreaker is a good weapon. It's a very good weapon for that matchup. Actually, you know what? Let's do this and see what happens. Doesn't seem terrible. At some point, he might be interested to come after me also. Maybe not. We will see. Okay, he's actually bootsing now. Nice. Wait, did he actually E himself there or what? Nah, Impaler felt better. He's not... I don't know if this is because of plate armor or what, but he's not doing enough damage for me to feel good about reflecting it. So yeah, and of course there's also countless of situations where the double-bladed, the 8.3 double-bladed just ran away also, you know. That's fucking weird. I could change to Impaler and still take the fight, but I am gonna be risking a lot for a tier 7. And fuck that, I don't feel like running after him for 2 more minutes. But yeah, interesting. Against, maybe that's the plate armor. Like, Deflect definitely didn't feel as good as last time I fought the Shadow Caller. It was like an easy win, but I think the plate armor is the biggest thing. So he's not taking that much damage. But yeah, so anyway, like this build, like he's fighting, would be hopeless without Royal Boots. But with Royal Boots, you can see like he can actually match up. Daybreaker being a pretty meta build, he can actually match up with Daybreaker. Okay. I didn't see what kind of boots he had on the bolt casters. I don't know if he has... oh, he doesn't have solid boots. Okay, okay. Nah, I'm not gonna... Fuck this guy. This was like a 4.1 or something. The other guy has much juice here. And we have a bow here as well. He's on auto fire, so now I can also go deflect. It's good against auto fire, but it depends on whether he's going to be able to cancel his auto fires or not. Since he overcharged, I don't have to be as aggressive. because now he's more likely to want to take this fight. He's still mounted up, but since he overcharged, it's more likely that he will decide to try. Someone there is fighting. This guy just... Yeah, this guy just looted a bunch of stuff, no? What did he loot? Oh, he actually looted a bunch of tier 7 stuff. Oh, man, maybe I should have actually went after... I decided not to attack the 4.1 guy, but... What are you doing? Mr. Dash, let's see if he wants to fight. I wish I had Impaler here, but... Without Impaler, I don't have the... Let's do this. With this, he can potentially win the brawl, but who knows. No. No. Okie dokie. Just found Dante's corpse in Mist, and Aln was there too. Oh, how much did you get, Trollo? Or was it just empty corpses? Or did they trade and you got all the money? Because that must have been a lot. If Dante died in Mist, then probably he died with a lot. I saw him playing Corrupted or something. Empty. Oh no. Okay. I'm guessing that if Dante died with Mist, then it was like a 100 million type of a lot. But then again, he's also been, I think, exploring some lower IP sets occasionally. But I think Alan was the guy that was one of the very active players who's still playing Flamewalker, right? The light armor Flamewalker that I fought, and it was hopeless. I mean, he did have a couple of tiers advantage, but anyway, it felt completely hopeless, that fight. For open world PvP, chest, etc., what's your top 3 weapons? Sidirak, I think, for your soloing open world, doing chests and camps and being kind of ready for some PvP, I would go Battle Bracers, Quarterstaff, One-Handed Spear, I think are the best 3 options. If I had to add another one, I would probably include some sort of bow, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure the bows are at that level yet. Thanks for following, Anacron. Now spears have only one W. Well, no, you still use Harpoon a lot and Deflect occasionally. Yeah, you see me, I'm trying to branch out and find more ways to use Deflect. But it is definitely, like... It definitely does feel a bit simplified. Because the most, as I said, high reward, high risk, high reward W was, well, essentially removed, yeah. So... And Impaler is a much simpler one. You just click and hit, yeah? There isn't too much strategy about Impalers. Yes, there is the big thing is that you have to wait for your enemy, for their dashes and stuff sometimes, to make sure you hit their Impaler, yeah? So you don't accidentally miss while they're using their mobility, yeah? But other than that, the Impaler doesn't come with too much strategy, yeah? Longbow. Nah, longbow is not that serious. For low IP, it's okay, yeah. It's not bad. It's not terrible. But it's not that serious. If you want to solo roam the like the 3 I mentioned, like Battle Bracers, One-Handed Spear, and Quarterstaff, like you cannot even compare longbow even like remotely to that. I think if you go solo roaming, but it is viable tier somewhere, yeah. In open world longbow, good PvE and PvP, you play will always fight, yo. I mean, maybe you know what? Maybe like you have more experience of people's psychology and how they react to longbow, and because of that you've had success with it. But things like Badon or Sky Strider will have a much better chance of fighting against a group while whittling down and potentially killing somebody, while still being like alive in a 1v7 situation, yeah? Longbow, I feel like it's... maybe right that psychologically more people attack you because you don't seem very strong. But when you run into someone who has some experience, longbow... You're probably cooked. They will cancel your E, even if you get a chance to cast it properly. What is your opinion on Bloodletter? It's fun, but it's very, very difficult to actually play Bloodletter like as a proper weapon, not just as a mobility tool, you know, to try to use Stalker Jacket and mobility. That sort of playstyle is almost dead, you know. That sort of playstyle only works with very big IP advantages. Just like Double Bladed. If like I'm running full tier 7 right now, yeah? If an 8.3 Bloodletter rolls up right now with Stalker Jacket and mobility like focus, I'm gonna fight him and I'll have a chance, yeah? Oftentimes I will still die, but remember what he's gonna risk at 8.3 and what I'm risking at tier 7, yeah? I'll have a chance. That's how strong the weapon is, or essentially how weak it is. But if you're really good, you can make Bloodletter work as a weapon also, like as a proper weapon, yeah? But it's gonna be much more difficult. You have to be very good at dodging spells, patiently winning the fight slowly by dodging enough of enemies' impalers, their E's, their W's, whatever you can dodge. You'll have to be much more brawl heavy. Speaking of Bloodletter, this fight, I feel like I have an advantage here. Okay, especially without him having cooldown reduction weapon. Like, he's risking 11 mil, and I'm risking what? 800k? I have an advantage. That's how good Bloodletter is. Catching warbows with harpoon is like the best feeling in the game. Yeah. All bows. Like harpoon in general. Harpoon is now is also like a high risk, high reward spell, but it receives enough buffs when it's actually relevant, and it is like that does give me also the satisfaction playing a harpoon matchup. If you miss a harpoon, you feel pretty bad, you know? It actually matters because you went close enough to the enemy, now they're just doing damage from 15 meters or whatever. But if you hit a harpoon, it's a big deal in those matchups. Fishy said, I feel like I want to play a Froststaff right now. Do you know any good build for tier 6 solo mist? If you go tier 6 and if you're not particularly like you're not drawn to a specific type of Froststaff, I think Chill Hull is the strongest and most fun, to be completely honest with you. And I would just play Chill Hull if I had to play if I was forced to play Froststaff for a day. I have played Froststaffs, of course, also on stream. I would go Chill Hull first. But if you're not inclined to do anything, I would get you started with some Great Frost action, because Great Frost is a kind of interesting, tricky one. Because you're not full kiting, you know? You can also brawl quite a bit. And you can surprise people, like, you can create big surprises for your enemies, because they expect you to be a Froststaff who's just kiting, but then you just stand your ground and actually brawl. Arctic Staff is even more fun. Yeah! I feel that. I played a bit of Arctic also, Yaria, and I felt like it's not exactly my playstyle. I don't like taking the whole fight from across the screen from my enemy. Even though I do a lot of kiting with Spear now, because I believe you have to kite on one-handed Spear more and more than before. But Arctic Staff was really... I liked it. It was fun. I can see the fun in it. And it was satisfying to get some kills, you know, with the... where I was essentially just defending myself and staying 22 meters away and just eating my enemy. But it's not exactly my playstyle. Okay, let's go next mist. I don't think the blood... I mean, with the Bloodletter, one of the things with this sort of Bloodletter, like he was 7-3, I'm tier 7 overcharge. Either he knows the matchup. If a Bloodletter is very experienced against me, either he's going to change Inferno, Rose Snapper, and even either Chain Slash or Sunder Armor. Now, like a Bloodletter player with thousands of hours of experience is either going to look at me and see like it's not worth it. It's not worth it for them to risk 11 mil for my 800k set in a matchup which is at the best 50-50 for them. Or if they want to, you know, they just want to kill me, they will definitely make a lot of adjustments. This Bloodletter, I feel like, was probably a newer player. You know, he didn't even have full spec in his weapon. And I think one thing that turned him off is the confidence I showed, yeah? He saw how confident I am, so he thought, better not try this, yeah? And that's a very common problem I have, which is that I make it too obvious that I want to fight. I'm learning to be better at it, and learning to play like I'm scared, but it doesn't always work out well. Because, I don't want him to walk away because he thinks I'm not fighting. So I kind of want to make sure that he knows I want the fight. But then that also scares him away sometimes. It costs a lot, but Blood Moon feels very good in open world. I did a lot of 1v2, 1v3. If you have the money, it's great. Interesting. Did not even think about that. Blood Moon feels like much trickier and more difficult. Like if someone is not super experienced, I definitely would not suggest Blood Moon. But later on, it's maybe possible. Yeah, I am not fully aware of Blood Moon's power. Your aura too strong. Yeah, I mean the thing is like I have an advantage against the Bloodletter, but I don't think it's not a fight where he is risking to die so clearly. Yeah, when I'm on Impaler, it's not that easy for me to catch him. So, And I can easily make like miss my E. Okay, actually, if I miss one E, I still probably win. But I can make some mistakes and he can win, yeah, so... He has a chance. But as I said, like, risking 11 mil for that such a situation against 800k doesn't make sense for him. If I was him, I wouldn't take that fight unless I have Snapper and I am thirsty for some PvP, yeah? But if you haven't had a fight in like an hour or like half an hour or something, it sometimes feels like whatever, you know? I'll just take this fight against a lower IP budget player. But if he's not in a situation like that, then in his shoes, I also probably wouldn't take the fight, because no point. It's the same as me not fighting like a low IP Wildfire, yeah? No point risking my 800k for his super budget set. Because even if I win, and in this case even if Bloodletter starts winning, there can also be someone else who shows up, and anyone who shows up will always go try to kill him, and not me there. Hey dude, I took a break and came back somewhat. Is carving still viable? Lars, viable? Yes. Good? Not really, no. It's like B tier viable. If you've played a lot of carving before, and you already have the muscle memory and you like it, play it. But be ready to adapt. And the biggest adaptation you need to make if you play carving now is to accept that splitting slash sucks. And there are very few matchups, like very, very kite heavy enemies. Yes, you take splitting slash against bows, against frosts, but maybe one-handed spear sometimes, but not really. You have to be very careful with that. It's much better to just focus on brawling, but carving overall is viable but not very good. Those who were here, was it last stream that I killed the 8.3 carving in Abbey? I think that was also a pretty good example of it. Do I still have the kill, actually? Maybe I scrolled too far. Yeah, this kill. This was a pretty good example of carving not being super strong also. Yeah, there was a lot of mistakes from his part, and obviously from me as well. And I had some advantages in this fight, yeah? Like, I had 2 healing potions, he had cape, yeah? I had red buff also, by the way, he didn't. So, it's possible, like... If he had... I need to double overcharge last... I can't overcharge. Oh, there we go. Double overcharge then. So yeah, like, if he had a better build... Even with the advantages I had, I'm still tier 8 and he's 8.3, you know. So yes, the fight it's not just the fight doesn't just showcase the fact that carving sucks. There's also other things in my favor in that fight, but definitely if he was playing Deathgivers there, even with all the advantages I've had, if the same fight happened against Deathgivers, it would not be like, it would be difficult. I would have some chance of winning, but he would definitely like give me much more of a run for my money, and quite likely still be able to win at 8.3 Deathgivers, even without red buff. As an example, because Deathgivers is definitely an S tier weapon right now for solo PvP. Is Mercenary Hood good for one-handed spear? Yeah, it's okay. It's still good, yeah, but I like to use the shield a lot, especially until the next patch where when it's going to get a bit nerfed. Right now, definitely just use this. It is a very, very strong spell. So I choose my helmet like for a secondary spell, yeah? It's no longer my priority. Like, I have Cultist Skull because when I have Cultist Skull, I know I have this backup option, but my number one go-to is still the shield. The same would be with Duskweaver helmet. The same would be with Mercenary Hood. Mercenary Hood is absolutely still, especially now that Spear has to kite more, Mercenary Hood very much viable for Spear, but you can use a lot of helmets and have a same result. Thanks for following, Madoc. We need weapon tier list in Mist, please. Yeah, kind of working on it in my head. Yeah, we can also do it on stream together, sort of. But yeah, the thing is, there have been enough relevant changes. Like for a while, there have been enough relevant changes for Mists where it feels like, you know, there's a patch like the Flamewalker patch. I don't want to make a tier list just as the patch dropped. I want to see how much of a nerf it actually is, you know, to test it out. But now we're already talking about the next patch, and so yeah. But we need to focus on tier list. Yeah, it is one of the things on my list. I'm really struggling. I actually asked ChatGPT for help, and it gave me such good like advice, you know, with how to get back into making videos, you know, because they're like. Is it now 2 months? This 2 months I'm streaming, I have not uploaded videos. I do have some clips from stream, obviously, to share. That would be fun. But the quality I feel like will not be exactly the same right away, which makes sense, you know. But it kind of in my head, it's a bit, you know, many of us I think can relate. I hope many of you also can relate that. It's like there's a bit of like this perfectionism, yeah. And it's stupid to not do something because you know that it could be better. But yeah, but I've been struggling with that a bit, and I actually asked ChatGPT, and it gave me like some actually like useful advice of how to think about making videos while streaming. You know, I was surprised. Because, you know, if you were here for the stream where we asked ChatGPT to give me builds to play solo PvP, it was very unhinged and crazy. But yeah, so there's a bunch of clips. If you haven't been here, if you have not watched the stream every single day I'm live, there's a bunch of interesting clips also to put into videos. Like that double-bladed kill. I think 3 times I've killed 8-3 on stream, I think. Yeah, I think 3 times. And all of them were like tier 7, or like I'm playing usually tier 7 or tier 8, as you know. So yeah, one time was 8.3 spear, one time was an 8.3 double-bladed, and now with the 8.3 carving yesterday. Yeah, let's go use the overcharge. Sag, I really like the weapon playstyle. Wait, Lars, you were talking about carving. Yeah, I really like the weapon playstyle, but I was kind of losing pure brawls after coming back with equal IP. If you are still playing splitting slash, you're gonna lose brawls, Lars. You're gonna lose brawls to other swords, death givers 100%, spears, you know, battle axes, all kinds of brawlers. Splitting slash good to catch people. But have you tried with because carving also lost, like it was directly nerfed also, just the E just does less damage. But play carving with Blade Cyclone, yeah? And start the fight by Eing into your enemy, then Q, then W. And see like if you get more successful. Carving is still viable. It's definitely not like it's not in a bad place, but it's also a nice kind of moment of respite, you know, for everyone, because carving was just the most obvious king of solo PvP for such a long time. Like it was stronger and simpler than anything else for like a year and a half, if not more. So it's kind of nice to, honestly, I think most people don't actually miss carving, even people who play carving. I think it's kind of nice to have more variety of things. Especially now that Flamewalker is not the super duper S+ tier weapon like it was before the last patch. Because then it felt a bit like, you know, we just have a new carving. Like if you just want to win, just play Flamewalker, yeah? Because carving used to be like that. If everyone was playing carving, it was just easy way to be successful. What is the hardest matchup for spear? Currently, from weapons that are like regularly played in mists, from one-handed spear, the matchup I would be afraid of the most is Arclight Blasters, I feel like. Flamewalker, it seems like a disadvantaged matchup to me. Like it seems like Flamewalker has an advantage, but it's not crazy, right? It's not like the terrible matchup. I would take the Flamewalker fight. Arclight Blasters is the one where I feel like one-handed spear against Arclight Blasters, you just... From the weapons that are actually like popularly played, I feel like it's very, 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 very difficult, yeah. Like you can do some sort of cute spinning, deflecting spin outplays, but even that is probably not going to be enough to win that. Other than that, nothing that really scares me too much, I think. Sky Strider is kind of... I haven't understood that matchup yet. Even though I have fought Sky Strider many times, I haven't fully understood it yet. There's a chance that Sky Strider is also pretty good. I mean, it's definitely good, yeah, but there's a chance that it's also a matchup that is very difficult for Spear, but I'm not sure. You need the Reflect when they go up. Yeah, but the problem is, if you have Reflect when they go up, then they will just kill you from range, right? Because that means you don't have Harpoon. Like, if they are just shooting their 18-meter Qs, you use boots to get close, they use boots to keep the distance. You use E to get close, they use their W to jump away. If they mess up, they go invis, yeah? If you don't have Harpoon, they will kind of... They're liable to just kill you without even using their E, just from far, yeah? That's why. Otherwise, yeah, you're right, Big Bad Owl. The Reflect would destroy Sky Strider, or like at least would be very, very, very strong. If you could use it. Is 6.1 healing potion worth it? Yes. I mean, depending on how expensive the rest of your set is, but for tier 7 I would go 6.1. For tier 8 I would go 6.2 usually, depending on... What's it like? I think it's worth it, yeah. It's is it plus 2%? Yeah, again, comparing to tier 6 healing potion, it's plus 2% HP per potion. Yeah, I'm using 2 potions per fight because of Smuggler's Cape if it's an actual like important fight. So I get 4% more HP, which currently on Snapper and tier 7 overcharged, it's gonna be what? 140 HP I get extra from upgrading that tier potion, no? I like it. Seems like it's worth it to me. To be honest, Mist feels kind of dead right now. Very bad loot, almost no player, and even less who want to fight. Today a bit less active, but most of my stream days I feel like I've been having a lot of fun fights. Maybe I am, you know, maybe it's like, you know, time flies when you're having fun, and since we have something to discuss, talk about, you know, when I'm streaming, it's much simpler to enjoy Mists. I don't notice the downtimes as much. This also, like yesterday, was it not yesterday, but when I last streamed, like Eckworth was asking about my like experience like soloing depths, and one of the things I point out from my experience with the depths is that there isn't actually more downtime than you have in Mists, but it feels to me a bit like it feels like a bigger burden because in depths the downtime is predictable. You know, okay, I cleared a couple of rooms, everything is empty. Now I just have to wait for 10 minutes until the first level is over. Yeah. In reality, in Mists, there's usually a bit more downtime currently, depending on the time of the day, yeah? But it doesn't feel that bad, because right now I'm running around, and I'm constantly, like, something can happen, yeah? Someone's gonna be on my screen. Oh, maybe that's a fight, you know? Maybe it's a free kill. Maybe it's like a potential 8.3 attacking me, you know? There's constantly, like, adventures in the air. But if you actually, like, analyze, if you look like 10 of my latest VODs when I play Mist, and you analyze how much of the time is spent waiting for a fight and how much is spent fighting, it's probably like less intense maybe even than depths, for example. But it feels good to me still. I like the unpredictability of the Mist. And I mean, honestly, Corrupted Dungeons were also very fun. I might return there as well. The problem with Corrupted Dungeons is it was very limited in terms of players. I had to constantly fight the same guys. And those are guys who play only Corrupted Dungeons and the best build, so it was it's fun every now and again, and I liked to be challenged that way. But I don't know, I maybe win like one fight out of, I don't know, out of 7 against them. So it's essentially, and against some of the builds I have no chance of winning, and some I have like a small chance of winning. So it's essentially me throwing money away for the sake of getting the experience of Corrupted Dungeons, which is okay. I like doing it, but it's a bit less attractive long term. Unless I really focus on becoming one of the best, yeah? At that sort of playstyle. I learned a lot about how people use Corrupted Dungeons, how they use bats, they use fire, they use those crystals that you break. So I definitely learned a lot about it also. You said battle bracers are good. Yes, battle bracers are very good for solo because you have enough damage. I mean, you can PvE if you need, but you have enough damage to take fights. But you are also very, very slippery, yeah? It's very difficult to catch you. You can... It's one of the best weapons to take like a 1v2, 1v3 fight. You do your big combo, then you use your invis, your triple kick, your Q mobility, even knockback on helmet. Use it to keep kiting and then wait for your next big burst. Very good. Can you give me the whole build for Blackstone? Fiend Cowl, Assassin Jacket, any sort of energetic sprint, and Undead Cape if you go tier 7 or higher. Or Smuggler's Cape if you'd rather have a better 1v1 fight, but just die more, because with Smuggler's Cape, in open world, it's very good for 1v1 fights, but in open world, you're gonna die occasionally because you don't have Undead Cape. What's your opinion on Soldier Armor? I feel like in theory it's super good, but sometimes it's hard to get value from it. That's a pretty good opinion, Scro. I think that you put it pretty well. It is super strong in theory. Like, if you just calculate how much damage potential it gives you, it is super good. But it's not very difficult to play around. And it does become the focal point of the fight for many fights. Like, if I'm playing Daybreaker against someone who has Soldier Armor, I am 100% gonna consider it and think about it and make sure I have something. Either I can just purge it, or I have some way to kite it out, yeah? It's a bit like the weakness of Soldier Armor is the same weakness as Druid Robe, you know? You're kind of telegraphing your intentions, yeah? You click your armor not as a reactionary defensive, like most, like Inferno Shields or so on, yeah? Like at a good moment. but you click it as in like to tell your enemy. When you click soldier armor, you're telling your enemy, like putting a note on your forehead. I'm about to come get you. I'm about to come do some damage. You know? So it's a bit unfortunate that then the enemy will very often just think like, okay, well, fuck it. I'm just gonna wait for a couple seconds and not hit you and kite you around. Or I'm gonna purge it if I have a purge. I'm gonna go invest to counter your soldier, yeah? Now, some builds will not have a perfect counter for soldier, and you will still get value from it, but yeah, but it's a bit predictable. But on theory, like if there was a more reliable way to get your soldier armor consistently, you know, pumped up, it does seem like it could be super duper strong. But of course, you do less damage outside of your soldier armor because you're wearing plate. Man, I got in so many chests. This was a bit of an unhappy abbey, to be honest. Maybe a red buff here. Soldier armor, a lot of fun in arena. I always played soldier armor in arena. When I played Heron Spear or Daybreaker, I always played, because in arena, people will not purge it, and obviously, I mean, you're not the focal point of the whole. Even if enemy has a purge, their number one priority will not be purging that guy, that one guy in front line, no? Sometimes they will, but not always. And plus, most people don't even have a purge in arena. There's better things to have, yeah? And since there's many people hitting you, it's very easy to get it full stacked. So yeah, arena, I loved it also. Mist Color or Torch, which is better, and what is your priority in passive of the build? Currently, I have the Brawling passive, so the Balanced Mind on everything. Well, everything that can have it. But he doesn't have a Sleeping Helmet here. Please don't proc my buff. Please don't proc my buff. Okay, nice. Is there something here that's worth taking? Okay, I guess. Your 5 items are... Yeah, I don't like picking up things less than 10k. Then I... Like, the effort of selling and thinking about them later is not worth it. Oh, goodness. So for passives, for one-handed, I think Torch is probably best for both spears, one-handed spear and Daybreaker, but Mistcaller is close second for spear. For one-handed spear, what I've discovered this week is how much more, not bad, how much more kite heavy you have to play to be successful in one-handed spear right now, comparing to what it used to be. And in line of this discovery, to be more kite heavy, cooldown reduction is a big priority. So on one-handed spear, I would be much more likely, and I would probably right now, like if I had the same build, I would change to cooldown reduction passives. And I would be much more willing to change to Mistcaller, because my playstyle would be to throw Impalers from far and avoid too much brawling. Or at least I need a lot more of an advantage. Now on Daybreaker I have the option to avoid brawling against very strong brawlers, but on average I am much happier to brawl, yeah? Like I can outplay Deathgivers in a brawl on Daybreaker, yeah? Depending on their Q, unless they're using Thunder Armor. If they're using Q2, I can outplay them in a brawl, like using my Inferno correctly, using my helmet correctly, purging their stacks or whatever, stuff like that, yeah? So, some fights against Deathgivers I can win without kiting at all. On one-handed spear, I don't feel like that's an option. And because of that, I'm much more happy to lean into cooldown reduction to kite more, which means Mistcaller is better for one-handed spear. Hope that makes sense. But Torch remains very good for both, so if you don't want to overanalyze, if you're not like trying to, you know, for scientific reasons, trying different things, then just go Torch and you don't have to worry about it too much. I need to overcharge again, right? Oh, I actually have 10 OC energy. Everything else, I need one food as well. 13 minutes. Actually, wait, maybe I don't need to overcharge right away. 13 minutes is not enough for an Abbey, but it's enough to get a fight if we go fast. Okay, I'll buy the food later. How is the loot in Corrupted? I think the loot was better, yeah? In average, I make around 300k silver per cycle. Get a kill and finish. Oh, you actually finish dungeons. I'm not sure if finishing dungeons is good for loot. I mean, it's okay, right? It's risk-free extra silver. But from what I understood and from my experience when I played Corrupted, the big buff to Corrupted dungeon loot was the buff they made to demon loot, which is the loot that you get from the system, from the game, but you get it when you kill a player, yeah? If you kill a player in Corrupted, you get their items, you know, if it's full Corrupted dungeon, but you also get extra items from the demon. And that extra items from the demon part, that was buffed, I feel like, considerably enough where it feels kind of okay. The higher infamy you go, you match with top ranked players on their alts. I have 250, 300 infamy. I was now a match with 270 infamy guy. Guy with billions of fame. Yeah, I don't know about matchmaking. I thought matchmaking worked when I was learning Corrupted, but you know, maybe that is matchmaking at its, like, as you said, also 200, 300k. Because I was also hovering between like 200 and 300k, and I thought, okay, well, if I'm like 200, 300k, I'm probably gonna get like other people who are kind of new. Yeah, it's not that much. But I did end up going against some of the best players, like six times out of 7 at some point. It started off well, but then I started getting like the top players over and over again. So I decided, you know, it's probably not worth. I'm mostly just giving them money. There were a couple fights, like I did kill a couple of good players, but it was like maybe 2 kills out of I don't know how many. I don't think he's gonna fight with that setup, but his helmet is good though, so he might. Is he on Snapper? He's on Snapper, yo. He needs to change to Inferno, and then he's probably taking the fight, but we'll see. Okay, I guess not. Okay, he does want to fight. Is he changing to Inferno? If he doesn't change to Inferno, I just brawl him and that's it. He's gonna dash and E, and then I might be close to dying, but we'll see. Maybe I should have eat his first jacket, actually. Nice. I should have eat his first jacket, but it's weird that he didn't change to Inferno, actually. This is what I was talking about. You have to be, like, okay, I missed my Impaler, my own. He actually didn't do anything for me to miss it. But you have to be, like, you have to go brawl heavy, on your dagger, and you have to, like in this case, I missed the Impaler myself, but normally he would have to use his spell too. But I mean, it's not a bad matchup. I should have eat his first. He didn't have his W ready. He wasn't even trying to outplay my Purge. I should have eat his first Stalker jacket, I think, instead of Infernoing, and then keep my Inferno for when I'm 40% HP. It is 8.1 overcharged. I'm tier 7, so there are two tiers difference. And unfortunately, this is really good against Spear. So, if he wasn't using, Cultist Skull, even with 2 tiers difference, it's not a bad matchup. It's a good matchup for me. But Cultist Skull, if you have a Cultist Skull against Spear, change to that also, to this spell. It's good against Brawlers, but it's very good against Spear when they're on top of you. Okay, maybe it's more than 2 tiers. Maybe I'm underestimating the full spec of the guy also, but I'm not sure. Don't know. I would kind of like to have that fight again. Well, maybe we'll find them again. I think more of the same though. Yeah, definitely a Daybreaker day. The question is what tier Daybreaker, and whether I am changing from Cultist Skull for Duskweaver helmet. What do I have? What sort of Daybreakers do I have? I have a 6-3 Daybreaker. I have a tier 8. Let's go. Okay, let's go tier 8 Daybreaker next. Let's keep slowly upgrading through the tiers. We can go a better tier Assassin jacket. Like this. And I kind of like the cooldown reduction boots still. Oh wait, this is not a Daybreaker. Yeah, what am I saying? I do want to play Daybreaker. Okay, let's go just full 6-3 then. Then I will also use just Jacket of Tenacity like this. And we're going to take a Torch. 6-3 Torch. Probably Duskweaver though. Then, because at higher IP I have to catch a lot more people. And I will still have the option to just change it if I don't need it, I think. Funny enough, you can make any weapon work in Corrupted Dungeon, says Murilo. Just run from healers and you're okay. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, they made the bats better, you know. Don't forget that if your strategy to making any weapon work is running around for a while, you're gonna run into problems with bats actually being relevant. Let's get 8 potions like this. I think Geek Pots are still decent. Actually, right. Yeah. I think I think the biggest thing is I kind of I did not believe enough in our difference. I understand now that, you know, he has 2 tiers because he's also overcharged, and he has full spec, so it's even more than 2 tiers. But I think it's close. Even with this tiers, it's kind of close. I probably need to E for against his Stalker. The reason I don't E at the beginning is because I want to be able to catch him, because I'm expecting to win the brawl. But because of the IP difference and his cultist call, I don't win the brawl. And in this situation, I need the E for damage. So this was like, I think it was tactical, like, you know, yeah, I missed one impaler randomly, but that can happen. Yeah, this is more like a tactical loss of me not predicting correctly that I'm gonna need my E just for damage. Because he started also with dash and E, I can very easily E pretty early just to do the damage, and then start working from there. And with 6-3, I'm gonna of course take overcharge, but I'm not going to just overcharge from the beginning, you know. Oh, I actually had the siphoned energy with me, so I lost that as well. I bet many players with billions of total fame with low infamy, they play like shit. So yeah. I mean, yeah, total fame, it doesn't, I mean, total fame is not about your PvP, right? And even PvP fame is not about your PvP, you know? Like, there's no indicator, there's no actually, like, rank in Albion. There's no indicator of your skill. Like, infamy is kind of close to it. The system is not ideal because you lose. You can lose a couple fights. Maybe you try a different build just to have fun, and then you lose a lot of infamy, you know? Or, like what happened to me at not the beginning, but at some point on EU server, way before I started streaming, I just tried some corrupted dungeons, and I won one fight against like one of the top corrupted players that time, yeah? It was like, it happened, yeah? It was like a decent matchup. We were both playing Spear, I think. It was like Spear versus Spear, or Daybreaker versus Spear or something. Anyway, it was like, okay, it was random fight. Yeah, I'm good enough to occasionally win that fight, but it doesn't mean that I have like, I'm very good at corrupted dungeons or anything. But because he had so much infamy, my infamy like jumped up like crazy from that one kill. So there are problems with infamy, but overall infamy is like a decent way to maybe measure some part of skill, and there isn't like any other way. You can't base your understanding on total fame for sure, for like PvP fame, nothing like that really. Let's see if there's something else I missed. That 100 spear wants to go out so bad. Oh, what was that about? 100 spear. Wait. Sad how 100 spear going from versatile weapon to only viable in open world somehow. Yeah, it's still viable. You just need to kite more. That's what I discovered, Ilyas, this last couple of days playing spear. Is how much more kite heavy I have to be. Let's go. We are 6-3 now. So raising the stakes. I'm still using assassin shoes, but I'm not going to change to... Actually, can I go full cooldown reduction here also? Is that okay? 15% cooldown rate. Doesn't seem terrible, to be honest. And if I did this, I'm going to 11%. Okay, let's balance between the two. Let's do this cooldown reduction and this balanced mind. So I'll have 13%. Seems kind of good. So yeah, so my experience is that 100 spear is not going out of fashion. It's still very, very good also for 1v1 fights, but it's just the fights are more difficult because you need to kite more, and kiting is more difficult than just brawling, yeah? Always. Have you full spec on all spear? I have 100 spec on all spear, yeah. Like this. But I'm not 120. 120 only 100 spear. I have 115 in Daybreaker. I could also actually, now that I'm playing a lot of Jacket of Tenacity, let's see. No reason maybe not to. The thing is, some people will not want to fight me if I do this, yeah? Like, some people will see me as a scarier opponent, but I think we can do this. Especially if I'm playing higher tier, it matters less. So now I also have a little bit of star here. Let's re-equip it for good measure. Is Heron still recommended? Shadi, I don't think it was ever really recommended for solo PvP. It was a fun, it's fun build that you can make work and you can enjoy a lot, but it's not like a serious meta tier contender by any means, because you don't have any mobility on your E. So you are automatically very much disadvantaged in most matchups. And in the matchups where you, like, if you do hit your E is a bit not that easy to hit, but if you do hit your E, the reward you get for it is decent, but it's not like amazing. It's not like Brawler Gloves, where you're completely gutting your own mobility, but if you do get to your full combo off, you are killing like very, very valuable targets. But Heron is good for small scale, it's good for arena, and for solo PP, I also played it on stream. For solo PP, Heron is very fun. Definitely play it if you enjoy it, but don't go too high IP, because you are gonna get like a lot of, like, for example, if I fight against Heron now, yeah? If I mess up, I am probably getting away. If he messes up, Heron is not getting away. And it's not that difficult for Heron to miss his E, yeah? Like, I can, like, let's say we are fighting from this distance, like 15 meters from here. If I E to him, I can miss my E. If he E's to me, he can miss his E, yeah? In that sense, we are in the same boat. But my E has so many more uses. And I can also use my E to disengage. I can use it to purge, yeah? There's so many things I can do. His E is predictable, you know? He's just gonna throw it to do his damage combo. He cannot really use it to catch me. He can sometimes use it to kite away from me, you know, to stun me and then walk away, that's it. So Heron is difficult, but it's fun. And it's like, maybe like a C tier option. If you go like S tier, then A, B. Maybe Heron is like C tier or D tier in reality for solo PvP. For group, it is one of the best spears for a small group. Zamori said, "Oof, Infinity Sword seems much fun for a new player. You can't afford it. It's sad. It's not good right now. Infinity is not received. It was like S plus tier for a while. Then it received big nerfs, and it's not that good. So you're not missing that much right now, Zamori. But of course, I mean, fun is more important than, you know, playing the most OP weapon. But I'm just saying that there, like, by the time you have, or the other way around, by the time Infinity Blade returns to be a good, strong option for solo PvP, it's likely by that time you will have enough money to play it and enjoy it fully. And I hope it's clear, like, obviously, on stream, a big part of the discussions we have about solo PvP or PvP in general is what's strong right now, what kind of weapons, what kind of builds, you know, what is meta. It's a fun discussion to have, and it's something, you know, I've spent a lot of time talking about this, yeah, and I also try to find out by looking what other people are playing, what is popular, and so on. But I hope it's clear and goes kind of without saying that doesn't mean that this is some sort of, you know, like you have to choose a good weapon, you know, to have fun or to enjoy your life in Albion. Sometimes it's the opposite, you know. Like sometimes the fact that you chose a weapon which is not popular is gonna be like, it's gonna triple, like you're gonna die a bit more because it's a weaker weapon for a reason, but the kills you do get are gonna be like triple the fun, triple the rewarding feeling, yeah. So I just hope it's clear, yeah, that we're having all these discussions because it's nice to talk about this, and a lot of people will have questions, and I appreciate you being here and asking questions. That's why one of the reasons why I like to stream, yeah, to have this sort of conversation. But I just hope it's clear that, you know, you can also see me, like right now I'm playing Daybreaker, which is one of the S tier weapons in my opinion, or at least it's very high A tier, yeah. It might not be like the S tier full-on meta, but it is just the next step out of that, yeah. It's definitely meta, and it's like if you were to put like top 5 solo weapons for mists, I think Daybreaker would make that list, you know, the top 5 list, yeah. But I often also play like some weird, like you've seen me maybe play like Grove Keeper, and I was having crazy amounts of fun with Grove Keeper. Same with Heron Spear, like a weird Arcane Staff build. There's a lot of builds which the fun you have, for some reason, it's even higher. Maybe it's just the feeling that, you know what, I'm not a meta slave, you know, like I'm playing something different. Maybe it's that, I don't know, but so if you're listening to stream thinking like what to choose to play, I hope you also think about this. Like, unless you need success right now today, if you have any sort of longer time horizon, like you want to enjoy Albion over the course of the next weeks, months, or maybe even longer, if it's like that, then consider what you find fun more than you consider the like whether it's OP or not. I don't have the buff, so I kind of need to be careful here. I would like to take this fight. If he let me reset and I could get the buff, it would be much better. I don't think he will. With those boots, he can also always catch up, unfortunately. This is sad. This is the kind of fight. Like, I had time to change my helmet. If I find red buff, fight you later. Oh, he says, oh, he drank a potion. Never mind. Oh, never mind. He says reset and he drank a potion. Okay, never mind. Then it's fine, because I have 2 potions now, and he actually went. Okay, let's go. This is a fight I want to learn this. from my experience, Flamewalker has an advantage, but after the nerf, the advantage is not ridiculous. He has to be careful with his E, and I mean, the problem is he's gonna probably out-brawl me anyway. That is the sad part. But, and then I cannot get away because he's gonna have royal boots, right? So I cannot, if I leave the fight, that's it. I wonder what happens if I change to assassin shoes, actually. Maybe this is assassin shoes fight? Yo. Not cripple, but assassin shoes. Now we need to... I need to find also stacks. Red buff is important, but I need to also find stacks. Because stacks are important. He only had 3, I think, was it? So anyway, it's not like he's ahead of me, but I do need to have at least the same amount of stacks as he does. He drank a potion. That guy wants to fight. That's awesome. Like, this is a gamer, right? This is not a guy just running around attacking stuff. This guy wants an actual proper PvP fight. Because he sorted them out. You saw, like, he sacrificed his cape, yeah? Now, he's running around. He might run into, like, high-tier death givers or something. He doesn't have his cape. So, he was really interested in fighting me. And I'm definitely gonna give him the fight if I can find a red buff for the chest, which I already saw there's one here. Hey Vic, do you have plans to still make YouTube videos? Yes, bro, it does very much. It is... Whenever I'm not occupied with something, like playing a game, talking to someone, you know, doing something like work-related, whenever my mind is idle, one of the first kind of impulsive thoughts that comes to me is me feeling a little bit bad about not making YouTube videos right now. And I'm trying to solve this, to understand how I can turn... streams into good videos. And I think one of the biggest reasons is the sort of perfectionism, which often, you know, stands in the way of getting things done in my life, and I think it's relatable for a lot of us. So yeah, I'm trying to get over that, knowing that, yeah, obviously the videos are not going to be exactly the same as like what I did before, but you know, it's a learning, it's a work in progress, and it's a learning curve, just like with Albion PvP. When he wasted his E and purged to chase, couldn't you turn? He didn't waste his E, Scroke. He hit his E on me. If he misses his E, yeah, it's even without red buff, I think it's a decent time to just turn, because he has 40-second cooldown when he misses E. That's the big change. But when he hits his E, it's pretty much the same cooldown as before. Maybe reflect on your W. I think it's viable, but I would prefer to have Impaler. Reflect can be outplayed a bit, and the thing is, like I will be able to react to his E with my reflect only when he comes from far, and I can reflect his Ws, which is not terrible. But other than that, it's just like if we fight from 10-meter range and I have reflect, it's my job to get close, and he's just gonna do damage and he's gonna hit his Qs. With Impaler, while I'm getting close to him, or while we are standing a bit further away, I feel much stronger. I think both are kind of fine, but I prefer Impaler. Also, if I do go on the aggressive and I start just full brawling him, I also feel like Impaler would be better. Now, one thing that I feel might be interesting is what if he changes his helmet also to the shield. By the way, I'm going to change mine. Okay, I'm ready to fight him. 11 stacks red. The chest is almost ready. Never mind, I thought he didn't hit me. Yeah. I was ready. Like, if he uses his E and he doesn't hit me, I was also kind of ready to turn around, yeah. Yeah, understood, because I'm new, so I check which makes the best gains on a budget, so that limits a bit. Yeah, Xamori, that's a very good attitude to have, yeah? To consider your budget also when choosing a weapon. Like, sometimes that's why in my videos also I have differentiated between low IP meta and high IP meta, or middle tier meta at least, because some weapons might in theory be really good, but they're not that good for low IP. Specifically because for low IP strategy, you need to accept death. Parts of your strategy, you need to fight and play in a way where you embrace death more than high IP players. Rather than trying to reset, you need to make yourself into a porcupine and just make yourself into a very good brawler so that when you get attacked, you have the spikes, yeah? But that playstyle means that you're gonna die a lot. You don't have the mobility to be safe. And because of that, some weapons that are good for high IP are not that good at low IP. Because, you know, you have to die a lot, and if you die a lot and every time your weapon alone costs more than your, like, other builds would cost the whole build, that's a big disadvantage. Quarterstaff makes me not that happy. There seems Battle Braces better because, yeah, Battle Braces do... Battle Braces is one of the few weapons that I would suggest to a beginner that potentially can rely on mobility. Generally, good beginner weapons are more brawl-heavy weapons and simpler in a way where you don't have to consider spacing of the fight too much. You just try to use your spells correctly as a beginner. Battle Braces is the only weapon that does actually use spacing a lot in fights, which I would still recommend to a beginner. I think Carving, Blade, Dual Swords, and Battle Braces are in my mind. Which is the better choice? Choose what you like out of those. Don't go for Carving. Carving right now is not that strong anymore, and it's just more expensive. Yeah, Dual Swords are, especially for low IP, Dual Swords are just better and cheaper. So choose Dual Swords or Battle Bracers. Could potentially do 5 breakdowns, not as high effort as your normal videos, but yeah, Proditus, that's gonna happen. But one interesting thing is that we have also, yeah, you're 100% right, and it's going to bring more people to the stream. 100%. There's a lot of potential there. A lot of people might not even know that I'm streaming, or, you know, even though I am now streaming on YouTube also since last week. So, for example, this stream also is on YouTube, yeah. But one of the things is we often break down fights on stream as well. So a lot of the fight breakdowns will not be YouTube me breaking down the Twitch me, but it will be just me showing what happened on stream. Like, you've seen this many times, I think, already, if you've been here more than once. When there's an actually intense fight, whether I die or win, oftentimes after the fight, we watch the recording together right away to kind of get a sense of what happened, what I did wrong or what I did well, what the enemy did wrong to lose or what I did wrong to lose. Imperium Basis, thank you for following. Hopefully the guy is still here. I'm guessing he's desperately looking for a buff. Man, my red buff is actually just 2 minutes. I came here way too early. That's not ideal, but that means I need to find and fight him pretty quick, actually. But, I mean, I'm looking to take a very brawl-heavy fight, so... Thanks a lot for input, and for dual blades, the armor setup would be a Mercenary Jacket at the beginning. It's one of the weapons that you can actually use Mercenary Jacket very, very well. Because you hit very fast, especially after your E, but also with your stacks, and you have the W. If you Mercenary Jacket plus W, you will also have, like, instantly proc your full Mercenary Jacket. Okay, it doesn't look like he found a red buff. Or he just found another guy. Okay. Man, he's hitting well right now. That was a nice hit from him. My red buff, I need to get into the fight before my red buff is over there. Okay. I hope that was a good fight for him also. I really didn't, like, I hope I didn't cheese him into, like, a fight. Big respect for him to letting me go, letting both of us get red buff plus 2 stacks. I mean, red buff plus 2 potions, and then fighting. Nice, GG, yeah, that was what I was expecting from this fight, a little bit. I had the big advantage of changing my jacket, though. And I had to dodge some Qs, but he did also a good job hitting Qs, honestly. And I'm kind of, I don't think he was ready for me, or I don't know what exactly, why he didn't change his boots. In this matchup, I would expect, the fact that he's keeping these boots means that he thinks he's gonna full-on out-brawl me. Which I don't expect from this matchup that much. By the way, the much bigger IP difference than I thought. I had how many stacks did I have? I had 11 and he had 7, yeah? So 4 stacks advantage. But IP difference over 200 I did not see. I mean, okay, part of it is cape, of course. Man, I really hope that he feels satisfied despite losing. That's big respect that he let me, you know, he let me reset, he let me go for the stacks. We met again and we fought. Very, very, very nice. Do I still have second potion? No, I don't. I've drank both, right? Yeah. If he was on other boots, I would, I mean, I'm still using the same spells, but if he was on other boots, I would have some trouble sticking to him like that if I want to. Didn't expect that you would outbrawl him. Well, one of the big reasons why I was outbrawling him is because I have my helmet on the shield, which is kind of easy to use, right? Okay, I might have even used it randomly, but I can pretty much shield his W, for example. Yo, it's not that difficult for me to get max value from shield. And I had this. After I changed to Jacket of Tenacity special, by the way, many people ask, like, when do you change to Jacket of Tenacity? When you know that the enemy is going to purge your Inferno anyway. So you saw, he purged my Jacket right away with some stacks at the beginning. Very sad. But my my Jacket is ready again pretty fast after that. And he had tools as well. Wait. I'm putting too much stuff in this. Okay, this is all today's loot, but I need to take things that don't belong here, like soup and something else. Oh, this also. Okay, whatever. Not that important. Let's put this for supplies for future. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the IP advantage is still there, so it's still like, I hope it's still a happy, fair fight for him. And I didn't overcharge. That would have been a bit of an asshole thing to do if I gave him the illusion that we're gonna fight, but then I overcharge and go for other advantages. Nice! We got a good kill. Did I save it? Let's see. That's a clippable moment. I need to remind you. Go and clip things. Because the thing is, very often, a very nice, like, fights that we could clip are just too long, yeah? Like, even the clip from the double-bladed kill, yeah, it's nice to see, but it's just the last minute out of 3 or 4 minutes, yeah? Here, this fight was so quick that kind of makes for a nice clip. And thanks for following. Drama's bringer. Are you bringing the dramas to this, to our Sunday today? And he was also playing Not Awakened 6-3, yeah? So essentially, we are the same. So okay, his specs are full, so that's what the advantage is from IP. And here it's 340, so it's like 60 average IP just from Cape, right? So if you deduct this by 60, he's actually 1690, 1680. So there's still 100, there's still 2 tiers difference, but it doesn't seem right. Just from my boots being lower tier and maybe having less specs than him, I don't know. Would Assassin Jacket also work, but then lag or on sustain or what? Zamori, I think your autocorrect is getting the better of you. Try to explain what you mean. Soldier boots, Fiend Cowl, and the Merc Jacket for dual blades. Yes, for if you're going like your very first build for dual swords, then you can also just use a defensive on your head, because Fiend Cowl will be more expensive and a bit more difficult to use correctly, but it's also going to be stronger. So I suggest definitely going for Fiend Cowl as fast as you can, but if you are very, very new, you can take a simpler helmet, which was going to be like Guardian Helmet or something, just to have a simple defensive, you know. Would Assassin Jacket also work? Yeah. Oh, so for that, yeah. For dual swords, Assassin Jacket would work, yeah. It's good synergy with Mercenary. Mercenary Jacket, on usually is a bit, like, the spell itself, if you can reliably proc the whole Mercenary Jacket, I think it's better than Inferno in terms of how much it gives you an advantage, usually. But most weapons cannot reliably proc Mercenary Jacket, plus it's gonna be purged and it has a much longer cooldown, well, decently longer cooldown than Inferno, yeah? So that's why Mercenary is not good on most weapons. But dual swords, you actually can take advantage of Mercenary Jacket pretty well, because you have very high attack speed and you have Blade Cyclone. You can Mercenary, then Blade Cyclone, and you're gonna get a lot of value from it right away. It's getting a bit boring to get destroyed by people with 1600 IP in Mist, to be honest. That's inevitable part of the game, you know. That's going to remain like this. Albion is not built on skill-based or experience-based matchmaking. You go out and you fight everyone. You fight people who have thousands of hours of experience. I mean, you don't have to fight them, but you know, you're in the same content as them. You are together with people who have billions upon billions of silver, so they don't care how much they are losing. It's inevitable. And it's kind of like, there are benefits to that, Yezel, which is that unlike if you come from like League or Dota, you can clearly see the downside, yeah? Like, you don't have this fair playground to play against other beginners and then other intermediates and so on to get better. That sucks, you know? Because like you can play, if you forget Smurfs for a moment, yeah? You can play League or Dota and you're gonna mostly have decently balanced games against people who are similar skill, and you can get better. Here you can't. However, League or Dota, the progression you have over time is much less satisfying because you don't have, like, your progression is inside your head, yeah? I mean, in League you unlock champions, that's it. In Dota you have nothing, only your MMR, which often doesn't even go up. So your only progression, satisfaction you get from games like League or Dota, is that, yo, I actually am better than before. But in Albion, because you have this MMORPG setup, the positive side of being constantly murdered by more experienced, richer players is that you are constantly progressing towards that as well, and you can enjoy the progression a little bit when you get there. Yeah, so you can also get to that level. Yeah, you can get to the point where you can also easily play like 6-3, 8-3 without worrying too much, and fight against better players yourself as well. I mean, I can see both sides of it, but I'm not trying to say this to convince you that no, it's not frustrating. Of course it is, you know, there's no doubt it sucks. It sucks major donkey balls when you're a beginner to constantly be in a situation where you feel there's nothing you can do, yeah? So that's why not a lot of people, like, Albion has a lot of people who try the game out and not a lot of people who stay long term, yeah? Because the learning curve and the kind of frustration you have to go through is annoying for a while. And yeah, and those who stick around for like thousands of hours are those who really like the mechanics, and for whom it's motivating to see, like, you know what, one day I can be that guy that is gonna go and fight the 8.3s with my 8.3 and not worry about it, yeah. But you can also make like a game out of it, to be honest. Like, yeah, some weapons are not good at low IP, but, you know, there's players like Ugburg, for example. It's a good example. I know a lot of other players like that. It's very common for people who have thousands of... I think Ugburg has thousands of hours, I'm guessing, I'm not sure, but I know some people who legit have like 3,000 hours, so even more than me, who've played the game for so long, and after trying everything in Albion and enjoying different types of builds, PvP and stuff, the thing that they kind of fall back on as their most enjoyable way of playing is specifically going low IP budget options and outplaying and getting those big kills. Like, that's the only thing that brings them joy, yeah? So you can kind of make a satisfying game out of that, out of the fact that you have a disadvantage. And to some extent, that's also what, like, if you see me streaming and playing these fights, I also, to some extent, enjoy that a lot. Like, feeling that I won 1 out of 3 fights, where in every fight I was really in a bad spot and disadvantaged. Amazing, yeah? As opposed to, like, feeling like I'm winning like 55% of like equal tier fights, yeah? Which is likely gonna happen if it was all just equal tier, more or less similarly skilled players. The best ones, like in League or Dota, the best ones would win like, I don't know, 56% of fights, yeah? I hope some of this makes sense, yeah? Sup Victor, sup Vesco, what's up? Yeah, I kind of understand that most people want to kill me and not fight me. That is a big difference. That is a good way of putting it, Yezel. Man, I like that wording, actually. I mean, it's not like revolutionary, but it is a good way to express the playstyle where you are constantly looking for advantages, yeah? And constantly looking to not risk your items, but get like free money here and there. Like double-bladeds and stuff, and like some people... Like, you can play that with almost any weapon, like, in that way. That is a good way to present it, yeah? People who want to kill and not fight, yeah? I agree with that sentiment. And it's still frustrating. Like, I played over 2,500 hours, and I'm still frustrated by double-bladeds who don't risk their items. Unfortunately. Still happens. There are always problems. But I'm very happy that I feel that, you know, like, because of money, because of some of the experience, I feel that I can play. Like, if I want to play 6-3, 7-3, 8-3, I can enjoy that part of the game. If it was just fully matchmaking, skill-based matchmaking, it would be like Corrupted Dungeons, you know? Everyone would just play the most optimized builds. It would not actually be full loot. Even if it is full loot, it's not like for a lot of money, so... Talking about LoL and Dota, I would love that the LoL MMORPG would be PvP oriented and full loot like Albion, but it probably won't. Nah, there's zero chance that it will be. I mean, I'm not a League of Legends player. Yeah, I used to be a Dota player for a long time, and my connection, like, I played League for a little bit, but not enough to really know much about it. But obviously, like, every League player knows what Dota is like, and every Dota player kind of knows what League is like. Yeah, I think there's zero chance. Seeing how it's Riot, right, that makes League. Yeah, like seeing their approach to making games I'm 100% sure that they will go for like to try to get as many people as possible, yeah, to make a like a if they ever make an MMO. I thought that the LoL MMORPG project was cut. I don't know if it's still alive. You probably know more than me. You can inform me on that. But even if like if it's happening, I feel like just like with League of Valorant, they're gonna focus on making a good game, 100%. You know, they're not just trying to get like it's not a cash grab, 100%. They're gonna focus on making a good game, but to make a game that is as widely attractive to as wide an audience as possible, which instantly says full loot PvP is not possible. Yeah. Now having some full loot game mode within a regular MMORPG very much can satisfy like the hardcore players. Yeah. Like there's still like 20 people who actually play. I'm joking, but there's like some population of PvP players also in old school RuneScape, yeah? The game is not about full loot PvP, but the full loot PvP exists within it for some people to enjoy that niche content, yeah? So something like that in a game, yeah. But the game built on full loot PvP, I feel like Albion is a bit unique right now, yeah? I mean, Eve is still alive, and I don't know, I really don't know how Mortal Online is doing, I haven't heard. Or Ultima Online. I don't know how good those games are doing, but I feel like Albion has taken like most of the people who would be interested in that. And there's not that like there's a lot of people to play with. I feel like the community is very big for me to have fun and enjoy, but in the grand scheme of gaming, Albion community is probably tiny, teeny beeny tiny, you know, itsy bitsy, because already MMORPGs are a small part of community, and then go full loot is even smaller. I get it that those players work for it to be bullies, but it sucks to be on the receiving end. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Of course sucks. And I'd be lying if I would say that I have not been also frustrated. And I have also had days when I feel like, fuck this game. Like, fuck the game that allows these double-bladeds to constantly run after me everywhere and not even let me take a fight, yeah? I've had those days as well. Not recently, but my first period of playing Albion. Very relatable experience, yeah? Because at this point, like right now, if I go tier 7 and I get attacked by 8.4, 8.3, I have no chance. First of all, the tier 7 loss is nothing, yeah, in terms of money, it doesn't matter. But secondly, I know exactly what the situation was, and it's not that difficult for me to understand. Okay, yeah, well, I risk a little bit, and if a high mobility player comes, that can happen and stuff like that. But as a beginner, you don't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. You don't even understand, like, what is the point, yeah? If you get killed by 8.3 twice in a row, there's no obvious lesson, like, oh, this is what I did wrong. Yeah, sometimes that's... Did you play Mortal? No, I did not. Marcy, no. I come more from a competitive game background. So Dota, some FPS games, stuff like that I've played more. Not from an MMORPG background. The only MMORPG I have, like, seriously played, like, seriously, is old school RuneScape. And, I mean, as I've said many times, that will forever remain part of my heart, because it was also one of the first games I played in general, when I was like, I don't know, 15 or something, whatever. But other than that, MMORPGs... Okay, a New World I played a bit, but it wasn't that serious. It was just to enjoy the launch of a new game together. The charm of Albion is the danger feeling every time you head out on Black Zone. Yeah, that adds to it, man. I'm so happy. Some gatherers have told me, when I made a video about how many people actually... that full loot is not just a minority, yeah? Because like Mogden was trying to say like it's 7% who actually play. You know, I made a video saying that that's essentially bullshit, yeah. I don't know how many people exactly. By the way, now we have a better understanding, because Ahaha, who was here also before, like the streamer Ahaha, his full name is Because Ahaha, who made the Killboard 1, he actually started tracking kills, yeah? So we kind of know how many people exactly actually engaged in PvP today, yesterday, so on. But anyway, when I made that video, I got messages, I don't know how many, between 5 and 10 messages from people saying that they are, which is like a lot considering this, like YouTube comments, you know, we're not talking about hundreds of comments, yeah, usually, for the same topic at least. So I got quite a few messages from people who said that they don't actively participate in PvP right now. Maybe not anymore, maybe not at all, doesn't matter. They're gathering, doing other stuff, but they love the fact that they're doing it in a full loot zone. Like they say that like why they gather in Albion and not in old school RuneScape is because it's like interactive, yeah? It's like interactive in the sense that you have to be constantly ready, potentially you have to run away, you have to have your spells set, stuff like that, yeah? I know it's not everybody's experience. Some people are frustrated to get ganked, of course. But I love the fact that it's such a positive outlook, you know? As the person being ganked, not even trying to kill someone, still some people were saying like, I love the fact that I can have fun gathering in this game, and the fun comes from the risk and danger. Not much communication on the LoL MMO, but pretty sure it's still development. Oh, okay, okay. I don't know why. I thought at some point they said like they decided it's too ambitious, but maybe it was like somebody, you know, somebody making like hypothetical or something like that. Maybe they said something and, you know, it was like hearsay. I'm not sure, but I think they said the release would be around 2030. Okay, okay. I have no doubt. Seeing like Riot Games' track record, I have no doubt it's going to be an amazing game. If they make it, and obviously if they build upon League of Legends lore and characters, it's gonna be a very popular game. Why are you wearing 8-tier shoes? Other doesn't matter. I had these in my bank. It lowers my IP a little bit, so I'm more attractive for the enemy to attack, and the difference I get from higher tier shoes is negligible. Like it's not that big. Yeah, look at this. I get 400 HP. That's pretty much the only thing. Everything else would be the same. Yeah. This spell would be exactly the same no matter what tier I go. This is exactly the same. Only max HP and energy would scale a little bit. These are... Let's look at this. As shoes. So these are the ones I'm wearing. 5'3". 400 HP, yeah? 4'3". I mean 6'3", 450 HP, yeah? So I would... I mean, I'm... Okay, negligible is the wrong word. But I'm losing 50 HP... and I mean, for the sake of, you know, I spend less money, doesn't really matter, but I already had these, so why not? And I am a tiny bit less scary, so my enemies are more likely to take a fight. So, boots, especially not... Rejuvenating sprint scales a bit better, because you actually heal yourself more. But boots in general don't scale amazingly, so it's not always worth to buy higher tier boots at all. I'm Black Zone Gatherer, got my wood gathering to tier 8 today. Nice, congrats. I hope you are, Yezel, also enjoying some of the excitement. Just like with any other content, if you're constantly getting killed, it sucks. But I feel like gathering in Albion is still more interesting than a lot of other gathering, because you can't, like, you're not just hitting a rock for 200 hours in the same place, but it's much more dynamic, and you have to account for people trying to kill you. Since I started watching you, I feel like trying more fights rather than running. That is already such a happy beginning of the message, Lisotti. Happy to hear that. One few fights with less IP than opponent and it feels great. Even if I lose, I feel like I'm learning. That is the essence of my existence in Albion. Exactly. Very, very happy to hear that message. And it is, whether you're trying to learn or trying to have just more fun, it's a good thing. For everyone else also to try. I have been surprised, and you know, after all this time, I'm still surprised sometimes what happens if I just decide, you know what, fuck it. I just don't give myself an out, yeah? I just force myself to take the fight sometimes. I'm still sometimes surprised of how much stronger I am than I thought. Even if I lose, I don't lose by that much as I thought. Like, indecision, 100% makes you weaker in a fight, yeah, in a PvP situation. 100%. If you are pressing spells worse, if you are still kind of leaving the door open to potentially not take the fight, if you're not sure if you want to take it, if you're kind of running away. So not only does it feel good to commit, but it also does actually make you more successful also, and you might win some fights that otherwise yesterday's you would have lost. The adrenaline when you're getting ganked or looting a chest while everyone is fighting is probably what yeah, man, that is the adrenaline. Yeah. Especially for a while at the beginning. Yeah, man, that's why this sort of full loot game, that's why extraction shooters are a thing at all, like Tarkov and Hunt Showdown and Delta Force. That's why they're a thing, yeah, because the adrenaline from high stakes, yeah, it's a special feeling. That's also one thing about depths that even though I really love playing it, one thing that I've already started missing a little bit was a bit more adrenaline. But yeah, I'm still running around a lot in mists, but when the fight does happen, like when this fight happens, the fact that I know we are playing for items and potentially something in the bag, it gives me a lot more excitement for this fight. Syram said, "Hi Vic, love your videos, wanted advice on Shapeshifter." Okay, I'm not sure how much of an expert I am on Shapeshifter, but happy that you love my videos. I like the tree and its versatility. Okay, I'm scared of Black Zone, joined a few days ago. Alright. He says, bro, There's a 6-4 gatherer. Okay, so I think we probably need to deal with him first, and then... I can't... I mean, I can change helmet and kill gatherer, but... He has the best possible spells against me. I'm tier 8 and I'm not overcharged right now, so this Death Givers is a threat. This is not just a low IP dude. This Death Givers is a very serious threat. With that build he has, he can put a lot of pressure, and if I make a mistake, I will die pretty quickly. Okay, but you have to be more specific, Siren. What sort of advice are you looking for? First of all, shapeshifters are not good for beginners because they're too expensive, but if you found something you like, play it, you know? Having fun is more important than anything else at the end of the day, because it will also progress you in the game faster. But if you really want to get good at some parts of the game, sooner or later you have to accept death, yeah? You have to accept that you're gonna lose your items. And for that strategy, having getting used to shapeshifters at the beginning is a bit bad, because a lot of weapons, pretty much all shapeshifters I think, at least the good ones, are just more expensive, yeah? Like if you play something like a battle axe, spear, dual swords, whatever, you can embrace death much easier because it's whatever, yeah? You lose like a 100k set, you can go again. Shapeshifter will cost much more. That doesn't mean you shouldn't play them, but just keep this in mind, yeah? But if there's something more specific that you wanted, like some advice, then shoot, I'm here for it. I think One-Hand Spear and Cultist Cultist Skull, yeah, are better than Daybreaker and Duskweaver helmet, isn't it? Yeah, can't compare like that. Jim. You can't say that One-Handed Spear with that specific helmet is better than... Overall, Daybreaker is, for 1v1 fights, it's stronger usually. There are most 1v1 matchups, Daybreaker is better than One-Handed Spear, unfortunately, right now. Spear is still viable, but it's a bit better for like weird cluster fights when there's a lot of people, like 1v2, 1v3 fights, and stuff like that. So yeah, that is also like I would never subscribe to that sort of logic. Like this weapon with this helmet is better than that helmet with this weapon. There's too many moving pieces already. Like for example, in a 1v1 fight, Daybreaker has enough of an advantage over the One-Handed Spear if they fight each other. Even though Cultist Skull is really good also for against spears. Daybreaker will just change helmet to the first spell, like I'm using right now, and win the fight against One-Handed Spear usually. I was fighting Bloodletter who was 300 IP more, and he ran after losing Brawl. That's the first step. You can't expect to kill all the 8.3s or whatever overgeared players right away. The first step is to defend yourself well enough where they run away. That's very, very good. Very good, Lizotti. I'm happy to hear that. But I hope you see also that now you have your next lesson kind of in front of you on the table, yeah? Because like this will happen a couple more times to you for sure. I think I have some friends who played a lot who still like are angry that Bloodletters run away from them. Yeah, it happens, yeah. But your next step is to try to find ways to bait them in next time. So essentially win the brawl by a little bit less, for example, or make it seem to them like they have a chance to win. Like using your potions when you get to 40% HP, keeping some spells to catch them, stuff like that, yeah? So that's like the... It depends on exactly which build, but Spear and Daybreaker both are good enough usually to win a fight against Bloodletter where the Bloodletter actually dies. But it depends on the player, on the tier. Like I died earlier to a Bloodletter just today, so you know. Against a good player you might not be able to overcome like 2.5 tiers advantage, unfortunately. Or, at the very least, you might not be able to bait as well, because if they have a big IP advantage, then you know, you have to use your spells. That was actually probably my biggest mistake in that fight where I died. The tier 7 versus 6-3 Bloodletter. Probably my biggest mistake was holding on to my spells too much, expecting that I need to bait him, where in reality he was such high IP, and with Roast Snapper he was able to just brawl me a little bit better than I thought. But it depends on which weapon. I was using Quarterstaff, okay. I feel like I used my healing pot too early. That's a good... Like, if you can note that yourself, you are already coaching yourself. That's very nice. And that is one thing, yeah. Against Bloodletter, usually, you want... Like, it depends on... If they are 3 tiers higher, you cannot really go under 40% HP very well. But usually, you want to drink your potion when you're reaching 40%. To mess with their calculation of when they can E. Because they are going to try to E. And good Bloodletters might even try to E when... Not just for the kill... But to get the low cooldown, you know, to first E for damage and then kill you with their second E. So when you're reaching kind of 40% HP is a good time to start to drink potion. I guess Bloodletter. Yeah, the tree is expensive, so I wanted to see how Prowling fares against other builds. I will play Bags of Mist. What tier should my build be if I want to fight confidently? Okay, Siram, two answers. First of all, Prowling right now is not in a good place, unfortunately. It used to be very strong, but it has received enough nerfs where it's very difficult right now to play Prowling in 1v1 fights. So don't expect like you have an advantage going into most fights. It's going to be more difficult for you. The second thing is, if you're asking what tier you should play, 4.1 is already enough to have fun, learn PvP, and also make some silver. Actually, it's not that difficult to make silver on low tier because you don't lose a lot. So your decision on what tier you actually go as a newish player, it should depend on your economy more than anything else. Your number one decision about tier, you need to decide how much money can you risk right now while still feeling comfortable. Yeah. So even if, like, I could tell you, like, if you want to make money in Mists, I am confident the best tier to make money is tier 7. Like, across all different skill levels and players and whatever. If you average it out, different strategies, weapons. If you average everything out, tier 7 is the best money-making tier for solo content. And actually for duo Mists as well. But that doesn't mean that you should, you know, collect money as a beginner to buy a tier 7 set and then go lose it in 5 minutes. Your decision needs to be informed by what your bank account is looking like in Albion. Like, how much can you afford to lose without worrying about it? I've been trying to play some Bloodlet and feel like there's no point in Stalker and I should just stick to Inferno. Yep, I agree, Sushi, yeah. That's pretty much it, yeah. Like, Inferno is almost always better than Stalker, if in equal IP fights. The Stalker can only come in handy where your enemy doesn't have anything against it, yeah? But it's very rarely. Like, if your equal tier enemy just gonna use their Inferno, they have the same cooldown as your Stalker jacket now after the nerf. So, it's not gonna give you an advantage. You better have an Inferno, yeah? But, of course, when you are... If you have a lot of cooldown reduction, it can be okay. And if you are chasing down much weaker... lower IP players, then Stalker Jacket just gives you extra damage. By the way, chests are actually okay. A couple good Abbey chests today. This one is one of them. Some decent PvE loot as well. Getting back to one build soon. I put a lot of things on the market that I have been too lazy to sell. I did it yesterday. And of course, most of the things actually haven't sold. You know, it will still take like a couple weeks for some of the more rare items to actually find a buyer. And maybe I'll have to put them on the market or like, update the order. We'll see. But anyway. It's like 100 mil already. 100 mil worth of items has already sold because yesterday I was like 850 mil liquid, I think. Hello Vic. Hello Sabartiani. How are you? I'm good. I am good. I am a bit pumped up from at least one good win. I started with a weird fun. This was today? Yeah, I started with some weird... I tried to do... Okay, this was not it. I tried to do the Assassin Shoes plus Cripple. But it was very, very weak. I can't even find... Was this fight? Was there a fight? Yeah, this was Assassin Shoes plus Cripple. I tried to take every fight at the beginning for Assassin Shoes plus Cripple. Like Dash, I mean. Quite quickly realized it's too weak to be serious. It's too much of a meme still. Can work in some specific situations, but not as a preset. So I changed to proper Daybreaker gaming. Except my boots for cooldown. Everything else is very typical Daybreaker-ish right now. And it's a lot of fun. And I got a nice Flamewalker kill already also with this pet set. Sushi said, I think I realized that you just pretty much always need to swap spells when fighting higher AP. Yeah, I mean, depending on what you had before, but yeah. And Vinicius said, could you make a video teaching how a one-handed spear should fight against different kinds of weapons? Kind of, yes, but that has been on the list for a very long time because it's very requested kind of topic to go over matchups. I think so, yeah, but I need to lower my perfectionism for making videos like that. Because one thing I stumbled upon is that I don't have clips of every matchup, yeah? Which kind of silly, yeah? I could just sit there and talk about the matchups and show some of the weapons. But one of the things I was trying to gather enough clips for every matchup and it didn't happen. And also, I don't really want, like, Vinny and anyone else who's interested in that, I don't want to be too, like, to encourage you and everyone else who's learning about Spear to think too much about matchup, like, weapon versus weapon matchup. it is inevitably relevant, but oftentimes the way I play doesn't just revolve around the enemy's weapon, yeah? There are other parts of the build which are very relevant. I mean, that can also be part of the video, but just making sure that you understand that also, yeah? That there is no secret sauce of how to always play spear against quarterstaff, for example, yeah? That's a good example because it will so much depend. Or spear against Deathgiver, such a good example as well. You can fight the fight completely differently based on what kind of build your enemy is going for the fight. So you have to think a bit more. But that can also be part of the video. So thanks for reminding me about this. The importance of potentially going over matchups. Meanwhile, I'm still at 55 mil. Well, I was at 55 mil also at some point. Yeah, it's I didn't start here. And it's... At the end of the day, like, yeah, for me, it does give a bit of satisfaction. Like, money go up, number go bigger, it's nice, but at 55 mil, you have access to all the fun that that I'm having pretty much, yeah? How much am I risking with this set? 4.4 mil. Well, it depends on your risk tolerance. Maybe, like, full 6.3 is, like, on the edge of what you could also have fun with. But I'm just saying, like for example, like, since you can see, I don't play 8.3 or 8.4 anyway, so whether I have 1 bill or 100 mil doesn't really matter that much, yeah? It just makes me feel good to look at the numbers sometimes, but it doesn't really change how I play. Okay, some fists or gloves are hitting here. Hitting something, I don't hear where though. Oh, it's up here, I think. That's a 4.1, unfortunately. Yeah. I was sure he's going south, but I didn't commit to it enough. I could have gone further south because I was pretty confident he's probably going to go south after he started going north at the beginning, and I queued north already. Okay, let's get him out of here at least so I can fight if there's if the Flame Walker from before comes up again. Oh, he's actually going to risk it and just... Okay. He's full running away. You see, this is something you can do with the Battle Bracers. I mean, okay, if I connect my helmet, he has to leave, but still. Something you can kind of do with Battle Bracers. Which makes them a decent weapon for a lot of content, because at least you're safe. And as you learn more, you start playing a bit less safe, but you do have the tools to win fights as well. 11 million of fame more and 5.9 jackets 100. Would be 4 more to go. Yeah, jackets was my big priority. When I started on EU, I wanted to get obviously spear to 120 because, you know, to show my love for spear kind of thing, yeah? But my, like, meaningfully, one of my biggest, like, from things that I actually, like, without the extra meme, that I obviously wanted all spears to 100 at some point, but one of the first things I really wanted to get is all jackets to 100. The IP of your chest piece really does make you stronger. Like, unlike boots that we just talked, where there's like a bit small of a not that big of a difference, this matters a lot, I feel like. And getting your jackets specs up will obviously make your IP higher and you much stronger. So that's a good goal. I'm interested in shapeshifters because I really love them, and if it is worth to play them. I mean, it's worth. Even in solo, like in solo content, shapeshifters are difficult. I cannot E to catch him because then I won't have E for his boots. So he's gone because he used his soldier boots right away. Maybe I change to crippling because it doesn't seem like anyone wants to. Doesn't seem like there's a 6-3 fighting me. And even if there is a 6-3, cripple can give me a good chance to disengage long enough to then change my spells for the actual fight. I'd prefer to get the sight, honestly, not this guy. The sight was the only one that was worth at least something, so let's see where the sight went. So, shapeshifters in solo PvP are not in a great place, and they are difficult to play, but they are in a place where it's fun. You can still outplay people, and you can still have fun with it. It's just not worth the extra investment. For group content, I feel like shapeshifters are still dominating, not like dominating that they're better than everything else, but they have there's so many different usages and different shapeshifters that can be valuable in duos and trios and small scale. So unless you're playing solo, definitely shapeshifters is a good choice. And if you're all playing solo, then yeah, you might need to. No, but he's not going the right way. He's gonna find out where the exit is. He didn't go to the exit, but by the time I get my round of spells, he's gonna be ready to go. My Duskweaver helmet is kind of short today. I don't know why. I just need a little bit extra range on this. Is he going for the exit? Yeah, he's going for the exit now. Oh shit, that was still in invis range, okay. Yeah, there's no way he's fighting me. Okay, next heavy then. Also take this million out. Is there any specific armor I should be using with bracers? Damage feels a bit lacking, and that's probably because I come from playing Bloodletter. If you come from playing Bloodletter doesn't have more damage than bracers. I mean, are you playing Bloodletter with Thunder Armor and Chain Slash? Is that why you feel a lot of damage? Because... No. With bracers, you have to... I suggest, if you're just starting out with bracers, I very much suggest to embrace the kind of burst, kite, burst playstyle. Later you can experiment and you can become also a good brawler. You can use Snapper, Inferno, even Hunter Jacket, I've seen it used, Stalker Hood, you know, and you can just brawl with Fleet Footwork a bit better. But at the beginning I suggest accepting that, like, you just standing and brawling is not a lot of damage, yeah? Your damage comes from hitting your E and then being able to kite your enemy until your E is ready again, essentially. If you need more damage right now, change to Devastating Combo W instead of Triple Kick. I'm not beginner, I got like... Okay, yeah, we're talking about the shapeshifters, yeah. Insane amount. I play mostly Blood Moon in open world and probably 30 mil plus profit in a month. I used to play Prowling because you can gang Gatherer and PvE player, but it's not really great in pure non-PvP. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know exactly where to put Blood Moon. It's difficult. It's in a place where I haven't seen enough Blood Moon played. I know it's played a lot in small scale, especially like with Great Nature. It used to be very popular, like a small group versus big group type of fight. But I don't really know. It seems based on popularity, and I've seen some good experienced players play it a lot. Based on that, I would say the Blood Moon is in a good place. Risotto recorders. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the advice. Yeah. Assassin Jacket normally, yeah, for that kiting, just so we're clear, yeah, for battle bracers. Usually, the basic approach is Assassin Jacket for extra kiting between your E's. We're about to go back in. Cheese for Rat said, after leather jackets, what's better, plate armors or cloth robes? For solo PP, I think cloth robes have more usage. But for high IP, a lot of plate armors are used as well. And for group play, if you obviously some roles, like some tank slash or main tank or off tank type of roles, or utility sometimes uses plate armor. But in general, cloth armor, yeah, cloth armor has more uses in around all kinds of content, and definitely for solo content, I think there's more cloth armor builds. Even like the spear, you know, you saw me play spear for a while in cloth armor. That's definitely a better idea than playing spear and plate armor. Both are fine, but cloth armor is stronger and more interesting, I think. Fastest way to spec weapon to 100 without paying silver? Well, some weapons, for some weapons, just go and hit mobs, yeah? In open world, or, I mean, mists are okay, but open world is better. Just go hit a bunch of mobs in open world. That's it. No secret. But for some weapons, it's very, very slow. Like daggers are bad at PvE. In that case, if you have the option, I would use my Fame credits or all the books. Like, you know, I'm constantly putting these untradeable tomes in my bank. Yesterday, I used most of them to level up quarterstaff from 30 to 100, and also fame up other quarterstaffs to have some extra IP. Not sure how true, but I hear a lot that only the Panther Staff is good for solo. Panther Staff is not that good for solo anymore. It got nerfed enough where it's like a B minus tier weapon. Yeah, you have to be pretty good with it. Some people have been playing Blood Moon, and with moderate success. It's not amazing solo, but it's also kind of viable. Yeah, it's difficult but viable. And Lightcaller, some people have played Lightcaller recently. I've seen it. One guy was successful in Corrupted Dungeons with Lightcaller for a while, and also took it to Mists. I don't know. It seems okay, but like none of the shapeshifters seem like in a great place. Hellspawn, I don't know how good it is after the big nerf, where the E, or like the barrage, not the E, the barrage is slower. Not slower. It's less time duration if you get hit. Yeah, every time you get hit, the duration decreases. I don't know exactly how much that nerf counted, but I don't see a lot of imps anymore. So yeah, Panther is probably the best shapeshifter for solo, but it is still not very good right now for solo mists. And if I had to guess, I would say Lightcaller is the second best, but there's not enough people playing it for me to be certain of that. But the couple of Lightcallers I've seen here and there on my own screen, as well as some other people playing, I've noticed that they seem okay. I'm looking for weapon to it mastered is deadly. Can you give me advice about that? A weapon that if you master it is deadly? Is that different from just a regular tier list? What do you mean by that, Sabartiani, exactly? Like, there is no... If you mean like there's some sort of secret weapon, you know, like there's actually the occult staff is actually... If you get good at it, occult staff is the best weapon, but I don't want to tell anyone, that's why nobody plays it and nobody talks about it. There isn't that sort of secret weapon, you know, that... If you're asking for weapons that are... that benefit the most from you having some skill, then all of the really versatile, difficult weapons that are still kind of popular, like Death Givers are a good example, yeah? You can be hopeless with Death Givers. They are S+ tier solo weapon, but they're not like instant win, yeah? It's not like Carving used to be, or Flamewalker was a month ago, yeah? It's not like simple win. You still have to take the fights and play well. Spear is a good example, yeah? It's difficult, but if you get good, you have tools to handle 90% of situations, yeah? What else is... if that's what you meant. I played every weapon in Albion and I can't decide what I want to spec up to end. Interesting. Well, you'll have to make that decision. You can watch me and maybe get inspired to play some Daybreaker. Daybreaker is also very, very strong. And Daybreaker is a bit simpler, yeah? Like, the skill gap between the best and the worst Daybreaker is not, I think, as big as, for example, the best and worst one-handed spear. Or the best and worst Death Givers, even. But it is very fun. And then Daybreaker can, just like Spirit, can handle most situations. I just feel shapeshifters are way too expensive. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Finny. That's why... That is one of the reasons, not just that they are not super strong, but that's another reason why you don't see a lot of shapeshifters in solo PvP, yeah? It's just not worth it to spend that much money if you're not getting any of the benefits of, like, having a better weapon, essentially. So, I think your feeling is correct. That's also why I don't suggest for beginners to play shapeshifters. It's good for group, and if you like shapeshifters, go for it, but be mindful of the fact that you've chosen a weapon tree, which, once you do embrace the full loot nature of the game, you are going to just be bleeding a lot more money with the inevitable depths that you have to die, yeah? There's no Albion without dying, really. At least at some point you have to die to get better, you know? Even if your main content is going to be gathering, even if your main content that you decide later is going to be like depths, you have to play some full loot here and there to actually get the skills to then enjoy other parts of the game, like on a different level almost. Yezel said I had a long break from Albion, and last time I played 10k Fame Tome was 10k silver, now it's 34. What happened? I'm surprised it has remained at that cost for that high. One thing that is, whenever there's more things come out, always the price increase, and it's been like on 16k for a long time. So like last time you played it was 10k, that was like a long time ago. But every time there's like new weapons, there's a patch which adds new weapons. The tomes always become more expensive. People want to be ready and put a lot of it. This happened with shapeshifters. Tomes went up like crazy. This has happened with every crystal weapon patch that added crystal weapons. But recently, I think the one thing that really kind of solidified the price even higher than before, I think is the... Wait, is he trying to get dismounted or no? This was 4.1, right? He's not Eing, interestingly enough. I need to wait for my E before I proc his undead cape. I wanted the undead cape. That's the reason why 4.1 is still valuable, yeah, because undead cape alone is like 150k or something, so. But unfortunately, it trashed. 170k, yeah. Guys, it is time. Nobody saw the minus karma kill we just got. Wait. Let me... Before I go and shout out Froggy for the raid, I'm just gonna put this on the background so you don't think that I'm just minus karma killing 4.1 players. This is gonna be a fight actually. Anyway, let me just put this on screen and then go quickly see. So, where's the shout out again? Shout out Mr. The one and only Jolson the Frog. Thank you for raiding. Welcome, Froggers, Froggies. I know most of you. For most of you, it's not the first time here. Very happy to have you here. Thank you for raiding. Man, wow. This is probably the most hype raid I think from my 2 months of streaming in terms of how much like cool energy I see in chat instantly. So at least I can tell you, you guys are amazing raiders. This is I don't think I've seen this even from like really big raids, you know, that occasionally I've gotten as well. This is amazing. Yeah, that is an achievement. Like if I was one of you, I mean I am one of you. I do open actually Froggy's stream. I am more of a silent lurker, but even today I had it in the background for a little while. I would, if I was one of the raiders, I would feel very proud for what you are doing here. Let's see, what do we have here? We have a Gatherer, we have a Tier 7 bow that is going to fight, probably. Not sure I want to change to Harpoon just yet, just to see the situation and see what else is out there. But if he dismounts and there isn't like an 8.3 Death Givers or something, then I'm going Harpoon, of course. I'm 6'3 right now, so he's thinking, yeah, he's Tier 7. He's probably trying to understand whether he should overcharge and fight this or not. Thanks for following also. Serpeluna. Oh, that's your name. Oh, like something is cute. Oh, cool, good name. And Regius. And welcome everyone. If you were here before the raid, then you have unlocked a spear emote or overcharge emote. You can use it to welcome the raiders. Yes, exactly. Okay, yeah. Nice. So, how did your day go? I saw when I opened your stream, I saw that you have given the bow a rest for the moment and gone to bigger, better things. I hope that open world was still opening its arms to you. FYI, you have music playing on YouTube, and that might get you copyright strike. No, Sushi, I am. Because I actually studied law, I have a bit of a, I have a tiny guy in my brain that doesn't let me actually, you know, doesn't actually let me abuse copyrights or anything like that. So the music I'm playing, I'm paying like it's not a lot of money. It's like 10 euros, I think, a month. Okay, it is something, but I put it in videos as well. Yeah, I can use it everywhere. But the music you hear here, there's no copyright, nothing. Yeah. I know that, you know, it's possible, and a lot of streamers do use like copyright music, but just on the live stream, not in the actual VOD, yeah? So it's kind of workaround. But since I studied law, I kind of, part of my brain is always gonna be on that wavelength. So it's always telling me that I'm not gonna mess with that. Like the bow is obviously the actual guy to fight here. 1v2 a bit difficult because this bow is good, but I was. That's why also I don't fully attack the Blood Moon, yeah, because I'm actually hoping the bow will decide to fight, yeah. You know for sure that if tables were reversed, it would be likely this fight would happen if I was tier 7 and he was 6'3. As long as you know, I thought maybe you didn't. Yeah, Sushi, no, thanks for checking, yeah, but I mean, YouTube is actually like... YouTube scanned everything, right? It's not like... like on YouTube, most of the music at least, YouTube actually knows, you know, I don't know if it's some sort of AI or something, but it scans through the whole video and everything, so it will know if it's copyrighted or not. Okay, nice. Should have maybe tried harpooning because I still have my E. Or just E and then harpoon. Now I'm just gonna wait for my Inferno and then go for the next one. We both used one potion, I think. Oh, he just used his second, okay. So I don't think he's disengaging. If he used the second potion, I don't think he's gonna full run. We'll see, though. Okay, now if he got full HP, he's not gonna fight, right? Because I have potion advantage. I think it's a big enough deal for him. Interesting that he's choosing this Q. Usually, you know, against me, a bow would choose the long range Q. So this whole time when I'm chasing him, he would be the one. Oh, I hit my E. I have enough of a advantage in terms of HP, but his E is still gonna hurt like crazy. Well, I mean, if he hits any of it, yeah. Woo! If I miss that, I am in a tiny bit of trouble. But luckily he has close range Q, you know, so I'm not in that much trouble, but still. This might very well be Froggy's influence on the world, yeah? I'm just saying, you know, it's... Not everyone is choosing to play Q1 on bows. So yeah, nice pull. Yeah, I didn't even see him there in the end, you know. To the south, we tested this earlier, but essentially, you know, your vision to the south is the most limited in Albion. So if you want to have an advantage, you can always fight from the south, yeah? But like my E range, for example, is longer. My harpoon range is also, it's longer than I see. Also the E, you know. I go further than I see, so it is actually... harpooning things from the south is difficult. Nice. I respect that he took the fight, though. I have a question, says Regius. Okay, how much money do you have? In real life or in Albion? In Albion, I have a bit over $1 billion if I sell everything, yeah. In real life, I'm not gonna tell you. But it's not some sort of crazy amount at all. I have very much lived my life kind of in, like... maybe that's just my psychology, you know? It's not always, like, consciously decided, but I very much lived my life... looking at today more than looking at 5 years in the future, yeah. So my career decisions, my real life money decisions often are like, what would I like today or this week or this month, yeah, and a bit less about what would I like in 5 years, which makes for a happy life, but not like not amassing wealth kind of thing, yeah. But who knows? You know, I'm always ready to. Oh, that's not the food I need. We need a better type of food here. Okay, so let's see. Actually, no, let me look and check for a moment. I'm gonna turn off game sounds. We're gonna keep enjoying the music. By the way, the music thing from YouTube, it's still good that you pointed out. What actually happened, I raided, I think it was Eugene. I raided someone last time, or a couple times, like a couple streams ago. And just, there was like 10 seconds, because there's like overlap, you know? The raid already happened, and you could hear the next stream. And YouTube like said that, okay, this video cannot be monetized because it picked up on the last 10 seconds. At the very end, I raided someone who was playing copyrighted music, yeah? That was crazy. But okay, then it's possible in YouTube then to remove those 10 seconds and, you know, then in the future that can still be monetized. I mean, we're not talking about big money, yeah? We're just talking about if someone watches the streams later, they will get a couple ads, you know, a couple cents. But still, just was curious for me to know that YouTube instantly, the moment the stream ended, YouTube sent me an email like, yo, this last stream you just had, this cannot be monetized because these last 10 seconds, there is this song playing, which is copyrighted, which is cool. Cool that they can do that. Okay, let's see. Did Froggy answer my question about bows? Professor Leo says today we meet the biggest Froggy fan. Okay, wait. Froggy said since it was Sunday, I was like, let's play Bloodletter 60 and it was fun. Really? Where's the logic in that? I'm curious because I was also feeling special at the beginning of the day, but I didn't, like, you know, my feeling was not like, oh, it's Sunday, so it's Bloodletter day, yeah? I was thinking like, okay, maybe Sunday is like higher stakes day, maybe Sunday is like relaxing day, I don't know. But you say that for you it made sense, like Sunday is Bloodletter day. Since you studied law, have you watched The Suits? Yes, I have very much. Very much, I mean, I almost watched it twice, yeah. The second time, I don't think I finished it, but I did watch it, like, when it came out, and then, like, last year or so, I rewatched some of it, yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. It definitely gave me a bit of the hype, yeah. Because when I was studying law, I still did think that maybe I want to become a lawyer, yeah. I was an intern for a while, and I worked a lot with law, like teaching people like argumentation skills and stuff relating to law and organizing specific events. So I was involved with law for a while, but never, like, except for my intern time, never as a lawyer. Like, I pretty quickly realized that this is probably not for me. The guy says, "Hey Vic." Hello, Mr. Wolf. I won a 1v2, he says. Okay. 1v1, yes. Of course. Let's see. He's deciding to play polymorph, so I don't need the extra mobility from my helmet, so I'm just gonna take it like this. And I'm not going to purge his... I'm probably not going to purge his soldier armor, I'm just gonna be careful with his polymorph. This is just timing out his soldier armor a little bit. I was a bit late there, unfortunately. Okay. Nice try. If he dodges my E, I'm in a tiny bit of trouble, but I still have 2 potions, yeah, so... GG! Thank you for giving me the fight. Did he have overcharge? He didn't overcharge for sure, and I'm 1 tier higher, and I don't think... Yeah, he didn't even have overcharge, yeah. Okay. Better call. Man, I would love if he had an overcharge also. My second E, I was a tiny bit too early, because I was greedy. I went for the Q, and then E. And so I ended up not countering. But you saw the first time, we talked about at the beginning of stream, the versatility of Daybreaker, and the fact that you can dodge CC with it, yeah? This is a good example. You saw the first time he hit Polymorph, but it didn't work, because I E to counter it, yeah? That was one of the critical things. If I was him, I would pretty much soldier armor right away after that, yeah? After he sees me use E just against Polymorph, soldier armor right away, yeah? He gets full value from it, I can't do anything to get rid of it. Thoughts on it? I mean, it was fun. It wasn't like... The fact that I studied law didn't make suits much better. What I wanted to say is that I did have that time in my life when I was studying where I thought maybe I'm gonna be a lawyer, yeah? So suits kind of reignited that passion for a short time. Because it's just so hype, you know? Like, especially like Mike's kind of ability. It kind of... I don't know. It just... This kick-ass lawyer persona, it made me feel like, oh man, maybe I can do that, you know? Like, I could enjoy that sort of life. But I don't think I actually can, but... I'm not very good at... because if you want to be like... If you want to really work as a lawyer, at least in my country, but I think it's true everywhere, you probably have to kind of set aside like 6 to 8 years at least after you graduate, yeah? To just work like crazy, you know? We're talking like... We're not talking 8-hour days, yeah? You were talking like 60+ hour weeks at least, yeah? If you're not doing that, then you are kind of... Yeah, it's okay, but you're not gonna make partner, and it's not gonna set you up as a successful lawyer long term. At least that was my experience when I was interning, yeah. And I became friends also with a dude who was a partner at one pretty famous lawyer as well. And he, like, I saw him from his experience and his life, and I realized that's not really for me, but definitely suits definitely reignited that passion a tiny bit. Like, oh man, this is awesome! Like, you be this kick-ass guy, you know. Unfortunately, real life lawyers, the cool stuff is like 10% of it, yeah? Maybe in your country it's different, I don't know, but in my country, like, the kick-ass part is like this much. And then the actual research, writing, rewriting, and all the things behind the scenes is the other 90%, yeah? Froggy said, Sunday, more people, so I was like, let's go hire IP and rat. I made some Albion people mad. How mad? Did you actually have someone come to stream and be mad, or did they write, like, shit to you? I haven't, like, it's been a while since people... There was a guy 2 days ago I killed, like a tier 6 guy who wrote some shit, like, about me. I don't know if he saw stream or not, but he did call me fat, you know, and I've definitely have put on some weight last year, so I thought maybe he saw stream, or maybe he was just angry that I was higher IP than him. But, like, legit angry people I haven't seen in a while, I think. Both in-game and on stream. Okay, that's a cool experience. I know it's weird to say, but I'm often, like, positive about weird things. So if someone actually came to your stream to talk shit after you killed them, I feel like that's a pretty cool experience to handle and to live through, yeah? It depends on, yeah, maybe, like, if they know you very well personally, the words can hurt, yeah? But from some random person, the words are just empowering you. I love it too. It was funny. Okay, nice. I'm glad to hear that you you had that attitude as well. Thanks for following, by the way, Carrot Wars. I love how people say you're shit after they died. So if I'm bad, you're worse. Yeah, yep. I mean, absolutely. If someone, but one of my favorite things has happened actually. This was when I played with my friends, and actually in solo also a couple times. Like people have actually written to me like, oh, you're so shit. Either because we attacked them together in open world, like when I played with friends, like we were 3-4 people, we attacked the solo. He was like, oh yeah, sure, man. If it was 1v1, it would be hopeless, yeah. Or if I kill someone and miss, and they're like, okay, it's like IP, yeah, IP abuser, like fuck off, like you suck, yeah. And you only win because IP. That's what they're trying to say. What I've started sometimes telling them, writing in the back, is okay, you know what? Bring 6-3 and let's go 1v1 and do a miss, yeah. Never received an answer. Like that is the ultimate. Just lock it up. Like there's no messages. I think I've done this like 3 or 4 times. After that message, I've never received like anything from that person anymore. Yeah, they never have come back like, yeah, okay, let's go, yeah, or something like that. So you can do that if someone says like you only win because of IP advantage. You can tell them, okay, bring the same set you had in 6-3 and let's go 1v1. And obviously, I don't know if I'm gonna win that 1v1, but I feel like the fact that they are not even willing to try means that they probably are not super experienced players. Yeah? Thanks for following. We have Taras Bender and Vitzerla. And let's see, I also saw Carrot Wars. Yeah, Carrot Wars said, and also thanks for following Carrot Wars. Carrot Wars said, 1,400 follower. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. If you've been here before, you already know that how much you make my Albion more fun. I hope this also works the other way around, but for sure, it's much more fun for me to run around looking for a fight. All chat love that interaction. Okay, so so it's wasn't just a fun moment for Froggy, but for the whole chat. Okay. Let's see if we get someone here. Yeah, not yesterday, but last time I streamed on Friday, I had to ban I had the first ban on my stream ever, but unfortunately, it wasn't like it was like I got raided by a girl who was streaming Albion as like the sponsored, day or something. She was actually League of Legends player, and there was someone from her chat who was writing like shit to her in French, and the person came along with the raid, and they continued writing shit in French to her in my chat. So it was obvious ban, but it was the first ban of my stream in the first 2 months. But we haven't had anyone come to stream and talk shit yet. I think, not that I can think of. Thanks for following, Ismark. Cheese for Rat said, enter depths, first mob pack, golden chest with million inside and the soul on the way to exit altar. Depths are a moneymaker. If your focus in Albion right now is how can I get more silver, as a solo, you need experience to play depths as a solo, but you can still manage as an intermediate player for sure. If you have 1 or 2 friends, go play depths. Go play some depths for silver. You're gonna have what I said before, there's a bit of a problem of this predictable downtime, yeah? It's a bit annoying that next 10 minutes nothing's happening. In Mists, I run around for 50 minutes, but the whole time it's, oh, maybe, maybe a fight is just around the corner. So you have to, like, swallow a bit of boredom, but depths will make you a lot of silver right now. And Mr. Ismark, or Madam Ismark, also with a Prime subscription, I thank you, and it means that it's time for everyone else to raise your spears in chat or at your home to celebrate the newest subscriber. Thank you, Ismark, for subbing. I appreciate you very much for hyping me up a bit here. Let's see if we can... I have a mil in this stuff. I'm worth 4.5, yeah? Okay. So the 1 mil in inventory doesn't really matter, but I am learning to get better at actually banking some of the profits, so that it doesn't seem like I'm bleeding money all the time. Can I snipe again for another 1v1? Of course you can, if you can manage, but it's very difficult to snipe in the mist. Like, really, really difficult. Of course you can. Blink overcharge, though. Scroll. Oh, wait, that was you, actually. Okay. What was your in-game name? Oh, it was actually, your in-game name was also Scroll. Why? I didn't put 2 and 2 together at the time. Of course. But you probably need to bring overcharge. I mean, depending on what you're playing, yeah, but if you're playing the same thing, sure. So yeah, this applies to most shapeshifters. Now, this Blood Moon is better at brawling on average than any other shapeshifter if you can constantly proc your like stand in the pools of blood, yeah. But But it's still kind of, for Daybreaker, if you're playing Daybreaker against Shapeshifters, as I've said many times, on Spear, Daybreaker, like these flexible weapons, focus on your enemy's W a little bit, yeah? It's not the only thing, you have to focus on everything, yeah? But your W will often determine how kitey or how brawly you are. So, here, if he's on W on Tether Shift, I am brawling much more aggressively, yeah? On Polymorph, it ends up being not really useful at all because I can dodge it with E. But Polymorph does make me a little bit more careful about going next to him, because if I do mess up my E, if he gets a good Polymorph, just like you saw at the end, yeah? I didn't dodge the Polymorph with my E. Now it's a bit iffy. I can be in hot water there, because I'm gonna take a lot of damage from in the brawl. Hey Vic, thanks. Oh, Ismark, you were writing on YouTube earlier. Thanks for all your videos, man. They're always super informative and fun. Thank you. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for the positive energy. I am very, very happy to have you. Yeah, I do read both YouTube and Twitch chat, but you know, right now with the raid from Froggy, there's a bit more chat that I can manage during if there's any sort of PvP or something. I might have missed some stuff earlier. Feel free to write again. How can someone talk shit to you, Vic? You're the nicest Albion streamer. Well, yeah. Okay, first of all, thank you. Yeah, I am a bit of a... I do feel like, on average, I am like kind of like an agreeable person, yeah? Like, I'm not very, very aggressive, but I do have some opinions, yeah? So it's definitely possible, like, there... I'm also kind of, like, I like standing up for what I believe in. Like, for example, when there was this discussion about how many people actually engage in PvP. That's a good example, yeah? If I do have an opinion, so there's definitely... And plus, like, we're not talking here about, like, someone being mad at someone, like, in Albion, you know, it's not... it's not like they don't like you personally, yeah? They're just mad that they died. I mean, I can also be unhappy that I died, yeah? There can be some very tilting moments, yeah? Like Tinto, for example, yeah? That Tinto incident... I mean, I don't want to hate him outside of Albion, but, you know, situations like that happen, and I can also develop, like, a bit of a kind of vendetta against someone. Just because of the way they played, essentially. It can happen. I came with overcharges this time. Be ready to lose some money. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm ready. Let me change my helmet. I am very much ready, yeah? I mean, Blood Moon is the similar thing, like, with one-handed bow. With regular bow, although, seeing that Froggy didn't want to go 6-3 bow today, I don't know. But, it's kind of the similar thing, like seeing Froggy play it and say that he had, like, it seemed successful, like, he seemed strong enough for him to be successful in open world. From what I understood, at least a couple days of regular bow, you know, it didn't feel like handicapping yourself, yeah? It felt like an actual good weapon. And I saw some other regular bows as well. And it's a bit the same thing with Blood Moon on my radar right now. It's one of those weapons that I need more information to really have an opinion about it, just what with regular bow. But I feel like it's potentially a bit of a sleeper weapon that more people are going to start playing in solo PvP. What do you think is a good open world PvE build to farm Blackstone? Open world PvE. Keep in mind that's not something I like regularly do, right? Spear is good for open world PvE if you have some interest in PvP as well. If you don't have any interest in PvP, then go Nature Staff or you can go Battle Axe. Both of those are good at killing all mobs that are stronger than you would normally be able to kill. Quarterstaff also pretty good at that. Merc Jacket Quarterstaff or Merc Jacket Battle Axe or just a Nature Staff. All of those will be able to... You will be able to clear some PvE, which, you know, normal builds or many other builds from the same tier as you will not be able to. But Spear and Battle Bracers are both weapons that are very good for solo open world. But they're not just PvE focused, they also give you PvP. Hydra said, I started playing Daybreaker after I watched your in-depth guide, one of my favorite weapons now. Very happy to hear that, yeah, Daybreaker is also one of my favorite weapons now, zero doubt about that. What are those boots, sir? Oh, he has everything wrong. He has also... He's actually gonna fight this, yeah? Okay. That was a very valiant soldier. Definitely not like right now. I mean, you saw me. Yeah, I've been fighting some Infinity Blades. The tier 7 versus 6-3 fight today, I was playing a troll build on tier 7. He was 6-3 and he survived on 100 HP. And the last time, like, a serious fight against Infinity was... it wasn't that difficult, you know? It seemed like a very easy fight. So I feel like Infinity is not in a good place. And this time I didn't dodge. Like before, I dodged. This time I didn't even dodge his E at all, yeah? Because I am 3 tiers higher, essentially. Doesn't matter. Raid Actor. I mean, if you think this is paid actor, you should see my last Infinity fight, you know? This was tier 6, this is nothing, but... I don't think it's here anymore, right? This was before the big carving kill. Is this one? Yeah. If you thought that was paid actor, my last Infinity fight was like this. And it felt also, like, super easy, you know? I'm on cloth armor. There he has a tier advantage and an awakened weapon, and it still felt like... It felt like barely a fight, yeah? And here we're talking about 6-3 versus tier 6 IP difference, yeah? So yeah, Infinite, and so that's why I also don't dodge. Like in the other fight I just showed you, there I actually had to dodge my enemy's E a little bit. I like spears, shapeshifter staffs, quarter staffs, curse staffs, crossbows, and I can't decide among these weapons. Sabaratiani, at some point, the only thing that is gonna move you forward is just playing something. And that's it. Not much else you can do. Are we fighting, sir? I don't think he's fighting. I'm 6-3, he's 6-3. He's never gonna fight this, right? Is he on Snapper? No, he's not even on Snapper. He doesn't even have Snapper equipped, yeah. I'm not changing my helmet. I'm gonna keep myself on Impaler and try to keep my helmet to catch him. But even then, it's probably not winning. I mean, I'm probably not catching him. He's not winning this fight, but, you know, I'm not killing him either. I have 3 minutes to run around Rosie, so we can do that. So yeah, you just have to go and play Sabaratiani. Just take a random thing. Take crossbow, stay like crossbow, and go play it for a week. That's the only way you're gonna progress. Like, you've been thinking about this so much, and you have enough experience in the game where, you know what, it's not your lack of knowledge about these weapons that is holding you back from making a decision. At this point, you just play something and just hope that it's fun. And if it's not, then it will be very obvious to you that you chose wrong, so you will change. Okay, well, maybe he will come back. I definitely want a red buff for the chest fight, as always. Yeah, it's a big advantage. Because I might fight somebody else. But against the Bloodletter, if I don't have a red buff and he does, that's like a good thing for me, because it acts as extra bait, yeah? Because, especially if he doesn't have Snapper ready, this Bloodletter, I think I beat him anyway. Yeah, I'm 6-3, right? So there's no real IP difference, even if he has some higher specs a bit, yeah? So if I'm not on red buff, it might be actually good for me, because it might convince him to try the fight. Always the Infinity Swords that just run their face into the wall. Yeah, were you here? If you were here before, Young, for that the fight on Friday, it also felt like that, yeah. Exactly. That's a good description of it. Running into the wall, yeah. I mean, swords in general do favor a bit of the playstyle where you focus more on brawling, and the rest of your kit is to close the distance and get close, yeah? But, I mean, to actually start the brawl, but... May I ask, why no bag? No reason. I mean, on the other hand, may I ask you, why bag? But I do have a bag, so actually, I'm gonna equip it, so that I don't go overweight. But, as you saw, right now I also have a bag from some dude I killed, yeah? By the time I have enough loot where it's a problem, in terms of weight, I always have somebody else's bag, or a stag that I can equip, you know? It's, very, very rarely that I have some overweight problems, so... And it's not my, like, conscious choice to make sure I don't have a bag. It's just, like, kind of... I don't equip it because it's whatever, I don't even think about it. But I do have some bags in the tab in my bank, which is called for future, you know, which is items for future, so actually... I could actually equip bags, yeah. Let's see if the Bloodletter comes to fight. If he has red buff, he might actually try the fight. But he doesn't have Snapper. Without Snapper, I don't even know how he... Like, what kind of choices he has for this fight, honestly. Because he can't do, like, this Bloodletter I fought earlier. First of all, it's still 2 tiers difference. Where was it? This one. Oh, it was actually Drast Death. First of all, it's tier 7 overcharged versus 8.1, because he was also overcharged, so 2 tiers difference. And secondly, like, this helmet made him much stronger. And then he had also Rose Snapper, right? So this, like, this guy can actually kind of brawl me. It was definitely a much different fight. If this Bloodletter comes, if he doesn't have Snapper, he doesn't have Cultist Cowl, obviously, so... Oh, nice, he's fighting. I shouldn't have used my boots there. Nah, my boots were a bit of a mistake. I tried to bait out his E, but I don't think this guy can catch me, so I'm not too worried about him. Okay, I'm gonna use my E and see if he turns back into me. That gives him a decent advantage, but I still have Inferno, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, my boots were a big mistake. Otherwise, the fight is over already in my favor. Now he can't E me because I have Inferno. But after Inferno, he can kill me, right? So I need to be a bit careful there. He doesn't have dash, though, which is interesting. So he cannot dash E into me. If he dodges my E, he can still win this, though. He changed to soup. I can't chase after him because he's trying to soup trick me. But after that, hopefully we'll take the fight again. We'll see. My boots were... I kind of messed up the fight for no reason by wasting my boots there. Let's see if he comes for another round. I'm using my boots not because I really want to run away, but because I want to change my food back, you know? And it's another 10 seconds. If I do the same thing without boots, I think he's dead. Is it compulsory to wear a cape if I have no spec in weapon and armor? It is not compulsory to wear a cape, Nusky, but it does not depend on your spec in weapon and armor, so... Too bad. I really messed up. He gave me a good chance to just kill him, and I kind of messed it up for no reason there. I could have also respected him more and just E'd at the start, but I felt like it's not necessary. I was trying to dodge his E, that's kind of why I boots, yeah? To create some distance and see if maybe he misses his E, or he will E into me from far. But there is no real reason to do that. Like, I wasn't about to die from his E anyway. And he doesn't have dash, so I don't have to worry about missing my E, like normally against Bloodletter. So yeah, that was a... I was talking a lot, but then ended up... when the fight actually happened, the fight is already won, and then the fact that I used my boots just means that if he survives until the end of my boots, which he did, after that he's free to go, yeah? Otherwise he wouldn't go. If I still have my boots, he can't just run away like that. Too bad. Too bad, but... I mean, respect for him for trying. It's the fight is much more difficult for him than it is for me. Because, you know, I can just do this, what I did. And I wasn't... Like, I can give him more respect probably by just E'ing at the beginning after Stalker Jacket, yeah? And keeping my Inferno for a bit later. Or I could also just E for damage if I'm really worried, but then keep my helmet. Too bad. Hopefully we see him again. Let's take this stuff out and then continue. I also need more food now that I swapped to soup and back. So, if I go tier 7, I would already wear a cape, but it depends on your budget. If I go below tier 7, I would wear no cape at all. The regular cape doesn't give you almost anything. It gives you a tiny bit of extra energy pool. I've seen a lot of people overestimate how much of an impact it gives you. It's almost no point wearing a regular cape. And a special cape doesn't make sense if you're going tier 6 or 4.1, because then it's better to use that money to upgrade your other items at that point, yeah? Okay. Everything is correct, we can go. So, it's not compulsory to wear a cape. However, Nusky, there's no logic as in whether your spec in armor and weapon, whether that affects how... I think it's more about how much money you are investing in the rest of your set. At some point, the next logical... if I'm already playing tier 7, the next logical place to put money is to have a good cape as well. Which is going to be usually Smuggler's Cape for most builds. It's just the best for 1v1 fights. Or if you're playing open world, then Undead Cape is very, very valuable. Thanks for following also. Tire Seth. Okay. About to go back in. Hey Vic, joining in from India, brother. What's up? Happy to have... I love international communities. Most of my adult work life has also been in different international projects or international teams, so I love international. Being also here and also creating international community, that's awesome. So, Carnage says, been visiting your content recently for a week now, as long as it has been me playing this game. Okay, love the chill and info-filled time with you. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to share that positive feedback. Happy to have you here. Young Zwimpy, thank you for following. I feel bad now because I'm not going to get a lot of these sorts of 6-3 fights. Especially against Bloodletter. So I feel kind of bad for wasting the opportunity now, but hey. You know, shit happens. Shit happens. And oftentimes, one thing with Mist that I feel like at the beginning of the day, you know, I'm a bit rustier. It's always a bit difficult in the first fight to make all the good decisions, especially like in the moment of the fight. Yeah, not even tactically before the fight, but in the fight. This is not the beginning of the day. Yeah, the stream has been playing for 4 hours. But another thing that I can sometimes feel like, since if it's been like a lack of good fights for a while. Like, let's say I've been walking around for 40 minutes and only found, like, one-sided fights where, you know, I have a big advantage or a big disadvantage. If it's like that, then, you know, you kind of need to, well, not exactly warm up, but, you know, I can feel it, like, right now also. Like, if there's constant fighting, like Corrupted Dungeons, it's a bit easier to keep yourself in very good shape, yeah? As in, combat shape, you know? So this sort of like Boots mistake, it's kind of stupid one, which I would like to think I don't make if I have a lot of fights. But when there's a bit of a lull, downtime, then it's much easier for the brain to overreact. Like that Boots move for me is a bit of an overreaction because yes, it's not a bad idea to try to dodge his E or make it more difficult for him to get me to low HP before I have my spells ready, but I don't need to, right? Because I'm not actually worried about dying to one of his E's. Yeah? Although, who knows, you know? Maybe if he has throwing blades and E, maybe it's a lot of damage. Aye, sir, got it. Nice. Good job. Joining from Lithuania. What's up? Jimantas. Happy to have you here from Lithuania. My brother from another Baltic mother. I was wondering though if you can help me understand different combat food. Been playing Bloodletter build. Oh, for Bloodletter, you pretty much use Eel Stew if you want to utilize mobility. If you want to use your mobility advantage to win a fight, this is difficult without without a big IP advantage. This is very difficult. After the big nerf to Stalker Jacket, you can't really win the fight by mobility alone. But still, Eel Stew is decent preset. Also, all the situations where you are ratting or, you know, you're taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was not ready, they have 200 IP less, whatever, they're low from mobs. For all of those situations, Eel Stew is better. It's just the best one for you to use, especially on leather armor. It also gives you the extra cooldown reduction to survive. However, if you run into a serious fight, like this, he has a big advantage in terms of IP, but in terms of matchup, it's not so clear, yeah? Like, this is pretty good for Daybreaker still, like, decent, yeah? For a serious, like, so this is already a serious fight, but if I was a couple tiers higher, it would be much more serious for him even. Then you change to Rose Snapper, or you don't take the fight if you don't have Rose Snapper. On Bloodletter, without Rose Snapper, you're not really gonna take a lot of fights against same IP swords, same IP spears, battle axe and stuff like that. Doesn't mean that you're just full brawling the enemy, but it does still affect you a lot. Yeah, with Rose Snapper, you have a better chance to at least spend some time next to your enemy brawling and trying to get them under 40% HP. By the way, that previous fight also, if I had my soup equipped, I could have followed him and could have taken the fight again. So not having soup equipped also was a bit of a annoyance, because when he was running away and I saw that he ate soup, now I need to swap to soup 10 seconds, then eat soup, and by that time he's already full HP, right? With Stalker Jacket, Merc Hood, and Assassin Boots. Yeah, it's not a very good build right now. It's very difficult to win fights unless you have a big IP advantage with that build. And yes, what I said also, like Carnage, what I said about food applies to that build very nicely. Eel Stew for everything when you want to use your mobility advantage as a rat, to escape, to kill people lower IP, all of that, Eel Stew, yeah? For that build it applies. If you're taking a very serious fight, first of all, you need to consider maybe swapping from Stalker to Inferno, but secondly, you also want to have Rose Snapper for that. Vic, I think I'm already getting on your nerves. No, you're not Sabertiani. I'm sorry for that, but tell me bows or quarterstaffs? Bows, bows. I want to test bows. So play bows and then report back to me. Bows have more good options right now. Quarterstaff has only one like decent option for solo PvP, which is the quarterstaff. Everything else is a bit too difficult. Like double-bladed sucks absolutely unless you're playing very high IP just to survive. Grail Seeker is a very specific niche cheese build, which is possible, but it's not that strong. And I don't think any other quarterstaff is even going to make the list, right? Whereas on bows, you have Skystrider, Badon, which are actually like good A tier, I think, almost weapons right now. At least Skystrider is probably A tier, Badon like a B tier weapon. So actually good weapons to play Mist. Hello, what is this? Damnation Staff. Why is this even existing in the Mist? And then you have the regular bow, which you can play and try to play. It seems pretty strong. And you can even try like what he did against me. Sorry, not Scroll, but what this guy did against me. You can even try using a kite heavy bow, but still going for extra damage from multi-shot. So bows give you a lot more options right now. But quarterstaff is very simple compared to bows, at least it seems to me. Aye, Captain, nice. What about crossbows? Well, in the question, like, okay, to give you background, like, Sabertiani has been, like, suffering for a long time trying to pick out a weapon, yeah? So, in the end, it was just bows or quarterstaff. But if you have a specific question about crossbows, Kisaika, shoot! If it's solo PvP related, there's a good chance I can answer your question. In fact, one of my favorite builds lately that I've played over the last month, one of the favorite ones by far, only one that was really on par with Spear and Daybreaker, with how much fun I was having by learning new things and actually felt super powerful, was Arclight Blasters, you know, with the crystal crossbows. You remind me of a guy I used to play Albion with. Okay, Chip Hazard. Maybe I played Albion with you. Back on the Western server. I mean, it's not crazy, but I didn't play with a lot of people, but there are definitely people that I played with. I was a bit more social at the beginning. I mean, I was social. I'm also social here, but I am, you know, I was not just doing solo content when I started Albion. I was trying other stuff as well. Just voice-wise and personality. Okay, well, you have a good taste in your Albion companions. What do you think is S tier weapons for solo PvP? Death Givers is clearly S tier. Flamewalker still feels S tier, but I'm not sure. If we've widened the S tier a tiny bit, like if we allow more weapons into it, and it's not just a couple reigning, like not just like Flamewalker was dominating solo PvP before patch. If we widen it a little bit, S tier will consist of Death Givers, Flamewalker, Fists of Avalon, Daybreaker, and am I missing something? And probably Daybreaker, Arclight Blasters for sure. And then the next one in line to potentially be promoted is Skystrider, in my opinion. But it's a bit difficult to really understand if it's there right now. But keep in mind that any sort of tier list, it's nice to have this discussion, but it's also always going to be a little bit limited if we just make one tier list. Because the weapons that are good at 6.3 or 8.3 are always going to be a bit different from the weapons that are good at 4.2 or 4.3 even, yeah? So, some weapons might be really good. A good example of that is mobility weapon, yeah? Like double-bladed is okay still at higher tiers, but it's absolute dog shit if you play it low tier. And there's also weapons other, like, to the other side, yeah? Like, I mean, some... I guess dual swords are okay. Like, dual swords are very, very good at low tier. They are decent at middle tier, but if you go high tier, there's zero chance to include them in S tier, yeah? For low IP, like for 4.1, 4.2, dual swords are S tier weapon. But in the overall tier list, I'm not going to put dual swords in S tier because already at tier 7, tier 8, you feel how limited they can be. And if you go even higher than that, it's going to be a difficult time, yeah? And he was a clapper. Okay. No, my guild, playing with a guild, I didn't do a lot of, like, I played some small scale, but not. Or clapper means something else than clap comp in game. I'm not killing boss because stacks are much more important for me than this guy's fame and the chest. By the way, those chests between mini boss, not between, but behind mini bosses, I've had one time in my whole life. I had one time that chest before from the mini boss actually be like acceptable. Yeah, I'm not saying like good, like millions of silver, but it was one time that I actually got like, I don't know, 600k or something. Overall, I feel like those mini bosses drop absolutely the worst chests of everything. So that's why I'm not killing him, because I know someone's thinking like, did you just pass up on a boss? Yes. It's good for fame. If I was looking to fame up what I'm playing right now, it would be a bit of a higher priority. But right now, getting as many stacks as possible before the chest and trying to finish on red buff, those are the important things for me right now. There's a lot of red rooms here, so maybe I'll leave one of these for later. And the slow is... CC also scales with how strong mobs are. So the guy hit me with a slow and it slowed me for so long. Because this is tier 7 Abbey, by the way, that's what I'm saying. If you're 1vx, try Hellion. Yeah, Hellion has gained some popularity lately, again. But yeah. Sushi is right. Exactly for like if you're playing a high tier build and you have interest in, I mean, you have to accept that you're gonna get ratted a lot, yeah, if you're risking a lot, but you have interest in kind of remaining dismounted and playing like constantly playing against new and new challengers essentially who come and try to kill you and navigating like 1vx situations, then one item which is pretty good at that is the cultist robe, yeah. Like if you play Cultist Robe, you can like if you have good mobility, like a Frost Staff or Cultist Robe, you can constantly keep healing up as you are navigating a 1v2, 1v3 fight. But another good option is Hellion. The problem with Cultist is that it's still cloth armor. If you go cloth armor with very high IP, you will die for your, like you will get punished for your mistakes too hard, and you will lose a lot of money. I'm gonna leave this here for future, so I know there's one red buff waiting for me. Hopefully no one else takes it, and we'll see if I can come back to it later, if I don't find another red buff somewhere on the way. Bro, be right back. I'm cooking alongside. I don't want it to get burned. Cooking with love. I have developed as a... during the time. So, the time when I was... during the time when I was playing Dota, decent amount, I developed a couple of recipes. I don't know, that's maybe too like glorifying it. But anyway, methods of cooking my food in a way where if you forget it for 40 minutes, it just gets better. Now, obviously, there's a lot of things you cannot cook that way, but there are some parts of the meal and some meals altogether that I kind of, I learned to cook in a way where if I forget about it for 30 minutes, it's still gonna be okay. So I also, like, I mean, it's not really a... I don't think about it right now. But still, I kind of also developed an appreciation for, like, slow-cooked food, for example. Like, like slow-cooking meat, I feel like is amazing. But I discovered that mostly because at some point I wanted to go play a game while my food is getting ready. And I thought, what happens if I forget, I'm poor and looted the chest for 1 million. Nice! Happy to hear that. I don't know where that chest was, but I am nevertheless happy. PvE is very much a part of... Like, PvE loot is part of the game. PvE is what gets you into PvP, what invites people to participate in PvP. At the end of the day, part of it has to be that, we are fighting over some sort of objective. Small Abbey chest. Okay. My absolute best chest, like the whole time I've been streaming, the absolute best chest was a couple streams ago, a regular coffer, the one in Mists, which shows not the whole map, but only, like, if you go close to it, you can see it, yeah? It was a green coffer like that, and it dropped me an 8.3 satchel, which was 7 mil. That was definitely my best. And my all-time best chest is probably... It's also in one of the videos somewhere, like, in the background, the clip. It was also, I think, a coffer. It was, like, also, like, some sort of small chest. And it dropped 8.4 Thetford Cape, which sold for about 14 million. So it is very random luck. Both of those chests, it was just one super rare item. I've never ever found an awakened weapon from PvE loot though. I know it's possible in theory, but it's never happened to me, and I'm surprised. I'm curious, how rare is it? I have 167 hours so far. Abbey is my favorite content. Happy to hear that. Yeah, there is some... The problem with Abbey is how safe it is. For a lot of players, including myself. I like PvP, like you've heard this maybe already, but I like PvP when I feel that I am punished for my mistakes and I risk my items and my enemy also. Abbey is pretty safe, yeah, because there's so many exits everywhere. But the big benefit of Abbey, which is really nice, is that people are not mounted, so more fights happen, you know? There's less dancing around on your horse and then having to dismount and then, you know, playing around that. Which makes Abbey, elevates the Abbey fun, I think, for me at least. I got 7-3 Guardian Boots yesterday from Depth's Coffer. I'm not surprised. Depths like is... Depths can really hit hard. And that's the thing. Like, in my best chests in Mists are, like I said yesterday, like, it seems like one super duper lucky roll, yeah? Like, I got that one roll of 8.3 Satchel, and that's 7 mil, and that's instantly better than all the other chests I've seen combined in, like, a couple days, yeah? Well, maybe not all, but you understand. It's very, very good. But in Depths, you don't need a super duper lucky roll to make money, because you have so many decent items that, at least when I was playing Depths, I felt like I was making millions just from a bunch of tier 7, tier 8 items dropping here and there over time. I got once Life Curse Staff, 8.4 from Open World Chest. Holy shit, it was 45 mil. Wow. Was it an awakened weapon that somebody lost and then it appeared in your chest? Or was it just an 8.4? That's still crazy. That is the lottery level chest, yeah? Wasn't awakened, okay. I'm still curious because I've never seen an awakened weapon drop on my screen. Damn. 45 mil in a chest. That is a story for a long time, you know, to motivate people to go and undertake the adventure of Albion and risk their items, because that can happen. The whole no mounts is the fun part. Yes, absolutely, Finny. I agree. That makes it better. Well, if you're kind of new, then playing around the mounts and dismounts is also can be a bit confusing. But even if you have a lot of experience, it can be an annoying part. Yeah, some people kind of are in between. Like, do I want to fight? Do I not? And you're kind of forced to dismount them. But not every weapon is perfect at dismounting. And even those that are decent, like, you have to hit on your spell, so it goes on cooldown. So it kind of like the fight ends up not happening, even though both parties are like, I kind of want to fight. The guy on the horse is like, I kind of want to fight, but I'm not sure. The guy not on the horse is thinking, I kind of want to fight, but not if I have to give myself a big disadvantage by wasting everything to dismount. So both guys are sitting thinking, I kind of want to fight, but the fight doesn't happen. Yeah, in Abbey, that sort of fight will at least happen for a little while usually. But the other, like, the downside of that is that it's very easy to leave because there's so many exits. So, like, right now, I am checking out this chest. I'm really not in any risk of dying, yeah? I might end up eating my words if I die here to an 8.4 Shadow Caller, but it's very unlikely, yeah? Like, unless I really royally mess up, especially with red buff, I am so close to the exit here. Can't really kill me during this time, yeah? And the same goes for an 8.3, yeah? If an 8.3 shows up and I want to fight and he doesn't want to, he can always get away. Thanks for following. Chip Hazard, 420. Now I'm curious. Sometimes I think about people's names. I've talked about it. Sometimes I'm curious. How did people come up with their names? And your name is one that procs that curiosity a little bit. You don't have to share, but I do get a bit of that feeling like, what does it mean? What does anything mean? Chip hazard. And there's a hazard that you're gonna eat too many chips? Or is it risky because you're gonna chip your tooth or your blade? Maybe your spear is chipped from all the fighting. Okay, yeah, I'll stop. Okay, let's see who else is here. Nah, nobody really. I mean, this guy could potentially decide to fight, but it's still tier 6 versus 6-3, you know? So let's just get the chest and see what else happens. Oh, he's trying to fight, actually. I mean, Great Frost players are usually very brave soldiers, yeah? So I wouldn't be surprised if he gives it a good old try with his 300k set against my 4.5 million. You know, he needs like a... He needs less than 10% chance to win, essentially, if you don't think about trash rate. Mr. Tunio, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome to the Club of Spears. Get your spears out, and you yourself also can now join in the celebration with a spear of your own in chat. I'm talking about, of course, about emotes. He ran away. Okay. Nobody else came. I mean, these two guys could maybe fight each other, but they ended up not seeing each other because of me in the center, yeah. I don't... If I had Invis Potions, I could still run around the Abbey like this, with this, and try to get like a kill on someone farming. And that farmer can even be like valuable. It can be like tier 7, tier 8, or maybe someone tuning a weapon, you know? So it can be pretty valuable, but I'm a bit lazy. That's gonna be like 5 minutes of just running around hoping. But it is pretty good because in the Abbey, you can very clearly hear. So if I have Invis Potion and I have a build that can actually catch PD players, which I do, I can run around, and the moment I hear someone hitting mobs, I can use my... Actually, do I use this to just dodge his... Yeah, I'm gonna use this too. This doesn't look like a good fight, but, you know, I have to try. Full Masterpiece 6-3. I was guessing that he would fight me, you know? He still has his E. He only used his jacket there. Wait, what? Oh, he still had... Okay. I am just dead now. I think after I missed that, I think I should be dead, yeah? There's a chance. Yeah. I really messed up. I thought he used his E, and I used my Inferno. But unfortunately, I was wrong. But did he use his jacket the first time? And the second time, I was sure that he used his E, but he actually used his jacket again, or what? Let's review that. Since we do watch fights back, I don't expect to do very well in this fight, but I definitely messed up a lot more than I needed to there. Oh, let's watch it. Also, so I was talking about raising spears. Okay, since I don't see anyone else in chat, I'm gonna put my own little... Where is it? There we go. And Mr. Tunio, you also have access to this now. Let's look at it and see what, because I definitely messed that fight up. It's not like an amazing gully. It's not really a good fight, but I want to take it to see what happens. If I had Mistwalker Jacket, it would be a bit different. Yeah, I would have a big advantage comparing to Inferno. And where is it? And my helmet, I have to... The way I use it at the beginning, I think is correct, you know, to dodge him a little bit. But let's see. I think it was correct, but in the end, you know, the way the fight went, I would have much rather had a shield on my helmet. But I think overall, I still want to have the Duskweaver. Let's look at it. Okay. First of all, unfortunate that I miss Impaler. Shadow Edge is correct. He starts with it. This is... What is this thing? After I use boots, he sees that he can come after me. So he already kind of turned around there. But what did he use at the beginning? I don't have him selected at the right moment, unfortunately, so I don't actually see what it is. Is it just a passive? What kind of passive was he using? So here, this effect on him. Is this just the... Oh, I think it's just a passive. Let's wait. Where's the game? Let's see. I think that's what baited me. And by the way, we've had discussion about one-handed dagger. That, you know, you just don't use everything at the same time. No, this bleed should be on me. Okay. I'm not sure what this red effect is. Because, yeah, it's obviously not Hunter Jacket. Now I see it clearly. So anyway, I don't choose first engage. And here I could pretty much just decide to leave. I still have stacks though. This is decent hit. He gets on top of me. Since I wasted boots, that's a big thing. He gets on top of me without using his E. And here he just uses Hunter Jacket. So now he just has to catch me and he has a free E because I have nothing left. So the boots is the big thing, yeah? Otherwise, he purges Inferno, I have boots. He purges boots, I have Inferno, yeah? But since I wasted my... Like, the moment here, it's fight... Essentially, the fight is over at this point, yeah? Kind of. Here at the beginning. I do this, and now I use boots, and I don't get enough separation. This is where the fight is kind of over, yeah? Against one-handed dagger, I mean, even if one-handed dagger is a great weapon to kill higher IP players, but especially, you know, with a decent IP advantage, like in this case, yeah, he's full spec and masterpiece. So especially when you're stronger, it's very easy to... Like, he's kind of punishing my one big mistake at the start, yeah? Now he doesn't have to worry, because now I don't have boots. Essentially, I can do both. I could also just E first, but if he doesn't waste his purge, I have nothing against his E anymore at this point. One thing I could do is wait for my helmet, and if there was a mob somewhere, I could helmet away now, because he used his Shadow Edge. But I tried to helmet him and miss, and this is just weird. This was just like, you can't do anything about potentially missing some actual spells, yeah? And normally, like, since his E is over, if I didn't fuck up that much here at some point, like, his E is... yeah, this is still bad. His E is over now, so I can turn around, but since I fucked up so much, he has 1,400 HP advantage, and he still has 2 potions. I only have 1, yeah? So here I can't really just stand and fight anymore, unfortunately. So I look for a way to potentially disengage. Which doesn't happen because he has Shadow Edge, which is really good. And he Shadow Edged my boots. So yeah. But yeah, I feel like this fight is over at this point where I wasted my boots. What I should do here, if I realized that he didn't actually... Wait, he did actually. Is this the E? Am I crazy? This was the E, actually, yeah? He just turned it off early, yeah? I don't have him clicked, so I don't see, but there's nothing else this could be. So I think this is actually... he actually E's right away here. And he's also... Yeah, I think he just E's there. Okay. Okay. Well, we need more of these fights to kind of handle the situation properly. I think overall, Daybreaker is definitely good enough to take this fight. Even with the IP disadvantage, definitely it's possible. But one thing I can do is change to his shield because it's been so strong every time. But he should damage himself with E. Yeah, but he heals more. Let's see. I mean, he's healing, yeah? He just turned the E off instantly, yeah? I think that's what happened. I think that's the E, yeah. I was just not didn't react properly. I think here I hit the Q, he heals himself with E, you know, he doesn't have any other way. He gets back to full HP with E, and then he turns it off the moment I Duskweaver away. So kind of well played, and now he knows that essentially now I should be aggressive here. But since he has Hunter Jacket, you know, it's not that easy, because here he turns on Hunter Jacket and still outbrawls me. And I let him purge my Inferno as well. Just like the fight... Ooh, okay, this is painful to watch this Impaler. But just like the fight before, where I said that, you know, I'm not using my... remove that. I'm not using my Inferno because I don't want enemy to purge my stacks. It was also kind of true here, right? So, if I don't Inferno, I don't proc his purge, and then he doesn't remove my stacks. It would be better for me to try to get him to purge my boots, maybe, but... Anyway, using boots there was, I think, the big disadvantage. And I realized now that he actually used his E. It's if you don't fight a lot against one-handed dagger, I've had this problem before as well. Sometimes it's not that obvious right away, you know, whether they're using their E or not. That was addictive though. I mean, the whole Daybreaker, Daybreaker time. It's definitely a Daybreaker day. I can feel that, but I don't have any more 6-3 Daybreakers, so we can instead go for 4.4. Or, yeah, we can go for 4.4 or buy another 6-3. Let's see, what else do I need? I need one more of these helmets, like this. The Cultist Skull would have been also really nice there, actually, as a swap. But I'm not gonna... I think it's better I can also swap to this, or just use my Duskweaver. Like, when I Duskweaver to mob, there's no reason to also boots, yeah? I already got out of his E there. Okay. I have a stag now, so you don't have to ask why I don't have a bag, because stag is more than enough. Why I can't actually mount up? Okay, there we go. I forgot the meals while playing a lot of times too, but Indian meals are mostly slow cooked. Yeah, yep, Carnage, that is. My meals are also mostly slow cooked now. What do I want? What else do I want? Duskweaver I still like more. Otherwise I could also use a purge. Smuggler's Cape, yep, I need Smuggler's Cape, and everything else I think I just need to buy. I don't think I have a Daybreaker. Tenacity. Oh, I have a Tenacity jacket. Nice. Also, I could switch my Tenacity jacket. I think. Is it? Let's see. Yeah. It does. Everything is magical, yeah? The extra damage will be magical, and the hits will be physical, but the hits are not that crazy. Okay, the Tenacity jacket, this one would be interesting, because it wouldn't save me from the damage, but it would at least make his purge a little bit weaker. But I probably don't want to change to Tenacity against one-handed dagger. Do I have any more boots here? Okay, so we go back to regular, refreshing, rejuvenating sprint, I think, because it's better for Daybreaker on average. Good fights though. We've had a couple of like decent fights. The Bloodletter fight, which I didn't kill him. We had this decent fight. Yeah, I mean 6-3 Masterpiece versus 6-3 regular, so it's pretty much the same. We had this fight, which was also 6-3 versus 6-3, so it's overall it's not difficult to get some enjoyable fights. And I think I can for 6-3 makes sense to buy also 0.2 food and potions. Considering how much the whole build is risking, then it makes sense to invest also in your consumables. About 20% is like a good thing to aim for, unless you go very high IP. Take 20% of your overall budget to be your consumables, I think. What are we gonna look for? Let's look at 5.2, 5.3 boots. Let's see if demon boots are available. It's not that expensive. Let's go demon boots here. Then I can change to demon boots if it's really an important thing. I don't have cooldown reduction here though, so now I will go even more likely to use cooldown reduction here. And Daybreaker. 4-4 or 6-3. 6-3, 1.8 mil, and 4-4 will be like 1.1 mil, but obviously I'm going to put another 2.5 mil into this Daybreaker. I don't really like tuning weapons that much, so I think I'm going to go with 6-3. Also looks fancier. Okay, Siphoned Energy. Geekpot. And what else? Cabbage soup. Okay. More of the same. And there's part of me that hopes I get the same fight, although I remember this name, although unfortunately I remember this name like in a negative context because he was being ridiculously toxic one time when I ratted his fight, which is kind of weird for someone who plays that much, but still, it's also a guy who plays this build a lot. I've seen him a lot outside of Mists here, and I think he has like, so if the same fight happens again, I'm sure that he will teach me like what happens if I actually correctly react, yeah, if I don't mess up my boots. It's likely that he has a counter, yeah, it's still a good fight for him overall. But I do have the tools to outplay him if I just have to every spell has to be on purpose, and especially my boots and Inferno, because those are the two things I have to actually not just eat all of his E damage. But this is, you don't see this very often. The fact that he turned off his E manually at the beginning, that kind of messed with my head, but it also ended up being like a very good decision for him, yeah? So his approach for this fight, by the way, this is also useful to know for the future to kind of predict. His approach for this fight is to use Shadow Edge to get close, to start the fight, and then E right away to see how I react. If I Inferno there, he's gonna purge it right away. But what I could do is, like, next time I'm gonna be in the same situation, I just E away and I don't use my boots. Now I've used my E, and his E is on cooldown, and if I don't E too far, I can start doing damage to him, right? Because he no longer has Shadow Edge to catch up instantly, and his E is gonna be on cooldown. So if the exact same thing happened, like, it's honestly, that's like, this is a struggle. If you don't constantly fight against one-handed daggers, at least not all the time, this is a struggle I've experienced before as well. That it's sometimes difficult to tell apart their spells, yeah, because they're on top of you, and the E doesn't have like such an obvious animation or effect as like a lot of other things, unfortunately. So this is not the first time. Like, I've kind of learned to differentiate between the E and the Hunter Jacket, and that's a big thing because good players are not using them always at the same time. We had a big discussion about this a couple of streams ago. To get better at one-handed dagger, that's one of the tools you need to have in your arsenal also. However, in this case, that was not really the problem. The problem was that the first E was not, I did not register it properly in my head. Love a good fight review, very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. That's what we do here. And sometimes you learn, because I already know some of these things, but sometimes, like right now, I learn, and you get to witness me learning and kind of learn together, yeah? Like, with 6-3, I don't expect to die too much, but my playstyle is still, like this fight, I kind of went into it right away, yeah? I didn't think too much about it, I went into it right away to see what happens. Full spec, full masterpiece player, yeah? So, my playstyle still is to, like, kind of take difficult situations and see what happens, yeah? But especially, like, whenever I play tier 7, tier 8, it's even more obvious that how many lessons we can have together from deaths, especially from me dying. Not just waiting for an easy fight. Would Reflect be good for when he gets too close? It's too easy for him to play around Reflect, Vishal. So no, I don't think Reflect is viable at all in that matchup. Because he can always Shadow Edge it, yeah? With Reflect, I lose a lot of my pressure of my damage, you know? And if he sees that I'm on Reflect, essentially, I mean, I'm not doing anything from far, yeah? Like, if we're standing 10-meter range, right now he has to get close. You saw, he Shadow Edged on top of me, yeah? It's his job to start the fight, because I am gonna impale her from far, and he's gonna out-brawl me like crazy when his E is ready. But if I had Reflect, there's nothing telling him to come close. And whenever he has Shadow Edge, my Reflect is completely useless, because he will just cancel it and then do whatever he wanted to do anyway. So no. Gives you more info to consider for next time you see. Yeah. I mean, if it was, like, if there were constantly fights happening, that's a very good way to learn, yeah? Unfortunately, it's possible that next time I fight one-handed dagger is gonna be, like, in 2 weeks, yeah? Also because I play a bunch of different builds. But it's definitely an experience that, hopefully, next time I see it, I will remember and then be able to be more locked in, especially to perceive what's happening on screen more correctly, yeah? Like, the boots problem was, yeah, okay, I used boots for no reason, because I expect him to after I E out, I expect him to want to follow, but now that I know he used his E, it is obvious that he's not gonna run after me right away, yeah, because he's gonna wait for his cooldowns. But it also since this guy, as I said, I remember his name, he plays like crazy, like he plays a lot, yeah? You can see from his, like, this is on EU server, yeah? He plays constantly, and I think one-handed dagger is his most played weapon. So from this we can also learn how to play one-handed dagger, yeah? And it's very interesting approach that he instant Shadow Edge and E, which, you know, next time I will be expecting that from a good one-handed dagger player more than I was right now. No one here yet. That's too scary. Do you do black zone roaming? Occasionally, but not like too much. Oh shit! What? Are you lagging on my screen, or did I miss everything? Do you think Fiend Cowl could be better for Mist now that Landed Cape isn't being used as much anymore due to popularity of Smuggler's Cape? No, I still prefer Helmet of Valor. Fiend Cowl will only feel good if if you specifically want to purge boots, it's easier, you know, as they're running away you can purge their boots from further away, essentially. But no, Helmet of Valor has a lot more uses. Helmet of Valor, you can remove Cultist Cowl from yourself, you can remove Sunder Armor that the Death Givers will put on you, and you can remove two things at once, yeah? You can remove stuff from yourself and from your enemy. So no, I definitely... If I was gonna decide to go for a purge with this build, I was close to thinking, like I was thinking about that, I would go for Helmet of Valor here. Not even really thinking too much about it. It's just such an extra, like... It's like twice the Fiend Cull, yeah? The Fiend Cull, you cannot purge yourself. You don't have cleanse either to swap to, like you would on a leather hood, at least. And Death Givers, like, as you can see, Sunder Other Death Givers is not like a niche matchup that happens sometimes. So it's nice to have it for that rare case, no. Sunder Armor Death Givers is a very, very popular way to play the build right now. Why is he doing this? Okay. If you insist, sir, sure. Okay, never mind. I mean, I don't want the Wisp, so I'm not gonna stay at the Wisp. I would like to kill the Death Givers, but I don't think they are... I understand why he was so insistent on getting this mounted. He still has Tornado, so I need to be a bit careful. If I use boots right now, he's gonna Tornado, and so I need to be ready for that. A little bit close, but he tornadoed me, so now he can't leave the mist right away, so... Although, he might still get out, we'll see. But why? Like, he wasn't even like a threat on my radar, like my mental radar, yeah? He wasn't even like a... He wasn't even acknowledging that he can rat this fight if I fight the Deathgivers. And for some reason he insisted on standing close to me to get this mounted first. Like, you know, sometimes, like I say, like, it's very good to kill some people who are, like, at least PvP viable. Like, legit PvP builds, even if they're low IP. It's good to kill them when you're expecting, you know, that they will rat you on the objective. This guy didn't even make that kind of, like, he didn't go over that threshold where I felt like I need to be wary of him if I actually take a proper fight, yeah? Death Wish, Ox, yeah. Maybe he was trying to, like, maybe he was hoping that Ox cannot be dismounted or something. What are these Duskweaver helmets? I am missing Duskweavers like crazy. Again, from a, like a pretty easy Duskweaverable place, honestly. He slowed me, so he's in combat, but not for very long. But he's not going for the exit, so... Does he have Invis? He doesn't, okay. No, that was bad. Oh, he actually killed his friend. He actually ended up killing his friend there. Okay. Did not... That duo didn't work quite as well, yeah. I mean, I have that problem often the same way. That I'm kind of like, if there is a logical team-up situation to go 2v1 against a higher IP player, I have the same problem with some weapons. Like, I want to participate in this, I want to help kill the high IP player. Oh, whoops. But too many AoE spells, so I can't really do it without also killing my friend, yeah, or the impromptu teammate. This was the same problem. The bow tried his best. He was attacking me with his E, but he was queuing his friend as well. I'm missing a lot of spells though, but not much you can do about that. That just happens. I don't have the Deathgivers here because I didn't get the last hit, but... Thanks for following. Zoro. Which is like a softer way to say Zoro. Maybe. I don't know. 1 mil chest from solo boss on red zone. I'm farming daily faction. Oh, I haven't actually. I used to get these messages, sorry. I used to get these messages for so long under activities. Faction warfare. Like, I used to get these messages for so long. I played it for like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. And it kept... Now I think it doesn't do it anymore. But it kept giving me like a notification. Like, oh, you learned like... You earned 0.7 faction points or something, you know? I don't know how it works, but... There's like, without playing the actual faction warfare, I kept getting these notifications like, oh, you got like a negligible, ridiculous amount of faction points for free. But I'm still happy. I think you can change, like, you can, Yezel, you can probably use, not change, but you can turn your faction points into chests also, yeah? So you got the 1 million chests right now. But if you have enough faction points, they can turn that into money as well, right? My experience with faction warfare is mostly just trying to bomb some faction groups, like at the beginning, you know. When as I said, at the very beginning, I was playing with a guild and some more socially, like also in terms of content, yeah. So I remember that we did some faction bombing, like going in Invis and trying to kill people who are doing faction warfare. That's my only direct experience, and well, half an hour on EU, but that's nothing. And this... The ranged bruiser. Okay. Show the build, please. Yes, Allison. This is what's happening right now on your screen. It is a breaker of day. And killer of the night. And I've had 3 fights against 6-3s so far. Oh shit, what is this guy doing? No! No, and he messed up. Okay. If he's running around like this, he might not be able to mount up. Unless he mounts up instantly, he has to mount up already now. Every second that goes by... Oh, he's not mounting, okay. That was interesting. I mean, he knew... Ooh, and that's over 1 million for this? You are very safe gathering in the mist, but not if you play like this. I am... I mean... I'll take the 1 million, but... this shouldn't really happen. Also, no Invis spot. What did he have? He has poison potions. Okay, we found a very lost gatherer. This is not the guy who gathers a lot, I think. If he does the same thing with Invis potion, it's over. Or if he just mounts the moment his boots end, it's also... I mean, over in the sense that I cannot catch him, yeah? If I wasn't cripple, I have a good build to catch gatherers, but without cripple, even if I hit my my helmet, his minor boots are too much. Dayman, fighter of the night man. We are creating some comic books here. Neo Garcia, thank you for following. I appreciate you being here. Today has been flying. It's been 5 hours and it doesn't feel like that at all. So yes, I had 3 good fights on 6-3 against 6-3. The Flame Walker I killed. The Bloodletter I let escape, so nobody died. And then the one-handed dagger I died. So it's kind of a 50-50. 50-50 day in terms of 6-3 fights. Of course, at the beginning I played tier 7 also for a while, and it's usually easier to get good fights in tier 7 because more people are available to fight. 7-2 Demon Boots, how am I supposed to sell that? Take it to black market or sell it for cheaper and accept that someone else is going to take it to black market? And I personally don't like taking stuff to black market. I feel like transporting is a separate activity. It's not something that... Just because you got a drop doesn't mean that you should also be the one taking it to the black market. But yeah, but also, like, I have the 6-3 or whatever Masterpiece Battle Axe, which timed out yesterday. Like, the sell order has been up for like 30 days and it timed out, yeah? If you have a lot of time, if you're patient, you're gonna get more money. But, I mean, patient in that you don't constantly switch around your sell orders. You just accept that it's gonna take a while to sell. Yeah, we talk about it and decide. Yeah. The transporting costs you time. Yeah. Well, unless you get really good. Like, transporting nowadays is not very risky, but you have to look at it as a separate activity. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes, we have already mentioned it, but not everyone was there. Let's go. I wanted to change songs. Yeah, it's time to find some more music on the that I have that I can play without copyrights as well. I'm curious. I don't understand why hip hop doesn't work well with Albion. Maybe it's just my specialty, but I don't understand. Because I generally like hip hop, but I like a lot of different kinds of music. But somehow, like rock music, pretty good. Yeah, like electronic, like or drum and bass, definitely works very well as a background for Albion. I don't know, for some reason for me, like hip-hop, and we're not talking about like lyrical, like rap songs, yeah, we're talking about mostly just beats. I don't know, it doesn't vibe that well. Max Canseco said, hey man, can you give one advice? Absolutely. What sort of advice are you looking for? I'm trying to play 4.1 Spear and Daybreaker since I don't have too much money. Good decision. I've said this many times. Your decision what tier to play should like at first it should 100% be defined by your bank and how much you can actually risk without worrying. Only later, when you have a lot more silver, you can start thinking about which tier is actually Do you want to go tier 7, 6-3? What playstyle, like? The thing is, I can't kill anyone because IP. I'm trying to learn without spending. Two answers. First of all, yes, you're gonna die more when you're low IP. That's the nature of the game. You have to accept it, yeah? That's why Albion is difficult, but that's also why it gives you, like, long-term progression in Albion is meaningful, yeah? So it's not just doing the same over and over again, like maybe League or Dota, but you're actually, you know, you are going to move, you're going to make more money in the future. Like when you play more Albion, you're going to have more and more IP, or going to be affording better and better sets. It's going to make you feel better about your progression through the game, yeah? But that does mean that you're going to get fucked a lot by people with higher IP. But secondly, if you're kind of new, which, I mean, I'm guessing you are, yeah, by your question. If you're kind of new, I can guarantee that a lot of the things that to you seem like, oh, you are getting fucked because of IP, that's an illusion. It is, there is so much more user error than you think there is. By user error, I mean mistakes, yeah? You make a lot more mistakes than is obvious to you, yeah? You might not notice it right away, and especially something like Spear, it's difficult because your mistakes on Spear are not obvious. If you're a beginner, since the fight on a Spear is going to be much more tactical and it requires you to adapt to your enemy more than some other weapons, sometimes you don't understand that you lost, even like, you might hit all your spells, but you lost, and you don't understand why. And maybe the answer is because you are not supposed to use that spell, or you're not supposed to brawl the enemy death givers, yeah? At all. So the same kind of fight, same strategy which works against one enemy does not work against the other enemy, right? And because like it's difficult for a beginner to understand that. So I can guarantee you're making a lot more mistakes than you think you are, and it's not just reducible to IP, like you're losing fights because of IP. That's only one part of a much, much bigger equation. I don't know if this makes you feel sad, then, you know, maybe Albion is not for you, but I hope it motivates you a little bit, because this also means that you can actually get better. It's not just about buying more expensive sets, but a big part of it is you getting better and becoming like more skilled. What tier should I use and which of the two should I focus? Spear or Daybreaker? Both are fun, but I don't know which one. Daybreaker is easier and a little bit stronger for 1v1 fights, and for 1v1 based content, yeah? So, unless you're roaming open world solo, where one-handed spear is very, very good. If you're playing Mists or Corrupted, I suggest mostly Daybreaker. The only reason I would say don't play Daybreaker is because it's more expensive. So if money is really an issue, go one-handed spear. Both are good enough to play and to be successful with long-term, like really in a good place. But Daybreaker is like one of the, in my opinion, it's one of the S-tier weapons again. Now that Flamewalker has died out a little bit, I feel like Daybreaker is one of the S-tier weapons again. Really strong, and it is much simpler than one-handed spear. But yeah, but if finances, if it's like if silver is an important consideration, stick with one-handed spear for a while until you make some more silver, so you don't feel bad about going 4.1, 4.2 Daybreaker and losing it. And as to what tier you should use, just like I said at the beginning when I was reading your first message. If you're new or kind of newish and you're listening to me and here, if you ever have a question what tier to go, number one, decide based on your bank. Even if it's not the best tier for your weapon, for your strategy, for the content, decide based on your bank. As far as full loot PvP is concerned, you don't want to undermine your own learning just by risking too much, and then you're going to be afraid and make bad decisions. You'd rather have a weaker. You'd rather be weaker in terms of your IP, but stronger mentally than the other way around. So don't risk too much at the beginning. But then later you should aim to go, like, let's start with 4.1 and then try to upgrade to 4.2 and tier 7 when you have enough money. That risking it is okay. Hello, hope you're having a nice stream. Hello, Master Bluffer. Thank you for your good wishes. And indeed I am having a nice stream. I'm a little bit unhappy for having botched the one-handed dagger fight more than I would like to. Like I don't go into that fight expecting to have an advantage, and I'm not going into the fight expecting to win. But I am a bit unhappy that I feel like I botched the beginning of the fight too much, and then after that there was no comeback. But you know, on the other hand, there was a very good Flamewalker fight, which gave me very nice boost in silver and good feelings. So in that sense, stream is going well, but overall also I'm very much enjoying Daybreaker is fun, and 6-3 is also kind of fun. I'm not getting as many fights as I would get on tier 7, but I am strong enough where I can run around and bully or not worry too much about 1v2 situations when it's lower tiers. If I find another red buff, I'll take it. Otherwise, 13 stacks red, it's kind of okay already. The problem is the chest is still 340, so my buff will only have... I only have 1 minute for the buff after the chest spawns. Is this red? Yeah, it's red. Okay, I'll clear this. I want the buff to last a bit longer after the chest. Like, seeing this... After this... after the Flame Walker fight, I am much more... Like this one, in the lobby here. After this Flame Walker fight, which wasn't super complicated, yeah? And I didn't have to, like, play out of my mind crazy well to win that fight. After that, I feel more and more that Daybreaker is once again worthy of being an S tier option. I think Arclight Blasters are still a bad matchup and a pretty popular weapon and a very strong weapon. But at least the Flame Walker domination is not as obvious anymore. And since there aren't, like, Flame Walker is not like a counter matchup. It's not like I counter Flame Walkers or something. But the Flame Walker matchup is not terribly bad anymore. I feel like after the nerf, there's always a chance that they miss their E or they will not have enough mobility to catch me or run away. And because of that, also fewer Flame Walkers play. So overall, I feel like it's fair to say Daybreaker is an S tier weapon again. Just came back to the stream. Did you got any juicy kills? No, I got a juicy death scroll and one bloodletter ran away. Did I get any juicy? This wasn't really juicy. No, okay, this was a gatherer. Yeah. So yeah, I got a, like, I let a bloodletter go away, which would have been a very nice kill. That was my mistake somewhat. And then I died to a one-handed dagger. Those are the only kind of juicy fights I had after the Flame Walker. Like really, like higher than tier 8 fights, I mean. I mean, you are still on the list also. How much did you give? You gave 200k kill fame, yeah? It's not a juicy kill, but it's at least noteworthy kill. Arclight seems cool, but so expensive. I think Arclight is legit S tier weapon that is underplayed because of the price. Like, my experience with it, ever since Hamster brought it up in stream, and I started playing it, and I played it for quite a while. Like, a couple weeks ago, I played a lot of Arclight in Mists, I played it in Corrupted. I feel like it's pretty difficult, but I think Arclight Blasters is actually... It's legit like an S tier, a very strong S tier contender, and one of the strongest weapons and builds right now. It might even be worthy of potentially saying it's the strongest, but the reason I want to be careful by saying it's like the S plus tier meta is because it's not really meta if you define meta by how many people are using it, yeah? Because of price and because playing crossbows and Arclight Blasters is more difficult. It's much more difficult than Flame Walkers, swords, even Daybreaker, fists, you know. It's mechanically much more demanding, and you need to use your passive core correctly. Skystrider is the strongest. Skystrider is also in a similar category. It's not as crazy strong as Arclight, but it's in a similar category in the sense that if more people played it, I would be willing to say that this weapon is amazing, yeah? It's meta weapon. But since it's being underplayed due to its price and its novelty, yeah, a lot of people who like bows have not yet gotten around to really play Skystrider in full loot. Because of that, I feel like it's better to say that it's like a A-tier contender and not like doesn't push to S-tier at all at the moment. On one-handed dagger, was he using the one-shot setup? No. He was using the regular one-handed dagger build. No sort of one-shot, no. The big mistake came from the fact that he started his fight with E and I did not realize it. I didn't see it on screen. So I E'd away and then used my boots. So the next time when he came around to brawl me, my boots were just wasted, kind of. And also, since I didn't realize he used his E, I was not being aggressive at the correct time at the beginning. It wasn't a huge mistake, yeah, but against one-handed dagger, that's the success. The success of the weapon is that it puts so much pressure on an enemy. So essentially, that one mistake was already it. If I had an advantage in terms of IP, yeah, we're also dealing with a masterpiece full IP, full spec player, right? So he's also has that advantage. If I had that sort of advantage, maybe I could have still turned it around. But in this sort of fight, I was not allowed more mistakes than that one. What do you think the S plus tier weapons are? Top 5. Death Givers, Arclight Blasters, Daybreaker, Flame Walker, and Fists of Avalon. But as I said, if more people played Sky Strider, it would be possible to maybe consider putting Sky Strider there instead of Fists of Avalon. What's so good about Arclight? I've never played or went against it. Ridiculous amount of damage because you can proc your Q stack, like the passive of crossbows, you know, the one that the same that light crossbow use. You can proc it so much more because of the E. The E has three charges, right? So it's much easier to proc your double Q, which is ridiculous damage. Even on light crossbow, double Q with your E and like proccing double Q, E, W, double Q, like helmet, robe, double Q is already like absolutely crazy damage. But on Arclight Blasters, you have access to using it much more freely. And your E on Arclight Blasters, you have like it's multifunctional. You can use it to dodge a lot of spells. You can use it as a to gain resistances. It's no joke. It's like it's the same resistances, even more than if I was using Inferno, yeah? So if you, for example, the Death Givers are running towards you, if you predict when they are Eing, or let's say Flamewalker is Eing you, and you use Arclight Blaster Z at the right moment, even if you don't dodge their damage, because they hit you still, you're essentially tanking it with more than a Inferno shield's worth of extra resistances, yeah? So the E can serve as extra mobility, the E can serve as mobility to get away, to kite, as mobility to catch someone, just as a damage to execute your enemy, or to get extra resistances. There is so much you can do. It's very, very flexible. Sounds very cool, I would try it, but I'm so poor. Yeah, the price has really shot up. Because of Hamster, the weapon has spread, Hamster being an amazing crossbow player overall, and like he was top of the weekly leaderboards in Mist, then in Corrupted. He got me to play it as well, which was a lot of fun. And I think overall it spread quite a bit. More and more people started playing it, and the prices went up because of that. Like a month ago, it wasn't that crazy, the price for Arclight Blasters. Hard to kill with a Sky Strider. You're saying that it's hard to finish kills? Yes and no. It's a bit... I don't know if I want to say it's easier. Yeah, it is easier than other bows, yeah? Because you can finish kills with an E from a distance. You can use your E as a bit of a dash also occasionally. So, yes, it's true. Trollolo, it's true. All bows and all kiters suffer from the problem that the same distance that you create between you and your enemy in order to kite successfully, that same distance becomes your enemy when you suddenly decide that now I want to go in the offensive and attack. Because now the enemy is going to use the same distance and just walk away, and now you're stuck chasing them, yeah? That's true. But Sky Strider doesn't specifically suffer from it. Like Warbow is a good example of being absolutely horrible at finishing kills, yeah? Like in a defensive position, Warbow is good, but as an attacker, Warbow is abysmally bad. So Sky Strider at least doesn't do that, and the E damage is still crazy, right? I have been in situations several times where I get a bad start against Sky Strider, and I decide, you know what, I'm just gonna reset, because I'm no reason not to, yeah? He's standing like a half a screen away, I'm just gonna reset the fight, yeah? And then it turns out I can't even get away from Sky Strider. Why am I not? Oh, he has the correct E, actually. Sorry, not E, correct W, yeah. He's tier 7, he's tier 6 overcharged, and I'm 6-3. So I'm 2 tiers higher, and this is good matchup for Daybreaker. So there isn't really much he can do, other than run away with his invis. But we'll see. I mean, if he hits me with helmet, he will maybe start the fight also. Even if he was 6-3, this matchup is very good for me. Even if it was like 6-3 versus 6-3, I think this is a matchup that is very difficult for him to manage. Okay. Let him go. Because chasing through the rocks, I don't know. If I catch him, it will be in 5 minutes, and he is tier 6 overcharged, yeah. So it's not really worth it. But this is a matchup I like. I really like on Daybreaker. It's difficult to play this on Fists, very difficult, because my E counters his E a little bit, Obviously, as you saw, he missed it also, but I know I don't get knocked up. If he E's and I E at the same time, I don't get knocked up. I can dodge it sometimes. And my E also can counter his W. If he hits his devastating combo while I'm in my E, it will get cancelled. It won't work because I'm CC immune. Is Daybreaker good for duo mists? Or is there any better choice of weapon? Okay, if you phrase the question like that, 100% there are better choices of weapons, yeah. It's not like it's not a meta weapon for duo mists in any setup. Is it good enough for duo mists? Yes. But you know, like most swords with the like light armor swords with the healer are better. Some shapeshifters are definitely better. But Daybreaker is viable, yeah. It's okay. The Purge makes it kind of okay. The Purge makes up for the fact that you don't have as high of a sustained damage output as you would have on a sword. But you have a Purge. So if you go healer plus Daybreaker, you can potentially... You have to use light armor though. You can potentially kill some unsuspecting enemies if you get the Purge right. Because some of the defensives like Cleric Rogues and Infernos and stuff, they won't work against you, yeah? But if you're trying to find what is best for like duo content, then I suggest probably not going Daybreaker. If you're playing with a healer, then go for a sword or a shapeshifter. Those are the most popular options. Axes are also okay because the bleed stacks reduce healing. Yeah, that's also a nice argument in favor of axes. I have time to go there. Yeah. If you're playing not with a healer but with 2 DPS, one spear that I really liked playing, like really played for a while with my friend who was playing. He was playing either light crossbow or bow of Badon as a range, high damage range DPS, and I was playing Heron Spear. So I was trying to set up for his big damage, and he was kiting around, and I was more like a frontline DPS. That worked pretty well. If you want to play Spear in duo, and you don't have a healer, but you have another DPS with you. Would be interested to see some Arclight gameplay. Do you plan to play the weapon? Definitely is worth coming back to. As I said, I feel like it's one of the strongest right now. One problem is that not a lot of good players are gonna fight Arclights, I feel like. Like people have caught up to the fact that it is ridiculously strong, yeah? So I think it will be more difficult for me to find a fight than it is on Daybreaker, for example. Like if I want to play at 6-3. But I don't have to play 6-3, I can play tier 7, tier 8, and yeah, it will be still fun. And yeah, I would like to play some Quarterstaff. I even put some specs in Quarterstaff recently. I would like to learn some Quarterstaff. It feels like it's a decent weapon to suggest to people like looking just for a random generic suggestion, especially like newer players. I have a fly again. I don't know if you see it. I've been having more flies last couple of weeks. I think it's because my windows are open the whole time. I mean, sometimes you get those fruit flies also, you know, like if you leave like fruit out or something like, you know, like bananas or so. But I also like legit flies. I've had more recently. Just thought you would be interested to know. Well, now you do. But I cannot close my windows too much because it's a heat wave. For a Nordic person like me, it's way too hot for... It's been like that for a while already. It's very warm outside. I don't know, I like this more. Spending like a 1.8 mil on this, rather than a tuning for a lot of money. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but... to not use the Awakening at all, but... I don't know, I don't feel like I get enough of an advantage from a tuning a weapon. Unless you really put like considerable amount of money into it, but at that point, I kind of feel like I'd rather just go higher tier, yeah. Somebody is fighting mobs there. Oh shit. 4.4 death givers. Oh, he's in combat with me now. No, mobs, don't slow me, come on. Why is he 4.4 with such quality? My boots before his, so I can catch him. But he's on soup, so if I let him out of combat for too long, he's free to go. He needs to dash to dodge my spells somehow. Okay, he dashed already. That's nice. No. Okay, well, he's probably dead anyway, but we'll see. That was what? 3 mil still? Guys, did you actually pay for some actors or for stream? Was I not made aware? How did that happen? Unfortunately, almost everything trashed. I mean, the good stuff trashed, but wait, what? How did this happen? This is 8.2, so it's essentially 1 tier higher, but he's using low quality items. Okay, he's just freshly awakened, but this is still... What did I get? I got boots and helmet. So it's not like, I mean, it's not like I lost like crazy amounts, yeah? This is, how much? 2 million? Okay. It's fine. It's fine, but it's... Nice kill? I don't know, I mean, was that really like even a... That wasn't a fight, that was just him trying to get away. And me messing up my second E. I mean, I hit the first E very nicely. If I'm him, I would probably try to dash, because the second time when I caught up to him, the fact that he dashed is like, okay, like trouble off my mind, you know? Because I'm so worried, it's so easy for me to miss my Impaler, miss my E, because of his dash, yeah? It's so good at dodging at the right moment. The moment he uses his dash just to get a bit further away, I kind of like... I breathe a sigh of relief knowing that now he's probably just dead. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure if he has low quality because he's trying to bait people to fight him, or because he is actually a beginner, you know, and he's like was just in an unfortunate position. I come here and I see using 6-3. Yes, Killer. No helmet swap? Yeah, probably should. Even against that 100 dagger, it would have been so nice to have Cultist Cal. The thing, Kilerio, it's not like... helmet swap has been nerfed a bit, in a positive way, because every helmet now has this, yeah? So, most of the situations where I would swap to Cultist, I just swap to this energy shield and I feel kind of good, yeah? I mean, Cultist would be stronger, but shield is very good also, like against Flamewalkers, against some Brawl heavy builds. I just use the shield. I gotta go, have a nice end of stream. Thank you, Scroll, thanks for being here and being active. I appreciate you. And also the fight. He ended up not being able to snipe me for the second time. That shield is getting nerfed, by the way. Yes, use it while you can. This shield is super duper strong right now. And the nerf to shield that they're planning to do next patch is to make it from 20 seconds to 25 seconds, which is very fair. Like, zero issues with that decision. It is very fair to nerf that shield. The logic that they're saying is that, yo, it's like too much energy, you know, the problem that it gives you like a energy solution, yeah? It's like a too easy solution to your energy problems, essentially. Okay, fair, that's fair to also say that, but the real problem from solo PvP perspective doesn't just come from the energy. The energy is a smaller thing of it. The real problem comes from having such a strong shield on such a low cooldown. Essentially, every like with my cooldown reduction, every 16-17 seconds, I have, how much? 900 extra HP. And when I was playing Spear on Cloth Armor, the shield scales, you know, Cloth Armor shield is higher. I was getting 1000 HP every 16 or 15 even seconds, yeah, with higher cooldown reduction. Which means that for an average fight, I had like 2000 to 3000 HP more. Of course, you can waste the shield and your enemy can play around it, yeah, which is cool. But it's not that difficult to use it well. They should fix Iron Skin, that thing is useless. Preach! Preach, brother! I am so happy that they added a meaningful alternative spell to all helmets. It gives so much extra fun and variety to everyone. And yes, it would be nice if the Stone Skin was also... I don't think... Is Stone Skin... Or, sorry, not Stone Skin, Iron Skin, yeah? Or is... Wait, Stone Skin, yeah? You were wrong, I'm right, yeah? Stone Skin, yeah, not Iron Skin. Is Stone Skin used in any content other than... at all, I mean, not other than, but... Is it used at all? Is there some content where it actually makes sense? I don't think so. I just haven't heard of it. But just making sure that I'm not rallying people for a change for solo PvP to mess up a spell that is actually well balanced for something else. It's before resistances though, so it's only about 1/3 as strong as it seems. Okay, that's fair point actually, yeah. I don't know if it's true that it's 1/3, let's see. Resistance, 69% damage. Okay. Yeah, actually good. With light armor, so it's especially super strong with light armor. The shield is higher, and also your logic if you apply it. The resistance is logic. Also, light armor I don't have that high resistances. Yeah, so it's especially OP with light armor. But yeah, okay. You're right. I need to temper my my excitement about the 2000 extra HP a little bit. But it's essentially like, it's similar cooldown to a lot of Ws. Against decent amount of matchups, I almost fully negate their W, yeah? Like, depending on who, but even if the enemy is like a spear. Of course, against spear, you cannot really predictably use it against every impaler, but still. If you use it perfectly, you can potentially negate the enemy's W, because usually W spells have about the same cooldown. Impaler has actually 10 seconds, so I'm lying there, but some Ws. What did the cripple? The cripple is gonna be same cooldown, yeah. Cripple. If the enemy had cripple, you could deny its damage completely almost. Even more than completely, yeah. Oh shit, I didn't mean to change. I hope it's not a fight where... Okay, actually I do need cripple for this. If I'm gonna catch him. The shield is before resistances, it's 33% less damage. You mean the iron, the stone skin, yeah? 33% less damage, yeah? So yeah, so the answer is that it's not actually used anywhere, yeah? If someone is here playing some sort of content and ever using stone skin, then speak now. In Duo Abbey, what should I be using if my friend is one-handed axe? I suggest going for range DPS. I think it's much more difficult for Duo to play 2 melee DPS than it is 1 melee and one ranged. Because you're going to tank a lot of damage, AoE damage from your enemies, you're going to tank together, you're both going to take the damage. Oh, he's actually fighting with his tier 6 build. I shouldn't be on cripple, but whatever. I have IP advantage, and I am also... I still have red buff also. Unfortunately, cripple not good for this fight, but whatever. Okay. Brave soldier, no overcharge. I have so much love and respect for people who take these sorts of fights, but please, if you recognize yourself in this curse staff here, if you recognize that you occasionally also you go tier 7 and you take this fight where you don't know what's gonna happen, just to see it. Amazing. You're gonna get, like, in 2 months, you're gonna be a much better PvP player than someone who runs away. But please, when you have reached the stage when you are brave enough to take these fights, take overcharge. You don't have to be an overcharge addict who just overcharges in the city like I often do. Last couple of streams at least, I mean. You don't have to be like that, but take overcharge. There's no reason not to, man. He would have a better chance, and he would actually... I mean, I wouldn't say that he really has a chance, because I have 13 stacks red, and I am, like, obviously a lot higher AP because of specs and tier difference, yeah, but still. Overcharge. Take... And if you feel like you don't want to risk overcharge, then it's too early for you to be playing tier 7 and being so aggressive. Then go lower tier and learn some more, and earn some more silver as well. But if you've reached the point where you are like this brave man, you're playing tier 7 and you are bravely taking a bad fight, overcharge. So yeah, back to the thing for the range thing. I just from my experience playing with 1 melee DPS as a setup and kind of a bit more tanky, and the other guy ranged, is much easier. Like when we were fighting, like with my Heron plus Badon or Doomhammer plus Badon, or Heron plus Crossbow, I played those things with my friend. We always, like, against melee, we killed, like, we were tier 7 and we killed 8.3 double melee duos occasionally, because it was so much easier. If they just fully attack together, I just need to survive the attack, then I hit the big stun, all of our damage, both of us, all of our damage went onto both players. And obviously if they were lower tier or tier 7, then it was even much easier, yeah. So you need a ranged, I think for optimal results, if you're not getting a healer, you need a DPS that is ranged and does a lot of damage, yeah? If you don't have a healer, you probably don't want the Curse Staff, because Curse Staff is slow, sustained damage. It's not as good for duos as like big bursts. That's why Badon was nice. Light Crossbow was really nice, big burst of damage. War Bow actually can work, although requires a lot more like skill, from my opinion. War Bow is not crazy burst of damage, but it is a lot of damage, you know. With Ray of Light and E still. My friend is new and wants to run daggers in duo. What is a non-healing build that would work in duo mists? I mean, you can always... okay, it's not... sorry, it's not... Finny was asking the original question, yeah. So Pogi says, just wants to have daggers in duo. What's a non-healing build that would work in duo mists? Are you asking what to play together with him? Or are you asking what to suggest to your friend? In duo mists, almost the only dagger that is popularly played is Death Givers, yeah? You can even get extra value from your Q2 on Death Givers. From this spell. From this spell, you can get extra value because you can stack up faster, yeah? Against 2 players. So Death Givers are good. And you have good enough mobility as well, if you need it. But one-handed dagger is played as part of a specific one-shot setup, so don't play one-handed unless you have Grail Seeker one-handed dagger one-shot. Okay, so he's playing Death Givers and you want a non-healer build to play with him. Well, I would suggest the same to you as I said earlier. Essentially, double DPS, you can play anything and it will be okay, but you won't be able to kill a lot of healers. If you do want to occasionally also kill healers, first of all, make sure he has Stalker Hood. Yeah, it's really, really good against the healers to amp up the whole damage from both of you. I would suggest that you play a ranged DPS and you focus on defending yourself a little bit with like Cleric Robe or something like that. Or at least Mage Robe. So the same kind of things we talked about, like Badon, Crossbow. Arclight Blasters is actually super strong. It's not really ranged, as in like you don't function from very high range, but still you don't have to stand on top of your friend to be effective. But that's a pretty expensive one. Warbow, Longbow are all okay. I saw someone mention Longbow also. Like if you mentioned Longbow yourself, yeah, it can work, yeah, absolutely. Just if you are gonna be Longbow, you just accept that you're gonna die quite a bit as well. The damage output is not crazy. And Death Givers doesn't have any good way to keep your enemy in the E. So it's not like comboing Longbow with like Tomb Hammer or something, yeah? Any specific suggestions for range DPS? We are both broke. Finny, if you're broke, I would suggest Light Crossbow to start. It's difficult, but it does, like... It's difficult, so you have to kind of accept whether you want the extra difficulty. It's gonna take you a little bit of time to get used to the passive and actually hit your spells correct, like... consistently, yeah, but the damage output of Light Crossbow is there. It's almost unrivaled. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if you were able to calculate like damage per silver, like of different weapons, I think Light Crossbow would be among the best, if not the best. At least for this duo mist question we are discussing. I would also very much consider Bow of Badon, but it's not very, like, it's expensive. Stacy's also asked earlier, where does Bow of Badon stand and how is beginner like 4.4 is not eco, right? Yeah, I'm beginner running mostly 4.1 and 4.2. You're doing the exactly correct thing, Stasis. If you feel like you're beginner, decide based on your economy before anything else. Run 4.1, 4.2. You're going to get a lot of valuable experience that is going to be useful later down the line. You're going to learn stuff. You're going to get used to dying. That's important. I know, like, I don't know, depending on which game you come from, this might sound either logical or ridiculously stupid, but actually dying is just simply the act of dying and losing your items 100 times is immensely valuable to become a better player. To get over the hump of like the anxiety of feeling bad about death, to whether you feel bad because your progress is set back because you lost items, or you feel bad because there's a bit of a pride, you know, it feels bad because the other guy now can enjoy their kill and they think you suck where actually you don't suck, you know. There's a lot of emotional problems also that can come if you're not used to full loot or hardcore competitive gaming. Which is, if you're coming from other MMORPGs, then usually it might be a bit of a new thing. So, and obviously, as a beginner, you don't want to die 100 times in tier 7 because it's fucking expensive, so... Running 4.1, very good. However, Badon is in a good place. I definitely suggest playing Badon if it's not too expensive for you, yeah. If you want to play a bow, Sky Strider is prohibitively expensive for a beginner. Regular bow is okay. Long bow is okay. Warbow is okay. All of those are okay for low IP. Badon is not just okay, Badon is good. So that's how kind of how you can think about it. Speaking of regular bow, sir, did you even see me here? It's okay, I have 3k hours of LoL, I can suffer. Yeah, okay. Nice. Suffer and not quit. Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for. By the way, thanks for following Bloody Sword. Happy to have you. That's kind of what I was looking for, yeah. If you play a lot of other competitive games or used to play, like League, Dota especially, because the combat is somewhat similar, but even some FPS titles, then you are no stranger to the feeling of just sucking, yeah? Just losing, dying, being fucked over, not understanding what you did wrong, sometimes feeling like you did the right thing and then still the world is against you, like that. Those sorts of feelings, you kind of have to go through that in Albion a little bit, yeah? But if you're no stranger to that feeling from other games, then you can play harder weapons and accept that, yeah, you're gonna be difficult for a while, and that's fine. We have a tier 8 Bloodletter here, who is not gonna let him dismount, not let me dismount him, unfortunately. Daybreaker not amazing at dismounting. To catch him, I kind of need Cripple, because he's just gonna full run away. Oh shit. Is this revenge? Nah. It was actually revenge. That was huge. I kind of feel bad because he's doing like a cool challenge to get like a lot of money with tier 6 builds. But if you were here a couple streams ago, I was taking like a very difficult fight, tier 7 spear versus 8-1 dual swords with Awaken. It was a really like a difficult fight. I was like a 50-50 fight in Abbey, and it was on an objective. There's nothing wrong, but Eugen just was there at the right moment to snag the kill, which is nice because he said later that he was really happy. You know, it kind of boosted his morale. So he got all the items from dual swords. I survived. I didn't die, but I still. Anyway, this was like a tiny bit of payback for him stealing my dual sword skill. Although, honestly, in that fight, it wasn't like I was already killing the enemy. It was very much 50-50 or who's gonna die. I mean, before Eugen arrived. Oh yeah. But yeah, tier 6. Very brave to play tier 6. And fight everything. But you know, with tier 6 and tier 7, you can actually play like that. So yeah, so what we were talking about... Oh, come on, bro. Okay, fine, let's do it then. 4.1 bow. How many times you had the chance not to die? He's trying to stack up on the mob there. Nice. Yeah, go for that. Good job, Mr. Bow. Very good job. Oh, okay. He's not taking... Oh, come on. The slowing me was not a good job, but everything else was a good job. I still have 2 potions, so I'm not worried about this, but you can see this, like this sort of situation. It's a very good example of why high IP, why these 8.3s often play plate armor more than anyone else. Because, you know, he's still running, yeah, you can see. If he wasn't on plate armor, he would be dead here. Luckily, everyone understands who is the target here. He's gonna have a lot of stacks, though, and I'm gonna run out of energy with my helmet. Unfortunately, my helmet is not good for this. Please, give me a Duskweaver, man. I wish I had Duskweaver here. Oh, he's running out of... Never mind, he has energy from boots. I almost messed up his Duskweaver. I didn't though. He still hit it, but yeah, you can see. This is why you can see this 7-4-8-3 guy playing plate armor. Yeah, okay, it's a cool build to try in 1v1, but at the end of the day, when this shit happens, he doesn't have to pay for his mistakes. Yeah, unfortunate. Not gonna attack anyone else. Both of these guys did good job. Both focused the 8.3 there. Unfortunately, I have also overcharged now, so I kind of need to use it, But you see, the Deathgivers had a very bad start, yeah? He thought it's a free kill. I fought back. I purged his stacks before his E. Then he stacked up on mob. I infernoed his E, I predicted, yeah? he's the first kind of two brawls of the fight, or first trade essentially, very much in my favor. If he was in red armor, I still might not be able to catch him, but I have a very good weapon for catching, and he would be much lower in HP, making those two, like, essentially, I have such a good start, he would be much lower. But, you know, one of the reasons, maybe, I'm saying, plate armor can also be just a cool build, but one of the reasons why you see high IP play a lot more plate armor is because here, he doesn't have to lose his 50 or 60 mil set like he would normally, because he's playing plate armor. So annoying, all PvP content is based on mobility. To some extent that's inevitable, but corrupted dungeons are not just based on mobility. Mobility will always be part of the game, yeah? Otherwise we could be playing a card game, yeah? Like you play your turn to play, you play like, you know, Hearthstone I think it's called, yeah? You play a card, I play a card, yeah? I counter your card with my card, yeah? So spacing, the fact that we're playing in space, you know, like, you understand, not like in space as in Cosmos, but yeah. That's part of the game. That's always going to be part of the game. But you're right that mobility gives, like, mobility allows to play Albion without risking too much, you know, taking advantage of good situations and not being punished for bad situations. That gives us so much mobility. Yeah. I mean, if there is one weapon which is above all everything else as a S+ tier solo weapon right now after the Flamewalker nerf, if there is another weapon, it is Deathgivers. No doubt about it. And you can see also why. He's at least as good of a brawler as I am. I mean, okay, forgetting the fact that he's 7'4", 8'3", yeah, which is what he was. He was 7'4", not even 6'4", yeah. Forgetting all of that, he can reasonably brawl me, like reasonably well. At the same time, you see, like, this sort of mobility, it's like, it keeps him kind of safe, yeah. But as I said before, it's also partly that's why he's playing the plate armor, to not die there, and to kind of be able to survive for a long time. Hello, sir. Okay. I need to eat the next food anyway, and then change to soup. Unfortunate, like, this was very close to like an amazingly good kill, but even with my helmet, it was difficult. I mean, obviously the guys were helping. The bow slowed me, and or by accident, whatever. The guys were obviously helping, but you know, they are not helping me catch him. If one of these, if these guys, like the bows, the Badon and what was it, the regular bow, if those guys had a purge, like one purge between them, we would have a chance to catch him, yeah. But the extra, I don't need the extra damage. Like, the guys are just shooting their E's and stuff. Like, that doesn't actually help me. I don't care. Like, if we catch the Deathgivers, I'm killing him anyway, because the start was so good and he starts running away, yeah. But unfortunately, no one has a purge other than my E. None of us have a purge. If I was accidentally preset on cripple when this fight starts, then it's very unlikely that I get such a good start against the Deathgivers. Like, he can just outbrawl me easier. But it might still be okay, and then I can potentially maybe catch him. Who knows? Although if I'm on cripple, then a guy who's playing like 8-3 Masterpiece probably is going to notice that and play around it, yeah. I just now killed Bo Badon in the black zone while watching your stream. Okay, nice DM, Keepy. I guess the DM part is redundant. Just Keepy. I don't remember what I called it last time. Anyway, happy to hear that you got a kill. And yeah, as like Badon is viable, but Badon is not super strong. Like, it's not like S tier meta. Also in open world or mists. So I hope your fight was fun. I used to think that Badon is really weak, but then the bows got buffed in different ways, and I'm happy that Badon has become pretty strong now. Is he actually gonna do this? No, he's not. I was trying. This is a moment where if I dismount, you know, he's never taking the fight. I was trying to, you know, be like, oh, please don't attack me, you know. But even though I still kind of doubt whether this is like a human or bot playing, at least he has the presence of mind to inspect me before he attacks. Although for some 8.3, 8.4 players, they inspect, he does, like, it's not always that they inspect your build, sometimes they just look at your HP. So he might have also just clicked on me, seen 4000 HP and instantly thought, okay, not my fight, yeah? I am 6-3 overcharged, by the way. The last time I killed a guy like this, I was tier 7 overcharged, yeah? So I have 2 tiers advantage. This fight for him is I don't want to say hopeless, because he can play from the edge of my screen just using helmet like that. Like I've seen that also. He can just stand 25 meters away and just use his own, like, well, helmet is not 25, but however many it is actually, wait, no. What was the range? Wait, sir. 18 meters, yeah. He can stand 20 meters away the whole time, just come in for helmet, and that's it, yeah? But if he actually takes the fight, it's a very difficult fight for him. I'm kind of hoping to chase him out of the Abbey, or at least see what he does and try to annoy him a little bit, but honestly, I'm kind of wasting my own overcharge just to make a point, so... Almost killed this guy today, I missed 1 Q. Oof, that hurts. Sometimes almost killing, like we had this discussion last time where Vitus almost killed an 8.4. Almost killing sometimes is more tilting than dying. So yeah, if he only plays like this, only with helmet, that's his only way to win this. He has 2 poisons as well. I could also swap to cripple, but I think both are kind of fine. Cripple and Impaler both give me a good chance. Interesting. Is he still fighting? I don't think so. Yeah, he's just running. Yeah. Interesting. Go then. Go, mister. I am not... What? He's gonna... Yeah, reset your whole Albion career, my brother. Go play another game. I'm sorry. You don't usually see me being like a kind of negative or toxic here, but I've said many times that yes, I know that a lot of these guys who play this, they are actually legit feeding their families with it, yeah? It's not just a joke. They're legit RMTing this money to, you know, to actually... That's their income, yeah? So I have some empathy for that, yeah? I've met people, and I've been in a situation where I would do anything just, you know, to earn some money to eat, essentially. I understand that. But it's a very, like, it's a strong point I'm going to keep making, that if we all played like this, Albion would die in a week. This is very clearly contributing to the game becoming worse for everyone. It's kind of like shitting in the common pool, yeah? Like, yeah, you get a bit of benefit because you didn't have to go to the bathroom, so, and it feels good for a moment. But if everybody starts shitting, the pool wouldn't exist, yeah? So I'm not gonna give him a reset, and then what? Then what? He misses one spell and he's right next to the exit. He's just gonna ask another reset, yeah? Like, he's never gonna take a risk until it happens, like in that video, like that clip. If you've seen me kill that 8.3 double-bladed, the way it happens is that I bait him in and he thinks he's killing me, yeah? It's like I eat my potion on my last 100 HP, remove his Stalker jacket. Like, he's already counting my money, but actually he's dying, yeah? Unless, like, stars align, he's never gonna commit to an actual risk, so... It's gonna be essentially just us running around for 6 minutes, him running to the exit every time he starts losing a little bit, and then either nothing happens in 6 minutes, or he, like, if I miss everything and he hits everything somehow, then maybe he will try to get the kill. Double-bladed triggers Victor, 100% ace, yeah, it's it is more like, it's a little bit, yeah, it's not really triggering. I mean, they exist, that's okay, but it's when he asks for a reset, I hope he also understands that it's... I'm not gonna, like, take an actual weapon and let's play PvP, or take this weapon and take the fight, yeah? Like, if he was like, if this was like something else, like if it was like a Bowl Badon or whatever that we just talked about, I hit 1 Q and he misses his spell, and then he's next to the exit, he's saying reset, it's much more reasonable, yeah? I don't like fighting next to the exit because of this, but it's much more reasonable. I could potentially, you know, let him reset and say like, okay, you know, let's move away for the exit and we take the fight again, because I know in that fight against Daybreaker versus Badon, if I catch him, I win. If he evades my attempts to catch him and kites me well, he wins. We are both risking our items, and it's a fun, skill-based fight. But with this guy, even if I let him reset 10 times, I know exactly what's gonna happen. Kinda wish I wasn't crippled though, because I am strong enough to brawl him without Impaler damage. So if he wasn't next to the exit, the cripple would give me a better chance. One-handed frost. I think it was tier 7 though. I know mobility is always a factor, says Yulinsky, but such a big factor. I mean, mobility weapons can make mistakes and survive, while no mobility weapons are required to play almost perfect, because one mistake and you die. True, true. True, Yulinsky, and it is always has been a bit of a problem, yeah, that mobility seems a bit annoying, because the kind of the underlying principle that makes one of the underlying principles that makes Albion fun is that you get to choose your risk. You get to choose how much you risk based on your build, the kind of expenses, you know, how expensive your items are, what build you are, what content you play, and developers should, in theory, do their best to match the reward you get based on that risk, yeah? So that part is fun. It's fun that some people get to risk more for more rewards. Some days I want to risk more for more rewards, some days I want to risk less, and I accept fewer rewards, yeah? So that is fun. You don't have to try to equalize everything. But it does kind of, like, mobility does allow some players to circumvent this risk-reward kind of balance. Because mobility essentially does put you in a situation where you can play some sort of content and some builds you can play without any risk. Yeah? So you're right. But do keep in mind that a lot of the builds where you say you make one mistake and you die, a lot of the builds that are good at lower IP, for example, which don't emphasize mobility so much, I mean, you do have advantages to that, yeah? Like the Deathgiver's build with Assassin Shoes, Dash, and Thunder Armor, yeah? You are absolutely disregarding mobility. And it's true. If you mess up, you will never get away from a mobility weapon. Whereas if they mess up, they will get away. True. But the messing up itself, you know, the fight itself is so much easier for you. Like, if I'm fighting this double-bladed on my 6-3 Daybreaker, yes, he can reset forever and I can't, yeah? If I mess up, sucks to be me because of his mobility advantage. But the actual brawling part, when he's on top of me and I'm like if he's tier 7 and I'm 8.3, zero chance. Like, even if I disconnect, he might not even kill me, you know? If I'm tier 7 and he's 8.3, I have a chance. Because I brawl so much better. Because I have other benefits, yeah? So just keep that in mind a little bit. It sucks. I don't like the fact that some people are, like, making sure they don't take any risks. It doesn't make Albion fun for anyone, but I am consciously choosing to play like a weapon where I can kill potentially a couple tier higher players and more expensive players, yeah. Finny says, I don't get it. I can't convince my friends to play this, but I have made them all play League and they're now addicted. Was it recently, Finny? Maybe that's why they want to play it, because I also have this I also have a feeling sometimes if I already have one game on my plate which really excites me, you know, nothing else really feels like it tastes that good, yeah? So I'm not interested in trying a new game even if it looks good, if I'm in that honeymoon phase with a different game, yeah? So if it was recently that you got them addicted to League, then it makes sense. They currently want to learn and get better at League, yeah? Carl said, in my experience, don't call it full load PvP. This is referring to Albion, obviously. That always scares people off. Calling it an extraction MOBA. Good wording, I like that, yeah. Definitely. Extraction MOBA is very good as well. It is. Any sort of content you play, it is an extraction game also, yeah. Whether you go open world, roads, mists, or corrupted. Well, I mean, corrupted is maybe the furthest away from extraction, but it's still kind of like that, yeah. You decide how much you bring in, and you decide when it's enough and when you leave. Which is exactly what all extraction shooters, you know, create. The kind of decision making. But yeah, I mean, you can keep at it. Some people take longer. One of my friends took a while. I had to warm up. I was showing him the game and he wasn't super excited, but now he's very much in love with Albion. But it took a while. It took a while of me just sharing my Albion fun with him, just saying a couple things. Sometimes I showed him like what I was doing in the game, okay, like here and there. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to like salesman it, like, oh, like this game is so good because of this reason and that reason, yeah. I think that kind of worked maybe better also for him to actually finally try it, because he felt like it's not trying to pressure him that much. I don't know. Maybe it was just lucky coincidence, I don't know. I just showed them videos and weapons, really, and only one of them just recently got into League, others have been for years. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's good advice from Carl not to focus on the full loot part, but at the end of the day, it's... I mean, some of your friends might correctly be, like, just keep in mind that, yeah, you know how good Albion is, and you can feel the potential, and I know a lot of people who, if they just try the full loot part, they fall in love with it. I've seen it already several times, and I've talked about this on stream, yeah? people who at first think that they don't like this full loot thing and then actually fall in love with it. I understand that's possible. But do keep in mind that some of your friends might also correctly evaluate that this is not a game for them for whatever reason, yeah? There might be other reasons, like I have with League, yeah? Like, I know how much I would love League right now if I started playing it. Based on my years of Dota, my time in Albion. Man, I know, but I don't want that. I don't need that new addiction in my life, yeah? So, they might actually be making reasonable decisions for other reasons as well. Thank you for following, Hoshi. Hello. I have occasionally opened your stream here and there a couple times. I think, if I remember correctly, you have recently also started streaming in English, right? Or maybe both languages? Because I know a lot of, like, some of my friends also who stream, like, in 2 languages, depending on what the question is in. Anyway, thank you for following. Happy to have you. Anyway. Just saying that. Maybe some of your friends are in the same situation. Like, League is 100% the type of game I would love for a long time. But I am too wise to risk falling into that endless pit hole. And thank you for raiding as well. Okay. Now you have to answer my question though. Let me give you a shout out. There are 2 S's in Hoshi. Let's see, does this work? I hope I pronounce. Nice, I wrote it correctly. Thank you for raiding. Welcome raiders. We are here to share some spear love with you. It's a day of Daybreaker. Some Daybreaker. And unfortunately, the 8.3 that I overcharged for ran away. Because plate armor death givers is very difficult to punish. So now I'm just sad, overcharged, and not satisfied. This is a legendary miss though, which I usually don't enter, but for some reason I did. Hoshi says, hi, I'm Hoshi. Hello. Another official creator. I know, I was just saying that I have opened your stream a couple times. So, I have not written anything in chat, but I know of your existence and nice to meet you too. Happy to see you here. My viewer recommended you. Thank you, viewer. That is an awesome viewer. I think you should make that viewer VIP because they really are giving you good life advice. Am I correct? What I said earlier, is it correct that you recently switched languages, right? Because I think just recently some of your stream is in English. I'm not sure though, but I feel like you're doing the thing when you're also answering questions sometimes in English and sometimes like whatever language the question is in. Yeah, if you can. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I know some friends like Dante who we often many who are here who love spear knows of course Dante, one of the leading spear players of the day, who does that as well. Yeah, like he's streaming in English but also Turkish, kind of switching between the two. Welcome raiders to the Sunday of spear enjoyment. Let's see, what does the world give us? On tier 7, double overcharging in the city is nice, but on 6-3, the fact that I'm overcharged, not only, obviously I'm gonna lose some durability or items, but also means that people don't want to fight me. Like this tier 7 Shadow Caller. Actually, maybe let's go, do we have time for Nabi? Yeah, we have. 9 minutes is not enough actually, but I can double overcharge. Nah, okay. I will just get the wisp. Sir, let me talk to you about Breaker of the Day. Give me gaming. I cannot purchase boots now because I already used my E, so he's kind of out of here. I just need to connect my Duskweaver at the last moment, which I did not. I have to push the Duskweaver to the limit because my E's on cooldown now. Otherwise I don't catch him. I could also mount, since he's not going for the exit, I could also mount up here actually. Let's see. Looks like he went the wrong way. Okay, he's going the right way now. He's free to go. Okay. And this... I mean, this Wisp is kind of... Sir? Go, be free, don't stay here. The same thing is gonna happen again. He doesn't realize how close he was to dying when my Duskweaver didn't connect, yeah? Since I'm in Legendary Wisp and my overcharge is ending, I might just as well, you know, deliver this. I can't go into an Abbey with last 9 minutes. And I am actually trying to get over 1 million, what's it called, favor. Yeah, so actually delivering Wisps is not a bad idea. Let's see, Hoshi said, not recent, but when I was an ambassador, Oh yeah, that's why I first opened your stream. Now I remember. Of course, of course. You were an ambassador. Lots of overseas viewers came, so English is better, and I start NA specking up. Oh, so you decided to make the move to NA server. That is a big, like a big decision for a lot of people, I think, to change. Like, because I know that since I play mostly Mists, I hear from other people in the Mists, and I hear that it's difficult in Mists to enjoy yourself long term. I don't know what other content is like, but if that's what you meant, that you started in A now, then I mean, every new start is fun, but I think it's a big decision. Sunset Warrior says, I played for about a year, done nearly all types of content, but there's one thing I still haven't figured out. Why can't I attack a red player in a yellow zone? Is that true? I've been in yellow zones for like 5 hours of my life. Okay, a bit more. Okay, I started out, like when I full started out, yeah, but during last, I don't know how many years, I've been in yellow zone almost. At the beginning of EU, I went to 2 yellow zone mists, that was it. Can you not attack someone who is flagged? I think you can. Are you sure? I think it's a combination of faction. Oh, the faction thing, I don't know. Yeah, the faction thing, maybe. I leave stream and there's a raid. Let's go. What's up, Extra Spect? Happy to see you. Yes, we had 2 happy raids. 2 very happy raids today. One from Froggy, which I must say was probably the most hype raid I've ever seen during my 2 months of streaming. By the way, if you're still from a raid here, I'm pretty new to streaming. It's been like 2 months or so. So the Froggy's raid was just crazy hype because there was like there were so many frogs and emotes, and that was like, it looked like Froggy has a community that is really, really leveled up the raiding game. And then just recently raided by Hoshi with an extra bit of wholesome, happy energy, and which I'm very happy for. So yeah, Extra Spect. It is a Sunday, which is turning out to be a raid day. And the game is also kind of fun. I say kind of because last like most of my time streaming this week, I think I felt like it's been pretty active. Yeah, like I've gotten a lot of fights. There were a couple days even when the kill board extension, or the whatever it's called, the thing that counts kills and puts them on Discord, that one is limited to 50 kills, assists, or deaths. And there were a couple streams where it ran out of those 50. Nah, I cannot do it with this helmet, I think. He raid Spider with the extra. Thanks for following, by the way. Jitro check. I think that's the correct way to say your name. Okay, I'm just gonna have to hit the spider until it dies because I don't have any more energy. And I cannot tank any more jumps also. I should have changed my helmet, but whatever. At least I can kill a tier 8 spider. Ooh, 350k is not bad for a spider, given how much it's been nerfed. The problem is now figuring out which of these items are actually worth taking. That's me quickly clicking through and remembering. Like this. Nice. Okay, go sleep, have fun streaming. Thank you, Hoshi, thank you for the raid, and have a wonderful night of sleeping. Good night. Hello, Mr. GreatX, I left some stuff for you. See, it was a good decision for him not to leave the mist, because now he got some stuff. He activated my trap card. I am actually here to murder you. Wait. No. Okay. It was the what's it called? Double trap. I was actually not trying to kill him. Feeny says, man, I'm lucky today. Got 8-0 Demonic Staff and 8-0 Bridgewatch Cape. One from Coffer, one from Small Abbey Chest. Love this game. I'm happy that you're enjoying the kind of randomness and RNG makes every adventure more interesting. This is a very, very well documented thing, like from behavioral psychology already a long time ago, that unpredictable rewards are always much more motivating for our brain. So even if the overall rewards are smaller, like getting a predictable stream of this level of silver money, whatever, whereas getting a lower level but unpredictably, the unpredictable is always going to win and is going to motivate you more. So, and that's what all of the gacha, but also all just the idea of having chest loot and MMORPG, kind of the basis of MMORPG, that you don't know which item you're going to get, that all builds upon that. It's time to take off the band-aid and see how much of it we lose. How much time do I have? 3 minutes. Okay. Where is... Start a prediction. Okay, we're gonna have a prediction for the overcharge. Give me a moment. How many items trash? But we're gonna have fewer options today. We have 0, 1, 2, and 3 plus. So we're gonna have not as many options as usually. Oh, come on. Okay. 2 minutes to predict. You have prediction in chat. If you're watching from Twitch, you can use your channel points to take somebody else's channel points. This time it's single overcharge. Remember, last time when I did these gambas, it was always double overcharge and always one thing trashed. This time it's single overcharge. So choose wisely between 1, 2, 3, or 4 or more. 4 or more just meaning 4 or 5, yeah? Sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 or more, yeah? So there's still a lot of different options. If you can calculate 15% per item slot, you can try to do some maths and calculate the actual answer, but you know, you never know. Gamba, yes, Gamba. It's Gamba time. And if you're new here, you can use channel points later to, first of all, to make me stand up, if you want, to make me drink water, but also to make me actually play whatever build you want for half an hour. And honestly, most of the requests that I've played, like build requests, have actually been amazing in opening my eyes to something new and helping me try something. I played Grovekeeper as a build request and then played it for 2 days because I had so much fun. Hamster made me play Cloth Spear and I continued it for a while because it was really seemed strong. So yeah, Gamba now. Panchira. Thank you for subbing with Prime. I welcome you to the Club of Spear and everyone is going to raise their spears in your honor tonight. Or you can do it right now. If you have a spear in chat, you can put it there. Now we also have overcharge emote. Let me do both of them myself. Where is it? This and this. So we can overcharge our Heron Spears together. Wow, 6-3 Gucci gear. Yeah, Famuzak. Sunday is fun day. I started with tier 7 because I wanted to try cripple, but quickly realized I am handicapping myself too much. So we've been playing 6-3. This is the second set. First 6-3, I got 1 good kill and 1 good death. First 6-3, I got this good kill. Really enjoyable. And then I got this good death. Where is it? This one. Also was enjoyable. Good lesson, at least. I messed up at the beginning there in this fight. And then... Okay, actually, this counts as a good kill also. But it wasn't like a serious kill because he wasn't even really trying to fight back, yeah? So I can't say this was a good fight, but at least it was like a valuable kill, kind of. By the way, okay, let's see. How much do we have? Okay, I'm turning on the sound so we can see the overcharge. Here it is. Moment of truth. In 5 seconds, who gets the channel points? Who will make me play Bedrock Maze with their channel points in the future? The answer is once again 1. This is happening a lot more. So it's... We actually only had 0 and 1 as option. Like, I mean, only people voted for 0 and 1. By the way, if nobody votes for like 2 or 3, it's useful for you to put a couple points there, right? To potentially win crazy amounts of points. But the answer is 1. So at least some people will get a bit of extra points. We need to buy a new torch and repair my items. Although, this was actually a single overcharge, so I don't need to repair yet, yeah. Let's buy 1 extra food. Actually, wait. I might already have a torch. Let's see. In my bank tab. Let's see. I think I already have a torch, actually. Opened the large chest this morning, says General Trophy. Couldn't loot everything, walked away with 12 mil. In the middle of a fight? Like people were fighting around it, or how did you open the large chest? Or you were not solo? This is a bit too high for 6-3. Sorry. I can take this and maybe put some runes into it. How much is it to up a torch? It's 96, I want to say, yeah? I think it's 96. So if I take 96 of this and 96 of this... This is me, because selling these runes in Brazilian is usually a bad deal. So, you know, might as well use them if I'm collecting them there anyway. By the way, a tip for you if you want to make silver as a PvP player. Why not do that as well? By the way, DK8 or DK4D, thank you for following. Okay, let's do this. 6-2. And now 6-3. This is Luminance. Do you not bring CDR food? No, not really. Yeah, I'm not very good at being the baddie, the bad guy chasing around and running after people. I'm kind of happy just eating pure mist and forgetting about it. But for maximum, like to be optimally correct, yeah, I should probably have. Okay, you know what? You've actually convinced me, because there's been a lot of already situations where it frees up my mind not to change food, especially as I'm also reading chat and doing other things, yeah? So it frees up my mind not to think about it. But there are definitely situations where having, like, if I was on eel stew or omelette, I would have already killed someone that right now has been able to get a win. Is this the correct one? Maybe I don't even need that high tier. Let's go for this. Yeah, you're right. You can change passive. I am actually preset on CDR, Ace. I have become more and more a believer of CDR, especially on 100 Spear, but on Daybreaker also. I am actually playing CDR as a preset right now. What weapon class do you recommend for open world 4-1 PvP as a newbie trying to learn? If you're just trying to learn, you cannot afford a very expensive weapon because you're going to die a lot, and you need a weapon that is decent at PvE, because a lot of your time you're going to be spending just hitting mobs anyway. And because of that, I would suggest Quarterstaff, Battle Bracers, Dual Swords, Battle Axe, Fire Staff. All of those 5 are non-artifact items. They are relatively cheap. Some of them, like Fire Staff, is not so good at PvE, so it's kind of questionable, but it's very simple conceptually to understand. Battle Axe, Quarterstaff, and Dual Swords are decent at PvE. Like, okay, Battle Axe and Quarterstaff are actually really good at PvE. Dual Swords is decent. Battle Bracers is decent at PvE. And all of those are relatively cheap, and you will be able to have some success in PvP with those weapons without putting hundreds of hours in, you know, because they are a bit simpler than many of the other ones that you will end up playing later, maybe. Fire Staff is very easy to play. Yep. Fire Staff is a very good beginner weapon. The only problem is, if you play specifically open world, Fire Staff might limit, because in open world you have a lot more time just PvEing, and Fire Staff you might struggle a bit with PvE. Like, it's so nice because, first of all, it means that you don't have this downtime of waiting for something to happen. You need to kill mobs also to spec up, so it's nice, yeah? If you're using a Battle Axe, Quarterstaff, you're constantly doing something useful, you're killing mobs, yeah? Secondly, on good PvE weapons, you are less likely to be caught at a big disadvantage, because you're not going to be, like, you're not going to almost die to a mob as often, yeah? This is also relevant for Abbeys, by the way, yeah? I'm playing, okay, I'm playing 6-3, so it doesn't matter, but let's say I'm playing tier 7, Daybreaker or Spear, I'm pretty good at PvE, yeah? If I run into, like, Boltcasters or something, they might struggle. Like, Boltcasters clearing a room is not that nice. And there's weapons that are even worse, like a dagger, for example. If I run into a dagger, either they are pretty low because it's difficult for them to kill mobs, or they have swapped their spells, so when I run across, like, when I see them, they have rogue spells because they change spells for PvE, which I don't have to do for my Spear or Daybreaker. Yo Vic, how you doing, gamer? What's up, Killakiz? Doing well. Any tips on countering bear claws with Trinity in corrupted dungeons? By bear claws, do you mean claws or bear paws? Because do specify, Killakiz, otherwise it sounds like a ChatGPT has made an Albion build and suggested me to buy Tedford shoes, which is as much of a real thing as what you wrote. Bear paws. You're seeing bear paws in corrupted. That's awesome. That's awesome. I've played Trinity, like, I've taken 3 fights on Trinity probably, so I don't think I have a very good in-depth answer. But I'm surprised you see bear paws at all. Like, because they are not very good at brawling, despite that being, like, the main thing that bear paws should do. They're not, like, crazy good at brawling, yeah? Like, I feel like, can't you just stand and kill them? I mean, if you hit your E, presumably if you hit your E, I don't know. If they are using Battle Rush, then of course they can maybe dodge your E, but other than that. Is it a problem for you to just stand and brawl? You just lose the brawl, yeah? I have not played that matchup enough to like give you like off the top of my head give you a good answer. I can just think along with and try to figure it out together, kind of. Yeah, 15%. I was having I have more now. I have more now because I ate food. But otherwise, with this food, I think I had 13. Was it something like that? 15% really sweet spot. More stats that we're having decent. Yeah. That's kind of where I usually aim. But I have fallen in love with cooldown reduction more than before, because I am now convinced that to be successful on the one-handed spear right now, you have to play more. You have to lean more into kiting, at least more than I was used to. Yeah. Like, kiting is more important, and cooldown reduction is more important for spear than it was before. This is for one-handed spear. For Daybreaker, it's less so, because Daybreaker is just naturally much better brawler. You never lose your E stacks, you never lose your stacks at all, and your E is very useful in a brawl. It has to be useful because you can get to use it fewer times. So Daybreaker is a bit different, but I still am riding the kind of the cooldown reduction hype train. I'm still kind of riding it. That's interesting. I kind of want to fight Bear Paws now, but... Yeah, obviously Trinity you're usually playing with cloth armor, so it's not that amazing of a proposition to just stand and brawl either, but I still feel like Bear Paws are by no means like an exceptional brawler like they should be, if you just think of the fact that, I mean, they don't do anything else other than brawl. Can't catch him, unfortunately. But at least I can clear this room. Hello, psychics. It is going well. Happy times. Kind of surprising. Honestly, I feel like mists are a little bit less active. Also, since I'm not playing tier 7, I have fewer people who want to fight me. But still, it's a bit less active than it has been during the week. Which is interesting. I would imagine more people playing on Sunday. But it's still, it's not below the threshold where I would feel like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna play something else. There's still enough good fights. It's Diz says, Vic Zane, I know this random, okay, but it's actually a pretty serious question. Why do people try to justify how much money they spend on a game due to hours played? For example, I played this game 1,000 hours, so spending $2,000 on it is okay. Okay, but that is like a full-on deep wisdom question. I can give you a part of the answer. First of all, like, okay, there's mostly like there's a bigger thing, yeah? People don't just justify how much money they spend on a game. People justify having money. Like, most people, it depends, of course, how you were brought up, but most people, if you have any sort of like financial, I don't even want to say freedom, but just if you're doing okay financially, most people feel the need to justify why, like, they deserve to have money in life, essentially. Because they feel otherwise, like, they feel a bit bad that some other people might not have money, so they need to justify, like they're gonna talk about the kind of work they did, like, yeah, I put so much effort, or, you know, like, I got lucky with this, but I got unlucky with that, yeah? So I think it goes much deeper. So I feel like if someone, I would never spend, I cannot imagine spending $2,000, you know, dollars on a game, yeah? I don't have that kind of money. In like, even if I think of a single game over like I played Dota for 10 years or so, I could not imagine, like, if I had spent 2,000 euros on Dota, you know, crazy amount. Even when I'm talking over 10 years, yeah? But someone who has that, like, if you're in a situation where you can do that, like, if I was a millionaire, I would maybe think, like, okay, whatever, yeah, I can support the game. Then it's very likely that people will want to justify that, yeah? Like, why is it okay to other people? But the other part of the answer is probably just because it depends on the culture, but from my experience, mostly people look down on others who spend a lot of money in video games, yeah? So there's a bit like a stigma, like, oh, why are you spending so much money, you know? Like, you could just play this for free or stuff like that. So they feel like the need, because culturally it seems like they are worse players or something, I don't know. I mean, it's not just gaming. People justify all kinds of things, yeah? I used to play a lot of poker. You might have heard if you've been to stream before. It used to be like my source of income for some time. People in poker who lost, like consistently lost, often also had the feeling that they need to justify. This was such a common thing I heard. People saying, like, okay, like, I lost like 500 euros today, but, you know, on this month I've spent like 500 euros on poker. That's not crazy, you know? Like I could have another expensive hobby and I could be spending it on that. Eh? That's a very common thing that poker players would tell you. Like if they had a different hobby, spending 500 euros in a month on that different hobby would be just the same, you know? So once again, like a justification. But that's like a very deep philosophical question that I don't think we can get to the bottom of. I can just tell you some random ideas that come off the top of my head. The spear without CDR is a person without soul. I think now, yes. It's looking that way more and more. In your opinion, what would be the best weapon choice for a newbie for solo open world roaming just for fame farming and surviving? If you're not looking to take any PvP, One-handed Spear is very good for open world and to survive with your E, invisibility from Assassin Jacket and Invis spots. Battle Bracers, especially if your helmet is on the BOP, you know, the knockback, the force field it's called. Battle Bracers, amazing at survival and good enough at PvE also. Battle Axe and Dual Swords are good for a beginner, but they are good if you're looking to do at least some sort of PvP as well, because you're not very good at surviving on those weapons. I mean, you are decent, but it's not like you're gonna die every now and again, a bit more than on the others. And also, regardless of which weapon you choose, go Assassin Jacket. If your priority is to survive, go Assassin Jacket and use Invis Potions. And if you're going tier 7 or higher, also buy an Undead Cape. All of those things will make you very good at surviving, but they can hinder other parts of your experience. As in, if you have Assassin Jacket, you don't have Mercenary, so you are not as good at killing mobs, yeah? Like this guy here, like this, if you see this sort of like mini boss, yeah? I'm killing it easily because I'm 6'3", you know? But if you're like 4.1, this might be a bit of a struggle for you. With Mercenary Jacket, it becomes easier. But with Mercenary Jacket, you will die more than you will with Assassin Jacket. As an example, yeah? But that's like a very relevant example, because you can use Mercenary or Assassin Jacket. If you just focus PvE, you can use Mercenary Assassin almost anything. 133, I'm very positively surprised by this chest. 15 stack with Rose, yeah, finally. I mean, okay, I'm 6'3", that's why it's not so crazy, Ace. On tier 7 it takes a bit longer, that's why I don't always get here, but 6'3" I clear much quicker. And we've had an interesting conversation, so I wasn't thinking about anything else. Just hitting mobs. But yeah, I am ready. I'm ready for a fight. Give me 8.3 Death Givers, and let me change my helmet before the fight starts, and I will be a happy man. But not the plate armor Death Givers. Fuck that guy. I am not in love with the idea of playing plate armor so that nobody dies ever. Yeah, playing 8.3 plate armor is kind of like playing a lot of mobility, yeah? You're hindering your capacity to get proper good fights and kills in those fights, but, you know, you're making yourself safer. And if you're playing 8.3, you want to be safer to not lose items too easily, so... But I would like some proper Death Givers here in the Savvy. Come from the south. Come with Invis Potion. Then I don't even overcharge. If the 8.3 attacks me out of Invis, I might not even overcharge because I have 2 healing potions, right? But I mean, he's never gonna come in Invis. Come on. Where are you at? I did run... Like, some rooms were cleared here that I did not clear. I don't remember which, but there were some rooms, so somebody was in this abbey, but... Unfortunately, they decided not to come and challenge me. I'm surprised that this chest here, the one behind the mini-boss, was actually kind of valuable. I got like 160k, which is... I mean, it's not much, but it's better than I expected. Okay, we have an objective here, brewing. Then you have amazing stacks, that's when no one's showing up. True. But were you here Friday, Ace? I don't think I can see it anymore. I do. I had also good stacks here, yeah? So I can't complain. Like this fight, I had 13 stacks. And he had like 7, I want to say. Something like that, yeah? So anyway, I had a decent stack advantage. And he did show up and he did take the fight. Hello, overcharged Bloodletter with the helmet that is very good against me, unfortunately. Let's see if he takes the fight. Was he on Snapper? I don't know if he was. I didn't see it. I should have checked it. If he's on Snapper, he's looking to fight. If he's not on Snapper, he's not looking to take this fight. I like seeing this. It's good. I put a bunch of stuff on sale yesterday, and slowly the things are selling. Not everything that I have in my bank. I still have stuff to sell, but I put a bunch of my loot tabs, cleared them out. So today, all the time, there's a bit of extra money ticking from the sales orders going through, which is nice. Yeah, it makes me feel good. When I get back to 1 bill, which is like when the rest of the items sell, it will be already way above that, I think. But anyway, when I get back to that, it will make my eyes feel better whenever I look at it. He's still here. He's still interested. He's still on Cultist though. So I mean not Cultist. Still on Stalker Jacket. Cultist is really good. That's the big thing that gives me that makes me have to be a bit careful. Cultist is really good against me. He can do the same thing that the previous Bloodletter. He starts the fight with WE, so he puts his E on cooldown early, and it's a bit difficult for me to answer back because he's gonna instantly Cultist call me as well. I could change my helmet, but there's a question: can I actually catch him? So my other helmet would definitely be better for the Brawl heavy fight. But if I change my helmet, yes, I might not die. But he is also he's also quite unlikely to die if I don't have Duskweaver. Too bad I didn't get the kill. No, I was close though. That was close though. I mean, I was close to just dodging his sleep. Man, too bad he got the kill. I would have preferred to have that also, but hey, at least you got all the items. Let's take the silver as well. Let's take the silver. Okay, this fight. So this was essentially the same fight that I took here. But here I was 2 tiers lower. We were both overcharged here. I was 2 tiers lower and he had like full specs, yeah? This is exactly the same matchup, but sorry, not this. You can't see it because, you know, I didn't get the last hit. It was exactly the same matchup just now. Except I have Duskweaver to catch him, which is a bit better, but not like significantly. This was also nice. And the tier, I don't have the tier disadvantage, yeah? Instead this time, I think he was overcharged, right? I'm not sure. I think he must have been overcharged for this, yeah. But I mean, so it's same tier. Oh, this is what we get. 11607, yeah, this is overcharged. This is not just pure tier 8. Cultist is strong. Did I get the... I want to get the silver. Come on, come on, come on, come on. How much do I get? 8,000, nice. I mean, I already looted the items because I dealt majority of damage, and when someone is killed, you can loot if you have if you got the last hit, if you dealt the majority of damage, or if you're a teammate of the person who died. Nango, thank you for following. Welcome. Happy to see you. And also Trans TV. Oh wait, actually. And that's just gonna finish this bottle. Let me deliver the wisp, and then in this channel, if someone redeems hydration, it's not just for me. We all hydrate at the same time. I hope you know that. So we're about to prepare your waters for a proper hydration session. But let me first deliver this. I'm gonna have to kill the nature, because the nature is stopping me from saving the little wisps. And then we're gonna hydrate. So yeah, I would have preferred to get the last hit. I'm kind of curious why he went for the Bloodletter. Nah, I can't show it because I didn't get the last hit. I'm kind of curious why he went for the Bloodletter. I guess just to get a kill or get at least something. I don't know. Like, I'm worth more than the Bloodletter. And At the end of the day, the 4.1 doesn't matter anyway. Here. Oh, 4.2, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter that much anyway. But if I was him, yeah, I guess he was hoping that maybe I let him take the loot if he kill steals or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, if I was him, I would attack me rather, because I'm definitely worth more, and I'm also much more dangerous than this Bloodletter, yeah. But yeah, also the Bloodletter was dead anyway, even without it. So, hydration is upon us. Raise your bottles, put your spears away for the moment. Raise your bottles together, and we're gonna hydrate. As ordered by Alone on the Pond with his channel points. Here we go. Damn, that was good. Might be time to get an actual bottle. This is just some random, like I bought some random drink and then started filling it with bottle, like with water with lemon. I hate hydrating though. You hate hydrating. Okay. Then maybe you need to dehydrate. Whenever we hydrate, you dehydrate. If you have a way to do that, but I don't know. I don't know if I can live with that. You hate hydrating. Surely you just like hydrating in a different way. That's what you're really trying to say, right? Nango. You don't actually hate hydrating. Load rate. Ah, that's a good one. That's pretty good. Instead of hydrating, you're gonna load rate. Yeah, nothing to do with this trophy. Unfortunate. But yeah. I still get the satisfaction of killing the Bloodletter, and respect to the Bloodletter for trying the fight. Water is so icky. What is this blasphemy happening? How did you come about that opinion? Oh, okay. Is it that you have, when you drink water, you don't put lemon in it? Because then water can be icky. That's true. But if you put lemon in it, it's like instant magic. It goes from icky to cheeky bricky in an instant. Just magic. I love water with lemon. I didn't know that we would have a hydration debate. I was not ready for this. I feel like I legit have no good defense for hydrating, other than it feels good, and you need to do it. Maybe that's what. Maybe I should add a channel point rewards. You know what? You're inspiring me, Nango, with the idea. Maybe I will add the channel point rewards later for more points to force absolute dehydration. I still have to figure out what it means, but it could be pretty good. Hola, hello Tosha, what's up? Good evening to you too. I need to go check out the objective. The spider isn't really worth that much either, to be honest, but the objective might have some peeps. Respect to the Bloodletter. Oh, I was curious to check out, because last week I was so surprised I was close to like top 100 actually. You know, playing mostly tier 7. I want to check out this. Actually, somehow actually I made it like so it's not that crazy, yeah? I was thinking of maybe doing like 1 week challenge to get like to top 10. That's obviously a much crazier thing, but still, like, wait, hello, who are you? Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not fighting him and I messed up his... Oh, it's 4.1. Just take it, Mr. Spear. He's not gonna trust me ever, right? So I was surprised, but I can see now, like, without actually pushing for it, it's still like 20 mil a week is not crazy. We are beating Tinto. Fuck yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's not that crazy. So, for example, Vitus was saying he's consistently top 50 on NA without like making super good like efforts for it, just playing his normal game. And I feel like it's kind of reasonable. Like obviously now that I stream, I play more actively. You know, this week there were 2 days when I didn't stream, didn't play, so it still feels like it's a bit of an effort, but it's not like a concerted effort for that goal. Okay, I hope the spear got to deliver the wisp. Nobody is killing him. And actually, I should go kill the spider now, maybe. Absolute dehydration sounds like something I can get behind. I will add that. We need to figure out together what it actually means, but I am absolutely thinking right now of adding that as a channel point reward. And it has to be something more fun, not just like, okay, go to the bathroom. Like, yeah, okay. But what else could be absolute dehydration? It's difficult. I should actually have drank more yesterday, today. I just realized today was actually a gym day, but for some reason I don't feel it. I know tomorrow I'm gonna feel it, yeah, because I'm still... My body is still in a bit of shock that I decided to resume a gym schedule after taking, like, after not doing that for a while. So tomorrow I'm gonna feel it, but today I actually don't feel bad. Cultist Cowl, Shadow Collar. He's on leather armor, so he's not playing for the big stun, so that's actually... I mean, it makes it a bit more enjoyable for me to play this matchup, and he's also tier 7, so looks like he doesn't want to fight at all. Stream from bathtub to hydrate more. No. I mean, who knows? Never say never, yeah? But I cannot imagine what will happen in my life for me to decide to do a bathtub stream. But who knows? Yeah. Tinto, nice happy memories. Yeah, man, I still have this. The vendetta is still in me. He's also killed me like a couple more times, or at least once. I was in a camp like clearing something and I was low HP and he killed me. But I mean, I was usually tier 7 against his whatever, 6-3, 7-3. There haven't been any like moments even near what the big Tinto moment. And by the way, if you don't know, you can play Albion in any which way you want. You can be you can be a valiant warrior if that's what you're into and take fair fights. Or you can be a piece of shit like Tinto and try slimy tactics to bait your enemies into giving you free money. And that's absolutely, you are legitimately free to play whichever way you want. But keep in mind that you're not free from consequences. Diplomacy is part of the game, so I'm also free to, you know, to remember this forever. The betrayal. We had a very good, like, I was playing 7-3, I had a very good fight with a Flamewalker. And then a dude came on screen, like another dude, and he said, let's kill the rat together first. Assuming we're gonna continue the fight, I attacked the rat, and then he took advantage of it and killed me. So that's why I have this vendetta for Tinto, because that's... At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. I also rat, of course, but I would never stoop so low, yeah? To try to use words to bait my enemy instead of a good fight to just take their items. That's why I have a bit of this, like... Is bow now nerfed after Q has no knockback? No, Zarkus, the Q1 on bow is better now than before. The only thing that you lost is the knockback, which means that you cannot interrupt, yeah? So if you're fighting against Cultist Cows or some spells where you need to interrupt the channel or some builds, that's the only situation in which the Q1 feels obviously worse, because you can't do that anymore, yeah? But for everything else, the Q1 is just better. It's more damage and you can use it like... A lot of bows. I've also played even a bow against the Badon today who tried it, and it was actually pretty good. Was it this guy? Oh, not Badon, sorry, the Sky Strider. It actually felt pretty good. Obviously, you are losing the kind of bow's nature of doing a lot of damage and putting pressure from far. Because usually, if you're a bow, you're putting pressure on your enemy, they have to come close to you. With Q1, you're putting much less pressure, so the enemy can also, like, for example, if I fight against the bow, normally, it's my job to figure out how do I get close to him. If he's using Q1, I can kind of just dance around and throw impalers from far, yeah? Let's see if he wants to fight. Probably not, but it is tier 7 overcharge, and it's a very, very, very difficult build to fight against. The Assassin Shoes, Deathgivers and Assassin Shoes dual swords right now, for high IP that don't work, but for middle tier and for low IP, it's very, very good builds. You put a lot of pressure on your opponent and you can get some very nice kills. Can't wait for Tinto round 2. Yeah, I haven't, like, the thing is, as you know, the way I play, I almost always end up at a disadvantaged position because I play tier 7s, tier 8s, I attack higher IP opponents very often. So, I don't know when we are going to run into Tinto, because I think he plays like 5-4 or something, mostly 5-4, 7-3 at least, yeah. So, it's going to be a while since I run into him like that, but, I mean, even if I'm lower AP, I can still take the fight. Like, the Flamewalker is no longer the king of mists. I discovered this today. This is not a beginner, right? This is an experienced player, and this fight, it was not super complicated. It's also not like an obvious victory, but it was not super complicated, you know? I didn't have to sweat out of my mind to be able to kill him. So this gives me more and more confidence that Flamewalker is losing a bit of the hype, and because Tinto is playing Flamewalker, right? So if I run into a Flamewalker, I have a chance. Especially, of course, I'm playing 6-3, but even when I'm playing like tier 8, like I normally am, or tier 7. Let's see what we run into. There's a chest spawning, and there's a person here. Ooh. Carving also with Assassin Shoes and Cultist Cowl. That can be very, very annoying. Like, legit, annoying. Just as I was saying, assassin shoes make everything unhappy. And this carving also has cultist cowl, so he's gonna brawl very hard. Definitely I expect it to be a difficult fight, even though he is tier 8. Because he can play into the carving power of being a very, very good brawler. He says E. Yabba dabba dee. And there's also this guy. Okay, have to manage it because, I mean, this guy is worth more than me probably, but... oh, E as in east, he means. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go. Yeah, the chest is less valuable than a good fight. Oh shit, sorry. This is interesting. Like, he's gonna do a lot of damage to me before I even start the fight. But the other guy already saw you, right? So he's also coming now. I don't know. It's not so easy to lose the rat. Tier 7 battle axe. Maybe they just go for the chest. I hope they go for the chest. Okay, so this fight is difficult to figure out. He's gonna assassin shoes, Q, W, and I'm gonna lose half my HP, not half, but I'm gonna lose like 15% of HP right off the bat. Then he has Hunter. My brain has been streaming for almost 7 hours, okay? Then he has Cultist Cowl, so I can't fight back. And then whenever I try to get out from under him, he's just gonna E after me and keep brawling with his stacks. So first of all, I need to do this, no doubt. But then after that, I need to figure out how do I use my boots. I also need to make sure I eat the correct food here. He says rat. I don't think that's a rat. Is it a rat? Oh, it is the rat. Yeah, okay. I changed my helmet though. But also he's on triple kick, so I can't really catch him anyway. I changed my helmet, bro. Nah, I'm not gonna catch a triple. I cannot catch a triple kick, and he also can't. It's not even dual swords. His E has a bit longer cooldown, I think. I should have mounted up. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, maybe that's why he meant by go. I should have mounted up. I am not super well versed in 2v1ing because I prefer to 1v1. So the same mistake that a lot of people make against me when they're trying to gang up on me is that they don't mount up correctly. And I did the same thing. Like, if we do 1 to 2v1, I need to mount up there. This would be a very interesting fight. Like, I feel like this should be very difficult, but I'm like... It's very interesting, yeah? Because you know, carving is not in a great place. But... do we have a... Yeah, okay, we have a river to go out of there. He can't... Can he dodge my E, actually? Like, if it's an amazing Giga Brain player, he's gonna Inferno and then instantly E. So I need to be a bit careful. If he E's... if he Infernos and his E is ready, I need to be a bit careful. Because if he dodges my E with his E is gonna hit, right? Because he's gonna E through me first. And then after that, my E misses. That's gonna be difficult. Like, he can very much Giga outplay me with that. I don't want to start from the north, but whatever. I'm kind of ready still. Everyone in the south, you always have a bit of an advantage. Wait. Okay, he messed up a bit there. Ooh, that was close though. Nice fight. That was fun. I love that fight. This guy is cooking at least to some extent. And he overcharged, so we are both 6-3 essentially, right? Yeah, this is even tier fight with carving. The W's hit like are so painful. And you can so clearly feel the lack of cripple, yeah? I am brawling a lot. I don't have too much of a choice, but it hurts. He's like
unless I just eat and he lost his stack, it stacks, it hurts. But you can also see the trade-off. Since he's using Cultist Skull, he doesn't have a Purge, so I don't have to worry. My Inferno is always gonna be useful, yeah? Now this guy wants to fight. If you still want to fight, I am ready for it, sir. If you still want it, I'm ready. Okay, nice, nice. He needs to change his spells, otherwise it's hopeless. He doesn't want it. Or does he? Okay, he changed his spells, nice. I'm gonna keep, like, these spells are good against him. I only have one potion, that's a big disadvantage, but I think this matchup is good enough where I'm not too worried about it. I might end up being very sad, you know, for dying just because I didn't wait for my cape. But I think this matchup is kind of decent enough. Let's see, what does he have? Item, okay, he actually does have some awakening, but not like, not considerable enough where it's like crazy. That was so good, GG. That was enjoyable also. I love these fights. I love fights when both people are risking items. Like the fight against Carving. I am not trying to be safe. He's not trying to be safe. We both embrace Albion PvP full loot, yeah? We are both saying, okay, you know what? I don't like the way this guy is playing. I don't like this mount up thing, but then again, I mean, I could also potentially use it, so. I just need to connect my my helmet now. Too bad. If he didn't get out that far from me, I could have connected my helmet. I think he's just going for the exit. The way this guy is playing, I'm pretty sure he's gonna try to take the safe route pretty early, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. No! Wolpertinger! I can use my E because I still have an HP advantage, but now, since I missed that, it's a bit iffy. Now I need to wait for my E, kind of. Now we both have just one potion. If he doesn't fight fast, I will have 2 potions. So he's kind of like, he's digging his own grave. If he doesn't fight before my cape is ready, I will have 2 potions and he has 1. You saw that. My E also countered his W. But now I have 2 potions, so now I'm afraid of nothing, pretty much. I'm just afraid that he will run away, but that's it. I don't think he can do anything else here. I can even use my E kind of carelessly. Maybe I drank potion a bit too early. I'm running out of energy, though. Okay. As you saw, didn't really need the second potion, so this matchup is pretty good for Daybreaker. So I am happy that I got the fight. In the end, he did give me enough time to have my my second potion. Good lesson for him. Sometimes you need to attack faster, but yeah, didn't need to. Didn't need it anyway. Yo, this is a day of happy raids. Wait. Before, I mean, the mist is gonna take me out anyway. Let's see. Shout out to Mr. Eugene Jin. That, I think that's the correct way to say it. That was the proud receiver of the dual swords. I keep saying like it was my kill, but I've already specified several times it wasn't actually my kill, you know? In that dual swords fight, it was very 50-50. So I was very happy, by the way, Eugene. I was really happy that you got it in the end. But I got a bit of payback today. I just got fucked by 7 days to die. I did hit a... What? You got fucked by 7 days to die. I did hit a fucking save for 20 minutes. What? In Albion, are we actually talking about the game 7 days to die? Because I played that when it came out at the beginning, and it was So much fun, but it was completely broken. Nothing worked in that game when my friends got me to play it. And thank you for the raid. I mean, most people here, you know, you know Eugene, because if anyone has any Battle Axe questions, it's a name that comes up on this stream quite often as well. And if you're here and you're wondering, should I play Battle Axe? Maybe for some inspiration, you can check out Mr. Eugene G. I think that's the. Tell me, is that the way I should say your name? Because you know, like me understanding Russian as well, Eugene in my head is like a bit like Evgeny, right? Because where I'm from, that's a pretty popular name. But I'm guessing you are, you know, you are specifically chose it in that way. Let me put stuff back and let's talk about it. Yes, it's the way. Okay, nice. Good. But in English, yeah, exactly, Eugene. Yeah, I know it's the equivalent in English. But I just that's my first thought when I saw your name, for example, the first time. In Russia, it's Zhenya. Yeah. I have an uncle whose name was Zhenya, so because I have some Russian family myself. The Carving wanted a rematch, but I think it's too late now. And honestly, I mean, we can go keep having fun. It was a very good fight, though. Big up. If I could like upvote, you know, if I could upvote your enemies, this guy would receive a big thumbs up. Cool build, cool fight. Went for the rat first, and to allow us to fight, and is being honorable after the fight. This guy would not receive a thumbs up because he was so obsessed with trying to rat, and then ended up dying anyway. By the way, did we actually get the fists? I'm gonna go. I need to kick food. Thank you for raid, and have a good evening or night for you as well. Cooking food. Now that's a thing I haven't heard about in a while. Where did I put the stuff we have in this tab? Did we get the fists? No, we didn't. Yeah, the fists died. Okay. That's an interesting one. I have not revisited 7 Days to Die. It made me think now that maybe that's also a game to maybe do like as variety at some point. But I don't know how much they improved it. When I played 7 Days to Die, it was very broken game. Thank you for following, Glitchain. And your question is, would you say Smuggler Cape is S tier? 100%. For any sort of PvP content which is based around 1v1 fights, so Mists, yes, I know it's full of rats, but at the score, Mist is based around 1v1 fights, kind of, yeah? Sorry, Corrupted Dungeons, based on 1v1 fights. Open World, not so much. But in any sort of content based on 1v1 fights, or if you take 1v1 fights in Open World on Avalon also, if you do find one, Smuggler's Cape is just better than everything else. There are very few special builds that prefer Carleon Cape, or maybe Keeper Cape, but it's very niche cases, yeah? Smuggler's Cape is absolutely the best, yeah? And Xrespect correctly added, yeah, we have this discussion many streams. It's also very much overused at ZVZ from what I heard. I don't play ZVZ, so I didn't know that, but apparently that's a thing. He's right next to the exit, so he's gonna leave anyway, probably. So Smuggler's Cape is definitely S tier, no doubt about it. The only cape that comes somewhat close is Undead Cape, but that is when you either go very high IP and you want to be safer because your kit costs a lot, or because you're playing open world and you want to be able to kind of weave and dodge in between many people and situations and not die the moment the gang squad decides that you should die. Yeah? Didn't watch the whole stream today, but did you use Demon Boots today? No, I didn't. But I only played Demon. This is the first time today I'm using Demon Boots also. I think the whole time, and this is the same set, but the whole time before I was using cooldown reduction boots. Both on tier 7 and 6-3. This is the first set I decided to buy Demon Boots again because I ran out of... I had the other boots in my stash anyway, and I thought, well, I am kind of a freak for cooldown reduction lately, so why not also use some refreshing sprint. Because I liked it on Spear. I have not run into a situation where I actually need these, and it's gonna be very rarely. I'm only gonna change it if the enemy has Demon Boots. Maybe against Royal Boots, but against Royal Boots, it depends. If I have something else, like if I fight someone who uses Royal Boots, and I can... I have other options to deal with them. I don't know if I'll find... that is a bow. Can I find the Prowling? It's gonna take too long to find the Prowling. Anyway, I had the Prowling here. kill where I had a counter to, like, essentially I was happy enough just brawling without my E. No, was it the Prowling? Maybe that wasn't. Maybe that was actually the Flame Walker just opened. Anyway, you know, if I can keep my E for their boots, I'm not even gonna change against Royal Boots. But if they have Demon Boots, or I cannot afford to keep my E to purge their boots, then I'm going to change to Demon Boots probably. Do you think Enchanted Weapon is a black hole for silver and a scam? Kaiser, I think it is a black hole for silver, but I don't think it's a scam. I think it's a very, very nice way to create a silver sink where people who actually are rich in Albion terms, who have decent amount of money, are throwing money away willingly, you know. It wouldn't work if I was forced to lose some silver every week. But I'm throwing away, like when I do Awakened Weapons. I'm throwing away my silver willingly, and it helps the economy because, you know, Awakened Weapons also break. You put a lot of money into it, you know. It's like gets some silver out of the economy. It's good for the game, I feel like. And it's done in a positive, like in a happy way because, you know, people choose to do this, yeah. It's like an offer. It's not like a forced measure that brings you down. Like, it's not like a, oh, we now give you less loot, or the trash rate is higher, you know, fuck you kind of thing. Which, I mean, raising trash rate is okay. It can be an economically good decision, but it doesn't feel good, yeah? If you play PvP, it feels like, okay, well, you know, I am forced to earn less silver. On the other hand, the weapon awakening system, I don't feel any, like, you see, I'm playing 6-3 without, I'm not playing 4-4 awakened. I don't feel forced into that system, but it's a very nice non-scam way to get silver out of the game, in my opinion. But is it a black hole for silver? Yes. It is a way to waste tons and tons of money for barely any benefit. You do get like a couple, you do become a bit stronger, of course, but it is only for like very, very end game high IP fights that it can actually do something meaningful, I think. Can I, sir, can I have your items? No, I can't. Okay. Thanks for following, Simuladore. I would love to find an Abbey now. What was the fight I'm happy about? Oh, it was the carving fight. I just realized we had this fight. He was also tier 8 here with 4-4 bracer fists. But I hope you saw, like, if you were here for this fight, I hope you saw. This has been something I've been talking about many times, how Daybreaker E is good against fists. You saw both of those examples, right? The first time I E'd through him, he assumed that he can hit the second part of his E, but actually he missed because I don't get knocked up by his E, right? The second time I E'd through him, and he was trying to devastating combo me, and it completely negated the devastating combo because CC immunity for some reason also breaks the second part of devastating combo. By scam, I mean doesn't give value for the money that you're willing to put. That's subjective, Kate. That is the reason Abby. The reason I can't say that outright is because it's very subjective how much value you get. Like, for me right now, I prefer, like, that's why I'm playing 863 right now. Yeah, I prefer this. I prefer buying a 6-3 Daybreaker for 1.8 mil or whatever it costed, as opposed to buying a 1 mil Daybreaker for 4 and then putting another 3 million on top of it, yeah? But for guys playing like 7-3, 6, 8-3 especially, yeah, playing the highest stakes against other highest stakes players, if the enemy has put 50 mil into their weapon, and you think you can outplay them, but you feel like the 50 mil they put into the weapon actually gives them like a good advantage, yeah? Like just the same way, like if I fight a very good player and he's one tier higher, I mean, whatever I think about my own skill with the weapon, even if I play it well, he has a bit of an advantage, yeah? And if it's like, if it's one of the best players in the world, that advantage, he's going to capitalize and win. So, it's not like, it's personal. If you're playing 8-3, and everyone else is awakening and getting like plus 5% damage, plus 10% cooldown reduction, whatever, then it's worth it for you. Like, the value goes up for you, because now you spending 50 mil on your weapon is much more valuable, because it gives you a chance to get those amazing kills on other 8.3, 8.4s. Of course, a lot of 8.3s, 8.4s won't be amazing players, so you can outplay them anyway, yeah? Like, it's not like linearly clear that higher tier is always better player, but still, I think you got the point. So, I still don't think, even by that definition, I don't think it's a scam, but the fact that I am inclined not to use awakening weapons myself should give you a bit of my like opinion on this, and that is that I feel like for me it's not super valuable. I prefer to just I'm gonna leave this red buff for later if I do come back here. Trip Hazard has a not meme, but an emote for that as well. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love the... Love some funky emotes. Does it move actually? Because my chat is, by the way, this... Yeah, it does actually move. Okay, then I like it even more. I was checking in the other window because the chat I'm using, like, you are here, yeah? If you are... You, my dear, you are on my left screen, yeah? I mean, you probably figured it out by now, even if it's your first day here. When I'm looking there, I'm looking at chat. But since the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, even though on stream you only see the Twitch chat, I'm actually also reading YouTube chat, so... In that combined chat, I don't see the moving emotes. That's why I tapped out to see if the scam emote moves, and it does. In that sense, I only want CDR, ability damage, and lifesteal. Don't forget max HP. Max HP is one of the biggest ones. Like, CDR, sure, for many weapons. Most weapons, it's useful, and for many weapons, it's critically important, yeah? But, don't forget having extra 500 HP, how much of a difference that can make. Like, right now, if instead of this, I was using a 4-4 with a lot of extra HP, I would have... I don't know how much. But I would definitely get, like, I would have... here right now I have how much? 139 HP, so if I change to 4-4, let's say I have like 120 HP or something base, and then I add another 400 on top of it, yeah? So I would have almost 400 extra HP if I was using an awakened weapon. That's a big one. For a lot of fights that are brawl heavy. But my weapon would go down in one tier, yeah? That's why, like, all kinds of weapons can be awakened, and you can be successful with it, and it can be fun to be stronger. But probably the best weapons for awakening is the ones that do not... Like, you don't use the weapon to do a lot of damage. Like, Bloodletter, Double-Bladed, used to be... Big Chest. Used to be Great Hammer. No, nice chest, really. Used to be Great Hammer like that as well. Which are all weapons where the weapon's damage output is not as important, yeah? So going for lower tier weapon, because if you go lower tier, you lose on the natural damage of the weapon right click, or like auto attacks, as well as the damage of spells. It's not as big of a deal. Whereas a weapon like a Daybreaker, sure, I still get a lot of an advantage. Like, having 400 HP would be a bigger deal probably than having more damage on my spells from one extra tier. But still, like, my weapon, I cannot afford to play 8-3 items with 4-4 weapon, because my 4-4 weapon will just... It's not gonna hit other 8-3 players properly, yeah? I hope that makes sense, yeah? That's why, at the height of Stalker Jacket meta, it was not just Stalker Jacket meta, but people were putting, like, hundreds of millions into 4.4 weapons. Almost. Like, almost hundreds of millions, I mean. Putting a lot of money. Because those weapons were perfect for a tuning. I saw the cloth armor video a while ago, and I wonder, if you had 1v2 on a fair IP fight, what gear would you personally use? If you had to 1v2 on a fair fight, what gear would you personally use? Kite. I would use everything, like, depending on which weapon, yeah? Some weapons are not that good at 1v2, like, because they are more brawl heavy, and in 1v2 you don't want to spend time in the middle of your enemies, getting hit by two people. You want to minimize that time. So, weapons that are good at 1v2 must have... Usually have some sort of burst damage, like, you know, maybe quarterstaff, maybe brawler glove, something like that. So you can do your E and then kite. Or at the very least, like, 100 spear doesn't have crazy burst damage, but at least it's very good at kiting around. So that you're not getting hit by two players at any point during the fight. So, if I was playing, like, 100 spear is definitely better for 1v2 than Daybreaker, for example. But if I was designing the whole set to play 1v2, I would definitely go Assassin Jacket. I would prioritize cooldown reduction over anything else. So I would maybe get Mist Collar instead of Torch. Refreshing Sprint is nice. And for helmet, it depends. The helmet can be very varied. Like right now, every helmet has this, which is good. Duskweaver doesn't seem terrible. Avalonian, like Call of Purity doesn't seem terrible, so I can maintain doing damage and keep both enemies in combat while I'm kiting away. Because one of the issues you can have if you're playing 1v2 against experienced players, if they are actually trying to play together against you, then they will just, you know, one of them will go out to fight, regen, while the other one is keeping you in combat. So Call of Purity helps with that. Hoshi has a couple nice ones. Okay, was that from her? The scam frog? Okay, wait, I didn't mouse over it. Okay, yeah, it was. Nice. Yeah. I have some okay emotes already, but not that much, not a very wide selection just yet. But you can also you can express overcharge now. You can pat your Heron Spear with an emote. You can express overcharge. What else? You can put money. The silver bag is an emote. We have some options that I have added. Offense is the best defense. Yeah. Kind of, yeah, but that's the. I mean, that's why I'm playing right now a 6-3 Daybreaker instead of a 4-4 Awakened one. I have 13 stacks red. Still kind of good. Not 15, but still kind of good. I am running into tiny bit of energy limitations with Duskweaver helmet specifically. That's something to note also when I talk about this as a guide or so, because people do have energy problems with spears. That for me doesn't really happen, and I'm wondering why. Usually the fights are not long enough, but Duskweaver very clearly makes all energy problems instantly worse because it takes a lot of energy, and a lot of helmet spells don't take any energy, but Duskweaver takes a lot. There was this one time I saw a full 8-4 carving and missed, and he told me he put 2 billion in that weapon. I don't remember the traits. Oof. Vitus had a fight a couple days ago against, was it also 8.4? Yeah, with 1 billion weapon. And the 1 billion weapon survived on like 46 or 50 HP. It was... We talked about this, is like, that is one of the... It's a good example how tilting not winning can be, yeah? Like, Vitus didn't die there, but just the fact that this sort of weapon ran away on last 50 HP, it's like, he said he instantly just closed the game, and that was like a rage quit moment, at least for the day. And very relatable, yeah, I would do this, like, I mean, I wouldn't close stream, but I would be, I don't know, that's more tilting than dying to like a double-bladed or some weird situation. That is, those moments don't come very often, to know that you were that close. But yeah, mostly like all of the best players I've seen lately, on EU at least, they don't actually use 8.4 weapons. Like if you go through these rankings here, you will find a lot of 6-3s, a lot of 8-3s as well, but usually it's 6-4 with 8-3. This guy's all just playing tier 8. But yeah, 50 HP, yep, well. I mean, Vitus is a very experienced player who plays a lot and plays high tiers and successfully, so like it's not like it's not like his once in a lifetime opportunity, you know, that he's never seen and never gonna see again. But it is even like with his experience and thousands of hours in the game, it's still obviously a crazy moment to witness, and then I very much understand to just close the game after that. Do I have time to open this? I'm gonna be late for the other chest, I'm afraid. We'll see. Thanks for following. Ankar Raseyahat. I hope that was correct. My food is running out. Let's see who comes for this chest. Full 8-4 is considered once in a lifetime. I guess so, yeah. I mean, people who play a lot, I mean, you do run into a lot of 8-4s, yeah, but yeah, full 8-4, yeah, with the weapon, yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Did he attack me or not? Oh no, I missed my impaler. How did that happen? No, sir. No, sir. No. And you next. Guess not. Okay, he did not loot anything special, unfortunately. That would have made this more of a plus karma move. As it stands, it's a bit of negative karma, but I mean, he did come to contest objective, right? So that's what the PvP game is for, but I feel like it was a tiny bit of minus karma to not let him go there. But of course, he would not think the same. If I was fighting a 6-4 or 8-4 carving here, he would not think the same. Or 8-3 carving, rather. Unlikely that someone's gonna play 8-4 carving right now. Not in a great place, that weapon. Viable, okay, fun, but not like amazing enough to play high tier. This was cool though. This guy was really cool. The way he tried to fight it. He has like he has a lot of tools against me. Yeah, he can close the distance with that. He didn't even have to start with his E if he doesn't want to. He has a lot of damage and a lot of brawl from his W and cultist, which is good against me. He fully wasted his first cultist, but still it was a difficult start. That taunt wiggle, he thought he was 100% safe. Oh, you think that? You think he was wiggling like, oh, you'd never get me, you'll never get me. Okay, then I hope you're right, Kaiser, because if that's true, then I feel much better about his demise. I need to kill dogs for the journal, actually. Caleb Arakos, thank you for following. Happy to have you. It's a very, very happy stream. I mean, honestly, every stream has been happy for me, but yeah, this very happy stream with a lot of nice, wholesome energy from raids. And whoever you are, if you are here, I appreciate you being here because your presence makes the game much more fun for me as well. As much as I love the underlying mechanics, the PvP in Albion, and the depth of the game, like the kind of fun it offers me, like to have PvP and to customize every build. Anyway, there's a lot I love about Albion. It's still not a game that is as enjoyable without the stream or without like some sort of feeling that we're doing it together. Yeah? The mists have definitely become much better since I started streaming. So happy to have you. Random mob just dropped 8.2 Clarent. How much? How much is that, Yezo? Is it how much of a celebration is it worth? 8.2 Clarent. A couple million? Like 2 mil? How much is it worth? I have no idea, but I kind of want to guess now. Not showing. Oh, okay. I want to say 2 mil. Clarent isn't really played in any sort of content, but it's still 8.2. So 8.2 is likely to cost something like that, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. Thanks for following. Kaiser, number 47. Related to Agent 47. Hello, sir. Oh shit, this is actually tier 7. I'm sorry, sir, but tier 7, you don't get any leeway. This is also a bit of a minus karma move, but 490, this is the equivalent of like 10 chests, yeah? This one chest is better than 10 actual camp chests. I don't know how that happened. He even has like a good build. It's not like he's not trolling. This is a legit okay build. Cape is not necessary together with boots in my opinion, but still it's a legit build. Unlucky for him. The light showed up at the correct time. Okay, I ran out of food, so we might as well go bank this. I'm pretty good at that. That's just unlucky AF. True, but also he should never be low enough to get dropped by mobs. Mercenary Jacket Battle Axe. I mean, I understand he cannot clear the whole camp at once. He cannot just pull every mob, but this must be someone who is a bit new. Like, there's no way that the tier 7, okay, he doesn't have any specs, but still, there's no way that he should be that low anyway. He had invis spots. Actually, yeah, you're right. He could have also invis spotted there. I mean, I'm catching him anyway, probably. Like, the likelihood of me catching him is still like 90% because my build is very good at catching. I have good cooldown reduction. I will have my... I didn't use my boots to get close, I think. Maybe I did anyway. I will have my E and my Dust Quiver, yeah. But he shouldn't, yeah, he shouldn't die just like that. Battle Axe with Mercenary, cannot imagine how that would happen. Not just like the whole build, like, okay, Cape is whatever, but yes, Mercenary, Battle Axe, and he has also Guardian Helmet, which is great for this situation, yeah? Okay. Let's drop some stuff here. Man, it feels good to have some empty tabs in my bank. Okay, these things go here. It shows, I think I have in my bank like 20... It's like 25 mil more or less today. I think there's this extension under the stream which tries to calculate my approximate profits. And it's usually being generous because it doesn't know what exactly trashed. You know. Also, like sometimes I get an system kill but I am not able to loot. Although there are also like cases where I don't get the kill, like the bloodletter that I fought. That I essentially was going to kill, but then the rat stole the last hit. So there are also cases like that, but But yeah, I don't know what the predicted profit is for today, but I have about 25 mil, and I've lost like 6 maybe, something like that. This was today? Yeah, this was today. This was me funking around with a weird build earlier. This was also today. So I lost a couple tier 7 builds. This was last time. Okay. So I probably lost like maybe 6.5 mil, something like that. Maybe 7. No specs, he's new as fuck. Yep. Yes. Vic, can you read my message? Of course, Sabertiani. Give me a moment. Oh, Captain, my Captain, I'm here to report back. I got 4.2 Badon and made... Wait, slow down, Sabertiani. Last time we spoke was like 2 hours ago, maximum? Hour and a half ago? We were discussing what weapon you should play. So you're saying in this hour and a half / 2 hours, you picked up Badon and you made 5 mil? Did you get a lucky drop, or what did you do? Or did you discover that you are secretly a Wunderkid Badon master player, and this is the weapon that you've been missing in your life? Is that what happened? Light armor carving. Well, I have experience from fighting carving from just before, right? Nah. The Trinity is not super scary because I can kind of dodge him, but we'll see. Together they are definitely scary. But the carving doesn't have mobility to chase after me. I mean, other than this, yeah? He can now, I mean, the Trinity used his purge, so now they kind of need to figure out what to do next. I don't like this though, because he has a purge. I don't like this. Otherwise, it would be fine. But since he can purge my second boots on the Trinity, I think I need to just reset this fully. Also, I have wrong food for this, unfortunately. Did he mount up? The Trinity didn't mount up. Okay, then I'm safe. I thought the Trinity is gonna mount up and get in front of me. That would be sad. Because then I'm pretty sure I die. He's out of purge range still, so I can just keep going. Also, I mean, the food is not bad. For 1v2, it's actually not bad at all, but Snapper would make me feel better in this situation. Yeah, exactly. I killed Deathgiver 6-2. Okay, bro, that is awesome. That is awesome. I'm so happy you had that. That is good too. To start a new weapon on a hype is also very nice. Like, I like the feeling of building up, like failing, and then suddenly you succeed. But there's a different type of enjoyment of getting some good kills early and being hyped up that now you have found the weapon that speaks to you, yeah? Now estimate value says 4 million. Okay, so I was being very... how to say? It was undervaluing it by a lot. Could you please explain the 3 different kinds of food in your inventory? I have this for just running around the mist, so I have more cooldown reduction and damage when I am chasing after people who don't want to fight, or running away from people who do want to fight and I don't want to fight. Stuff like that. Then I have Roast Snapper for actual proper 1v1 fights, because it's gonna give me the best chance to, brawl people. And then I have Soup. Soup actually is not that necessary, but, I have occasionally Soup to swap to. I wonder what he's going to purge. It's not a good, not like an amazing fight for me by any means, but we'll see. He will have 2 potions, which is annoying. Okay, now he's full disengaging. I only have 1 potion, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't catch him because my E is still on cooldown. He used his E to get just enough separation. If he didn't E first, I'm obviously purging his boots easily there. I guess he's mounting up now. Yeah, he probably is. Okie dokie. If you count Guardian, then you should also count the boots as well. Wait. What are we talking about? Oh, on Battle Axe? Yeah, I just mean like Guardian Helmet also is good to survive, you know? Especially against mobs. I don't think he's gonna fight now, because now I have potion advantage if he dismounts now. I mean, he does want this fight, you know? He is being a brave soldier. Gathering in this game is fun, to be honest. Risk of losing the farm is fun compared to just clicking around. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. I've heard that feedback before, and I agree fully with that. Yeah, absolutely true. I'm so much better at brawling, and I have 2 potions. Like, only thing I need to do is not get murdered in his E, and that's it. He's running for the exit already. I don't like fighting next to the exit, yeah. Okay, I am leaving after this. Remember, I am also 6'3", yeah? So I'm risking my 4.5 million to give him a chance to have his fun fight and, okay, like, potentially win like 5 times more than he's risking, yeah? This is last chance to fight. What? Why did he just E? Come on, he had at least some chance. He just E'd randomly in a random direction. For no reason. Now I think he's just dead, yeah. And he removed my shield. Oh, I'm sorry. Respect for trying, but I don't know. He ended up not really trying. Trinity, very difficult. I don't expect him to be able to overcome the IP difference. He's tier 7 overcharged, I'm 6'3", yeah? So I'm still tier higher. I don't expect him to be able to overcome it, but he wanted to fight, so, you know, give him a chance. But I think it's much easier. Even if I don't have the potion advantage, it's much easier for me. Only thing he can really... Like, he has to E pretty early to try to get an advantage. If I mess up against his E, that's the only thing I'm afraid of. I'm gonna take a lot of damage from his E, like a lot. But he didn't even try. I think if he E's me, I lose like, I don't know, 40% of my HP. Especially after... The thing is, if I haven't used my E, he has to be a bit worried, because if he E's me, after that I E out, and I create some distance, so he cannot fully use it. But if I do use my E, he cannot use it right away by Eing after me, right? He cannot like abuse the fact that my E is on cooldown, because the moment I E, he's lost all his stacks, so now he needs to stack up again. And Trinity needs stacks to use his E, right? How am I meant to fame farm for my PvP set if there's a separate PvE set that you could use for PvE, but PvP set is stupid for PvE? Yeah, Sinister, some weapons that are good for PvP are not so good at PvE. That's just life. I mean, it's what you do then, or at least what I do, is I play the weapons that I like to play for PvP, but that also are good for PvE. Like Spear is a good example. Spear is very good at both. But you can also choose something like a Battle Axe, Quarterstaff, you know, something that you like that is good at PvE as well. And everything I get from playing Spear, all the books that like the untradeable tomes that I loot from chests, all the fame credits I get, I put them later into weapons that I don't want to fame farm. But there are also a lot of weapons which are not terrible at PvE. Just the annoyance is that you have to swap spells around, yeah? Like on Spear, I'm constantly ready, yeah? I'm hitting mobs, and the same spells that I use for mobs are also the same that are good for PvP. On many weapons, they might not be terrible, like Curse Staff is not terrible at PvE, you have decent spells, but if you have to constantly swap spells, then it sucks. I want to play healer, yeah, Nature Staff is really good for PvE, so solo PvE in roads and open world. You can kill mobs which other builds from your tier will struggle against. Do you fight every single weapon, or are there still weapons that you intend to avoid? Mostly I fight every single weapon. Part of it is because I want to, for all of us, to have more fun on stream, yeah? But it's not only about weapons, Kaiser. There are builds, you know, there are builds where I cannot solve the, like, if you look at the fight or the enemy's build, it's kind of like a puzzle. I have a lot of different tools, especially when I play Spear or Daybreaker, a lot of different tools. But there are builds that the puzzle is just too complicated. I cannot solve it because I need, like, too many things to win the fight. Like, the enemy has demon boots, I need to keep, like, that's a priority, you know? Otherwise they just run away or kill me. But they also have cultist robe, so I also need to think about canceling their cultist robe. And they also have a spell like artillery, for example, yeah? Like, if I find the fire staff with artillery, cultist robe, and royal boots, for example, or demon boots, there's too many things. I cannot manage all of those things, essentially. That I probably won't fight it. But that's not like a specific weapon, that's more like a specific, like a couple builds, yeah? The only weapon that I feel is so strong against me that if I saw the same tier build and that person is using that weapon, that I'm unlikely to fight it. The only one right now I feel the matchup is so bad is the Arclight Blasters. But to be honest, if it happened right now, I would probably still take the fight and try it. To have fun on stream mostly, but that's the one where, that's the closest I am to saying, you know what, fuck it. But obviously, oftentimes I come across people who have, like, I don't always attack everyone who's like 2 tiers higher, yeah? I do often attack them, or not attack them, but get attacked and try to get fights. But sometimes there's a lot of people sometimes there's a build that I cannot solve, not because I don't have answers to what their build has, like in my example, but instead, like, I could solve their build, I could solve the fight, I would at least see a potential for me winning if they were same IP, right? So something like 8.3 like build that has a lot of mobility. Okay, with 6.3 I'm still fighting, yeah, but with the tier 7, for example, I would think that, okay, maybe I can take this fight. I could take this fight if they were lower IP, because their build is nothing crazy. But since they are so much higher than me, they will just out-brawl me anyway. So, I mean, I don't fight every single person I see. There are still, like, the 8.4 Flamewalker. If I see 8.4 Flamewalker, I'm not fighting him right now. Like, Flamewalker is a difficult matchup. I think it's a matchup I can take against 6-3s like I did earlier today. But Flamewalker is a matchup that if the person is 2 tiers higher than me, I can't take it. You need to be really good at the new Boltcasters to pull it off. Maybe, but I've played quite a bit of Arclight Blasters and absolutely fell in love with the build, so I can see how that build works against Spears. And also, keep in mind, most people who do play Arclight Blasters, since it's expensive, it hasn't become fully mainstream yet. It's not like Flamewalker, where everybody was playing Flamewalker a month ago because it just was stronger than everything else, yeah? So most people who do play Arclight, if I run into a 6-3 Arclight Blasters right now, I know it's not a dude who's just trying out a fun new weapon to see what happens, yeah? It is like 99% chance that it's a person who plays Arclight Blasters decently enough to utilize the weapon against me. But I think on Daybreaker it's not hopeless. It's very, very difficult, but I'm not sure if it's hopeless anyway. On one-handed Spear, I feel worse. Having the built-in Purge gives me some extra tools at least, which is nice. And of course, I don't lose stack, so I can brawl a little bit better. And with Arclight Blasters, I can't just stand far and impaler him, because he's gonna hit Qs, which hit more than my impaler. Thanks for following, Zendru. Welcome to the stream. Or welcome back, if it's not your first day. What's the blaster build? The one that I like the most for Mists and Open World, not for Corrupted, there was a bit of a change, is either Demon Boots or Royal Boots. You don't have to always keep them on Demon Boots, but it's a useful thing to have. Mage Robe on your armor, so light armor for a lot of damage, and Mage Robe is very multifunctional. Stalker Hood for low cooldown spell that you can use to proc your Q, to proc your passive, and also for extra giga burst of damage, which you do anyway, and Smuggler's Cape. Many fights you can still use the the energy shield on your helmet as well. Stalker Hood, I think, is better, but you can sometimes use energy shield. And since you sometimes use energy shield, you can play around with other helmets as well. Like I saw Hamster also play for a while a mercenary jacket and Duskweaver helmet, for example. But I loved blasters and I played them for quite a bit. But I did not branch out into leather armor. I just liked the cloth armor build for the time I played. Come on, give me stacks. 15 stacks. Energy shield getting nerfed next patch, but still strong. I agree, Ace Freedom, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, public service announcement. Right now, use energy shield more because it is very, very strong. Next small patch, it's planned to be nerfed from 20 seconds base cooldown to 25. So, it's going to be okay, I think. Like right now, oftentimes, I choose my helmet based on what would be the secondary, like, especially when I'm playing tier 7, yeah? I'm choosing a helmet, like, okay, but what would be a spell which would be nice to have occasionally, yeah? Like, I choose Stalker Hood, because I think, okay, it would be nice to be able to get people out of Invis occasionally, you know? Okay. So, but I still play a lot of the fights just on Energy Shield, and then just change to Stalker Hood when I feel like I need it. If I was playing Duskweaver, it would be the same. Right now, since I'm 6'3", actually, Duskweaver makes sense to keep it like this. Because I am very often the bully who needs to catch people like you know, who don't want to fight. But if I was playing tier 7, if I had Duskweaver, I would often also just have it on Energizing Shield and change it to Duskweaver helmet when I actually need it. But as a default option, the Energizing Shield is just super good. Potion and food. Rose Snapper for cloth armor. Eel Stew is not so good, as we have discovered this last week, I think, together with Hamster, who explained some of it. And I tried also. Eel Stew in general for cloth armor doesn't feel that good. So Rose Snapper for food. We're talking about Arclight Blaster still, just to be clear. To anyone else who just tuning in. So Rose Snapper, and for potions, if you're using Smuggler's Cape, then go to healing potions. It's the most value you get out of Smuggler's Cape with 2 healing potions. Hey, man, Assassin Jacket or Mage Rope for one-handed spike... Oh, one-handed spear with Stalker Hood. Assassin Jacket. Mage Rope is viable and fun, but it's more risky and it requires, like, you need to adapt to it. You need to kite even more with Mage Rope, not to stand next to your enemy too much. If you want to have extra fun and you want to feel very strong for how much damage you do from far, I like Mage Rope. But Assassin Jacket's still overall better and more like consistent option, you know? Vic, how do you think is it hard to play against bow? Explain. How do you think is it hard to play against bow? Like, are you asking me to figure out a bad strategy against bow? Or are you asking me if I think it's hard at all? You try to reword and explain your question, because the way you wrote it, how I think that it's hard to play against bow just standing far away, yeah? You have to get close with almost every weapon. But I think you meant something else. Oh, is it hard at all? Well, yes, it is frustrating for me. Even on Daybreaker, who is one of the best weapons to catch kiters, especially with Duskweaver helmet. Even on Daybreaker, it's frustrating because you have to like, it's my job on a Daybreaker to figure out ways to get on top of him and stop his kiting. And this whole time I'm doing that and figuring out and using my spells, which I can very easily miss. This whole time I'm on a timer, yeah? It's like clock is ticking because the bow is doing damage. So my clock is ticking like tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. If I don't catch him in 40 seconds, you know, I have enough of a disadvantage where I can just die if the bow attacks me now. Did I get a bag from someone? Did we actually not get a bag from anyone yet? Okay. Oh, nice. Red buff for the chest. That's gonna be 12th sec. Why do groups of like 10 gankers with gear from 1 mil to 15 mil? Oh, there's no ganker with 15 mil items, I think. Chase 100k kits for 10 minutes. Okay, so there's Let me think how many. There's two main reasons. Number one, if there were more expensive builds next to you, Finny, they would go for the more expensive builds. But since they are often running around, there's nothing to do. This is just fun for them, yeah? It's at least something. Actually, this is number 1A. Now, 1B is that a lot of gankers, they're having social fun, yeah? It depends. Different people play differently. But sometimes they're sitting together on Discord. Some of them may be drinking beer, you know? They don't care about how much silver you're worth. It's not like being the crazy mate. There's probably one or two guys in the group who are like trying to max efficiency. But most people playing Albion socially, they're just having fun. They don't care. They're just chasing and trying to, you know, trying to figure out how do we catch this person, you know? It's kind of like teamwork exercise for them. And, you know, it's... For many people, it is actually fun, regardless of what the stakes are and so on, yeah? When playing socially. Answer number 2, why they might be inclined to chase you, is because a lot of people who want to transport items or have looted something great have learned that, you know, if you hide yourself as a, like, cute beginner PvE player, you might not be attacked. So, like, the fact that you seem like you're not worth much doesn't instantly mean that you're not worth much. Now, I have never done actual open world ganking in a group. Like, I have roamed with some friends, but it wasn't like a gank group. And even then, we attacked whatever we could, you know, to see what happens. I haven't done, like, actual full-on ganking. But in Mists, I have 100%. I have several examples where I've killed people, and what they have in their inventory, and this is without any transports, right? People don't transport in Mists. At least, you know, mostly not in Little Mists, yeah? I have killed people whose, like, gear's worth maybe, like, 200k, and what they have in their bag is 2.5 million, yeah? So more than 10 times over what it is, yeah? So the gankers might also have, like, if they have one experience in their life, like, maybe they started playing Albion 2 years ago, and one time they killed a 4.1 dude who was trying to secretly transport, like, 35 million worth of crafted items. If they have one story like that, they're always gonna, until the end of their life, chase down everyone they can, for the chance that maybe this will happen again. And those stories are true. That's not just hypothetical. And I know it kind of sucks, and part of it feels like, okay, it's copium, yeah. And a lot of people who play gank, like who gank, legit, you're right. Like, they would struggle in 1v1 PvP. Maybe they don't take the PvP as seriously. Maybe they don't have as much experience. It takes a lot less skill to play to gank in 7 versus 1-1. Of course. That's why it's tilting and frustrating. Like, it feels like you guys don't deserve my items, yeah. I've been through that as well. It's relatable. But I hope, like, my answer also gives a bit of a view into why they could be doing that. And why it could actually be, like, a fun, good thing for people to do. Come on. Nobody coming again. I have 13 stacks red. I am ready. I still have some items from the previous mist as well. I feel like today like disproportionately much of my income is actually PvE loot. Maybe I'm wrong, because I did get some pretty good kills at some point, but nothing crazy, yeah? Like 6-3, and then the Death Givers was 6-3, or it was 6-2, okay. This was the most valuable kill, which wasn't even a real fight. But I feel like I'm getting a decent, like, I don't know what the percentage is exactly, but I feel like a considerable percentage, like at least like something like 30-40% of my overall income and revenue today in terms of silver comes from decent chests and PvE objectives. So anyone else asking, like, when people come constantly and asking, like, how did you make 1 billion silver, or how do you have so much money? Which, by the way, it's not much for a guy. Like, if someone is a crafter, they would be laughing at that question, saying, like, what, this is much money, no? But for a PvP player, it's a decent amount, yeah? Anyone asking, then this is something to consider, yeah? My money is all from PvP and from mists, but just like today, oftentimes, you know, it's not just PvP, but oftentimes the PvE objectives actually factor in pretty significantly. But of course, in theory, especially when there's more active players, but depending on what mists you get thrown into, what situation is like, you're also fighting for those objectives, yeah? So a lot of the chests are not free. You don't get them just for existing. You actually have to dismount, contest other people, fight them to actually get all the chests. I can't even count how many good words I said to... It's relatable. Like, I don't like talking shit. I don't think I've ever written any shit to someone unprompted. Like, I have expressed my frustration when I see that... When someone rats me, like, when I'm fighting an 8.3, and the guy, like, the rat dismounts, gets dismounted and attacks me, yeah? When I am, like, tier 7, tier 8. I have written, but I've always written it in a very, like, like positive way. Usually like, okay, like right, starting my sentence something like out of like curiosity, like why did you help the guy, yeah? Like why did you help him? Because I'm hoping maybe they explain, because I can actually learn from that, yeah? Maybe they will say something like, you know, because I hate bloodletters, yeah, or I hate spears, whatever. People don't usually hate spears, but it's possible. Or maybe they will say something else like you attacked me first, anything, yeah? So anyway, I have written messages like that. I have probably written some messages which like to express my frustration that this happened, but I've never actually, I think, written any shit to anyone. At least I can't remember, including gankers, yeah, including the situation where it feels so tilting. But I understand the kind of the desire to do so. But like, so if when people, I don't know, Sabaritani, how much people write to you, like depends on your kills and so on. But if people write to you, just take this. If you're here and you have any kind of inclination to write some toxic shit to anyone who kills you, whether it's mist, gankers, whatever, even if they fully deserve it, yeah. If they were ultimate pieces of shit like Tinto was to me, if they try to betray you, if you feel that they don't deserve your items, before you do that, consider from the other perspective. I can tell you 100%, like a super duper most clear thing I felt. Being the guy who kills occasionally someone and then I get a toxic message, it makes the kill 10 times better. The satisfaction you are giving the person by writing anything is like you're essentially the person that you want to make them feel bad. You're actually making them feel 10 times better about the kill. Like I've had a lot of kills where I kind of doubt whether it was correct decision. Maybe I shouldn't have attacked at tier 6, you know. Maybe I shouldn't have ratted, something like that. Or sometimes I don't have those doubts. But anyway, then the person writes to me, like, you know, like some sort of toxic shit, like you are, whatever, fat, sweaty nerd, or whatever they want to write, or like, I hope your family dies, you know, like those constant things that people comment. And the moment they write that, I feel like, oh man, like this kill feels so much better now. Like I get so much satisfaction from the fact that it happened. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. If you're trying to write to make someone feel bad, like you must find other ways. I don't know if there is any sort of other way, but and that might also be the case if you get ganked. Yeah, like those people might also, some of them might also be thinking like, am I actually wasting my time? Like maybe I should be doing something else. Like what's the point of this if we are 7 versus 1? Yeah, and it's no challenge. Yeah, some of them might be thinking like, all gankers are different. I know everyone ganks for thousands of hours and that's the only thing they do. Yeah. So you are kind of convincing them that yes, you did deserve killing. Garrett said, amazes me how casually you run around and do stuff. I'd be too worried about dying and losing all my gear and silver. Well, if my overall bank balance was 10 mil, I would be a bit more worried about losing 4.5, yeah? Or whatever, 5 that I'm risking. So keep that in mind. And if I was, like, okay, I would still be talking the same, but if I was playing 8-3, for example, I would also be a bit more focused on what's on my screen. Not that I'm not focused right now, but like it is possible that like some lapse of attention actually does lead to me dying. It's very low likelihood, but it's at least somewhat possible. Although you saw that earlier, like the 8.3 death givers, the 7-4-8-3 death givers, like he came out of nowhere, but you know, 6-3, I'm strong enough, overcharge and fight it to see what happens. Yeah, so there aren't really that many. There's very few players right now who could just full on kill me, you know, from the fact that I don't notice them right away. Since I'm 6-3, I can a lot of builds I can fight back against, like 8-3 death givers. Yeah, it sucks. I have a disadvantage. I'm probably gonna die if a 6-4 8-3 attuned death givers attacks me. I'm probably gonna die, but it's not hopeless. I have a chance to fight back. And many builds I might not have a chance to fight back, but I can still get away with Duskweaver, E, boots, and stuff like that. Yeah, just so we're clear. Very true. What would you use and do as someone trying to start out? Well, for a long time when I started playing Albion, my risk tolerance, or kind of my rule for myself, was to not risk more than 1/20th of my bank. So if I had 10 million in silver, in liquid silver, I would not use more than 500k on one build, yeah, to manage. Because in that I was still a bit worried, and obviously we all get anxious about PvP. I was still anxious about resetting my progress, so falling down, seeing my bank account number go down. I was anxious because it felt kind of bad that the other person who killed me knows that I suck at PvP, yeah? Because I made a big mistake and it was so obvious. And so I felt a bit like, you know, that was also extra anxiety that if I die now, the other person is gonna think that I'm an idiot. Obviously it doesn't matter, but it's natural to think those things or feel them a little bit. So I decided not to risk more than 120. Yes? If that answers your question. If you were asking what kind of content you do when you're starting out, that's like a completely different question. Yeah? And that will depend on you or how competitive you are. The more competitive you are, if you come from League or Dota, go play Black Zone pretty quickly. Yeah. But if you don't come from League or Dota or like a very competitive FPS games like Counter-Strike or Siege or something like that, if you're not used to being constantly dying, getting outplayed, getting destroyed by better players, getting flamed by your teammates in enemy team, if you're not used to that sort of kind of crushing competitive gaming experience, if you come from a more happy MMORPG background, then I suggest taking Albion a bit slower and not jumping right into Black Zone, because you're going to be a bit discouraged. You would rather, like, it's rather better to then build up and progress through some yellow zones, play some Hunter Corrupted dungeons, some yellow zone mists. Depths are good example now of content that you can play. Oh my god, you did make a huge ducking sense. I'm gonna tell you most heartwarming story. Okay, go Sabratani, I'm ready for your heartwarming story. Heart Y asked earlier, is longbow good for open world? Which bow is the best except Badon and Skystrider? Good question, because when you start asking your question which bow is best, my obvious answer is going to be Badon and Skystrider, yeah? But then you said except Badon and Skystrider. Longbow is not bad. It's not amazing. Definitely not good enough to play it at at higher tiers. But at lower tiers, it's kind of okay. Nothing special, but you have good enough damage output. You just need to be a bit careful not to get your E cancelled. You have good enough damage output to punish people who are following you and chasing you, yeah? But just like Warbow, you're gonna struggle with the fact that finishing kills is difficult, you know? You are kiting, and when the enemy decides to go the other way, it's not that easy for you to actually go and kill them now. But yeah, play. Longbow and Warbow are both good for low IP. If you don't want to play Badon or Skystrider, because it costs a lot or you don't like the playstyle. Longbow or Warbow. And actually, regular bow is still also on the sleeper weapons list for me. Like, I think there's a chance that regular bow, after the Q1 buff, there's a chance that it's actually very strong, but people haven't really figured that out yet. Probably a stupid question, but I was off the game for a month of you. What are depths? So depths is the latest big content update, which are... Sir, did you see me? I guess the answer is no. A little bit of a minus karma, but then again, that's how you learn to look around you, yeah? He's mad. What did we learn today? We learned not to dismount when there's a 6-3 on your screen. It's unfortunate. I know it doesn't feel that good. I also don't like to be the guy who has to leave when a higher tier enemy comes. I've been in that situation for a long time. Playing like tier 6 or tier 7, and when you see a 3, you're just forced to, okay, I guess this is your camp now, but not much you can do. So Depths is the biggest new content update that came out with the, I don't know, what is it, like a month ago now? Something like that. It's a dungeon. It's a dungeon you can access straight from the city for 2v2 or 3v3 gaming, although you can go solo also if you want. And it's the new kind of system they added to Albion. This is currently only in those dungeons this exists. It's like a half loot system where if you die, you do not lose your items. So in that sense, it's like Yellow Zone, but you lose everything in your inventory. So as you progress, the Depths dungeon will take some time, and there are different levels. You go deeper. You can go to deeper levels. As you play the dungeon for a while, you progress within the one dungeon. You might have good loot, yeah? You might have, like... I've definitely had like 3-4 mil in my inventory, because the loot is pretty decent there. I mean, that's a lucky run, yeah? You can't expect to have 3 mil, but still. As the Depth dungeon progresses, you might have 1 million or 2 million loot in your inventory. And now if you die to someone, you don't lose your items, but you lose your whole inventory. So you lose the 2 million that you looted in the dungeon, yeah? So it's in between full loot and Yellow Zone. They call it the Orange Zone, although. Yeah, I hope that answers it. Yellow corrupted, but bigger. Well, it's not yellow, as I just said. It's like orange corrupted, kind of, if that was a thing, yeah? I think it's a very, very well designed piece of content to get people who otherwise would be wouldn't be interested in full loot PvP, to get people who otherwise would play yellow zones, to get them to play for a bit of extra risk. Because when you enter the dungeon, you're not worried about anything, yeah? You're not risking anything, you're not going to lose any items, you can easily buy 8.4 set if you want and not worry. But as the dungeon progresses, you start building up a bit of anxiety because you have already gathered some loot and the fights start to matter. So it's a way, it almost tricks people, like yellow zone players, almost tricks them to try out. They don't try out full loot PvP, but you get like a trial run of what it feels like to be worried about your items, what it feels like to die, lose items, and then understand that, yo, I'm still okay, you know? Nothing happened. So you get a bit of like, it's like a vaccine, no? I don't know if that's correct, but you get like a small dose of full loot emotions in a controlled way. So that later, not everybody, but some people will, after depths, they will feel like, yo, actually I'm okay. Like I had this amazing depths run, but I died. It feels like shit if you come from yellow zone. If it's your first time losing that much, you're gonna feel like shit. But still, you're gonna get over it, yeah? Or at least I still have my items. Yeah, I lost like 2 mil from the loot I gathered. I'm actually okay, you know? And that kind of opens the door to then come and enjoy full loot PvP with the same attitude that if I lose 1 million in full loot, it's actually okay. Okay, so see, here's Sabratiani's, how did you say? Heartwarming story. Okay, heartwarming story from Sabratiani. One time I'm in open world and I'm in normal 4.2 set, minding my own business, and 2 gankers ganked me. I died. I had to get revenge because they trash talked me. So they started trash talking. Yeah, that's important, because if you wrote something to them and then they trash talk you, that doesn't fully count as them trash talking, right? By the way, thanks for following, Raga TR. Okay, so they trash talked me and they were 5-3, and I saying, not lying, I bought my 4.3 set, used safe portal and got into same zone as them and roam around a little bit and saw them to get very little low, like 200-300 HP off from max HP. I said fuck it, I got in and killed both. Okay, that is awesome. It's not the kind of heartwarming that I expected when you prefaced the story by this. Heartwarming I thought was gonna be like, you know, someone like people helping each other or being like, you know, extending love to a new player or whatever, something like that, yeah? That sort of situation, but I am happy. It's more like a satisfying story of revenge, yeah? If I understood correctly, like they were like, you said that they were a couple hundred HP from their max HP, yeah? So they were not full HP, but they weren't low either, that's what you were trying to say. Firestaff, careful with PvE because he's in combat now. If I dismount him, he is in combat. Nice. Wildfire, not afraid. Probably is afraid. I don't know. I'm gonna eat this food anyway to roam around with this and change to Snapper. Why do you use 6-3? As in, is it not cheaper to get 7-2 in some situation or just 9-0? Okay, Garrett, first of all, 9-0 doesn't exist. The higher you can go in Albion right now is tier 8. So the highest possible level gear is 8.4, because 4 is maximum enchantment, tier 8 is higher, yeah? 6-3 is the cheapest in most items. Not everything, but in these items, yeah. So it is actually cheaper than 7-2 or 8-1. I mean, you can compare every specific item. It depends on which city you're buying it from, what server you're playing on, you know. There's a lot of other things there. But this is for the specifics that I'm working with, it's definitely cheaper to buy like this. It depends on the city. Well, every city's marketplace is separated, yeah? Regius. So it might very well be that in one city a specific item just happens to be cheaper or more expensive right now. And also, there's a clear difference between Brazilian and other cities, because Brazilian economy is kind of separated, yeah? So, in Brazilian, the things that are often used in mists will be traded more, so the economy might shift more, the prices might rise or fall a bit more, like specifically to what people are playing and what is popular right now. Oh no! Okay, at least he used his Geekpod, that's something. He's probably gonna mount up before I have my boots. How much for chest? 50 seconds, okay. Yeah, he's gonna have mount again if he wants to. He doesn't want to mount though. Oh, he does, okay. Why don't you just buy 3-3? There is no 3-3, but yeah. 3 times 3, it would be like 3-3-3, you know? Tier 3 with tier 3 enchantment and another tier 3 enchantment, you know? So I would have the same tier. Didn't realize it was generally cheaper. For most artifact items, lower tier is cheaper. Like 4.3 is almost always cheaper than 7.0 for artifact items because it's more difficult to get higher tier artifacts. For items that don't require artifacts, so from every tree, the first 3, yeah? Like these 3 crossbows, the first 3 boots, you know, all the non-artifact items are often cheaper at like 5.2 or even 6.1. It depends on the specific server and economy. Because without artifacts, sometimes higher tier is easier to craft, I think. 4 gear when, yeah. I mean, there was a time where tier 8 didn't exist, yeah, so we take it for granted, but it doesn't mean it's always gonna be 8.3 for the highest. The fire staff is 100% gonna help him. And the dual swords is not a matchup that I can just run over him without losing any HP, especially with this build, which is very good against me. Sure, I have 2 tier advantage, so even with this good build, I'm probably killing him, you know, 9.5 times out of 10. But this is the Clarent from before. He was being angry. He was immune. Is he gonna eat food? If he eats food, I need to kind of eat food as well. No, he's running away. I thought he would turn, especially with all the other guys around who are obviously gonna want to help him. I was kind of thinking he would probably turn around, but I guess not. He's close enough to exit anyway. I'm standing in front of him, so he cannot really E and W very well. Too bad. Too bad. If I messed up a bit that I Duskweaver too early. After getting forcibly dismounted with damage, you have 2 seconds of CC immunity. This is kind of a new thing. Well, not very new, but like kind of newish. So that's why my Duskweaver didn't... This time I actually hit the Duskweaver, but I did damage and it didn't connect because he was immune to CC. Back in the day when Prowling was OP, I picked it up with tier 3 because I was broke. Some people, I don't remember who, but some content, like when Prowling was ridiculous, some content creators even made like, I think, some videos or streams about it to showcase how ridiculous it is by legit playing tier 3 Prowling and having good fights and killing people in mist. So yeah, Prowling was crazy busted for 2 separate periods in history, but I think the first one was especially crazy, and then the plate Prowling era was also pretty strong, but it wasn't like that crazy at least, but it was still annoying, the more recent one. Notice how the Clarent blade that died, and I said jokingly, like, what did we learn? Do not dismount next to a 6-3, you know? The Clarent blade is still following and trying to be close enough where I can potentially kill him, like if I hit my spells on him instead of dual swords. Like, looks like he didn't learn. Because he doesn't even have like 25 spec on his Clarent, I think, right? He was just farming, so... So instead of running around and... Okay, I was already worried it's him again. Instead of running around following 6-3s, just go farm specs, yeah? It's gonna be much better long-term strategy. Even if he misses an amazing ratting opportunity. He's following me around because he's hoping that I'm gonna fight another 6-3 and he gets to rat, yeah? Okay, there's a small possibility that happening, but it's so small that, you know, it's better for him to just focus on... Oh, he doesn't have Firewall down now. Okay, 200k chest. This guy was... It was better than a green chest. It was like a blue chest, yeah? Blue or... I don't know what sort of chest, anyway. I'm gonna leave this here. I'd rather go into the Abbey. Bro, why you kill me? Why you follow me, mister? Are you the wildfire, Mr. Gleb? Don't be sad. I will avenge your death by dying later on, because I die a lot, happily. So next time I die to someone else, you can consider that vengeance for your death. But if that was you, the wildfire, then a different strategy could be to maybe not follow a 6.3 around, yeah? To see what happens. Because we both know why you are following me, yeah? Both of us know very clearly, and I was just talking about this actually. Like, the reason you're following me is because you're hoping that I get into a fight. And if I see an 8.3 carving, I want to fight them without you on my screen. I hope that's obvious. I got a nice kill in 4.1 Arcane against Deathgivers. 400 IP difference. Okay, I don't care if you had no cape and whatever other advantages you had. 400 IP is... That's like what legends are made of, yeah? Like 400 IP is pretty much like the top IP difference in a 1v1 that can happen, yeah? I was 4.2. So you are the Clarent Blade that was trying to write. Then you should go back a King's Sword. King's Sword. Is that Clarent? Is Clarent Blade King's Sword in Russian? Let me see. I mean, the lesson is still the same for you. This is called King's Sword in Russian? Or because in English there's a sword which is called Kingmaker. I don't know how the things are translated, like Albion's. I do understand Russian, but I don't know how like weapons and items are translated. But yeah, but if you're the Clarent Blade, then maybe you should not dismount next to a 6-3 player when you are 4.2. Okay, yes, yeah. Well, I mean, still, what I said at the beginning still counts, yeah? Hang around. Yo, Gleb, hang around in the stream until I die, and I will die 100%, you know? I die a lot, yeah? I take a lot of risks, then die. Hang around in the stream until I die, like this, and then you can imagine like that was revenge for your soul, you know? But yeah, but I think you don't want to... if you're running 4-2, just go farm specs and don't dismount next to a 6-3, I think. That is probably a good idea for the future. Because, you know, I am 6-3, yeah? So you don't have any chance of any kind to fight me. Vic Arcane build is very strong and very satisfying. What, I believe it? What, did I say something against it? I was just saying that 400 IP is like the legendary kind of difference. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering who am I talking to, the Clarent Blade player is in YouTube chat, yeah? Because the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I mean, you know this. 99% of you know this, but I'm just gonna repeat it anyway. So, you know, so you have options. You can watch on Twitch, you can watch on YouTube as you wish. But only Twitch chat appears up here. But I know most of you already have learned that I'm not talking to myself. I am talking to YouTube chat also, because I read both chats. That's what I tell myself whenever they catch me talking to myself. Oh, it was just it was a YouTube chat. Actually, it's on Kick. You don't know her. She goes to a different school. But I hope you post, Straightest Man, I hope you post it also on Discord, your kill, so that Ugbur can also put his stamp of approval as someone who loves Arcane, and specifically Ugbur likes to play low IP. So, you know. Meteya says, yeah, Clarent is Korolevsky for some reason. Meanwhile, Kingmaker is... Starretvorens. Okay, like, Kingmaker kind of makes sense, yeah? Kingmaker is the one who chooses who is the king, yeah? Like, I think you could even call some, like, a rat. In some ways, when someone is ratting a fight, like, if you're fighting and you're both 10% HP, and the rat dismounts, that rat becomes a bit of a kingmaker, right? Because they can decide which of you dies and which of you lives, yeah? So the concept of kingmaker from other like games, from board games, for example, it's also very familiar to me. Like kingmaker is someone who essentially he cannot be the king himself. At least in my mind, that's what the word means. But it's someone who decides who is going to be the king, yeah? Who is going to survive, who is going to die. So that I kind of understand, like the Saret Tvorets, at least kind of makes sense. But interesting, yeah, why Clarent is Korolevsky. I don't know what Clarent Blade means. I've never heard this word outside of Albion. Clarent Blade. I have no idea if there's any reason why this is translated to Russian as a king's sword. I don't even know what, like, even outside of, like, swords or weapons, I don't know if Clarent has some sort of meaning as a word or not. The chest is getting ready soon. I'm gonna have at least 10 stacks if I finish this room happily, which I hope I will. I have some energy issues on Duskquiver though, when killing mobs. A tiny bit. But yeah, I have learned some interesting translations. Not a lot, but I have learned some interesting translations. Because some people have written like YouTube comments to me asking about using spear with the victim's skull. And I couldn't figure out like what the hell did they try to say. What is the victim's skull? It was like ChatGPT moment. Like, is that an actual thing? Maybe they were talking about cursed skull, but like maybe matchup. And then I realized, like later googling, I've kind of found out that victim's skull, I think, is the translation like from of the Muizak. The Muizak, the word that I have not heard outside of Albion. Muizak is translated, I think, as a victim's skull or something like that to some languages, including, I think, Russian. Muizak is not here. It's up here. So this is like a victim skull type of thing. But so I have been confused by some translations before, but not that many. Thanks for following, Prime J.R. Smith. Nice. I appreciate your nickname. And Hot Tub Taco. We have some funky nicknames here towards the second part of the night. Thanks for following, guys. I appreciate you being here. And I hope your Sunday is going as well as mine. Mine is going pretty okay. Straightest man ever said I got a pretty nice kill against the curse with battle axe. 300 IP diff. Yeah, okay. Like 300 is like when you feel like that's crazy, but at least it's crazy that you have seen occasionally here and there. Yeah, 400 is like way too much. Even if you consider the fact that you don't have cape, so like not having cape is already like 150 IP difference is covered by that, but still. Is he not actually fighting, or is he? I don't know. I'm not sure what his plan is. That's not good. I really need to hit that, I feel like. At some point, I'm gonna have problems with my damage. Is he keeping his E to dodge my E? Is that what's happening? Oh, he E'd into my Inferno. Yeah, my bad. I E'd against his Inferno, but he doesn't have the cooldowns to get away, I think. I think I can catch him still. Okay. Not so difficult. Okay, that worked out well. It was kind of like an accidental bait, yeah? Me attacking the low IP guy. Baited this tier 7 to be potentially interested. But I don't have to worry. He doesn't have a purge, so I don't have to worry about my Inferno at all. I Infernoed when he W'd me, you know, to make sure I get at least some value from it. He doesn't kite it out. But then he ended up E'ing my Inferno also, so I got so much value from my Inferno. It's not a lot of hope. And this is definitely one of those situations where the Flamewalker nerf, you can feel it. If he E'd just to get away, he's probably not getting away, because his E has such a long cooldown. I mean, he can reach a door before I kill him, maybe, but he doesn't have the kind of freedom to just always get away out of every situation. because the E works better. Like, it works the same in a Brawl, but it doesn't work that well as a getaway card anymore. Clarent refers to a sword of peace. Arthurian legend. Oh, okay. So Clarent... Actually, have we talked about that once and I forgot? Anyway, we definitely had some Arthurian, like, discussions already. So Dana Googled that, I guess, or just knows it, and specified. And that means that if in Russian, the Clarent blade is called the King's Sword, that's a reference to Arthur as the king, yeah? That's why they decided to do it. Basic bow is busted. Do you think they're gonna nerf it? Not yet, no. Not for a while. I think it's a sleeper weapon made in over heaven. I think it's a weapon that not enough people understand has such potential. Like, you might feel that it's busted, but overall, if you look at most of the active players playing Mists, you're not gonna find a lot of regular bows here. If any. Do awakened weapon traits work in the depths, or is it disabled? They are scaled down. You get 20% of the trait. So if you have 5% cooldown reduction, in the depths you will have 1% cooldown reduction. So you get 20% of what the trait would be otherwise. I was listening to a podcast, the most chill outplay bozo moment ever. True chat gaming while waiting for buy orders to fill. Okay. My friend plays Russian version while I'm sitting in English, and I'm getting bummed all the time about silly translations. I had that with some other games also, when I've played with some friends who have their games in other languages, and it's difficult to understand each other. But am I right? Like, another one which is pretty silly is the Muizak, right? The Muizak is called something like a skull of the victim, or I don't know, something like that in Russian. I don't remember. I do speak Russian enough to understand, but I don't remember the exact word. But I feel like that's another one which is kind of really weird. Muizak being this thing here that I just showed before, this one. This is also called something weird. I checked rankings and almost everyone is Death Givers. Yeah, Death Givers are the S+ tier weapon right now for very high IP. But you do have good options, like you have Daybreaker, Fists of Avalon, Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, potentially Sky Strider. So you have other options. It's not... Death Givers is not dominating meta to the same kind of frustrating extent like Carving was dominating for over a year and like Flamewalker was dominating recently. It doesn't dominate meta to a point where it shuts everything else out. There's a lot of weapons that can fight Death Givers decently well. But Death Givers, if you factor everything in, they are just the strongest, but they are not... It's not an easy win against everyone like Flamewalker. It's not like you have an easy advantage against everyone. It's just a perfect blend of having enough tools to handle every fight you need. You can fight anyone on Death Givers, but it requires skill and strategy. And you take that you can fight anyone you want, and you blend it with the fact that, as you saw earlier, with 8-3 Death Givers who completely messed up, but they're still free to go. Yeah? So you combine that with the fact that you are relatively safe. Yeah? You're not playing a weapon where you're gonna get punished very easily. No, that was too much Zoomer slang for you to understand my message. No, but it wasn't about understanding. I didn't understand the point. Listening to a podcast, the most chill outplay bozo moment ever. True chat gaming while waiting. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I understand every single word in vacuum, yeah? I mean, there's not like real Zoomer slang in your sentence, yeah? I mean, bozo, I guess, and chat, but that's the only thing. But I didn't understand what the whole point of that. Oh, you were talking that you were listening to the podcast while doing the 400 IP kill. Okay. I think I understand better now. Yeah. So what do you call it? True chat gaming? Well, okay. Yes, just casually killing 400 IP higher players while you are not even focused on the game. Hot Top said, I'm trying to force him to use... Wait. What is this? Okay, Mr. Curse of Life. Let's do this. I need to change food. And probably my helmet also. And I just boots on top of him. He's on Grudge, actually. That's interesting. I don't like this matchup, but whatever. I just wait out the stacks and then I'm free to fight him and kill him probably. We'll see though. He still hasn't used Grudge, interestingly enough. Oh, I lost stacks. That was a big mistake by him also. Yeah. Not the best matchup, but also he didn't really maximize what he can do, I think. Also, when I use boots here, he was tier 8 overcharge, yeah? So we are essentially same tier, more or less. I have a bit more specs, I think. When I use boots, in his perspective, he just needs to let me go. If I'm leaving and surviving, that's fine. I made this mistake many times, and I've capitalized on this mistake many times also. A bit, like, he's too worried that I'm gonna disengage. He purges my boots, but after that, you saw I get gazillion value from my Inferno. This is the highest value Inferno in a while. So, wait. So, Hot Top said, I'm trying to force him to use English slang a bit more. Okay, so this is you trying to get your Russian-speaking friend. So, we both use Muzak now, or sometimes Totem Stick Thingy with Kindness Skull bursts of damage. Okay. I think that Muzak is the one that is translated into some sort of skull of the victim, right? Or maybe I'm tripping, but I think that's what I remember. And by the way, Hot Top Taco. I want to say tobacco for some reason. Hot Top Taco, guys. Spears out. Everyone has a spear. It's time to raise it to honor the newest subscriber. I appreciate you very, very much for hyping me up. And subscribe for 6 months in a row. You have a lot of confidence in the amazing content. Rightly so. I'm very happy. I got my spear in my hand right now. Yes, I know I'm opening floodgates to those sorts of comments. Let's see. I don't think he's gonna fight if I change my spells, but who knows? Maybe he does. I guess not. He's tier 8. He could overcharge, but I am good against him, yeah? I am good at catching him. So, I appreciate you very much. Okay, I'm gonna put the spear in chat myself with a bit of extra overcharge on there to honor Hot Top. Oh, actually, well, Taco, you yourself also now. I can't call you Taco because if I call you Taco, the only thing in my mind, I don't know if you know this, and some people maybe have heard the show called, I think it's called The League, is it? Anyway, it's like a what is it? It's like a sitcom of a bunch of guys playing fantasy, like fantasy sports in US. But there's a guy there that is called Taco. That is a hilarious character played by a very funny musician. Yeah. Anyway, so when I call you Taco, I instantly think of that guy. Because he was actually a mood. It wasn't just a guy. He was a big part of the quirky design of the show also. Anyway, so you're gonna be Hot Tub in my language or in my head. And I can also relate. I have been trying to get some of my friends to turn to English, even if I speak different languages to them, like I speak in Russian or in Estonian or something with them when we play together. I have some like friends like that. I'm trying to get them to embrace the English nature of the game. Admittedly, not in Albion, but in some other games more. I was watching you for some time on YouTube. Your vids were already concise and on point. Thank you. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to hear that. I think now that I stream, the vids will not be able I will not be able to make them as concise, specifically that part, because, you know, sharing some of the clips from stream, it's not going to be as designed every moment as crafted. I mean, not that it was always like that, but still. But I'm very happy to have you. And thanks for following FT Vital and Laco number 99. Taco in my language means ass. Really? No way, Sabaratadia. Really? Ass. But taco is like a popular Mexican food. It's very common to eat tacos, yeah? Or make tacos. so if in your country you cannot... Like, there are no taco places. There aren't, like, places that advertise, like, yo, we serve, like, I don't know, tortillas, tacos, fajitas, stuff like that, yeah? Because it's just gonna be ass written on the restaurant. Is that real? There are taco places, but I bet it's not legal. Taco in my language is nicely saying ass. I don't know. I don't know what language that is. If you want, you don't have to. But if you want to share, I'll be curious to know which language uses taco as ass. I've never heard about that before. Georgian. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. I have been to Georgia. I had a very, very positive experience, but it was kind of easy. Like, becoming friends with anyone in Georgia was very, very easy. Because I'm Estonian. So what happened, like my experience when I was there for a work project, but whenever I met someone, like they were, like talking to a taxi driver or someone in the street or whatever, obviously I don't speak Georgian, they don't speak Estonian, obviously those languages are completely different, so we will always speak Russian. So if I started speaking to someone, I start speaking in Russian, and I mean, it is like a commonly used language, but of course they are not very happy about Is this an actual player? Is he gonna try to kill me or not? He was ready though. I mean, I have to try, but I need to change my spell. I have to try, let's see. I don't care if you come to Georgia, you're welcome in my home. Thank you. Thank you, that is very, very happy. Happy to know that. Is he still here? I think he left fully, yeah? So anyway, my experience with Georgia is I start speaking in Russian to someone because that's the only common language. People are a bit like, I mean, they understand I'm a foreigner and speaking Russian, and I'm like, The first thing I said, I learned to say very early in a conversation, always point out I'm Estonian. The moment they find out I'm Estonian, it's like we are the best friends, you know? I don't know if it's like this common Soviet heritage, you know, small countries who survived the Soviet Union, you know, whatever. We have some trouble with Russian politically, yeah? Something like that. I don't know what it was, but the moment they found out I'm Estonian, it was like, you are like my best friend, you know? Everyone was very open. But I remember this. I learned to say that I'm Estonian very early in every conversation. So that people, I don't know. So that they wouldn't mind speaking to me, because otherwise speaking Russian is not always, I mean, yeah. I always pretend to be Russian with Georgians. Yeah, I think they have that like built-in kind of, a little bit of resistance. Yeah, I mean, obviously because of the war. Not this war even, but the previous war, let's say, or aggression, or whatever you call it. I imagine when people talk about eating whole taco, they're like, how many tacos are we having for dinner? Man, I did not know. I had no idea taco is... Okay, Georgia has, like, one of the best food... Like, from my travels in different places, it's one of the best food experiences I've had. So maybe you don't actually need to have taco places, yeah? You have a lot of things you can eat, which you don't need to... You know, you're maybe less reliant on, like, pizza, pasta, and all kinds of international foods and hamburgers. And tacos. Oh man. Thanks for following, by the way. SB. Oh wait, I thought I already pronounced your name one time, right? Anyway, SB. I already told you last time that the Y in your name, it looks like an U to my brain. So for me, you are gonna be SBoob, and I know that's not. I remember. Okay. I should have walked closer to the blood letter. Let's take this. Let's take the flame walker out for a spin. Let's go, sir. It is time. He has a purge for my inferno, so I need to kind of use it at the beginning. You so hard. How does he know that I'm hard? Is it so obvious? The range is annoying. Is he not purging that? If he's not purging that, I can just leave. Oh, wait, actually, no. He just purged my stacks there, actually. And he's hitting all of his damage. I think I'm dying here, honestly. But we'll see. Okay. I guess he doesn't want to kill me. I messed up a bit. My E was kind of so-so. Okay. Cool fight. I definitely felt like I messed up already. He did kind of the same mistake I did earlier with the Bloodletter today, yeah? He used his boots for no reason. Like, I felt like I'm probably losing the brawl. You saw that, yeah? And then he realized, this is, by the way, this is once again the nerf, the Flamewalker nerf. Because he had, since he missed one of his E's, not the first, but the second one, he had such a long cooldown, he used boots to buy time for his next E, you know? He just wanted to boots away a little bit, so I go after him, and by the time his E is ready, he can just kill me. Then I just boots the other way. So yeah, so he made kind of the same mistake I did earlier against the Bloodletter, who got away from me, and I ended up not killing him. Nice. Satisfying. Thank you for the fight, sir. We are... the Flamewalkers are down to being proper meta, but not like crazy broken tier, and that is good. This is not even the best Flamewalker kill of the day, I think, right? He was 6-3, but he had 5-3 weapon for whatever reason. The previous guy was full 6-3 and much higher specs. Let's take it out to celebrate the win. Kill all the Flamewalkers. Yes, Ace, correct. Now that felt good, it did, but it felt good because we're killing Flamewalkers, right? I mean, it's just nice kill anyway. Is the Swiftclaw good? Regius, for mists, no. For mists, don't use Swiftclaw. You are paying for dying, essentially. Swiftclaw is easier to dismount because it has less HP than other mounts will have in the mist, and the time it takes for you to gallop, you know, every mount has like a base move speed and then the gallop speed. The time it takes for you to get into a gallop is longer, and that will get you killed in the mists more often than not. I need some more food. Oh, I also need to drop off the overcharge. Okay, if you're playing Roads of Avalon or open world, Swiftclaw is good if you're not planning to do a lot of gathering. If you do gathering, you cannot play Swiftclaw because it's not enough carry weight, yeah? But if you're playing Roads of Avalon or open world and you're not planning to do a lot of gathering, Swiftclaw is very good because there are so many long, kind of empty, like roads, you know, where the fact that Swiftclaw is faster, once you do get to gallop, let me just buy the food, once you do stop galloping, yeah, so once you get, like, you see this also has like regular speed and then gallop speed. Once you do get to galloping, so if you're running for a long time without getting hit by mobs, not without dismounting, you are faster, so you will outrun a lot of people on Swiftclaw. So if you're roaming open world or roads and you are not planning to gather, because if you gather you need more carry weight, if you're not planning to gather, then Swiftclaw is good. But for mists, Swiftclaw is definitely very suboptimal. What did he... He didn't purge my Inferno. My first Inferno was kind of wasted, but he wasted his second Inferno. Okay. Salty Barsties, thank you for following. Ooh, I don't usually see Arclight Blasters at lower tier than tier 7. This is a bit new. Tier 6, and he's paying already 300k for the weapon. But it is a good weapon. Very good weapon. Now I'm using an Armored Horse. Is it worse for open world? I also go into Mists for silver. Armored Horse... it's not very good. It's just slower than Swiftclaw. And it doesn't have the carry weight of a regular horse. I don't like it too much. But on Armored Horse you are more difficult to dismount. Now, usually, if there's a group that is ready to dismount you, you're gonna get dismounted anyway, but not always. Like, Armored Horse does give you some extra survivability. You lose the extra speed of Swiftclaw for long runs, but you are more difficult to dismount. And you know, if you're dodging gankers and there's just like 1 or 2 guys who actually dismount and like hit you while the others are like trying to catch you, Armored Horse will save your life a couple times, yeah. So kind of pick your poison. With Swiftclaw you have to be swift, you have to actually use the speed. With Armored Horse you are slower, but you will survive. Like a solo cannot dismount an Armored Horse very well in an open world. In the Mist, you can get dismounted from Armored Horse, because in the Mist, all mounts are capped at 900 HP, sorry. So you can see here also. Actually, Stag would have more HP, but in Mist, everything is brought down to 900. So in the Mist, you can get dismounted from Armored Horse as well. But in open world, the solo player or solo ganker will usually not dismount an Armored Horse very well. You got a Swift, you got a Claw. Just not worth it, use Tier 3 Horse. No. Tier 3 Horse, you're gonna die. It's the cheapest mount that goes kind of fast, so people use it for mobility when trying to find fights, but it's hard for ganking. It's bad for ganking and gathering in general. Okay. Oh, somebody is clearing this camp. Hello, Mr. Wolf. I am the Vampire Hunter. I mean, I guess the vampire is the Hellspawn staff, yeah, not the wolf. I am the Werewolf Hunter. I have a silver spear to put into your heart. No. Okay. What about Tier 3 Horse Masterpiece? Oh, well, if it's Masterpiece. I really like the fact that they changed horses so that higher tier horses are actually faster. Now there's actually motivation to buy and craft better horses. Why this jacket and not the Assassin jacket? Multi, that's a good question that I get a lot. Essentially, I am using, for most fights, I'm using Inferno anyway, like for 90% of situations. This jacket gives me the best IP per silver, yeah, of all the jackets that I am choosing between. I want to use a leather jacket that gives me plus 30% that to all my damage. You can see this 30% stat. Not every jacket is the same. The 4 jackets that give you plus 30% are Tenacity, that I'm wearing, Mistwalker jacket, Assassin jacket, and Spectre jacket. So I want to use one of those. And out of those 4 jackets, if I just want an Inferno shield, this is the cheapest Inferno shield. Because, you know, Assassin jacket would be much cheaper, but Assassin jacket is 100 IP less. So essentially, like, IP per silver, this jacket makes the most sense. It's not always like that in every market, it depends. On NA, like a year or 2 ago on NA, I used to buy Spectre jacket for the same reason. My guy, can you turn your music volume a bit higher? Sure. Since you ask it so nicely, absolutely. The problem is that I hear the music also. But, I mean, it's okay. It's getting me pumped as well. I mean, that's a little bit higher, not much, but we can rock out to it together. They should make a boot that's just super fast but has no passive or ability. Interesting. There are no passives in Albion like constant, you know, like, okay, I mean there are, yeah, there are, every item has a passive, but there aren't like an item that you buy only for passive. But that would be interesting. It would be completely different playing if I'm just constantly faster but I don't have a sprint. Very interesting. No idea how that would change the game. Mist in Asia is super dead at the moment. I've heard that. I don't know. I have not experienced it myself. And the reason I was a bit skeptical is because I've heard for a while people saying like Mists are dead. Like, period, yeah? No matter what server, Mists are dead. And even like when people were saying like Mists are the worst they've ever been, usually when I go to the Mists, I have found fun fights. Like, consistently. So I always kind of discredited like people saying Mists are dead. Yeah, it's like, I played Dota for over 10 years, and no matter how popular the game was, at every point people were saying like, dead game, you know? Sometimes as a joke, sometimes unironically. So I kind of discredited people who said Mists are dead for a while. But I am opening my eyes more now to the reality that Mists in fact are not full of players, especially on Eastern server. Like, I have stats, you know, from Killboard 1 website, to see how many people participate in PvP in general and in PvP kills every day. So considering that, it feels like, yeah, like there's a lot fewer people actively PvPing on the Asian server right now than on EU. So maybe you're right that Mr. Dead, I don't know. like carry weight damage. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it would be. We do have passives, but like a weapon which would only have a passive would very interestingly change the game. I think cripple is just too niche. They should remove the bonus movement speed when purging movement speed buffs and just add another 5% attack speed. Please, it's too soon, okay? It's too soon to talk about my boy cripple like that. It still hurts. What about some lizards? I have 800k and I want to get a faster mount. For mists, lizard is good, but it's good when you are playing high IP. Like, I'm playing 6-3 and I'm not worrying about it, yeah? Don't play lizard for like budget build, yeah? The good thing about lizard is that you don't lose your gallop, yeah? You're not as fast as a Swiftclaw, but you never lose your gallop. If you get damaged or if you just mount it, like an enemy is trying to attack you, you mount up quickly, you are instantly galloping, yeah? So that's the good thing about lizard, but if you have to, like, if you're asking about different mounts, then I definitely would say you are not in a place in your Albion journey to start like investing into lizards when you go to full loot PvP. It's not worth the money for you yet. But later, at some point, like if you play like high IP sets, sure, lizard is not bad. Also, if you really just want speed, don't forget also you have the boars, yeah, because boars will allow you to also have a lot of carry weight. But if you really just want speed, then also don't forget about Dire Wolf, yeah? It's the typical ganking mount. And that is very fast. But once again, I don't think it's worth it to invest it, because you are still gonna die. If you find yourself in a group, attacked by a group of gankers, you are still often going to die. But Dire Wolf is like a better Swiftclaw, essentially. Is Albion fun to play and does it has a lot of PvP? Yes, the whole game is built around a lot of PvP. Even the parts of the game that are not PvP are indirectly built on top of PvP. Whether it's economy that relies on PvP to be interesting and alive, or it's like trade skills like gathering. You gather in PvP zones so you can get attacked. You refine and craft for PvP players, the people who buy your items. You don't craft for the system, you know? You craft for actual people. And the reason they constantly need new items from you as a crafter is because they are constantly PvPing and losing their items, yeah? And I mean, if you're asking whether Albion is fun, I mean, you should look at the fact that I'm playing it. And I've been streaming for 2 months, yeah? So this is not like this has become my job and habit, you know, because I've been doing it for 5 years, that I kind of stream Albion out of habit, yeah? It's still like, yeah, a big part of it is that I enjoy the streaming part, but a big part of it is that I enjoy the Albion part. So if you ever want to ask me, like, okay, do I think Albion is worth playing, then, I mean, no answer can be better than the fact that that's what I am doing right now, yeah? And it's been like almost 9 hours today that I'm doing this. What about mists? What are good mounts for mists? For mists, just go a horse. I go tier 4 horse. You can go tier 5 for a bit of extra speed, or a stag. As you can see, when I go higher IP, I go stag because, you know, I just like the extra carry weight so that I can actually carry all the stuff, all the loot from players and from chests, you know. I don't have to worry about being overloaded. If you go much higher IP, then lizards and spiders are not bad, for the reason I said before, yeah? That you don't have this time to gallop, you're constantly galloping, yeah? But don't play Swiftclaw and Mist is not good. Ox is Mist is not good. Armored Horse is not really good. It's a bit safer than regular horse, but not enough to justify buying it. Yes, and Zbub or Speeb is exactly right, yeah? If you're like tier 6 or 4.1, don't even think about mounts, yeah? Just buy a cheap horse and be done with it. Exactly right. Yep, I need this red buff. How many stacks? Only 9 stacks, okay. A bit slower this time with Abby clearing. One thing I saw with high IP... Okay, wait, let's see. Sasha says in YouTube chat, one thing I saw with high IP lizard riders is that they will chase someone lower IP and intentionally run into poison from wood or cloth mobs and just follow their prey until they're dismounted. Are you sure that still works, Sasha? I think they changed that, no? I don't think the lizard reacts to damage that way anymore. The best lizard. Maybe... I don't use a lizard, so maybe I misunderstood the change, but I'm not sure if it works anymore. But you are very fast on the lizard, and on a lizard, if you run through mobs, if you get attacked by a mob or a player, you're constantly still galloping, yeah? You don't lose the gallop move speed like on most mods. Damn, I really need a red buff now, actually. I made a bit of a mistake of taking that blue buff, because the chest is almost ready. This is yellow, let's see. I mean, I like a bit chunky mounts. I especially like very much a bear or something like that, because I'm playing as a tank. 100%, that's not terrible, but you need to think about two things first. And the biggest thing is your economy. Doesn't matter, like, okay, it does matter what you like, Regius, but before you start choosing things because you like it as a role-playing, you know, figure out what your budget actually, allows you to use. I hope it's clear that we are talking about full loot PvP, yeah, Regius? I can see your next question and now I'm kind of concerned. You're asking if it's worth it to have multiple mounts. You must, like, everything you own in Albion is a consumable. You will die and lose everything that you have. You don't lose the things in your bank, but if I die, I lose everything on me. All my items in my inventory and that I'm wearing. Yeah? I hope it's clear. So, of course you have multiple mounts, meaning that, you know, if you die, you buy a new mount. Now, if you didn't know that, it's definitely too early for you to go into Black Zone and risk your actual items, but get ready for a game. This is not like World of Warcraft, or, you know, when you figure out the best mount and that sits in your bank forever. In Albion, it's based primarily, you can play it in different ways, but it's based primarily around full loot PvP, where you will lose all the items you are wearing and in your inventory when you die. So you constantly buy new mounts as you die. It depends on your playstyle. Some people play more safe, so they die rarely, but they also usually gain, like, they progress slower because of that, yeah? Some people play more risky, so they die more, so they need to buy more items constantly. I hope that is very clear. So when we're talking about buying a Swiftclaw or a horse, we're not talking about buying just one Swiftclaw, and that's your mount now, you know? Get married to it, call it John, and, you know, that's the horse you have. It is absolutely, you know, not like that. So don't get married to the idea of just one horse or one... You don't have to choose just one mount. Thanks for following, by the way. We have Salty Barstis. Maybe I read your name already. It was a while ago. Anyway, thank you for following still. NVN and Immortal Brain. In Albion, everything is a consumable. Yes, exactly. I mean, like, if I want to go gathering, then I go with bear, mist, the horse, like that. Yeah, exactly, Rageous, yeah. That's what I was saying, yeah. Your build should anyway be focused on what you're gonna do. Like, the build I'm playing right now, if I go open world or Roads of Avalon, it's not terrible, but it would make sense for me to make changes in my build to better adapt to that content. And this goes for mounts as well, 100%, yeah. Toragoran, thank you for following. Happy to have you here for this Sunday. I mean, it's not really afternoon anymore. It's night at this point. Unless, of course, you're from across the ocean, in which case it's like middle of the day, probably, more or less. Kind of afternoon. Like, I think in all American time zones by now, most American time zones, it should be afternoon as well. It works because that poison, particularly from wood ends and those dryads, is lasting very long, doing a lot of damage. Basically, one hit of it is enough to get dismounted from cheap lizard. Oh, you mean they use it to get dismounted? Oh, sorry. Yeah. I thought what you meant is that the lizard poison, like, you know, because you used to be able to, when you get hit, you also generate the poison yourself. Yeah, okay, that's a different thing. Yeah, you're right, Sasha. Yeah. So they essentially, yep. Actually, I died to like that recently, I think, to a swapper. I feel like this happened recently, but maybe I'm imagining things. But yeah, okay, I understand now. Do I have money? I have like 1 mil, not really anything to take out. Oh, the pay-to-win discussion, like this, we can have this for a long time, and many streams we do talk about it. It is a very interesting discussion, but I'm a bit too, like, my brain is a bit too tired to really discuss. The short answer is no, it's not pay-to-win. For majority of players who play Albion, it does not feel pay-to-win at all. But if your definition or how you feel your sense of achievement in the game is based primarily on progress, which is true for a lot of MMORPGs, yeah? Level up, get more XP, get stronger, stuff like that. If that's how you feel what winning is for you, the game will feel a pay to win to you because you can just buy those things. However, for anyone who's played Albion for like a bit of a longer period, it doesn't feel pay to win. It almost feels pay to lose, yeah? It's you cannot really buy, other than progress, you cannot really buy any sort of long-term advantage. Rather, you will just keep wasting your real-life money and still get constantly outplayed by better players. And for them, it will feel like winning because they are beating you and taking your items. And for you, it will feel like losing even worse because now you are also losing the money you actually spent. That's a short answer. We could have a very long discussion. It's an interesting topic, but I'm a bit too tired for that at the moment. And by the way, thank you, Sboob or Sbib. I appreciate you. I see you're answering in chat, and I very much appreciate you. I love this fact that I don't have to answer every question myself, but that, especially if it's something that we already have discussed. So, why that spell's layout? You mean the HUD? No particular reason. I like it. I have buffs close enough where I can constantly see them. I could put them a bit higher, would be still the same. These buttons, I don't want them to take any room on my screen. This is kind of like, this is the least intrusive I figured out to put them so that I can easily click south without them getting in the way. Also, I made them unclickable, you know. I cannot click these. I'm right-clicking right now. Left-clicking, sorry. You can't see it, but... So, I feel like this way, these buttons do not interact, don't mess with me actually seeing what's happening in a fight. It's like the least intrusive way I could figure to set them out. But there isn't like a super particular reason. Definitely I like them being small so they don't obscure the vision. They're not clickable and they are set in a nice little... They're ordered in a nice way where they don't really mess... If I have to go straight, if I have to look straight south, because often the enemy will be just straight up south, and this is the most difficult way to fight. If you are straight north and the enemy is straight up south. That's the biggest, like, in terms of vision, you have the biggest disadvantage if you're fighting from up to down. So at least they don't obscure my vision further. What's your total profit so far today? I don't actually know, Fernando, but there is a... If you're looking... I know you're not on Twitch, but if you were on Twitch under the stream, there's a little extension which tries to calculate my profit. It's probably being a bit generous, but it's not super far off. Because it's calculating more profit than I'm actually making because it doesn't know trash rate. At least I think it doesn't calculate. Maybe it does. Or maybe I don't know. Plus, sometimes I get a kill, but I cannot fully loot it, you know, because I'm fighting 3 people or something. But it does not know my PvE loot, and my PvE loot kind of sometimes makes up for that difference. But I don't know. I have like... How much do I have? I don't know. Something like 30 million in my bank from today. And I've lost probably like 6 or 7. So it's probably like 23 million profit. Or 20 million profit, let's say. I have to repair and use that stuff also. I think it's about 20 mil profit today. It's been a pretty good day. Actually, I mean in terms of silver. I don't really measure my... my success and happiness in silver anymore. Doesn't matter that much, but it's been a pretty good day. So what the hell is this? Guardian armor. If I fight the battle axe, the Guardian armor guy is 100% going to mess it up. I shouldn't have gotten into combat. Because I need to change to snapper. His E has a pretty long cooldown, so I should be okay here to just catch and kill him, unless he stuns me. Oh shit, that was bad. He might as well stun me, by the way. I don't know why he's not stunning me, actually. The Guardian armor puts him in combat also. I wish if I had poison, he would be dead also there. Nah, his name is Trollhard, okay. That's a good name for what he's doing. That was a very good name for him, the Trollhard. Yeah. Guardian armor that he used, debuffing your enemy with Guardian armor puts you in combat, yeah? So he was trying to run for the exit and not risk it. He might, like, if he's using Guardian armor on me, he might as well already stun me with his W also. Ah, I still don't have food. I can't take this fight without real food, I think. This is 8.2 armor, yeah? So this is a strong battle axe. This is not a random bullshit at battle axe. I mean, I can kind of kite him like this. I guess I can just focus on kiting like this, yeah. But I'd rather... I can still kite him on the other food, that's why I need it, kind of. Okay. So sometimes you have to work hard to make 6.5 million. Sometimes the 6.5 million comes to you. Was that Avalonian cape actually, right? That's why he didn't have second potion. Oh, he had Deadford cape, even worse. I mean, I guess it's a clippable moment because it was pretty fast, but I also... What the hell? That was juicy. That was much juicier than it should have been. Changing... Actually, the food thing worked out perfectly, you know? I kited him on eel stew and then I changed to road snapper for the brawl. Like, juicy. Everything survived. His helmet not very good at all. I got full value from my Inferno. He got full value from his Mercenary because I E'd earlier to do some damage. Because I wasn't sure if I can just win the fight without E'ing early. You never ate the Snapper? I did, look at this. How do I have 28.5 minutes remaining? No, look at my screen. Zbib. I'm sorry, it's a funny name. I ate the Snapper, yeah. The animation was weird, I agree. Like, it felt like the animation got cancelled for a moment or something. But I did eat the Snapper at that moment. After doing the first big damage to him, I ate the Snapper. I think it's better for this fight to have Snapper. But I could also fight with Eel Stew, but it's a bit riskier because I have to be much more careful and kitey. What is happening here? Someone reffed a Wisp and the chest. Am I being baited into some giga big Prowling group? 8.1. Interesting, man. Very interesting. Did he have specs? I think he had, right? Okay, he actually didn't have full specs. I mean, he was close, but that means he's not super experienced probably with the build. I mean, you know, it's... Okay. I hope it's clear this is... I'm not talking about this player specifically, right? You know? No shit talking about anyone. But since we're just talking about pay to win, this is just like a bit of that example, yeah? Like, maybe this guy is just beginner, he just took a bigger risk this time. Probably with his level of the game yet, he shouldn't yet be playing like 7 mil items, yeah? That's not a good idea, for sure. But it's a good example, yeah? You can buy these sorts of items that he has. He can go and, like... Not him specifically, yeah, but someone who wants to can keep buying items over and over again, but it doesn't give you win. It doesn't give you the feeling of winning in Albion, so that's why if you ask anyone who's played Albion for a longer period than, you know, just a little bit, and just getting into the game, if you ask anyone whether it's pay to win, anyone who plays the PvP part of the game consistently is gonna say, no, it doesn't feel pay to win. As I said before, only people for whom it is pay to win are those for whom winning is defined by your account progress, like it is in some other games, yeah? Like in old school RuneScape, sure, there's a lot of like achievements, like especially with the combat diaries and all kinds of journal-like achievements, yeah. Like learning how to do Corrupted Gauntlet or in Inferno, like that's one of the biggest things you can do, yeah. But at the same time, on old school RuneScape, as example, like a big part of your winning and success feeling is your account, like maxing your account, for example, yeah. If you come from that sort of background, you can think like, okay, well, I can max my account just for money on Albion, yeah. So it's pay to win. But anything that has to do with PvP, it doesn't feel pay to win at all. Ravi asked, for new patch, what is the S tier weapon for low and mid? If you mean new patch like right now, Death Givers is S tier, and in the meta tier you have Death, like for like middle tier and higher, I think. If you talk about like the meta, Death Givers is very good. And then you have Daybreaker, Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, Fists of Avalon, potentially Sky Strider. I would put those in the meta. Like, which of those are S tier and which are like A tier is still kind of to be defined, yeah? For low IP, there isn't any big change. The only really big low IP change last half a year or so is that Carving doesn't feel so good anymore. So don't play Carving for low IP, I think. Everything else low IP is kind of similar. I can see that. Actually, in the combined chat, I don't see like moderated messages. I think you're gonna have to reword that for the auto mode to let you through. By the way, thanks for following, Sea Dog. I should have checked profit actually when I was out of the city. In the city, I wanted to check. Okay, please don't start any sort of witch hunt. I don't want to point out like anyone specifically, but I do want to, just out of interest. Let's see this player and what he's done in Albion so far. This player has in total 28 million fame, and he has 2 million PvP fame, right? So he's playing decent, like any normal player, a beginner. Like having 28 total and out of that 10 mil is good. Like this guy is not playing like scared and just, you know, walking around in yellow zones doing nothing, yeah? So this is a guy who's gonna become like a PvP player probably if he keeps playing. But you can see how new he is, right? There is zero reason for him to play such expensive items. He's just depriving himself of actually learning the game, and obviously losing a lot of silver in the process, yeah. I'm witch hunting. No. No. Please don't. Thanks for following Gita. I mean, it is sometimes interesting to open the profile of someone who killed you or someone that you kill and like see what they're like, maybe something they have written. It's a kind of a guilty pleasure, you know. I always do that. I used to do that more, but now on stream I don't have the energy or so much interest, but I used to do it quite often. So if someone kills me, I open their profile just to check out what they're like. If I kill someone, I just open their profile. This argument is so slow, not gonna lie. Like, only someone who never played Albion would call it pay to win, and if you're not playing it, why call it pay to win? As I said, Strangest Man, it's not only someone who never played. You mostly are right, but someone who plays Albion whose understanding of winning is directly tied to the progress of their character can also have a bit of that feeling, yeah? Oh, he doesn't have boots, okay. Why not, by the way? He should have boots. There's no reason to. He can change to this spell when he's fighting, yeah. I mean, okay. Probably I catch him anyway with this build, but he doesn't have sprint, I mean. Not that he has boots, and sprint, yeah. So what I want to say is, like, people who play Albion for a long time, if they're fully, like, because you don't just play PvP. Yes, I love PvP and the game revolves around PvP, but people play for a long time just enjoying the economy because the economy is amazing. People have long-term goals, like they play different types of content on different days, they play socially, but their end goal is to max out the Destiny board. Everyone who's winning is defined a little bit through the progression of the character. For all of them, there's a bit of pay to win, yeah. So it's not just people who are new, but yeah, but you're right. Generally, you're right. People who think that Albion is pay to win is usually people who come from other MMORPGs who have not really played a lot of Albion yet. What Q do you recommend to use with the Fists of Avalon? Fleet Footwork. I think it's Q3, I think, if I remember correctly. This one, yeah. Witch hunting, witch hunters. Support the Gatherer, do PvP. Yes, support your local economy by killing anyone and dying a lot. Every time I do PvP, no matter who dies, there's a crafter and the Gatherer and the refiner who become a little bit happier because I have made a new customer for them from my enemy, or I have become a new customer by dying. The game relies on constant PvP. If, for whatever, like, obviously it's impossible, that's the kind of the nature of the game, but if we removed full loot PvP for a week from Albion, all the parts of Albion which are non-full loot, like, people would still have some fun in depths, but, like, in a couple weeks probably, all the gathering, all the refining, all the crafting, all the transporting would be absolutely pointless, useless, boring shit. Like in many other games where you do it mechanically just to level up, not actually as part of the economy. As we get there, to the useless shit, boring shit part, a couple more weeks, and the non-lethal content will also become boring shit. Because as much as I love depths, as much as I love the game and the PvE, although PvE is not amazing, a lot of what gives interest and value to playing different non-lethal content is the potential for big rewards. Fighting for chests, fighting for items, you know? Not knowing what the next chest is gonna give you. When all items become really cheap, because no one is buying new items, first of all, gatherers, refiners will lose a lot. But in a couple weeks, that means that everyone who goes to play depths, who goes to open chests in non-lethal content, does PvE, all of those people are gonna also quit the game. Because you are not, like, today you open a chest and it has 1 million. Tomorrow you're gonna open a chest, it has an 8.3 item, which is worth 100k, even less, you know? Because nobody's gonna buy it, because there's no reason to buy it, because everyone already has an 8.3 item, yeah? So, if we somehow remove full loot PvP, it's gonna slowly but very surely trickle down and delete all the other parts of the game very quickly. And sure, some people will still like to play the PvE just for the challenge, but it's going to be 5 times less exciting when you're fighting mobs just to fight mobs and not for the potential big chest in the end. Subscribe for more analysis. Kidding, but alright. This is why I hope that we have learned as a community to appreciate each other. Like I could not play this fun game without people who just grind economy, craft, refine, you know? The economy is the basis for me having fun, deciding what items to buy, feeling successful if I kill a dude and it drops me like an 8.3 items. But they cannot have fun without me, because I am the basis for them to actually craft and have fun crafting, yeah? As an economy player mainly, I agree. All items cheap means more PvP though. Kind of true, yeah, that's true. There is a bit of truth. Like if we removed full loot PvP, yeah, absolutely, it would like trickle down and make other parts of the game pretty boring pretty quick. But I mean, okay, some people would still then have fun in non-lethal PvP, right? Without worrying about items, or I mean, you don't worry in non-lethal anyway. It's a bit difficult to compute that, because if we remove full loot PvP, then the argument that cheap items make for PvP doesn't happen, yeah, because we no longer have full loot PvP. But if items become cheap for other reasons, then yeah, for a short time it definitely boosts like PvP activity. Yeah? What the fuck, I like PvE, not Mac. Okay, what kind of... I like that, what the fuck was so... I like how you took that personally. Why am I in the bank again, actually? I didn't know. I got so excited about the point I was making that I accidentally left the mist. Let's see, actually, what is the profit of the day, more or less? I have not counted how much I've spent on consumables, but today's loot tabs, I have 20.4 here and 18. So I have 38, almost 39 million of revenue. In depths, in my depths, I died on tier 7 because I was playing some funky tier 7. 1, 2, 3 times I died on tier 7 with some loot, but essentially it was like, let's say 1 million. It's generous. It actually was less expensive, but let's say 3 times 1 million and 1 times 4.5 million. Let's say 5 million, yeah? So I've lost about 8 million. That counts some of the consumables, not all of it. 8 million minus and about 39 plus. So it's about 30 million plus silver. But of course, it's also misleading because it will also cost me 1.4, 2.4 million to repair, plus the prices. I mean, some items might be more expensive than they're predicted, but some are less expensive. And on average, I think it's less expensive. Thanks for following. Tonizli Neymar. I think that's the correct way to say it. Ooh. So 20 mil safe estimated profit. Yeah, something like that. Like it depends on like the seller. It depends on the items. It's like somewhere between 20 and 30 is like too optimistic, but 20 might be too pessimistic because I'm not actually gonna lose that much when selling these items. You know? It's a good day. Like, considering I'm not playing like 8.3, I'm not risking crazy money, yeah? If something terrible happens and I die, it's not terrible, yeah? Like, if I want to get a lesson, it's not that expensive for me to take this sort of fight and see what happens. Do you know, guys, if him is playing the game? You mean Archicus? No, I don't think so. No. He's playing other games. From what I've heard. I mean, if he was playing the game, he wouldn't say it publicly. But from from what I heard about him, he's playing other things. Any idea for the next challenge stream? Yes, Nutmeg. I mean, if you have ideas, share. But the idea I liked really was Mufanza's idea to do a bit of like role-playing type of thing, yeah? So, for example, take a full Guardian set, yeah? Guardian boots, Guardian armor, Guardian helmet, choose some weapon for it, and then play that for a while. Then go Soldier set or something like that, yeah? Go full Hunter. Of course, using the actual special abilities, yeah? So, Hunter shoes, Hunter jacket, Hunter helmet, Hunter hood, yeah? I think that's a pretty cool one. And it's going to take a long time to go through all of them, but I think it's a pretty cool idea. This is the first time I focused in gathering, and it is so relaxing. I finally have things to do. Okay, happy to hear that. Gathering is not that relaxing in black zones, but you're still like there's constantly a looming threat above you, but it's not that crazy intense all the time. Yeah. Full Guardian set with poleaxe. Yeah, we have to figure out a weapon for that. Plate armor will be probably pretty sad because I don't know, killing someone on plate armor is if I want to go challenge, I don't want to go like very high IP. Yeah. It can still be fun. But I'm looking forward to some leather armor sets that could be Mistwalker shoes, Mistwalker jacket. Yo, that would be interesting. And Mistwalker hood. Yo, Mistwalker quarterstaff. I think that's the thing I want to play. Will you deactivate the vanity for the challenge? Oh, so that you could actually see what I'm wearing, you mean? Good point, Nutmeg. I'll think about it. In yellow zone? Yeah, okay, if you're in yellow zone, you can relax, of course. Multi-Reese asked earlier, do you think as a solo ganking open world camps with Spectral Boar is worth a try? No. I mean, as a solo ganking open world camps, yes. Spectral Ball doesn't factor into that calculation. Your mount doesn't matter. You're not gonna gank someone mounted. You're gonna dismount, drink an Invis potion, and then go. If you gank a camp, you need to have a build that can actually catch someone, yeah? Like a purge at least. But you kind of, you listen to it, you hear someone in the camp, you drink Invis potion off screen so they don't see your name tag, and you walk into them. Yeah? Do people even use Polehammer anymore? Have you not seen the clip? Where is my Awaken tab? Here. If you haven't seen the clip, Straightest Man Ever, it's also, I saved it as a story on Twitch, but the clip is just called Bye, I think. I mean, that's just the end of the clip, yeah, but essentially there's like, I have a polehammer from a dude who was running away, and he stopped to write bye in chat, as in bye, you can't never catch me. And as you can guess, based on the fact that his weapon is now in my bank, it was in fact me who buyed him. So yeah, at least one person is playing polehammer. And then it was a difficult moment, because after that happened, I kind of asked chat what to do, because he was willing to buy back his hammer, he was writing something, but chat convinced me to just say bye to him in chat, you know, like it's like a mic drop moment, like the mental superiority feeling, you know. So I just wrote bye to him and never said anything else, and he said, essentially he was mad and he didn't want to buy the weapon anymore. So for that short stint of release and relaxation from writing bye to him, I actually ended up with a weapon I can't sell anymore. Is it tough to play against it? I don't know, honestly. I was writing that fight in the end. I think he tried to rat earlier, I'm not sure, I don't remember. But in the end, when I killed him, he was fighting another dude. I dismounted, killed the other dude, and then chased him down. You lost millions because of one message. 100%, yeah. I mean, I can still sell it somewhere, but it's like he was actually willing to buy it. Okay, millions is a big thing because it's not like I would sell it for like gazillion money anyway. But yeah, like I could sell it to him for like maybe 2.5 or something. I don't know, maximum. It's not like crazy attuned or crazy good hammer anyway. It doesn't have cooldown reduction, yeah. So maybe he would buy it like 2.5. Instead I can either sell it for 1.5 or I don't know, do something else with it. So it's not like crazy money I lost, but yeah, a little bit. I'll take it for 10k, take it or leave it. Leave it. I'm not gonna sell it for 10k. Is Great Hammer competitive in Mist nowadays? No. Only good for stomping low IP. Not even good at stomping low IP, really. Neymar. Like, okay, bye. I mean, Great Hammer is it's kind of okay, and yes, you can sometimes you can take advantage of lower IP or ratting opportunities, but it's not even very good at that anymore. Because Stalker Jacket was nerfed so much and you don't have anything else to make up for it. If you just want to stomp lower IP, play double-bladed... I'm fortunate that I'm saying this, but yeah, essentially you can play double-bladed Bloodletter. Prowling is actually surprisingly okay at stomping lower IP and being safe. And what else? I mean, Great Hammer okay, but it's not very good now. But also a lot of good weapons, like Deathgivers are also very good at stopping lower IP, yeah? They are very safe, they are good at playing 1v1 fights against anyone, but they're also good at stomping when you have a big IP advantage, yeah? Daybreaker is not terrible, it's just bad at dismounting. Other than dismounting, Daybreaker is also not bad at stomping lower IP, yeah? So a lot of good weapons will be able to do that anyway, if that's what you're after. What do you think about Forge Hammers? I think they're pretty strong right now. Decent, yeah. I've played them a couple times. And last time I played them, I didn't really get into the whole rhythm of using E to brawl, then the rest of the build to kite. So I didn't fully experience them, I feel like. But I did play them for half a day and they were decent, and I've definitely seen people try and be relatively successful with them. But Forge Hammers is like, it's okay, but it's not on the level of like being like a B tier. If you had S tier, A tier, B tier, I wouldn't even put Forge Hammers in B tier, but a bit lower. What is the best hammer? Tomb Hammer. For solo PvP, Tomb Hammer. But if your question is more general than that, Regius, then there is no answer, because it very much depends on content. For solo PvP, the best is Tomb Hammer. I think it's pretty clear. You may have lost millions of silver, but the unique opportunity to have crazy fun with it and become the new bearer of the Great Hammer. Yeah, not Great Hammer, Nutmeg, but yes. You are true, but not your sentence is correct, except for it's a pole hammer. That's the thing. If it was Great Hammer, maybe I could at least play it somehow. But I'm not gonna play a pole hammer, I think. Oh no. But even Tomb Hammer hammers deal no damage at all. Well, Tomb Hammer reduces your HP when you're stunned, and you can throw a Hellfire Potion under your enemy. You can stun them with Tomb Hammer from far or from close. Do double Q if you have Kerleon Cape, or 1Q. Throw a Poison or a Hellfire, and then you have mobility to W away and keep kiting them, and keep yourself close enough to keep doing damage. If you have a Purge, kiting is easier, but if you have a Cowl of Purity for extra damage, then you have more damage. You might be not as good as kiting, but then you have the damage that you said hammers don't have. Thanks for following Canvas. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, I mean, at some point the Hellfire plus Tomb Hammer combo was super popular, but then they nerfed Hellfire, but it's still playable. Okay, it is time. It is time to call it, not just call it a day, which is something I like to say. Oh, I'm a poet again. But actually call it a week. Because it is Sunday. I mean, it's technically Monday. It's literally 15 minutes into Monday where I'm from. It is time for us to continue this party elsewhere. And for me to go maybe eat something and then go to sleep. So we need to decide who is streaming some English language PvP where we could take this party. Of course, if you're on YouTube, then this is the end until next time. But if you're on Twitch, then stick around for the raid. I love those emotes. Nutmeg. Such cute ones. We should add some cute ones also. Not only, I should add some cute emotes. Yeah, I say we, but I should add some cute emotes. Not just these Giga Chat spear emotes or something, but we should also add some cute emotes, actually. I'm gonna think about that. Okay, the lazy and simple solution would be to just go for one, because I think he he's the one who's doing English-speaking PvP right now. If I filter by language, let's see if there's someone else. And you can always suggest something. It is actually... There's also Dream Thief, which is kind of fine. Last time I rated him, I saw his lack of enthusiasm because he's been playing the same content for so long. But I think it's still...
Yeah.
Like he's still doing a good job showcasing a lot of the fun of Albion PvP. He's currently playing Depths. I think he's a very much different vibe from what I am, but that doesn't mean anything, yeah. And one is already has a very active stream. I don't know. I think so. So let's go for Dream Thief. I think if that sounds good. Unless someone has some suggestion right now, we're gonna raid Dream Thief together, and that's gonna be the end of the day. Oh my god! By the way, Pew Pew streamed for like 22 hours. I couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah, was it yesterday? I think. Yeah. Oh, not yesterday, but last stream I raided Pew Pew. Yeah. Pew Pew does great. I've seen that also. I've watched his stream every now and again also. Like before I started even making videos, he was one of the guys I occasionally watched for sure. Okay, Dream Thief. Is there any weird symbols in his name? No, not really. Wait, not shut out. I want to raid actually. Okay, let's go for Dream Thief and ask him a lot of questions about depths, because I can see that he's playing depths and it looks like he's playing solo. So he's trying 1v2, 1v3 type of gaming. There is a guy. Wait, just last moment. There is a guy whose. There's a guy whose stream title is "Spearing Your Brain with Good Vibes." That sounds like two things that I love, both spearing and both good vibes. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. We'll do that later. Okay, let's go for Dream Thief today, but keep an eye out on I'm Fort. Oh, we have had him in chat and we've talked to I'm Fort a couple times. Yo. That would have been a good raid also, but next time I'm gonna follow him and then check out what he does. Thank you for being here and making my Sunday ever so slightly happier. See you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a streaming day, but I will take a couple days off next week. Bye. Raid now. Let's go. We raiding now.